Students, after 3 years of hard work, your academic courses have come to an end. Up next is the awakening of your innate talents. Once awakened, choose your future path based on your abilities. Principal Liu of Binhai High School stood at the podium, his tone filled with passion. On the field, over 1,000 senior students had gathered, their expressions brimming with excitement. The moment of awakening is finally here. God, please grant me a powerful innate talent. Only by awakening an innate talent can we get into a martial university and become true warriors. Otherwise, we'll be stuck in liberal arts, with no chance to rise. Please, let me awaken something strong. I trade 50 years of my girlfriend's life for a powerful talent, please. Chu Feng maintained a calm expression, but his heart was far from tranquil. The level of technology and culture in this world was similar to Earth's, but its size was 10,000 times greater. What made it more perilous was the rampant presence of ferocious beasts, which had compressed the living space of humanity to an extreme degree. It was said that 1,000 years ago, humanity's population exceeded 50 billion. Now, it had dwindled to less than 2 billion. The drastic reduction in population would have led to extinction long ago if not for the awakening of innate talents, which allowed humanity to resist the beasts. Every person had one chance to awaken their innate talent at the age of 18. If they failed, they could only choose liberal arts and become a regular office worker. If they succeeded, they could opt for martial studies and become a warrior. In this world where strength reigned supreme, ordinary office workers had no competitiveness, while warriors enjoyed power and status. Thus, everyone wanted to become a warrior. The first step to becoming one was to awaken an innate talent. Innate talents were categorized into 4 types: natural, superhuman, animal, and special. Regardless of the type, as long as one successfully awakened, they could become a warrior. Talents were also ranked by grade, from the highest SSS level, followed by SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F, 9 levels in total. Alright, students, let's begin the awakening process. First up is Class 1, Principal Liu announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the students of Class 1, led by their teacher, lined up in an orderly fashion and approached the awakening stone one by one. All they had to do was drink the awakening elixir and place their hand on the stone to begin the process. Zhang Hao, awakening failed. Lin Peng, awakening failed. Congratulations to Huang Fan for successfully awakening with a D-level talent, Tiger Claw. Congratulations to Mi Ziming for successfully awakening with an S-level talent, Ice. Time ticked by as more and more students completed their awakening. Out of every 100 students, only about 1/3 succeeded, and even fewer awakened talents above B-level. S-level talents were extraordinarily rare. Each time someone awakened an S-level or higher talent, it caused a school-wide sensation, with news sometimes spreading globally. At that moment, S-level? That's incredible. As expected of Mi Ziming. Not only is she beautiful, but she also possesses an S-level talent. Amazing. Our Binhai High School is finally going to make a name for itself. The students were abuzz with excitement, many casting envious and jealous glances at Mi Ziming, wishing they could trade places with her. Principal Liu was overjoyed. I never imagined we'd have an S-level talent here. This is fantastic. Chu Feng, while outwardly indifferent, was inwardly shaken. An S-level innate talent, with just a little effort, could make someone a powerful warrior and one of the local elite. At that moment, the homeroom teacher began distributing the awakening elixir. Those who receive the elixir, drink it quickly. Our class is up next. Chu Feng accepted a small bottle of red awakening elixir. This liquid was said to be extracted from ferocious beasts and was incredibly precious, tightly controlled by the Warrior Alliance, and unavailable on the market. With a gulp, he drank it without hesitation. The elixir tasted sweet, surprisingly delightful. I hope I can awaken an innate talent, he silently prayed. In truth, he was prepared for both outcomes. If he failed to awaken, he planned to get into a decent liberal arts university, marry, and live an ordinary life. If he succeeded, he would enter a martial university and work toward achieving greatness post-graduation. Just then. Ding! Awakening elixir consumed. Devour system activated. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the beginner's gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Chu Feng was stunned, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest with excitement. My God, this is a system. Ah, after all these years, it's finally here. That's right, Chu Feng was a transmigrator, and not just any kind, but one who had been reborn into this world. For 18 long years, his golden finger had remained dormant, and now, at last, it was awakening. He eagerly opened the system interface. The system was simple: consume food to accumulate devour points and complete missions to earn rewards. Chu Feng's heart surged with joy. This world was teeming with ferocious beasts, and they were edible. In other words, as long as he ate beasts, he could grow stronger endlessly. This is amazing. And there's a beginner's gift pack. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He quickly claimed the gift. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining SSS-level innate talent gourmet cells. Would you like to fuse and awaken? The system's notification echoed. Chu Feng's heart nearly stopped. Gourmet cells fell under the superhuman category. Once awakened, the body transformed significantly, requiring no special training. Simply eating delicious food would continuously enhance strength, unlocking the body's full potential. The SSS-level gourmet cells were even more extraordinary. With a monstrous appetite and capacity, the more one consumed, the stronger one became, with even the possibility of awakening a gourmet demon. Awesome! This is absolutely incredible. Chu Feng was so excited he could hardly contain himself and immediately thought, fuse and awaken. Ding! SSS-level gourmet cells successfully fused and awakened. The system notification rang out as a tingling sensation spread through Chu Feng's entire body, like countless ants biting him. Then, an intense hunger swept over him. Before long, the tingling subsided, and every cell in his body brimmed with immense energy. All his attributes had improved, and he felt like he had been reborn. So this is what it feels like to awaken gourmet cells? Not bad at all. Chu Feng clenched his fists, his body surging with power. He immediately opened the system interface. Host * Chu Feng. Vitality * 180/200. 200 vitality is the standard for a 1-star warrior, typically enhanced based on one's awakened talent. Chu Feng awakened his gourmet cells, a special ability that allowed him to continuously enhance his vitality and blood energy by eating delicious food. Innate talent * SSS grade gourmet cells. Skill * none. Martial artist level * quasi 1-star. Levels are ranked from 1-star to 9-star, with each divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. Devouring quests * updating. Accumulate devouring points through eating to unlock new quests. Seeing this data, Chu Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. This was the power of an SSS grade innate talent. Just awakening it had already brought him close to the level of a 1-star martial artist. For most people without any awakened innate talent, their vitality and blood energy would peak at around 100 after years of rigorous training. After awakening an innate talent, it typically rose to 150. However, Chu Feng's was already 180, a rarity beyond imagination. With my current abilities, I should be able to hold my own against an early 1-star martial artist. Chu Feng calculated in his mind. Of course, actual strength could only be tested in real combat. Chu Feng, stop daydreaming. It's your turn, go awaken your ability. The voice of his homeroom teacher pulled him back to reality. Chu Feng closed the system interface, nodded, and walked toward the awakening platform. Isn't that Chu Feng, the top student in the school exams? Yeah, it's him. I wonder if he can awaken an innate talent. Don't forget, being good at academics doesn't necessarily mean he'll have a strong talent. The chatter of his classmates buzzed around him, but Chu Feng ignored them and stepped up to the awakening stone. Under the guidance of Principal Liu, he placed his right hand on the stone. Immediately, he felt a wave of warmth flowing into him. Then, as if something inside him was activated, the awakening stone emitted a blinding white light that illuminated the entire platform. Golden, shimmering words appeared above the stone: SSS grade, Superman-type gourmet cells. Everyone present widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in shock. The crowd erupted. Holy crap! SSS grade? Unbelievable! It's a Superman-type SSS. Wow, that's insane! S-grade innate talents were already rare. An SSS-grade awakening was a 1-in-a-million miracle. The entire Binhai High School was shaken to its core. Chu Feng instantly became the center of attention. Everyone stared at him, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. This is so unfair. Chu Feng actually awakened a Superman-level SSS talent. Being a top student wasn't enough, his talent is just monstrous. Why don't I have such an incredible talent? Even the homeroom teacher was stunned. His eyes reddened, and he almost jumped for joy. Chu Feng is such a brilliant student. Among the 50 students in the class, almost all had undergone awakening, but only 20 had succeeded, and most were of ordinary levels. Chu Feng's SSS grade talent was unprecedented. Unbelievable. An SSS grade. Are we dreaming? Principal Lu was so ecstatic that he almost forgot who he was. In the 200-year history of Binhai High School, there had been many S-grade martial artists and only 3 SS-grade awakenings. But never had there been an SSS-grade talent until now. Director Ding, take over the supervision of the other students' awakenings. I need to report this immediately. Binhai High School is about to make headlines. Principal Lu declared before rushing off. The crowd continued to look at Chu Feng with envy. He stepped down from the awakening platform, nodded at his homeroom teacher, and left. Having awakened gourmet cells, he now felt an overwhelming hunger and needed to eat immediately. Grilled mussel rats. Freshly caught mussel rats, don't miss out. A street vendor shouted loudly as he tended to his grill. Chu Feng approached him. Hey, young man, want to buy some mussel rats? Freshly caught, super fresh, the vendor offered with a grin. How much for one? Chu Feng asked. $10 each, the vendor replied. Give me 10, Chu Feng said decisively. The vendor was stunned. 10? Young man, what do you need so many for? Can you even eat that much? Each mussel rat weighed more than 10 pounds, heavier than a large rooster. Most people couldn't even finish half of one, but this young man wanted 10. Chu Feng didn't explain. He paid without hesitation. The vendor, though surprised, quickly packed up 10 mussel rats and kindly offered, young man, do you need me to deliver these for you? The combined weight exceeded 100 pounds. Could this teenager even carry it? Chu Feng smiled. No need, thank you. With that, he effortlessly picked up all 10 mussel rats as if they weighed nothing. The vendor was left in shock. Is this kid a martial artist? No, he's wearing a Binhai High School uniform, so he must still be a student. Without offering any explanation, Chu Feng carried his purchase and left. Ever since awakening gourmet cells, profound changes had occurred. In his body, his strength had significantly increased. In the past, carrying 100 pounds would have been a struggle, but now it was a breeze. Finding a secluded spot, Chu Feng began to eat. Mussel rats were Tier 1 beasts. Despite their small size, they possessed incredible strength and sharp teeth, capable of overpowering tigers and lions. I wonder how much vitality and blood energy I can gain from eating one of these. Chu Feng wondered, anticipation growing within him. Taking a deep breath, he bit into the meat. The texture was firm, with a rich chicken-like flavor, delicious. Likely due to his gourmet cells, Chu Feng devoured the rat at an astonishing speed, finishing it in one go. His gourmet cells absorbed the nutrients frantically, and his stamina began to recover. Chu Feng opened the system interface to check his stats. His vitality bar had increased from 180/200 to 180.2/200. In other words, eating one mussel rat had increased his vitality by 0.2 points. Seeing this, Chu Feng was ecstatic. In the past, it would have taken 1 to 2 months of hard training to gain 0.2 vitality. Now, it only required eating a single mussel rat. This was incredible. Of course, vitality could also be increased with vitality pills, but a single pill cost 50,000 yuan. Moreover, it required additional training to absorb, and the improvements were limited. A fully absorbed pill could enhance vitality by 5 points, but they couldn't be taken continuously. Diminished returns made them less effective over time. Chu Feng couldn't afford vitality pills, but buying mussel rats was no problem. He devoured all 10 in one sitting. His body felt no strain and, in fact, he was still slightly hungry. He could easily eat 3 more large pigs. Checking his stats again, his vitality had risen to 182, an increase of 2 full points, equivalent to half a vitality pill's effect. I need to fill out my college application this afternoon. Time to head back to school. Chu Feng left the area. Meanwhile, the Martial Artist Alliance's official website was in an uproar. SSS grade? Are you kidding me? Binhai High School just broke the record. An SSS grade ability is beyond imagination. Even SS grade is already incredibly powerful. How long has it been since we've seen anyone awaken an SSS grade innate ability? Back at Binhai High School, Chu Feng saw a crowd of journalists gathered at the school gate. Even city and county leaders were present. Is it true that Binhai High School has a student who awakened an SSS grade ability? Which martial arts university will this SSS grade student choose? Let the SSS grade student come out for an interview, please. Director Deng, sweating profusely, smiled awkwardly while dealing with the throng of reporters and officials. Chu Feng shook his head at the scene and climbed over the school wall from a corner to avoid the commotion. Jia, which university are you planning to apply to? Ugh, are you asking on purpose? You know my grades are at the bottom, and I haven't awakened any abilities. Why ask me this? Right now, everyone's only interested in Chu Feng, right? Exactly. Everyone's curious about which martial arts university Feng Ji will choose with his SSS grade ability. As Chu Feng approached the classroom door, he overheard his classmates discussing university applications, with the focus entirely on him. After all, his awakening of an SSS grade ability that morning had spread throughout the school, making him the center of attention. Not just his class, but students from other classes were also talking about it. In the past, when Chu Feng had no awakened ability, even though he was academically top-ranked, no one paid him much attention. Now, with his awakening of an SSS grade ability, everyone knew his name. The power of such an ability was unimaginable. Without overthinking, Chu Feng walked into the classroom. The noisy room immediately fell silent as everyone turned to stare at him, as if seeing him for the first time. The next moment, many classmates surrounded him enthusiastically. Feng Ji, I want to be your underling. Feng Ji, I'll follow you from now on. Chu Feng, I want to date you. Chu Feng, will you be my boyfriend? Chu Feng felt a headache coming on. As expected, fame brought endless trouble. Just then, the homeroom teacher arrived and sternly said, "Quiet down and get back to your seats." The students obediently dispersed. Chu Feng was about to return to his seat when the teacher called him softly, "Chu Feng, come with me." The teacher's gaze towards Chu Feng had become notably gentler. After all, with Chu Feng awakening such a rare SSS grade ability, the homeroom teacher had received a 500,000 yuan bonus and naturally took extra care of him. "Teacher, is something the matter?" Chu Feng asked casually. The teacher smiled and replied, "Nothing major, just about your university application. You don't need to fill out any preferences anymore. Several top universities have sent people to recruit you. Come with me to the principal's office now." Chu Feng didn't say much and followed the teacher. Awakening an SSS grade ability, an extremely rare occurrence, naturally garnered significant attention from the school's administration. It was normal for top universities to compete for him. After all, even students with S-grade or SS grade abilities were hotly pursued. The news caused an uproar among his classmates. Several universities are competing for Feng Ji. Which one will Feng Ji choose? Let's go and see. Alright. One after another, the students poured out of the classroom, eager to witness the excitement. Chu Feng followed the teacher into the principal's office. Around the oval conference table sat several individuals engaged in a discussion. As Chu Feng entered, the conversation ceased, and all eyes turned to him. Chu Feng felt as if he were being scrutinized under a spotlight, which made him extremely self-conscious. Principal Lu smiled warmly and said, "Chu Feng, take a seat here. Let me introduce you." He gestured towards a bespectacled middle-aged man with an honest demeanor. "This is Principal Hong from Qing University." Then, pointing to a scar-faced middle-aged man, he said, "This is Principal Xiao from Jing University." Finally, he introduced a round-faced middle-aged woman. "This is Principal Lu from Mo University." Chu Feng nodded politely to the three principals. These were the heads of the most prestigious martial arts universities, rarely seen in person, and now all gathered in one room. Outside, the windows and doorways were packed with students secretly observing. Hearing Principal Lu's introductions, the students could hardly contain their excitement. Qing University, Jing University, Mo University? The top martial arts universities are all here for Feng Ji? Getting into just one of them would bring glory to any family. How I wish I could be Feng Ji. Principal Hong from Qing University stood up, adjusted his glasses, and said with a smile, "Chu Feng, Qing University welcomes you. Tuition is free, and will provide you with the best resources to ensure you become a 5-star martial artist before graduation." Principal Xiao from Jing University couldn't wait to chime in. "Chu Feng, come to Jing University. Tuition free, plus an enrollment bonus of 1 million yuan, a full apartment, 10 qi and blood pills, an advanced combat manual, and even a wife as a bonus." Not to be outdone, Principal Liu from MO University stood up and said, "Chu Feng, join MO University. Tuition free, elite level training, priority access to resources, and guaranteed placement in any martial arts academy after graduation." The eavesdropping students outside were overwhelmed with envy, admiration, and resentment, wishing they could trade places with Chu Feng. Go for Qing University. They'll make you a 5-star martial artist before graduation. I think Jing University has the best offer, such a generous package, and they even include a wife. It's such a great deal. MO University isn't bad either. Their elite graduates are all wealthy and prestigious. Sigh, it's such a tough choice. What's tough about it? It's not like you're the one choosing. Chu Feng's expression remained calm. Each university's offer was incredibly tempting and had its own advantages. But which one should he choose? Make way. Everyone, step aside. A stern voice suddenly came from outside. The students started whispering among themselves. Who is that? She's so beautiful. Yeah, she's on the same level as Ni Zimeng. But her aura is intense. She looks hard to approach. The students quickly cleared a path. A figure entered the principal's office. It was a young woman, about 22 years old, over 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a tight-fitting green combat suit. Her chest was prominent, her demeanor commanding, and her long legs were straight and slender. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and her features were exquisite, her skin fair. She carried a long blade on her back. Her overall appearance was both stunning and imposing. There were even traces of blood on her outfit, adding to her lethal aura. She walked in directly, sat on the sofa where Principal Liu usually sat, and casually propped her long legs on the coffee table, as if she were at home. Chu Feng didn't recognize the girl, but the principals clearly did, their expressions subtly changing. Principal Liu twitched slightly at the corner of her mouth, hurriedly stood up, and walked over to pour tea for the girl. "What are you doing here?" The girl unceremoniously took a sip of tea and said, "Old Liu, your school has awakened a student with an SSS-level superpower. I want him." Hearing this, the faces of several principals turned grim. Principal Hong of Qing University gritted his teeth and said, "Xinxing, do you even know what first come, first served means?" Principal Xiao of Jing University chimed in, "Exactly, let's all compete fairly. Don't just snatch people away." Principal Liu of MO University added, "Xinxing, isn't your military martial university being too overbearing?" Xinxing shot them a cold glance. "Not convinced? If you're not, then fight me. Beat me, and I'll leave immediately." She showed no fear at all. Principal Liu's mouth twitched as he replied, "I wouldn't fight a lunatic. Let's keep it fair and competitive." Xinsheng retorted mercilessly, "Say one more word, and I'll slap you." Principal Liu immediately fell silent. Principal Hong and Principal Xiao also dared not say anything further. Xinsheng was known to act on her threats. Moreover, not only was she immensely powerful, but her backing was also formidable. Principal Liu quickly stepped in to mediate. "Everyone, why don't we hear Chu Feng's opinion? Let him decide, how about that?" Principal Hong, Principal Xiao, and Principal Liu all nodded in agreement. Indeed, the ultimate decision of which university to choose lay with Chu Feng. Xinxing's gaze fell on Chu Feng. She studied him for a moment and said, "So, you're the one with the awakened SSS-level superpower, Chu Feng? Not bad. Come to Military Martial University." Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly. Military Martial University was a specialized martial school and a cradle for elite warriors. Students trained there often went directly to the front lines. Chu Feng looked at Xinsheng and asked, "What are the benefits of joining Military Martial University?" Xinsheng replied, "There aren't particularly lucrative rewards for joining, but the university has a rule, S-level. Talent superhumans can make 1 request to the school, SS-level can make 2, and SSS-level can make 3. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Any request at all? Xinxing shook her head. Reasonable requests that don't violate ethical standards. The school will strive to fulfill them. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was tempted. Although the rewards offered by the other 3 universities were also enticing, the benefits of Military Martial University were far more appealing to him. Noticing Chu Feng's interest, the other 3 principals were unwilling to give up and began to vie for his favor. Chu Feng, Jing University is willing to give you a yellow-grade martial skill manual. Chu Feng, Jing University will offer you an armored vehicle. Think about it. Chu Feng, Mo University will provide you with a martial arts dojo. How about that? The students outside were all dumbfounded. However, Chu Feng remained calm. With a smile, he said, "Thank you for your generosity, principals, but I've already decided to join Military Martial University." Chu Feng's dream was to join the military and fight on the front lines against fierce beasts. Why did he have this dream? It was tied to his parents. Both his parents had been soldiers and martial artists. During a beast tide, they sacrificed themselves while protecting others during the evacuation. At that time, Chu Feng was only 8 years old. He survived on the generous compensation left by his parents until now. Thus, becoming a martial artist and fighting on the front lines to slay fierce beasts became his obsession. Even if he didn't choose Military Martial University this time, Chu Feng would still find a way to enlist in the military later. Excellent! Xinsheng said with satisfaction as she stood up. Looking at Chu Feng, she said, "Military Martial University welcomes you. From now on, I'll be your advisor. If you have any issues, come to me directly. If I can't resolve them, I'll report them to higher-ups. Let's exchange contact information first. Follow the instructions on the admission notice when it arrives to complete the enrollment process." Chu Feng nodded and exchanged contact details with Xinsheng. After giving him a few pointers, Xinsheng left. The other principals shook their heads and sighed before leaving as well. The homeroom teacher patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, said a few encouraging words, and then also departed. The other students in the class, their eyes filled with envy, returned to the classroom to prepare for filling out their afternoon college applications. Chu Feng remained behind to chat briefly with Principal Liu. After receiving a 1 million yuan bonus, he left the school directly. Next, he just had to wait for the notice from Military Martial University and proceed with enrollment. From Principal Liu, Chu Feng learned that students at Military Martial University were admitted either through special recruitment or internal recommendations. They were all geniuses, with their talent levels at least A grade. Even though Chu Feng was SSS level, he couldn't afford to be arrogant. After all, there were other SSS level talent superhumans at Military Martial University. Moreover, having a high talent level didn't necessarily equate to being strong. True strength came from rigorous training. Therefore, Chu Feng couldn't let pride get the better of him. Become stronger. Stronger than ever. That was his goal. Only by becoming strong enough could he survive in this beast-infested world. After all, over the years, he had witnessed too many powerful individuals fall to fierce beasts. Especially when he was 8 years old, during the beast tide, even 7-star martial artists perished in the chaos. Now, with a system, Chu Feng didn't need to train deliberately. As long as he ate delicious food, he could continuously grow stronger. That morning, he ate just 10 muscle rats, and his vitality increased by 2 points. If he ate 100 beasts of the same level, that would be a 20-point increase. What about 1,000 or 10,000? Of course, with his current strength, Chu Feng wasn't yet capable of hunting fierce beasts. Generally speaking, a 1-star martial artist corresponded to a first-tier fierce beast, but fierce beasts were typically slightly stronger than martial artists. For now, Chu Feng couldn't go out hunting, but fierce beasts were also sold in the city. With the 1 million yuan bonus, he could enjoy a good meal and enhance his strength. Who knows, he might even accumulate enough devouring points to complete a task update. Without further ado, he immediately headed to a restaurant. "Hey, Xiao Feng, out of school so early?" The owner immediately recognized Chu Feng, his regular customer. "Want beef brisket noodles again?" the owner asked with a smile. Chu Feng smiled back and said, "Yes, please. 1 bowl to start." He wanted to see how much vitality ordinary ingredients could increase. If the effect was decent, he wouldn't need to specifically go after fierce beast ingredients. "Got it," the owner responded cheerfully. Before long, a steaming bowl of beef brisket noodles was served. The owner even added a few extra pieces of beef brisket. Xu Feng dug in without hesitation. His appetite was enormous. In fact, after awakening his foodie cells, his sense of taste had become peculiar. He wanted to eat almost everything he saw. He devoured the entire bowl of noodles in one go. Then, he checked his vitality value. His brows furrowed slightly. His vitality was now 182.001. In other words, eating one bowl of beef brisket noodles increased his vitality by just 0.001 points. Although it was a small increase, it was still an improvement. Xu Feng chuckled to himself, thinking, even the smallest bit counts as progress. So, Xu Feng said to the owner, "Boss, give me 200 bowls of beef brisket noodles." The owner stepped out of the kitchen, astonished, and asked, "Xiao Feng, you want 200 bowls of beef brisket noodles? What for?" Xu Feng replied seriously, "To eat." The owner couldn't believe it. "Are you serious?" Xu Feng nodded firmly. "Of course. Hurry up and prepare them." Seeing that Xu Feng wasn't joking, the owner had no choice but to return to the kitchen. Soon, he brought out a huge tray loaded with bowls of beef brisket noodles, along with a basket of rice noodles. "Here are over 200 bowls, all for you." Xu Feng didn't hold back. With one hand, he grabbed the beef brisket and stuffed it into his mouth, while the other hand scooped up the rice noodles and sent them in as well, taking a sip of the soup in between. The owner stood there, dumbfounded as he watched. After finishing, Xu Feng left the restaurant. The owner stared at his retreating figure, muttering, "Is that really Xiao Feng? Over 200 bowls of beef brisket noodles in one go, terrifying." Meanwhile, Xu Feng thought to himself, eating regular food to boost vitality is too slow. Eating ferocious beasts is much more efficient. After all, the vitality boost from eating all that beef brisket noodles was only equivalent to eating one muscle rat. Moreover, a muscle rat cost only $10, while one bowl of beef brisket noodles cost 15. Xu Feng started suspecting that his system was specifically designed for eating ferocious beasts. He returned to the place where he had bought muscle rats earlier that morning. "Hey, young man, it's you again," the seller recognized Xu Feng. Xu Feng asked, "Boss, how many muscle rats do you have left?" 20, the seller replied. "So few?" Xu Feng was surprised. The seller sighed, "Few? 20 muscle rats are enough to sell for an entire day. Business isn't great, and I usually can't even sell them all." "I'll take them all," Xu Feng declared. The seller didn't argue and quickly packed up the 20 muscle rats. Xu Feng didn't hesitate and started eating right away. After finishing the 20 muscle rats, his vitality increased by another 4 points. "Awesome!" The seller was left in shock as he watched Xu Feng devour 20 muscle rats in one sitting. In the morning, this young man had bought 10 and he had assumed they were for his classmates. Who would have thought he'd eat them all himself? Xu Feng then asked, "Boss, do you have any other stock? Or other kinds of ferocious beasts?" The seller snapped out of his daze and replied, "This batch of muscle rats was pre-ordered. I don't have anything else in stock. Ferocious beast meat can be eaten, but it's a bit gamey, so not many people like it. I don't dare keep too much stock, just a small business." Xu Feng nodded and didn't press further. He turned and left. Indeed, ferocious beast meat had a strong gamey flavor. Only those skilled in cooking knew how to remove the gaminess, which was why most people didn't enjoy it. But Xu Feng, on the other hand, loved it. Perhaps it was because awakening the gourmet cells had altered his sense of taste. It was like how termites love wood, while humans find it inedible. Besides his taste changing, Xu Feng also noticed that his sense of smell had become unusually keen. He could detect even the faintest sense. For example, earlier in the principal's office, he had caught a faint whiff of blood from Xinsheng. Xu Feng arrived at the Ferocious Beast Trading Center. Every day, many ferocious beasts were traded here. According to the Martial Alliance's regulations, martial artists could receive subsidies for killing ferocious beasts. Some martial artists with limited strength would form teams to hunt ferocious beasts in relatively safe areas and bring them back. This way, they not only got subsidies but could also sell the beasts for money. Xu Feng wandered around and found dozens of ferocious beasts for sale. However, most of them were first-tier beasts, with second-tier beasts being rare and none of the third-tier or higher beasts available. He picked out some smaller, cheaper beasts that smelled decent, like muscle rats, tusked rabbits, and split-mouthed dogs. Of course, not all ferocious beasts were as cheap as muscle rats. Certain rare parts of ferocious beasts could fetch high prices. For example, their fur, armor, or teeth could be forged into weapons, and the blood from some ferocious beasts could be refined into potent vitality pills. These kinds of ferocious beasts could cost hundreds or even thousands of dollars each. However, after removing these valuable parts, the leftover meat was still relatively cheap. Chu Feng saved quite a bit of money this way. To him, these ferocious beasts were treasures that incrementally boosted his vitality. He bought a large quantity, brought them home, and roasted them in his yard. In fact, after awakening his gourmet cells, he could even eat raw meat, but he wasn't accustomed to it yet. As he roasted and ate, he lost track of how many beasts he devoured. The more he ate, the stronger he felt, unable to stop. Suddenly, a surge of immense power erupted within him. His vitality roared, and all his attributes were enhanced. "What's this?" Chu Feng was ecstatic. He quickly opened the system interface and saw that his vitality had surpassed 200, signifying that he had officially become a star-ranked martial artist at the initial stage. "Ha ha! I've broken through!" Chu Feng couldn't contain his excitement. These gourmet cells were incredible. He grew stronger just by eating, without any need for special training. He finished off the remaining ferocious beasts in one go. "Now that I'm at the early stage of a star-ranked martial artist, I wonder how strong my combat ability really is." Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Each martial artist had different innate abilities. Even at the same stage of strength, combat ability could vary. For instance, Chu Feng's innate ability was superhuman gourmet cells. His physical constitution was strong, with explosive power, immense strength, adaptability to harsh environments, high vitality, and resilience against attacks. On the other hand, Mi Ziming's innate ability was nature-based ice, which didn't enhance her physical body but granted her the power to control ice. In comparison, Chu Feng was like a tank in a game, while Mi Ziming was a mage. Each had their strengths. However, in close combat, Chu Feng was undoubtedly superior. Testing his combat ability against ferocious beasts was the most direct method, but Chu Feng wasn't ready to take the risk of venturing out yet. He didn't even fully understand his own strength. Hunting ferocious beasts blindly would be courting death. While he couldn't find real ferocious beasts, there were similar alternatives. The Martial Alliance building had specialized facilities for combat testing. The next morning, Chu Feng finished washing up, ate 200 bowls of beef brisket noodles, and headed straight to the Martial Alliance building by car. The Alliance headquarters was in the imperial capital, but there was a branch in the city center of Binhai. Half an hour later, Chu Feng arrived at his destination and entered the Binhai branch of the Martial Alliance. The place was bustling with martial artists handling various matters. Some were registering ferocious beast kills to claim subsidies, others were taking on beast hunting missions, buying weapons, purchasing combat techniques, or, like Chu Feng, getting their combat abilities tested. Chu Feng queued up at the designated window to apply for the combat ability test. After paying 10,000 bucks, he received a key and entered the specified testing room. He opened the door and stepped in. Selecting the early-stage star-ranked martial artist testing mode, the surrounding environment shifted instantly. Before him appeared a ferocious black boar with horns, dark fur, sharp fangs, and blood-red eyes. This was a horned wild boar, a first-tier early-stage ferocious beast. Although it was simulated, it felt incredibly realistic. Roar, a horned boar weighing several hundred kilograms, charged forward with the speed of a truck. Its impact was astonishing, powerful enough to topple buildings. In an instant, the beast rushed in front of Chu Feng and lunged directly at him. Chu Feng grabbed its horns with both hands. His feet slid back a few steps, but he managed to maintain control. With a firm push of his right foot to stabilize himself, Chu Feng gripped the boar's horns tightly. Mustering all his strength, he lifted the beast and flung it over his shoulder. Boom! The horned boar slammed heavily onto the ground. Chu Feng didn't give it a chance to recover. He rushed forward and relentlessly punched its head. Boom! 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 After a few punches, the horned boar's head shattered, and its body dissolved shortly after. Chu Feng was stunned. Ha! That's it? He left the testing room and queued up again to retest his combat strength. The horned boar was an early-stage Tier 1 beast, slightly stronger than a beginner 1-star warrior. However, Chu Feng defeated it effortlessly, without even testing his limits. Of course, he had to continue. Ha! You again? Didn't you just apply? The receptionist, a young woman, looked at Chu Feng in surprise. She remembered him vividly, possibly because he was handsome. Chu Feng smiled and said, I destroyed the horned boar. It disappeared. Impossible, she exclaimed, incredulous. Your vitality is just over 200 points, which is the early stage of a 1-star warrior. How did you defeat the horned boar so quickly? She had worked there for years and had seen countless beginner 1-star warriors challenge the horned boar. While many passed the test, they often sustained injuries and took at least 5 minutes, usually 10, to finish it off. Chu Feng had completed everything in less than 2 minutes. It was far too fast. Without explaining further, he spent another 10,000 yuan to reapply for the test. This time, he directly selected the mid-stage Tier 1 beast combat mode. In the next second, a simulated beast appeared. It was a massive tiger with zebra-like stripes across its body. Yes, it was a spotted tiger. Its speed was incredible, and its bite force was terrifying. Roar! The spotted tiger let out a furious roar, baring its fangs as it charged ferociously at Chu Feng. Its explosive power was even greater than the horned boar's, and its momentum was intimidating. In an instant, the spotted tiger appeared in front of Chu Feng, opening its massive jaws to bite at his head. It was ferocious. Chu Feng's aura sank. He bent his knees and lowered his center of gravity, nimbly dodging the attack. Clenching his right fist tightly, he unleashed his strength in an explosive burst. His muscles swelled as he punched the spotted tiger's chest with tremendous force. Boom! A deep sonic boom echoed. The spotted tiger's chest caved in, leaving a fist-shaped imprint. Its massive body was sent flying backward. Chu Feng's legs powered him forward, chasing after the tiger at an incredible speed. Just as the spotted tiger struggled to get up, Chu Feng delivered another powerful punch to its jaw. After taking 2 direct hits, the spotted tiger was left gasping for air, teetering on the brink of death. Chu Feng pinned the tiger's head to the ground with one hand, pressing down firmly. With his other hand, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. After a few blows, the spotted tiger completely vanished. Chu Feng exhaled deeply, feeling as though his body had been drained. His right hand was numb beyond belief. This time, he had used every ounce of his strength. Through this test, Chu Feng gained a clear understanding of his combat prowess. His strength was roughly on par with a mid-stage Tier 1 beast. If he encountered one, he could fully hold his own in battle. However, he also realized that if he trained in martial techniques or had a sharp weapon, his combat power would increase significantly. Killing mid-stage Tier 1 beasts would be a breeze. The young receptionist had been monitoring the testing room closely. When she saw Chu Feng use his terrifying strength to instantly defeat the spotted tiger, she was left speechless with shock. How is this possible? A beginner 1-star warrior managed to defeat a Tier 1 beast? And barehanded, no less. Wait, is his name Chu Feng? Could he be the genius from Binhai High School who awakened the 3S-level innate ability? After leaving the testing room, Chu Feng decided to buy a combat blade. Martial techniques were too expensive, even the most basic ones cost millions, far beyond what he could afford. He planned to enroll in a martial university later and consider training in martial techniques then. Combat blade prices varied greatly. Chu Feng still had a decent amount of money left and could afford a suitable one. He went to a store that sold combat blades, where a cheerful young woman introduced him to various weapons. Most combat blades were made from the teeth of fierce beasts or rare metals. Blades made from rare metals were usually very expensive. Chu Feng chose a relatively affordable blade crafted from the teeth of a fierce beast. After browsing for a while, he settled on a blade forged from the teeth of an iron-armored shark. It cost 300,000 yuan. The blade was over a meter long. Its entire body was pitch black, gleaming with a cold light. Weighing 12 pounds, it resembled a tank-style saber in shape. When Chu Feng held it in his hand, it felt comfortable and well-balanced. In the end, he purchased it. He spent another 10,000 yuan to re-enter the testing room, again selecting the mid-stage Tier 1 Beast Combat Mode. A simulated spotted tiger appeared, roaring as it charged toward him. Chu Feng gripped the combat blade tightly, sidestepped the tiger's pounce, and slashed at its neck with a swift backhanded strike. Swish! A flash of the blade. The spotted tiger instantly vanished. Chu Feng won effortlessly. As expected, having a sharp weapon allowed him to better harness his physical strength. After leaving the Martial Artist Alliance building, he headed straight for a restaurant. With the awakened innate ability of gourmet cells, his body was robust and powerful, but his energy consumption during combat was extremely high, leaving him ravenous. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage. As long as he wasn't injured, even if his stamina was depleted, a good meal could quickly restore him. This was an advantage other martial artists didn't have. Moreover, even if he were injured, the high activity level of his gourmet cells meant his recovery speed was far faster than that of ordinary martial artists. Chu Feng arrived at a fast food restaurant. The owner was preparing lunch. Chu Feng devoured the food in large mouthfuls, finishing everything in one go. The owner was dumbfounded, staring with wide eyes. It wasn't even lunchtime yet, and all the food had been eaten by a single high school student. It was the first time the owner had seen someone eat so much. As the food settled in his stomach, Chu Feng's stamina quickly recovered. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Ding! Devour mission updated. Mission 1, devour the silver-feathered fierce chicken to unlock the shockwave fist. Mission 2, devour the wind wolf to unlock the SSS-level special gravity talent. Choose one. The mission will expire in 3 days. Hearing the system prompt, Chu Feng was overjoyed. Finally, a mission. And it was a choice mission, no less. This was fantastic. He first looked at Mission 1. The silver-feathered fierce chicken was a Tier 1 beast capable of firing silver feathers from its body like blades, with an attack power stronger than bullets. Once, a flock of silver-feathered fierce chickens invaded a city, unleashing a barrage of silver feathers like machine gun fire, causing countless deaths. With Chu Feng's current strength, coupled with his newly purchased battle blade, dealing with the silver-feathered fiend chicken posed no issue. The reward, Shockwave Fist, was a yellow-tier combat skill. When activated, it unleashed a powerful punch with an explosive force similar to a bomb. Now to Task 2. The Wind Wolf, a 4th-tier ferocious beast, was enormous in size and possessed astonishing combat strength. It could release fierce wind attacks from its mouth, even capable of creating storms. Legend had it that a wind wolf once destroyed an entire city. As for the reward, the SSS-grade special-type gravity talent ability, it was an incredibly powerful ability that needed no further explanation. Compared to Shockwave Fist, Chu Feng favored the SSS-grade special-type gravity talent ability more. If he could obtain it, he would become a dual SSS-grade talent ability warrior, an extremely rare feat in the world. However, while Task 1 was a walk in the park for Chu Feng, Task 2 was extraordinarily difficult. Even at the market, wind wolves were impossible to find. One could issue a task to capture a wind wolf at the Martial Alliance building, but almost no one dared to accept it. Even if someone did, the reward would be astronomically high. After thinking it over, Chu Feng decided not to rush his decision since he still had 3 days. In any case, he would do his best. So, he picked up his phone and contacted Xincheng. Upon joining the Military Martial University, he could make 3 requests. Chu Feng wanted to use this opportunity to see if he could get a wind wolf. "Hello, Senior Xincheng." Chu Feng called, and from the other end of the line came the roar of a fierce beast, clearly indicating Xincheng was hunting. "What is it?" Xincheng asked. Chu Feng replied, "I heard I could make 3 requests. Can I make one now?" Xincheng was silent for a moment before saying, "You can." According to the rules, Chu Feng was supposed to wait until he officially enrolled to make requests. However, being an SSS-grade talent ability user, exceptions could be made. Chu Feng was delighted. "Alright, here's my request, I want a wind wolf. It must be delivered to my house within 3 days." Xincheng asked, "That's it?" Chu Feng retorted, "Is there a problem with my request?" Xincheng chuckled. "No, it's not a problem, it's just too simple. Normally, students would ask for advanced combat skills or life-saving tools, but Chu Feng wanted a wind wolf. While a wind wolf could be troublesome for ordinary martial artists, it was a trivial matter for the military Marshall University. Chu Feng said, "No worries, that's all I want." To others, this request might seem like a waste, but to Chu Feng, it was entirely worth it. Trading one request for an SSS grade talent ability was an excellent deal. After hanging up, Chu Feng returned home, eating delicious food to boost his vitality while waiting for Xinqing to deliver the Wind Wolf. The next evening, Chu Feng was in the yard roasting a tusked rabbit when suddenly a figure descended from the sky. It was Xinqing, carrying a ferocious beast on her shoulder. The beast resembled a wolf, with snow-white fur puffed up like a storm and a mouth full of sharp fangs. Even in death, it exuded an aura that struck fear into those around it. Chu Feng recognized it immediately. It was a wind wolf. The fatal wound was a bloody hole in its head, clearly from a blade piercing its brain. Boom! Xinqiang threw the wind wolf onto the ground, her gaze fixed on Chu Feng. "Here's the wind wolf you wanted. Sign for it." Chu Feng glanced at Xinqiang, who was covered in blood, evidence of a fierce battle. However, he didn't dwell on it. His eyes shifted back to the wind wolf as he opened the system interface to make his selection. Ding! You have chosen task 2. Please complete the task promptly. The system prompt appeared. Without wasting words, Chu Feng picked up his battle blade and began processing the wind wolf before placing it over the fire to roast. Xinqiang was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, "You wanted a wind wolf just to roast and eat it?" She had thought Chu Feng wanted the wind wolf for some grand purpose, but it turned out he was simply using it for barbecue. She was utterly speechless. Wasn't this a waste of a request? If he liked eating, couldn't he have asked for lobsters or abalone instead of a wind wolf? Everyone knew that wind wolves, being ferocious beasts, were edible but not particularly tasty. Chu Feng replied earnestly, "Yes, roasting it to eat. Is there a problem?" Xinqiang was at a loss for words. However, she remembered that Chu Feng had awakened gourmet cells, a talent ability that gave users peculiar tastes. "All right, enjoy your meal," Xinqiang said. "I have other tasks to attend to. If you need anything, let me know." Chu Feng asked, "Senior, won't you have some?" Xinqiang shook her head before vanishing in a flash. Chu Feng didn't pay it much mind. He roasted the wind wolf until it was cooked. Despite its slightly charred exterior, the aroma was mouth-watering. Taking a bite, he found it crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and surprisingly tasty. Ding! You have devoured the wind wolf. Task completed. Reward, SSS grade special type gravity talent ability. Would you like to awaken it now? The system prompt came. Chu Feng was overjoyed and silently chose to awaken it. Ding! SSS grade special type gravity talent ability awakened successfully. As the system notification ended, Chu Feng felt a powerful gravitational force surging within him. So, this is the gravity talent ability? Chu Feng experimented with it, finding it fascinating. After some research, he gained a basic understanding of the ability. The gravity talent ability could be developed into many powerful skills. It could enhance attacks with gravity, increasing destructive power. Gravity could be condensed to form a gravitational field for crushing. It could also create anti-gravity for defense, resisting attacks, or even enabling flight. The advanced applications were even more astonishing, such as twisting gravity to distort space and evade attacks, bending spacetime for long-distance teleportation, or even creating black holes to devour everything. In short, the gravity talent ability was incredibly formidable. Combined with the gourmet cell talent ability, its destructive potential would be even more terrifying. Gourmet cells primarily strengthened the physique, but their offensive capabilities were relatively weak. The gravity ability compensated for this flaw. Together, they doubled his combat power. Chu Feng quickly finished eating the wind wolf. Wiping his mouth, he gripped his battle blade and began training in the yard. His focus was on developing the gravity talent ability and experimenting with its synergy with the gourmet cell ability. 5 hours passed. Chu Feng was drenched in sweat but wore a satisfied smile. He had developed several gravity-based skills. 1. Gravitational field, concentrating gravity to form a field with a radius of over 5 meters and 10 times the normal gravity. 2. Anti-gravity flight, using anti-gravity to hover and move in the air, with speed dependent on his strength. 3. Gravity 1000-pound smash, adding gravity to his fists, feet, or battle blade to enhance attack power. With these skills, Chu Feng was undefeatable below the 2-star level. However, his combat strength would still need to be tested in real battles. The night passed without incident. The next day, Chu Feng packed his belongings lightly, slung his bag over his shoulder, and carried his battle blade as he left the city. This time, instead of heading to the Marshall Alliance Tower for testing, he chose to directly engage in combat with real ferocious beasts. The purpose was twofold: to test his strength and to hunt down these beasts. Crossing the city gates, he was met with a vast buffer zone spanning over 10 kilometers. This area was deliberately left open as a protective barrier. Most cities had such zones. Should a beast horde attack, they would first enter this area, which served as the first battleground between humans and beasts. Beyond the buffer zone lay the territories of these ferocious creatures. In the distance, one could still see the ruins of a destroyed city. This area used to be part of Binhai City, but after being invaded by beasts, humans retreated, leaving it to become their domain. The night before he slept, Chu Feng had already checked the ferocious beasts in this region on the Marshall Alliance's website. Although the data might not be fully accurate, it was generally reliable. Most of the beasts here were level 1, with very few above level 2. Chu Feng's target was the iron-armored giant crocodile. After examining the map, Chu Feng chose a direction to venture deeper into the ruins. The surroundings were desolate and eerily silent, the air heavy with tension. After walking a considerable distance, his nose suddenly twitched as he caught the scent of a beast. Over there, he immediately set off in the direction of the smell. Since awakening his gourmet cells, his sense of smell had become sharper than a dog's, capable of detecting even the faintest traces. This ability was especially useful in the wild, allowing him to sense the proximity of beasts and pinpoint their locations in advance. For instance, now, Chu Feng accurately located his target solely by scent. He leapt onto a collapsed building and looked into the distance, where he spotted a ferocious beast. It was a silver-feathered giant chicken. Its entire body was covered in feathers that gleamed with a silvery sheen, as if forged from pure gold. Its claws were exceptionally sharp. It was pecking at the corpse of a muscular rat with its pointed beak. Chu Feng took a deep breath, gripped his battle blade, and leapt down from the high ground, charging swiftly toward the silver-feathered giant chicken. Facing his first real battle against a ferocious beast, he felt no fear, only excitement. The silver-feathered giant chicken, noticing Chu Feng's rapid approach, let out a sharp screech, its eyes gleaming with malice. Its body shuddered, and its feathers shot out like bullets. Chu Feng gripped his battle blade tightly, swinging it to cut through the oncoming feathers. Asterisk clang. Clang. Clang, asterisk the metallic collision echoed, sparks flying from the clashes. The feather attack failed to harm him. Furious, the silver-feathered giant chicken screeched again and lunged at him, its razor-sharp claws slashing down toward his head. Chu Feng remained calm, instantly activating his gravity field. Within a radius of 10 meters, the gravity instantly increased tenfold. The airborne silver-feathered giant chicken, unprepared, was slammed to the ground under the immense gravitational force. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng swung his blade, now enhanced with gravity. Swish, the blade flashed. The silver-feathered giant chicken's neck was severed, blood spurting wildly as it died instantly. With my current strength, killing level 1 beasts at the early to mid-level is effortless, Chu Feng said with a smile. Under tenfold gravity, level 1 beasts, although not entirely immobilized, found it extremely difficult to move. Chu Feng's gravity-enhanced blade, aptly named 1000-gene gravity slash, made killing enemies as easy as slicing through vegetables. After collecting a unique feather from the silver-feathered giant chicken's head, Chu Feng knew it could be exchanged for government subsidies. As for the chicken's meat, of course, it had to be eaten. This was a rare source of blood energy. Finding a suitable spot, he started a fire to roast the silver-feathered giant chicken. Though starting a fire was a bit troublesome, there was no other choice. After all, he couldn't let such a prize go to waste. The firelight and aroma of roasting chicken would likely attract more beasts. However, Chu Feng wasn't worried at all. In fact, he hoped for more beasts to come. The more, the merrier. He'd kill them all. Even if he encountered a level 2 beast, it wouldn't be a problem. If he couldn't win, he could always escape. Let's not forget he had the anti-gravity skill, allowing him to take flight and flee whenever necessary. When the chicken was cooked, Chu Feng didn't hesitate to devour it in large mouthfuls. With gourmet cells, everything he ate tasted delicious. As he was eating, Chu Feng suddenly caught the scent of numerous muscular rats. The smell surrounded him from all directions. It seems a large group of muscular rats has been drawn here by the aroma of roasted meat, Chu Feng muttered, his eyes glinting as he stood, gripping his battle blade in preparation for battle. Sure enough, within moments, dozens of muscular rats appeared, surrounding him. Though not numbering 100, there were at least 80. These rats were larger than cats, their bodies packed with muscle. They screeched, baring sharp fangs as they charged madly at Chu Feng, their sole target. Come on! As many as you want to die. Chu Feng sneered coldly. No matter how many muscular rats there were, they posed no threat to him. Instead, they were excellent sources of blood energy. Each rat could replenish 0.2 points of blood energy. If he ate all of them, he'd gain at least 16 points. The muscular rats closed in rapidly. 100 meters. 60 meters. 30 meters. Chu Feng remained unflustered, holding his ground. At 5 meters, he finally acted. All right, let's begin. Chu Feng shouted, gripping his battle blade tightly as he activated his gravity field. Immediately, a tenfold gravitational force descended upon the area. Many muscular rats were crushed to the ground, unable to move. Even those mid-leap were slammed back down with force. Their movements were severely restricted. Chu Feng charged forward, blade flashing. In just a few swift swings, he decapitated or bisected over a dozen muscular rats, leaving corpses strewn across the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. As he fought, Chu Feng grabbed chunks of roasted chicken and took hearty bites, replenishing his energy. Anyone witnessing this scene would have been utterly shocked. With each swing of his blade, more muscular rat bodies piled up like a mountain. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the few remaining rats screeched in fear and attempted to flee. This human is terrifying. Chu Feng maintained his gravity field, continuing to eat roasted meat as he pursued and slaughtered the fleeing rats. Before long, every single muscular rat was eliminated. Although slightly fatigued, it was well within his limits. He didn't even need to pause for breath, it was impossible to exhaust him. With SSS-level gourmet cells and a powerful physique, Chu Feng was practically an unstoppable combat machine. Looking at the field of corpses, Chu Feng beamed with satisfaction. First, he collected their teeth to exchange for subsidies. Then, he piled the bodies together and continued roasting and eating them one by one. Each muscular rat was quickly consumed, his blood energy steadily increasing. Would eating so much tire him out? Not at all. In fact, the more he ate, the more invigorated he felt. The only annoyance was the time it took. After finishing his feast, Chu Feng checked his blood energy. It had reached 235. In other words, consuming the muscular rats had boosted his blood energy by nearly 20 points. Amazing! Chu Feng opened his system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Blood energy, 235. 3 out of 1008 talents, SSS-level gourmet cells, SSS-level gravity skills, gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity 1000-pound smash martial artist. Level, 1-star initial phase, level is tied to vitality. 200 vitality corresponds to 1 star, 1000 vitality to 2 stars, 5000 vitality to 3 stars. The higher the vitality, the higher the level. Typically, higher levels mean stronger combat power, but Chu Feng's 1-star initial phase strength is already close to quasi 2-star level. Devouring mission, updating. Seeing all this, Chu Feng smiled with satisfaction. He gathered his belongings and continued forward. Suddenly, he detected an unusual scent, mixed with the faint smell of humans. Moments later, the ground began to quake rhythmically. Another group of ferocious beasts? Chu Feng's expression shifted as he bent his knees and unleashed his strength, leaping 10 meters high onto a ruin. Standing atop the desolation, he gazed ahead. On a dilapidated street, he saw 2 martial artists fleeing in panic. Behind them chased a group of iron-armored crocodiles. In the distance, an even larger iron-armored crocodile stood atop a collapsed building, letting out a low roar that shook the air. The movement of the other iron-armored crocodiles appeared to be directed by this 2-star crocodile. What's that? A 2-star? Chu Feng's expression changed. According to the information he had, the iron-armored crocodiles in this area should only reach a maximum of late 1-star level. The appearance of a 2-star iron-armored crocodile suggested that the data was not wrong but that this crocodile had evolved. Humans could enhance their strength, and so could ferocious beasts evolve. Damn it, that iron-armored crocodile is 2-star and even summoned its companions. Young Master Lin, it's because you stole its egg and enraged it. Why don't you return the egg? Otherwise, we're all going to die. I went through so much to get this egg, how could I possibly return it? You go hold off the iron-armored crocodile group and buy me time to escape. Young Master Lin, I can't do it. That group of iron-armored crocodiles has gone mad. I can't hold them off. I don't care. My father sent you to protect me. If I die, your entire family dies with me. I heard you have a beautiful 15-year-old daughter. Fine, young Master Lin, please spare my family. Gritting his teeth, the middle-aged man turned and charged toward the iron-armored crocodile group. Lin Yaodong, the so-called young Master Lin, revealed a venomous glint in his eyes, thinking darkly, idiot, I've had my eye on your daughter for a while. Once you're dead, she'll be mine. Unaware of Lin Yaodong's thoughts, the middle-aged man transformed as he charged, activating his innate talent. His body gradually morphed into a humanoid tiger, exuding an overwhelming aura. He slashed with his sharp tiger claws, instantly tearing through the head of an iron-armored crocodile, blood splattering everywhere. Clearly, he possessed an animal-type innate ability. As a 1-star peak martial artist, ordinary iron-armored crocodiles were no match for him. In an instant, he killed 3 iron-armored crocodiles. At that moment, the 2-star iron-armored crocodile roared furiously and charged over. With a sweep of its tail, roadside buildings collapsed with a thunderous crash. It quickly closed in on the middle-aged man, opening its bloodthirsty maw wide to bite. The man dodged hastily, but as he landed, the crocodile's tail struck him forcefully in the chest. He spat out blood, his body flung into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Immediately, 3 ordinary iron-armored crocodiles rushed over, ripping him apart into shreds, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Chu Feng watched the scene unfold, his heart sinking. A 1-star peak martial artist was utterly powerless against a 2-star initial phase iron-armored crocodile. I'm not sure if I can take on a 2-star initial phase iron-armored crocodile, Chu Feng mused. Meanwhile, useless. Useless. Lin Yaodong cursed furiously as he watched the middle-aged man get killed in mere moments. There's no choice now. I'll have to abandon the egg. I'll go back and call my dad and the others to wipe out all these iron-armored crocodiles. Left with no other option, Lin Yaodong prepared to throw away the iron-armored crocodile egg. Suddenly, he noticed Chu Feng. A cruel smile crept onto his lips. The next second, he threw the bag containing the iron-armored crocodile egg directly to Chu Feng's side. Thud! The bag hit the ground. Chu Feng furrowed his brows, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Clearly, Lin Yaodong intended to use the egg to lure the iron-armored crocodiles toward Chu Feng. As expected, the 2-star iron-armored crocodile let out a low growl, and the iron-armored crocodiles, which had been pursuing Lin Yaodong, turned around and charged at Chu Feng with frenzied speed, their target being the egg. Seeing the iron-armored crocodiles diverted behind him, Lin Yaodong sneered at Chu Feng with malicious satisfaction. Unlucky fool, dying for me is your honor. Chu Feng picked up the bag, intending to throw the egg back at Lin Yaodong, but the danger couldn't be returned so easily. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly detected a peculiar scent. The gourmet cells in his body stirred excitedly, flooding his mind with a single thought, I want to eat. What is this? Chu Feng was astonished. This sensation was entirely new to him. Though he didn't understand the reason, the scent clearly came from the bag and was related to the egg. Before he could figure it out, the iron-armored crocodile group charged madly, causing the ground beneath them to collapse. Without hesitation, Chu Feng slung the bag containing the egg onto his back, activated his gravity abilities, and floated into the air, dodging the iron-armored crocodile's attacks. Lin Yaodong's lips twitched in frustration as he watched, deeply displeased. This was not the outcome he had hoped for. Chu Feng soared directly toward Lin Yaodong, moving with incredible speed. The iron-armored crocodiles pursued him relentlessly. Lin Yaodong's expression changed drastically as he turned to flee for his life. But exhausted, he could run no further. Chu Feng flew right over his head. Lin Yaodong shouted desperately, "I'm Lin Yaodong. Save me! My father is the master of the Storm Martial Hall." Hearing this, Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly. Storm Martial Hall, he knew a little about it. It was a private martial arts school in Binhai City, offering services like vitality measurement, combat, power testing, sparring, and martial artist missions. Establishing a private martial arts school required a 3-star martial artist to oversee it. From what Chu Feng knew, the master of Storm Martial Hall was none other than Lin Yaodong's father, Lin Yaxing. However, even knowing that Lin Yaodong's father was a powerful 3-star martial artist, Chu Feng had no intention of saving him. Lin Yaodong had just tried to harm him, and now he wanted Chu Feng's help? Dream on. Seeing Chu Feng remain impassive, Lin Yaodong's face twisted with anger, alternating between curses and threats. Chu Feng couldn't care less. After all, Lin Yaodong was as good as dead. Seconds later, Lin Yaodong was struck by an iron-armored crocodile, sent flying, and crashed heavily to the ground. Immediately, the group of iron-armored crocodiles swarmed him, trampling him into a bloody pulp. The iron-armored crocodiles paid no heed to Lin Yaodong's corpse, turning their attention to Chu Feng instead. They let out deafening roars, and the 2-star iron-armored crocodile, now in a frenzy, charged directly toward Chu Feng, who hovered in the air. Chu Feng continued flying forward and eventually landed in an open space, gripping his battle blade in his right hand while his eyes burned with killing intent. Of course, he wasn't going to walk away. His target was these iron-armored crocodiles. After all, their blood and vitality were precious resources. Roar! The iron-armored crocodiles growled furiously, charging at him ferociously. At the same time, on top of a dilapidated building in the distance, 2 figures stood, a young man and an old man. They witnessed everything. "Young Master Qin, isn't that Chu Feng from your school, the one who awakened an SSS-level innate ability? Should I help him?" A glint of malice flashed in Qin Yi's eyes. "Help him? No way. I'd rather he die." A few days ago, during the school's awakening ceremony for innate abilities, Qin Yi himself had awakened an S-level power. He should have been the center of attention, but unfortunately, Chu Feng awakened an SSS-level ability, stealing all the glory. The old man saw Qin Yi's expression and shook his head. Boom! Before the iron-armored crocodiles could get close, Chu Feng unleashed his aura. He stomped the ground fiercely with his right foot, causing it to shatter instantly, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. Relying solely on the explosive power and speed of his physical body, he reached a velocity exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. This was the power of his SSS-level superhuman innate ability gourmet cells, which pushed his physical body to its absolute limits, granting him terrifying strength. In an instant, he charged into the midst of the iron-armored crocodiles and activated a 10-fold gravity field, creating a special space with a radius of 10 meters. The iron-armored crocodiles within the gravity field felt an immense pressure, their movements becoming sluggish and stiff. Chu Feng's battle blade, enhanced by the 10-fold gravity, executed the technique Gravity 1000-fold slash, slashing down with tremendous force. One iron-armored crocodile's head was effortlessly severed, as easily as slicing through tofu. Swish, swish, swish. The blade emanated black energy, cold and merciless like the scythe of death. Wherever it struck, the targeted iron-armored crocodile fell dead on the spot, without even a chance to resist. In mere moments, 5 iron-armored crocodiles were sliced in 2, dying tragically on the spot. The eyes of a second-tier iron-armored crocodile gleamed coldly. With a low growl, it seemed to issue a command. The other iron-armored crocodiles retreated one after another, temporarily halting their attacks on Chu Feng. The second-tier iron-armored crocodile's eyes turned blood red as it unleashed its speed, charging madly toward Chu Feng. The next second, it entered the gravity field and was instantly suppressed by the 10-fold gravity. Its massive claws slammed into the ground, causing it to crack open. Its body grew heavy, its movements restricted. Without hesitation, Chu Feng's battle blade, enhanced by gravity, slashed with full force toward its neck. Clang! A metallic clang echoed as sparks flew, accompanied by the spray of blood. Chu Feng frowned. His Gravity 1000-fold slash had cut through the second-tier iron-armored crocodile's steel-like scales, but it hadn't severed its neck, leaving only a shallow wound on the surface. As expected, the difference between first-tier and second-tier beasts was vast despite being only 1 rank apart. Chu Feng could slice through first-tier iron-armored crocodiles like cutting through vegetables, but against a second-tier beast, he could only inflict minor injuries without causing significant damage. Roar! The second-tier iron-armored crocodile roared, enduring the tenfold gravity as it swung its massive tail in a sweeping motion. The air buzzed with a deafening hum. A surge of powerful energy rushed toward Chufeng. His expression changed dramatically. With no time to dodge, he hastily used his battle blade to block. Boom! An enormous impact struck, causing Chufeng's blood to churn. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a distant ruined building. The entire structure collapsed with a deafening roar. Chufeng fell to the ground, his internal organs trembling violently. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His injuries were severe. Fortunately, thanks to his SSS-level gourmet cells, his physical body was incredibly durable, his vitality immense, and his resilience extraordinary. If it had been any other one-star warrior, that blow would have been fatal. Can't beat a second-tier beast after all, huh? Chufeng thought to himself. He was about to use anti-gravity flight to escape when a peculiar scent filled his nose. It was much stronger than before, igniting an intense craving in his gourmet cells. Chufeng opened his backpack to find an iron-armored crocodile egg inside. The eggshell was already cracked, and egg fluid was oozing out. The peculiar scent was emanating from the egg fluid. In fact, the egg had shown cracks earlier, and Chufeng had picked up on this scent immediately. Now that the egg had broken completely, the fluid spilled out, intensifying the aroma. Without thinking further, the overwhelming urge to eat drove Chufeng to grab the egg and take a bite. The fishy taste was strong, yet there was something particularly unique about it. It had a flavor all its own. He swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, his gourmet cells absorbed the energy madly, unleashing a tremendous aura. Visibly, Chufeng's muscles swelled rapidly, his shirt shredding to pieces. The gourmet cells had evolved. His vitality doubled. All his attributes surged dramatically. His realm broke through directly to the mid-stage of 1 star. At the same time, all the wounds on Chufeng's body healed completely. The evolution of gourmet cells required 2 conditions: the accumulation of large amounts of gourmet food and encountering suitable ingredients. Chufeng had consumed plenty of gourmet food before, and now he had come across an iron-armored crocodile egg, a perfect match for his gourmet cells. The evolution of gourmet cells was thus a natural progression. Boom, boom. In the distance, the second-tier iron-armored crocodile roared furiously, seemingly realizing its egg had been destroyed. It charged at Chufeng with insane speed, determined to tear him apart. Wherever it passed, buildings were violently destroyed. Boom. Chufeng sensed the second-tier iron-armored crocodile approaching with terrifying momentum, unstoppable. Without hesitation, he gripped his battle blade tightly, releasing his aura as he charged toward the iron-armored crocodile at full force. In an instant, Chufeng and the iron-armored crocodile faced off directly. The iron-armored crocodile opened its massive mouth, baring its fangs as it lunged to bite him. Its ferocity was unmatched. Chufeng steadied himself, releasing a powerful gravity field, not tenfold, but 20-fold gravity. Under this immense suppression, even the second-tier beast was significantly affected. The iron-armored crocodile's bite missed, its entire body dragged downward by the intense gravity, causing it to fall to the ground at an angle. Its movements became stiff and sluggish. Chufeng's battle blade gleamed with black light. Taking advantage of the 20-fold gravity, he executed gravity 1000-fold slash, stabbing directly into the iron-armored crocodile's eye. Squelch blood spurted out. Roar! The iron-armored crocodile howled in agony, thrashing around like a headless chicken. Its tail lashed out wildly. Chufeng activated anti-gravity flight, soaring into the air to evade the attacks before diving back down, driving his blade into the iron-armored crocodile's head. The beast convulsed a few times before finally collapsing and dying. The remaining dozen first-tier iron-armored crocodiles, seeing their leader fall, showed fear in their eyes and fled in all directions. Ha! Chufeng withdrew his battle blade, exhaling deeply. He didn't pursue them. Then, he dragged the corpse of the iron-armored crocodile to the side and began roasting it. How is he so strong? Impossible. Shini was shocked to see Chufeng suddenly unleash his strength and counterkill a second-tier iron-armored crocodile. This was not what he wanted to see. He only wanted Chufeng dead. Only with Chufeng gone would he have a chance to rise again. Otherwise, he would forever be oppressed by Chu Feng, with no hope in sight. The old man advised, "Young Master Qin, that boy called Chu Feng is very talented. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. You should befriend him." "Shut up. You're just my bodyguard. Don't meddle in my affairs." Qin scolded angrily. Sigh, the old man sighed helplessly. A talent like Chu Feng, if made a friend, could surely help each other in the future. What a pity! Meanwhile, Chu Feng finished dealing with the iron-armored crocodile, roasting it thoroughly before eating. Eating one first-tier iron-armored crocodile increased his vitality by 1 point, while a second-tier iron-armored crocodile increased it by 5 points. It was much better than eating muscle rats. After all, the iron-armored crocodile was larger and more nutritious. At that moment, Chu Feng noticed the scent of several humans and then heard the sound of footsteps. Looking up, he saw a group of warriors approaching. They were all wearing the same combat uniforms, with the word Storm written prominently on them. Clearly, they were warriors from the Storm Martial Arts Hall. Leading them was a middle-aged man with sunken cheeks who looked very thin, but his aura was powerful, not inferior to a second-tier iron-armored crocodile. He was very likely a late 2-star warrior. "I am Zhang Biao, the Deputy Hall Master of the Storm Martial Arts Hall. Have you seen anyone from the Storm Martial Arts Hall?" the gaunt Zhang Biao asked Chu Feng. About an hour ago, he had received a distress signal from Lin Yaodong, saying that a group of iron-armored crocodiles was attacking. He had rushed over with his men. However, he hadn't found Lin Yaodong and the others, only catching the scent of roasted meat. Following the smell, he discovered this young man. "I've seen them," Chu Feng replied indifferently. "They were all killed by the iron-armored crocodiles. The bodies are over there." Lin Yaodong and the others had indeed been killed by the iron-armored crocodiles, so there was nothing to hide. Hearing this, Zhang Biao's expression darkened. Lin Yaodong was the son of the Hall Master. If something had really happened to him, the Hall Master would be furious, and everyone would have a hard time. Zhang Biao waved his hand. 2 of his subordinates understood the gesture and quickly left. Before long, they returned carrying a bloody and mangled corpse. It was Lin Yaodong. Zhang Biao squatted down to examine it closely, his face growing gloomier. At a glance, he could tell this was Lin Yaodong's body, crushed to death by an iron-armored crocodile. It was a tragic sight. Zhang Biao took a deep breath and looked at Chu Feng. "You're just a 1-star warrior, but the meat you're roasting belongs to an iron-armored crocodile, right?" He had already noticed the scattered bones and teeth around, not just from one iron-armored crocodile, but even a second-tier one. A 1-star warrior could never kill so many iron-armored crocodiles, let alone a second-tier one. Chu Feng responded, "I killed all these iron-armored crocodiles. Is there a problem?" Before Zhang Biao could react, the warriors behind him burst into mockery. "This 1-star weakling thinks he killed so many iron-armored crocodiles? Kid, at least use your brain when lying. A second-tier iron-armored crocodile could crush you with a single step." Zhang Biao raised his hand to signal silence, and the laughter immediately stopped. He narrowed his eyes, carefully studying Chu Feng, trying to uncover what made him special, but he couldn't figure it out. If this young man was telling the truth, then he must be hiding his true strength. If he was right, this boy was undoubtedly a genius. And behind every genius, there was always a powerful backer, either from a prestigious family or an elite of some top academy. Either way, it wasn't someone the Storm Martial Arts Hall could easily provoke. Thinking of this, Zhang Biao began to sweat and dared not say more. He quickly ordered his men to carry Lin Yaodong's body away. Returning with the body would at least provide an explanation to the Hall Master. What the Hall Master decided to do next was not his concern. After Zhang Biao and his men left, Chu Feng also packed up and prepared to return to the city. This combat test had been quite rewarding. His vitality had increased to over 470, allowing him to break through to the mid 1-star level. Now, he was capable of fighting early second-tier fierce beasts. More importantly, he had killed quite a few beasts and could exchange them for a decent amount of subsidy money. The only regret was that the system task had not yet updated. But, it wasn't urgent. He still had some money on hand and could enjoy a good meal. Surely, the system task would update soon. Before dark, Chu Feng entered the city. Coincidentally, he ran into Qin Yi and his bodyguard, Old Gu, also entering the city. Chu Feng recognized Qin Yi. They were in neighboring classes and had seen each other a few times. Qin's family had a high status in Binhai City, and it was said someone from the Qin family worked in the Binhai branch of the Martial Artist Alliance. Qin Yi's face was gloomy, but the bodyguard old Gu smiled at Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't think much of it and went straight home. At the Storm Martial Arts Hall, Hall Master Lin Yashing trembled as he stared at the bloody and mangled corpse of his son, Lin Yaodong. His eyes turned vicious, like an enraged leopard. Deputy Hall Master Zhang Biao and others stood silently to one side. "Have you figured it out?" Lin Yashing asked in a deep voice. Zhang Biao replied, "Based on the current clues, young Master Lin was indeed killed by the iron-armored crocodiles." He had suspected Chu Feng might be involved, but there was no evidence whatsoever. After all, he knew exactly what kind of person Lin Yaodong was: arrogant and domineering. Even if he encountered a stray dog on the road, he would curse at it. If Lin Yaodong had met Chu Feng, he would definitely have threatened him. But that was just speculation. Lin Yashing closed his eyes and sighed, finally accepting the truth. At that moment, someone reported, "Hall Master, young Master Qin from the Qin family is here." Shortly after, Qin Yi strode into the Storm Martial Arts Hall. A few minutes later, Qin Yi left with a sinister smile on his lips. "Zhang Biao, what do you think?" Lin Yashing asked, sitting in his recliner, his expression dark. After some thought, Zhang Biao said, "What young Master Qin said is probably true. But if it is, we cannot touch Chu Feng. Chu Feng has awakened an SSS-level superhuman talent and has been admitted to the Military Martial University. You should know the kind of admission rewards the university provides, Hall Master. If we move against him, the Storm Martial Arts Hall might face disaster." When he first met Chu Feng, he already felt the boy was extraordinary. He never expected Chu Feng to turn out to be the high school student recently making headlines worldwide for awakening an SSS-level superhuman talent. A genius like this could only be dealt with in secret or not provoked at all. Lin Yashing's eyes flickered, his brows furrowing tightly. "Zhang Biao, why do you think young Master Qin told us this?" Zhang Biao thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid he wants to use us to kill Chu Feng." Lin Yashing nodded, agreeing with this view. After all, the Qin family had immense power in Binhai City, with many strong fighters capable of killing Chu Feng. Yet, Qin Yi specifically came to tell him the truth. Wasn't it just an attempt to manipulate others to do his dirty work? After pondering for a while, Lin Yashing sighed and said, "Zhang Biao, find me a woman." Zhang Biao was puzzled. "Master, what do you mean?" Lin Yashing responded, "Chu Feng is not someone we can afford to offend. My only son is dead. I can only have another one. Perhaps the next one will be even stronger." Zhang Biao's eyes lit up. "Master, you are wise." He also felt that trusting Qin Yi's words to seek revenge on Chu Feng was too dangerous. Since the arrogant Lin Yaodong was gone, he could simply have another child. Unaware of all this, after finishing his training, Chu Feng took a bath and went straight to bed. The next morning, he woke up and headed to the Martial Alliance Building's branch office. "Did you kill all these ferocious beasts?" The young lady at the counter was stunned when she saw Chu Feng take out so many muscle rat teeth, as well as the teeth of the armored giant crocodile. After all, the teenager in front of her was just a high school student. No matter how skilled, how could he have killed so many ferocious beasts? Not to mention, he even had the teeth of a second-tier armored giant crocodile. Chu Feng ignored her doubts and instead asked, "How much subsidy can I get for these?" The young lady replied, "According to Alliance regulations, a first-tier ferocious beast earns a subsidy of 100 yuan, and a second-tier ferocious beast earns 1,000 yuan each. I'll register and verify them for you. Leave your account details, and the funds will be transferred directly to you." After leaving the Martial Alliance branch office, Chu Feng immediately embarked on a food spree. Fast food chains, restaurants, food stalls, hotels, he visited almost every place where he could eat. For an entire day, he was either eating or on his way to eat. His blood energy kept increasing. After 2 consecutive days of intense eating, his blood energy broke through to 500, significantly enhancing his strength. More importantly, the system's tasks were updated. Ding! Devour task updated. Task 1, devour a saber-toothed bear, reward, supersonic movement. Task 2, devour a star beast elephant, reward, SSS-level special devouring talent. Choose one and decide quickly. Whoa! There's actually an SSS-level talent ability? This is insane. Seeing the task details, Chu Feng's heart was filled with excitement. Moreover, this devouring talent seemed tailor-made for him. How to put it? With this talent ability, Chu Feng could activate the devouring ability directly with his hands, without needing to eat with his mouth. Using this ability to consume food would have the same effect and taste as eating with his mouth, but it would be faster and more convenient. For example, if he wanted to eat a mussel rat, he would normally have to get familiar with the food and eat it bite by bite, which would take a lot of time. But with the devouring talent, once activated, a surge of devouring energy would erupt from his hand, instantly consuming and digesting the mussel rat. In other words, as long as there was enough food, no matter how much, with the devouring talent, he could eat it all in a short time. The only limitation was that the devouring talent could only consume creatures weaker than himself or ones that were already dead or immobilized. Additionally, this ability could create a portable devouring space to store items, just like a spatial ring. Thus, this SSS-level devouring talent was incredibly appealing to Chu Feng. He had to obtain it. However, upon seeing that the target to be devoured was a star beast elephant, Chu Feng's expression darkened. The star beast elephant was a fifth-tier ferocious beast with formidable innate abilities and terrifying strength. A single star beast elephant could easily destroy a metropolis with a population of over 10 million. According to records, 100 years ago, during a major beast tide, a star beast elephant appeared and swept everything away with a swing of its trunk. But even though a star beast elephant was so powerful that Chu Feng couldn't hunt one down himself, there was still a chance. He still had 2 requests he could make to the military university, and now was the perfect time to use one. So, Chu Feng took out his phone and contacted senior sister Xincheng. As for task 1, the saber-tooth bear, although Chu Feng could kill it, the reward supersonic movement wasn't very attractive to him. Supersonic movement allowed the user to move at speeds exceeding the speed of sound for 5 seconds. It seemed impressive, but with Chu Feng's gourmet cell's talent and his strengthened physique, his movement speed would naturally surpass the speed of sound in the future. Hello, senior sister Xincheng. Speak quickly. I'm busy. I want to use one of my requests. Fine. What do you want? I want a star beast elephant. Hello? Senior sister? Did you hear me? A star beast elephant? That's a bit tricky. It'll take time. Can you wait 5 days? No problem. Chu Feng agreed. This task didn't have a time limit, so he could take his time. Hanging up the phone, Chu Feng felt quite pleased. Meanwhile, in a valley thousands of kilometers away, Xincheng hung up the phone. With a casual slash, a terrifying blade aura tore through the air, killing countless charging ferocious beasts. Is this junior Chu Feng a bit dumb? Using both requests for ferocious beasts? Forget it. I'll help him deal with this first. Muttering to herself, Xincheng transformed into a beam of light and sped away like a meteor. Over the next few days, Chu Feng alternated between devouring large amounts of food and waiting for Xincheng to deliver the star beast elephant. For days later, Chu Feng had consumed a massive quantity of food, increasing his blood energy to 560, just one step away from breaking through to the late stage of the 1-star level. With the nourishment of countless delicacies, his gourmet cell's talent was enhanced, and his physique was significantly strengthened. As his body grew stronger, his gravity talent also improved, allowing him to release 25 times the gravity. At the same time, the subsidy from the ferocious beasts he had previously slain was credited to his account, providing him with a decent income. However, Chu Feng felt a bit anxious. Tomorrow would be the 5th day, and Xincheng still hadn't brought the star beast elephant. Did something happen to her? She should be fine, right? She looked really strong. Chu Feng muttered to himself. Over the past few days, he had looked up information about the military university on the Martial Alliance website, finding quite a bit of news about Xincheng. She really lives up to the title of Goddess Xincheng. She even defeated the Battle Wolf King. Amazing. Wow. Goddess Xincheng is so powerful. She single-handedly dealt with a small-scale beast tide in Jiangnan City. I've heard that Goddess Xincheng has already broken through to become a 6-star warrior. That's terrifying. At that moment, a massive figure descended from the sky. Boom, the ground shook. A colossal black elephant crashed to the ground, its entire body gleaming with a metallic sheen, as though forged from black gold. Two long, curved tusks, a mouthful of sharp teeth, and a trunk stretching over 5 meters long. This alien giant elephant was already dead, with 3 bloody holes in its head. Yet, the aura emanating from its body was still intimidating, so much so that Chu Feng, standing nearby, could feel the oppressive pressure. This was an alien giant elephant. Thud! Suddenly, a figure dropped from the sky, landing on the elephant's body. It was Xin Cheng. She was covered in blood, her face pale. Chu Feng's expression shifted. "You're hurt?" Xin Cheng replied calmly, "Just a minor injury, nothing serious. By the way, I need to borrow your bathroom." With that, she jumped off the alien giant elephant and strode into the house with her long legs. Chu Feng didn't pay her any attention. His gaze was fixed on the alien giant elephant, and his heart was pounding with excitement. Without hesitation, he opened the system interface and selected Task 2. Ding! You have selected the task. Please complete it as soon as possible. The system notification rang out. Chu Feng used a combat knife to cut off a piece of the alien giant elephant's flesh and roasted it. The golden, crispy meat emitted an irresistible aroma. He took a bite. The meat was tender and flavorful, quite delicious. After swallowing, the system notification sounded again. Ding! You have consumed the alien giant elephant. Task completed. Reward, SSS grade special devouring talent ability. Would you like to awaken it? Awaken! Chu Feng silently commanded. Ding! SSS grade special devouring talent successfully awakened. As the system's voice faded, a surge of unique energy erupted within Chu Feng. He felt as though his body had opened up an interdimensional space, capable of devouring everything. So this is the devouring talent? Amazing! Overwhelmed with excitement, Chu Feng began testing his new ability. Placing his left hand on the corpse of the alien giant elephant, he activated Delicious Devour. In the next moment, a twisted black vortex appeared in the palm of his left hand, resembling a miniature black hole, exerting a powerful suction force on the alien giant elephant. Instantly, the alien giant elephant was swallowed into the black vortex. Simultaneously, a delicious, meaty aroma spread across his tongue, as if he had personally devoured the entire alien giant elephant. Incredible! Chu Feng was ecstatic. To think that this alien giant elephant, weighing over a ton, could have taken an hour to eat if consumed traditionally. Now, with the devouring ability, it was done in a second. From now on, he could kill beasts with his right hand and devour them instantly with his left. Just the thought was terrifying. His vitality value had also increased significantly. A 5th-tier alien giant elephant had raised his vitality by nearly 100 points. What a thrill! Even better, Chu Feng raised his right hand, and his palm produced a white vortex. He grinned, waving his right hand, and the combat knife disappeared into the vortex. This was another ability of the devouring talent *** portable devouring space ***. He used his mind to enter this space, finding it to be the size of a single room, capable of storing only non-living items. However, this space would expand as his strength increased. It was like having a god-tier ability. Chu Feng closed the portable devouring space and reopened the system interface. Host * Chu Feng. Vitality * 628/1000. Talent abilities * SSS grade gourmet cells, SSS grade gravity, SSS grade devour. Skills / abilities * gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity thousandfold smash, delicious devour, portable devouring space. Martial artist rank * late stage, 1 star. Devour task * updating. If anyone else saw this interface, they would undoubtedly be shocked. An SSS grade talent ability alone was enough to astonish the world, marking one as a genius among thousands. Yet Chu Feng now had 3 of them utterly monstrous. At that moment, Xin Cheng emerged from the house. She had just taken a shower, her damp hair draped over her shoulders. She was wearing Chu Feng's clothes, which looked loose and casual on her. Only someone blind wouldn't notice how dedicated she was, always attentively taking care of her grandmother. "Why are you wearing my clothes?" Chu Feng asked, dumbfounded. Xin Cheng smiled. "My clothes are dirty, and I didn't bring any spares. If I don't wear yours, whose would I wear?" Chu Feng. To be fair, Xin Cheng had a point. "Oh, right." Xin Cheng glanced around curiously. "Where's that alien giant elephant?" Xu Feng grinned and replied, I ate it. Xin Qing stared at him in disbelief. You ate it? That thing weighs over a ton. How did you finish it so quickly? She had initially wanted to ask why Xu Feng had used one of his requests to exchange for the alien giant elephant. Now, she couldn't believe he had simply eaten it and in just a few minutes. It was truly mind-boggling. Never mind. Xin Qing shook her head. The admission letter from Military Martial University should arrive soon. Unlike other martial artist universities, they start their semester early. You should prepare yourself. Xu Feng nodded. Okay, thanks, Senior Xin Qing. Xin Sheng waved her hand without saying more and walked back into the house. Xu Feng practiced in the courtyard for a while, getting a clearer sense of his abilities before heading back inside. He saw Xin Sheng sitting on the sofa, playing on her phone, occasionally sending messages, possibly chatting with someone. Xu Feng didn't bother her and went straight to take a shower. When he came out, Xin Sheng was no longer in the living room. He assumed she had left. But to his surprise, when he returned to his room, he found Xin Qing asleep on his bed. This. Xu Feng froze for a moment. Shaking his head, he turned and went to sleep in another room. He didn't know how much time had passed before he dozed off, but suddenly, he heard noises from the courtyard in his half-asleep state. A strong scent of blood hit him, jolting him awake. He quickly got up and went outside, only to find two ferocious beasts lying in the courtyard, drenched in blood. Xin Qing stood nearby with her combat knife, her expression grim. Xu Feng recognized the beasts. They were armored giant wasps, second-tier vicious creatures, highly dangerous and venomous. What happened? Xu Feng asked, puzzled. Why are armored giant wasps here? Xin Qing replied coolly, they came to assassinate you. Assassinate me? Xu Feng was even more confused. Why? Xin Qing explained, according to insider information, many people named Xu Feng have recently been killed, ordinary people and martial artists alike. This might have something to do with you awakening 3 SSS grade talent abilities. Xu Feng was stunned. Is that even possible? To be honest, he was indeed incredibly powerful. 3 SSS grade talents, coupled with the ability to grow stronger by devouring beasts. To the beasts, he was bound to become a major threat in the future. Xin Qing continued, in the past, there were human warriors who awakened 3S-level innate abilities, only to be assassinated by fierce beasts. Perhaps the beasts see 3S-level talents as a threat to them, or maybe they simply don't want to witness the rise of human geniuses. Anyway, congratulations. You've now caught the attention of the beasts. Hearing Xin Qing's words, Xu Feng found it hard to believe, yet it seemed reasonable. He still had some doubts. Senior Sister Xin Qing, how do the beasts even know that I've awakened a 3S-level innate ability? Xin Qing explained, many fierce beasts also have their own innate abilities. According to inside sources, some beasts possess an ability to foresee the future. Xu Feng grew worried. If an 8th tier or 9th tier beast comes after me, wouldn't I be doomed? Xin Qing reassured him, don't panic. When beasts above the 7th tier make a move, humanity's powerful warriors will definitely sense it, and someone will step in to stop them. Besides, I'm still alive till now. Xu Feng's eyes flickered as he looked at Xin Qing. Are you saying that you've survived assassination attempts by beasts too? Are you also a 3S-level talent? Xin Qing nodded. Yes. I've been targeted by beasts many times. That year, dozens of people named Xin Qing were killed one after another. Later, for reasons unknown, the assassinations stopped. So, you don't need to worry too much. Xin Qing's words calmed Xu Feng down. She was right. If Xin Qing could survive, why would he be any worse? Especially since he had 3S-level talents and a system cheat. If he still ended up dead, then the protagonist's role might as well be handed over to Xin Qing. Alright, I'm heading back to sleep. Xin Qing lazily said, as for the corpses of the armored giant wasps, you can deal with them yourself. With that, she returned to her room. Xu Feng walked up to the corpses of the armored giant wasps and activated Delicious Devour. In an instant, the two corpses vanished without a trace. However, he still couldn't figure out how the armored giant wasps had entered Coastal City. After all, Coastal City, like other cities, had warriors patrolling around the clock. Even if the wasps could fly, they should have been detected when crossing the city walls. Forget it, no point overthinking. Xu Feng decided, returning to his room to sleep. The next morning, when Xu Feng woke up, Xin Sheng had already left. That same day, Xu Feng received his admission letter from the Military Martial University. As expected, it's Military Martial University. Xu Feng was filled with emotion as he read the letter. Military Martial University started its term a full month earlier than other martial universities. This meant that in 5 days, he would have to depart. Moreover, according to the letter, the early start didn't involve directly entering the university for training but rather being sent to the front lines for a month of military training. Only those who survived would qualify to enter Military Martial University. Xu Feng placed the admission letter into his personal devouring space and left his house. He needed to make the most of his time over the next 5 days to eat and train, aiming to improve his strength further. He had about 300,000 yuan left and planned to spend it all on food. After all, with the delicious devour skill, he could instantly consume any ingredient, no matter how large, saving a lot of time compared to eating with his mouth as before. Xu Feng went directly to the beast trading market and bought a lot of fierce beasts, though most of them were first tier. He devoured them like mad, his internal energy and blood constantly surging. 2 days later, his money was nearly gone, but Xu Feng didn't feel the slightest regret. Instead, he was secretly pleased. 812 vitality points. A peak 1-star warrior. With this level of strength, even if I encounter a peak 2nd-tier fierce beast, I can easily take it down. This thought filled Xu Feng's mind as he returned home in the evening. However, he noticed a few unfamiliar men loitering nearby, their behavior suspicious. Xu Feng frowned. His home was in the outskirts, a standalone courtyard surrounded by a few familiar neighbors. He had never seen these people before. Xu Feng initially wanted to walk over and ask why they were sneaking around near his house. But at that moment, one of the unfamiliar men started walking toward him. Simultaneously, the other 3 deliberately spread out, forming a loose encirclement. Are they here to cause trouble? Xu Feng squinted, his nose twitching slightly. He sensed something unusual. Wait, this scent, it's the scent of the armored giant wasps. They're not even human. Just then, the man approaching Xu Feng suddenly transformed into an armored giant wasp. With a ferocious look in its eyes, it lunged at him, its venomous stinger stabbing mercilessly toward him. At the same time, the other 3 men also morphed into armored giant wasps. Their eyes brimmed with murderous intent as they charged at him recklessly, showing no regard for their lives. Boom! Without hesitation, Xu Feng activated his 30x gravity field, enveloping a 30-meter radius around him. The 4 armored giant wasps were immediately suppressed by the intense gravity, slamming heavily to the ground. Though they weren't crushed to death, their movements were severely restricted. After all, each of them weighed about 100 pounds, and under 30x gravity, they became giants weighing 3,000 pounds, unable to bear the weight. Xu Feng flipped his right hand, and a battle blade flew out from his devouring space. Gripping the handle tightly, he unleashed a powerful aura. With the 30x gravity still active, he slashed down fiercely. Swish! One armored giant wasp's neck was severed, blood spurting out. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive strikes followed, cutting the remaining 3 wasps in half, their blood splattering everywhere. Without hesitation, Xu Feng activated his devouring talent, Delicious Devour, swallowing all 4 armored giant wasps in one go. Not far away, an elderly neighbor stepped out of his house and asked with concern, "Xu Feng, is something wrong?" Xu Feng smiled, "Nothing, Grandpa Wu." The old man said, "That's good. Things haven't been peaceful lately. The news says the beast tide might be coming again." "I understand, Grandpa Wu," Xu Feng replied. Afterward, he took out his phone and called Xinsheng. The call connected. "What is it?" "Senior Sister Xinsheng, I was ambushed by armored giant wasps again. They're too cunning, they disguised themselves as humans and ambushed me near my house as soon as I returned." "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I've already taken them all out." "You actually killed the armored giant wasps? Impressive. Senior Sister, can the armored giant wasps disguise themselves as humans? Is that one of their innate abilities?" "Yes, it's likely a disguise-type talent. The 2 from last time that ambushed you at night also sneaked in disguised as humans." Hearing this, Xu Feng finally understood. The armored giant wasps managed to evade the patrolling warriors and infiltrate the city by relying on this disguise talent. This ability was truly hard to guard against. If it weren't for Chu Feng awakening his talent for gourmet cells, granting him an acute sense of smell, he might have been in grave danger this time. By the way, I have something to tell you. Senior, what is it? You've received your admission letter, haven't you? You freshmen will be gathered and sent directly to the first checkpoint for military training. The journey definitely won't be safe, so you need to be careful. Senior, are you saying there might be beast attacks? Exactly. You're all human geniuses, and naturally, the beasts want to eliminate you. Won't there be warriors to protect us? That's precisely what I want to warn you about. This year is special. Beast activity outside the checkpoints has been frequent, and a large-scale beast tide might occur soon. Many cities outside the checkpoints have already experienced small-scale beast tides. The warriors protecting you will likely only be the elite of the Binhai City Martial Alliance. Even I can't spare myself to help. Understood, Senior. Thanks for the reminder. After chatting a bit more, they ended the call. Returning home, Chu Feng didn't notice anything unusual. He sat on the sofa and opened his phone to check the news. As expected, the situation was grim. The Human Martial Alliance had established 108 checkpoints in a region surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on 1, to protect human safety. Beyond the checkpoints lay the territory of ferocious beasts, which occupied 90% of the planet's land. Inside the checkpoints were human cities, surrounded by walls and buffer zones, but countless beasts still lurked outside the walls. However, the beasts within the checkpoints were only up to Tier 4 in level. If a Tier 5 beast appeared, human experts would immediately take action to eliminate it. Though beasts existed inside the checkpoints, the threat they posed was relatively minor. Completely eradicating them wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Their reproduction rate was simply too fast. Additionally, some believed the beasts within the checkpoints were intentionally left there by humans as training targets for martial warriors. But the situation outside the checkpoints was entirely different. There were Tier 7, Tier 8, and even Tier 9 beasts, and their numbers were not insignificant. As for beasts of other levels, they were innumerable. The large-scale beast tide a century ago reportedly involved over 100 million beasts. If the number of beasts in this tide surpassed 100 million again, the losses to human martial warriors would be catastrophic. Today was the day to report to the Military Martial University. Chu Feng packed his luggage and headed to the Binhai City branch of the Martial Alliance for the gathering. Binhai City had 4 high schools: First High, Second High, Third High, and Fourth High. Besides Chu Feng, who was directly admitted to the Military Martial University, several other students were also accepted. Upon arriving at the designated location, the spacious square was already crowded with people. Although this place normally saw visitors, today it was particularly busy. In the center of the square was a specially designed minibus. Its body was made of carbon fiber and aluminum alloy, boasting exceptional durability. The words, "Military Martial University welcomes you" were written in bold on its side, clearly marking it as the vehicle designated to transport students to the university. Next to the vehicle stood 10 men in military uniforms, each exuding an intimidating presence. They were at least 3-star martial warriors, and Chu Feng could even sense the palpable killing intent emanating from them. These men were undoubtedly seasoned soldiers who had faced life-and-death battles with ferocious beasts. Among them, a square-faced man stood out with an even more imposing aura. He was likely a 4-star martial warrior. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. "Look, isn't that Chu Feng from First High, the one with the 3S-level innate talent?" "Yes, it's him. I've seen him before. I heard he awakened a 3S-level innate ability. He's incredibly talented and even looks handsome." Many people were curious about Chu Feng, while others envied his extraordinary talent. For a moment, Chu Feng became the center of attention. The feeling of being in the spotlight made him slightly uncomfortable. At this moment, the square-faced man approached him. "Hello, I'm Xiaolong, the leader of this escort team. Are you Chu Feng from First High?" "Yes." Chu Feng nodded and handed over his admission letter. Xiaolong took it, glanced at it, nodded, and returned it to Chu Feng before marking Chu Feng on the registration list with a check. "Everyone's here. Xiao Long announced loudly, patting the registration book. Students, gather when your name is called. First Hai, Chu Feng. First Hai, Ni Zimeng. Second Hai, Huang Ting. Third Hai, Zhengyan. Fourth Hai, Li Lulu. This year, only 5 students from Binhai City were admitted to the Military Martial University, far fewer than in other cities. Chu Feng and the other 4 quickly lined up in front of Xiao Long. After a brief explanation, Xiao Long arranged for them to board the vehicle. The 5 students boarded the minibus one by one, followed by Xiao Long and the 10 martial warriors. The vehicle started and drove out of the square. Xiao Long approached the students on the bus. I'm Xiao Long, the leader of this escort team. You are all geniuses. Of humanity, the hope of our kind. We will protect you and ensure your safe arrival at the first checkpoint. If any incidents occur along the way, you must follow orders and not act on your own. The students nodded. Li Lulu, a girl with a small tear mole at the corner of her left eye, raised her hand. Captain Xia, may I ask what level of martial warrior you are? Xiao Long replied, I'm a peak 4-star martial warrior. Most of my teammates are around 3-star. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to protect you, even at the cost of our own lives. Any other questions? Li Lulu smiled. Captain Xia, I'm not doubting your strength, I'm just curious. I have no further questions. Thank you for escorting us. The other students remained silent, their expressions complex. Chu Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of intrigue. A peak 4-star martial warrior leading a team of 10 3-star warriors, such an escort team was considered quite formidable within the checkpoints. After all, even some large private martial arts academies couldn't boast such a lineup. More importantly, the beasts inside the checkpoints typically didn't exceed Tier 5. Traveling from one city to another, barring exceptional circumstances, usually didn't involve encountering beast tides. Even if a beast tide occurred, as long as the numbers weren't in the tens of thousands, the team could easily handle it. With Xiao Long and his team of 11 martial warriors escorting them, safety seemed assured, barring unforeseen events. After a while, the vehicle reached the city gate. The gate was tightly closed, prohibiting passage. Chu Feng glanced out the window and saw soldiers and martial warriors densely packed on the city wall and at the gate. The sheer number of them indicated the urgency of the situation. Beast tide activity was imminent. The vehicle came to a stop. Xiao Long disembarked and exchanged a few words with the city lord of Binhai City, who happened to be Ni Ziming's father. Soon, Xiao Long returned and said, Everyone, the beast tide might arrive at any moment. We can only wait for it to pass before we continue our journey. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted from the city wall. The beast tide is here. The beast tide is here. At the same time, alarms began to blare. Moments later, a series of deafening roars echoed, and the ground trembled violently. Xiao Long's face darkened. He turned to his 10 subordinates and said, Brothers, it seems we must help Binhai City fend off this wave of beasts before we can resume our mission. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Follow the city lord's orders and act immediately. Yes, Captain, the 10 soldiers responded in unison, quickly disembarking from the vehicle. Xiao Long glanced back at Chu Feng and the other 4 companions. You stay in the vehicle and don't wander off, he instructed before stepping out himself. Rumble, the tremors grew stronger, as an overwhelming aura pressed down upon them. Ni Ziming, Huang Ting, Zhengyan, and Li Lulu all wore grave expressions. Chu Feng's nose twitched slightly. From afar, he could already smell the scent of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. There were muscular rats, silver-feathered feral chickens, canine-toothed pigs, armored giant bees, and iron-armored crocodiles, and many other beastly scents he had never encountered before. The number of distinct scents indicated a horde of over 50,000 beasts. Judging by the scale, this was considered a small beast tide. However, for Binhai City, it was still a tremendous challenge. Recalling the city's history, Binhai had faced over 100 beast tides, but those exceeding 50,000 beasts were rare. Once, a tide of 30,000 nearly wiped out the city. Thinking of this, Chu Feng got out of the vehicle. Although Xiao Long had asked him to stay inside, Chu Feng believed his strength was sufficient to participate in the battle. One more warrior meant one more chance of survival. More importantly, he wanted to seize this opportunity to devour beasts and break through to the level of a 2-star warrior. Once he achieved this, he would be able to contend with third-tier beasts, making the journey ahead much safer. Seeing Chu Feng disembark, Ni Ziming hesitated for a moment before following him. Huang Ting, Zhang Yan, and Li Lulu exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and also stepped out of the vehicle. Chu Feng ascended the city wall and saw many warriors already gathered. Alongside the city's military forces, there were many civilian fighters as well. Beast tides were extraordinary events, and every warrior was obligated to participate, though it wasn't mandatory. Yet, whenever a tide struck, the warriors of Binhai City would set aside their personal grudges and unite to protect their home. Standing atop the city wall, Chu Feng gazed into the distance and saw the beast tide entering the buffer zone. Some beasts flew through the air, others charged across the ground. They came in all shapes and sizes, ferocious and relentless. The beasts attacked with wild abandon, their momentum overwhelming and fearless. The warriors on the wall observed the scene with solemn expressions. This beast tide seems unusual. How could there be so many? Can we even hold them off? Binhai City's lord, Ni Quan, the local head of the Warriors Alliance, Qin Shan, Xiaolong, and the leaders of private martial arts schools stood together, their faces heavy with concern as they watched the horde of beasts surging toward them. Lord Ni, this beast tide is larger than any we've faced before. The numbers might exceed 50,000. Can we hold the line? We have no choice but to hold it. If we fail, Binhai City is finished. Lord Mi, will reinforcements arrive from above? I've already sent a report, but I doubt anyone will come. Every city is dealing with beast tides right now, and there are even larger ones beyond the checkpoints. We can only rely on ourselves. Quickly, issue orders for everyone to focus and prepare for battle. Hearing these words, many of those nearby turned pale. This battle would determine the survival of Binhai City. Rumble, the ground tremors grew even more intense. The beast tide approached. At the forefront was a massive swarm of muscular rats, their bodies rippling with muscle and their mouths full of razor-sharp fangs, exuding menace. Close behind were silver-feathered feral chickens, their metallic feathers glinting, their glowing eyes fierce, and their massive claws carving deep grooves into the earth. Then came larger beasts like giant-toothed pigs and iron-armored crocodiles, charging forward in an overwhelming wave. These were all first-tier beasts. In the air, a swarm of armored giant bees roared past in formation, their stingers gleaming with black venom. These were second-tier beasts. There were also third-tier beasts, though fewer in number, trailing behind the first-tier hordes. Among them was a tiger-striped wolf, massive in size, with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. This wolf was a third-tier beast and seemed to be leading the entire tide. The horde moved in response to its roars. City Lord Mi Quan, Qin Shan, Xiaolong, and other warriors stood at the city gates, with tens of thousands of soldiers and civilian fighters behind them. As the beasts drew closer, their expressions grew more somber. Beasts of the same tier were inherently stronger than warriors, and their numbers were more than twice that of the defenders. How could this battle be won? City Lord Mi Quan took a deep breath. Everyone, this is a battle for our survival. We must give it our all. Prepare for battle. As the city lord's command echoed, the soldiers and warriors erupted with energy. Some summoned lightning from their hands, others conjured roaring flames, and some transformed into ferocious tigers, charging forward. Kill! 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 The deafening roars of the soldiers and warriors echoed, as others prepared themselves, their spirits surging, ready to engage. On the city wall, Chu Feng observed everything, his expression shifting slightly. The front line is filled with first-tier beasts, and their numbers are vast. This is the perfect opportunity for me to display my prowess. With his current strength, Chu Feng could handle near third-tier beasts with ease. Facing first-tier beasts was as simple as slicing through melons and vegetables. If he charged into the horde and activated his 40x gravity field, he could crush countless beasts in an instant. By doing so, he could devour them mercilessly, even directly consuming weaker ones. This way, Chu Feng could quickly devour a large number of beasts and rapidly enhance his strength. By the time the third-tier beasts reacted, he would already have the power to face them. With this in mind, Chu Feng hesitated no longer. He immediately unleashed his aura, activated his anti-gravity flight, and transformed into a streak of light as he charged into the beast tide. Simultaneously, the 40x gravity field activated, and with a flip of his right hand, his battle blade was unsheathed. Seeing this, City Lord Mi Quan, Qin Shan, Xiaolong, and others were stunned. On the city wall, Mi Zimeng, Huang Ting, Zhang Yan, Li Lulu, and many others were equally shocked. Holy crap! Who is that guy? Damn! Did he just charge in like that? Hey, is he insane? He's courting death, isn't he? Everyone was in an uproar, finding it hard to believe what they were witnessing. After all, that was a massive beast tide charging into it alone? If that wasn't suicide, then what was? Mi Zimeng, Huang Ting, Zhang Yan, and Li Lulu exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They were also newly admitted students of the Military Martial University, and the beast tide filled them with fear. Yet, Chu Feng had charged into it alone. Mi Quan's face darkened. Who is this reckless kid? What is he trying to do? Xiaolong narrowed his eyes. Damn! Isn't that Chu Feng? He's a newly admitted student of the Military Martial University. I told him to stay in the vehicle. Why did he run out? Mi Quan's expression changed. He's the one who awakened. The 3S tier gifted ability, Chu Feng? Does he really think his talent is invincible? This is utter recklessness. The other martial artists were equally stunned. A student who had just graduated high school, at best a one-star warrior, dared to charge into the beast tide? Was he tired of living? Xiaolong shouted anxiously, he cannot die. With that, he erupted with the aura of a peak 4-star warrior, transforming into a humanoid leopard and rushing forward at lightning speed. With a thunderous boom, Chu Feng had already charged into the beast tide. His feet stomped powerfully on the ground, causing it to crack and explode instantly. A muscular rat was directly crushed under his foot. At the same time, a 40-fold gravity field expanded across a 40-meter radius, immobilizing all first-tier beasts within its range. Chu Feng raised his left hand, activating the Delicious Devour skill, locking onto numerous muscular rats. Instantly, those targeted rats were mercilessly devoured, vanishing without a trace. Around him, muscular rats, silver-feathered fiend chickens, and other ferocious beasts roared, furiously charging at Chu Feng. Yet, the moment they entered the 40-fold gravity field, their bodies were crushed under the pressure, blood streaming from their orifices, leaving them motionless on the ground. In an instant, a vacuum-like zone formed around Chu Feng. Within the 40-meter radius, all beasts lay flattened and immobile. Chu Feng continued devouring the beasts with his left hand. Within seconds, dozens of first-tier beasts were eliminated. What was even more terrifying was that Chu Feng's energy and vitality rapidly increased, and his depleted stamina was instantly replenished. This meant that he had slain dozens of first-tier beasts without expending any energy. In fact, he had surplus strength to spare. This was the horrifying power of the 3S tier gourmet cell gifted ability. As long as there was something to consume, his vitality and stamina would be continuously replenished. Combined with his equally formidable 3S tier gravity and devour gifted abilities, the synergy was simply invincible. Witnessing this scene, all the martial artists were dumbfounded. How is this even possible? Holy crap! Is he really just a high school graduate? Am I hallucinating? He just wiped out dozens of first-tier beasts in one go. That's terrifying. The crowd drew sharp breaths, their faces filled with utter astonishment. City Lord Mi Quan opened his mouth, ready to scold Chu Feng for his recklessness, but swallowed his words and instead exclaimed in awe, how is this kid so strong? Is this really the power of a 3S tier gifted ability? Qin Shan, the manager of the Martial Alliance's Binhai division, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Is he truly just a one-star warrior? Lin Yesang, the master of the Tempest Martial Hall, exchanged glances with his deputy, Zhang Biao, their eyes brimming with shock. Master, did you see that? This kid is Chu Feng. He's even more terrifying than I imagined. It's a good thing we didn't seek revenge against him. Indeed. For someone this fierce, fresh out of high school, he's a genius among geniuses. My son dying at his hands, well, that's an honor in itself. Captain Xiaolong, who had been rushing to save Chu Feng, halted in his tracks upon witnessing Chu Feng's performance. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, this kid. How is he this powerful? Isn't he a new student at the Military Martial University? On the city wall, students Mi Zimeng, Huang Ting, Zhang Yan, and Li Lulu were both shocked and disheartened by Chu Feng's display of strength. They were all recent graduates, yet the gap between them was staggering. Not far away, Xin Yi, who harbored jealousy toward Chu Feng, gritted his teeth in frustration. How can this be? How can this be? He had thought Chu Feng was doomed, yet the latter turned out to be so formidable. Not only was he unharmed, but he also managed to kill dozens of first-tier beasts in one go. Xin Yi's jealousy deepened further. Meanwhile, Chu Feng had devoured dozens of first-tier beasts in one breath, and more beasts surged toward him. Like a tidal wave. In other words, Chu Feng had single-handedly drawn the attention of the entire beast horde. Giant-toothed boars, iron-armored crocodiles, armored giant wasps, mountain-backed apes, and other first- and second-tier beasts charged at him in a frenzy. However, the moment they entered Chu Feng's 40-fold gravity field, the first-tier beasts were instantly crushed and immobilized, while the second-tier beasts, though slightly stronger, also lost their combat capabilities. Chu Feng pushed the delicious devour skill to its limit, instantly locking onto hundreds of beasts, including both first and second-tier ones. The immense devouring force disassembled their bodies, transforming them into delicious energy that surged into Chu Feng's body. In a split second, hundreds of beasts were completely annihilated. Roar! At this moment, a third-tier ferocious beast, the tiger-striped wolf, finally reacted. It let out a ferocious howl, its eyes gleaming with savage light as it charged madly toward Chu Feng. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a terrifying hurricane attack. The violent winds swept through the surroundings, carrying away numerous beasts. In an instant, many beasts were torn to shreds by the gale. As the hurricane stormed into Chu Feng's 40-fold gravity field, it was affected but still retained formidable destructive power. Chu Feng's gaze turned cold. He raised his right hand, his battle blade infused with 40 times gravity, and slashed fiercely. Swish! The hurricane impact was instantly dispersed. Howl! The tiger-striped wolf took advantage of the dissipating hurricane, leaping towards Chu Feng from afar, appearing above him, and striking down with its sharp, massive claws. The 40 times gravity slowed its movements but failed to crush it. Chu Feng, quick-eyed and swift-handed, dodged the giant claws. Boom! The claws struck the ground heavily, shattering it on the spot. The shockwave killed many nearby ferocious beasts. Chu Feng remained unharmed and countered by devouring hundreds of first-tier ferocious beasts in front of him, quickly restoring his vitality. Mi Quan, Qin Shan, and all the other warriors witnessing this astonishing scene were filled with fervor. How is this possible? Even third-tier ferocious beasts can be dealt with? Didn't he just graduate? How does he have such powerful combat strength? Facing 50,000 ferocious beasts alone, and still holding the advantage? Is he even human? Countless warriors were left speechless in shock. Facing such a massive beast horde, everyone had prepared for sacrifice. Yet, Chu Feng charged into the beast tide single-handedly, drawing the attention of all the ferocious beasts and eliminating hundreds. Within seconds. Even a 4-star warrior would struggle to achieve such a feat. Mi Ziming, Huang Ting, and other students from Chu Feng's cohort were completely dumbfounded. They knew Chu Feng had awakened a 3S-level innate ability and was a genius. They had thought the gap between them and Chu Feng wasn't too large, as they all started from the same point, with Chu Feng being just slightly stronger. But now they realized the disparity in strength was like heaven and earth. Don't forget, they struggled to deal with even a single first-tier muscle rat. At this moment, City Lord Mi Quan snapped back to his senses, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, "Everyone! Follow Chu Feng! Kill all the ferocious beasts! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The other warriors, inspired and filled with fervor, their eyes brimming with killing intent, charged at the beast tide like wild animals. Xia Long, watching Chu Feng's godlike and demonic figure, took a deep breath and muttered under his breath, "This kid isn't human." Without saying more, he directly charged into the beast tide. Unleashing his peak 4-star strength, transforming into a humanoid leopard, moving at incredible speed, and slashing with his sharp claws, leaving ferocious beasts dead one after another. Chu Feng was surrounded by tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, but as soon as they entered the gravity field, they were suppressed and posed no threat to him. Only the third-tier tiger-striped wolf could withstand the 40 times gravity and launch attacks on Chu Feng. However, all its attacks were easily dodged or countered by Chu Feng. With Xia Long, Mi Quan, and other warriors joining the battle, Chu Feng's pressure lessened. He even had the energy to devour the already dead ferocious beasts. Batch after batch of ferocious beasts were instantly devoured. All of this left the warriors in shock. What kind of combat technique is this kid practicing? How is it so powerful? It must be a heaven-level combat technique. Heaven-level combat technique? Impossible. I think it's his 3S level innate ability. No, his innate ability is superhuman gourmet cells, right? What's the connection to devouring? Could devouring also be his innate ability? Don't joke around, no one has ever awakened two innate abilities at the same time. Ice explosion. Thunder blade. Fireball. The warriors unleashed their innate abilities, frantically attacking the ferocious beasts. Soon, many ferocious beasts were eliminated, but the human warriors also paid a price. A one-star martial artist was surrounded and attacked by several muscle rats, ultimately meeting a tragic death beneath their sharp teeth. A two-star martial artist was stung by the venomous stinger of an armored giant bee, succumbing to an agonizing death. Even a three-star martial artist was rammed to death by several colossal tusked boars. The battlefield was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing, making for a horrifying scene. Hisses at that moment, a spine-chilling sound echoed, causing everyone's skin to crawl. Immediately after, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura rapidly enveloped the area. In an instant, the expressions of all the martial artists present changed, and even the ferocious beasts appeared panicked and uneasy. As this immense aura descended, the entire battlefield fell silent. The human martial artists felt an immense pressure pressing down on them. Some of the weaker ones, whose vitality was already depleted, were directly immobilized, their faces pale as paper. The beasts, too, were overcome with fear. Chu Feng, wrapped in this overwhelming aura, felt his blood and energy surging uncontrollably within him. His eyes swept the scene and caught sight of a massive serpent swiftly approaching from the edge of the buffer zone. The serpent stretched over 100 meters in length, its entire body covered in metallic scales that shimmered as though forged from gold. It slightly opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and a long, black tongue flicked out. Its speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it had appeared before the crowd. Hiss! Hiss! The golden python. A Tier 4 beast, the golden python. Countless martial artists gasped in shock, their scalps tingling. Many staggered back in fear, some even collapsing to the ground, faces pale and bodies trembling. Chu Feng's expression was grave, though his mind remained calm. This golden python was a late-stage Tier 4 beast. In the vicinity of Binhai City, it was perhaps the most powerful beast. This beast tide was very likely orchestrated by it. At this moment, the golden python's cold eyes locked onto Chu Feng, a peculiar glint flashing within them. Its massive tail suddenly lifted and swept horizontally toward Chu Feng. Dodge quickly, shouted both City Lord Mi and Captain Xia in unison. Chu Feng's expression shifted drastically. He immediately activated his anti-gravity flight, shooting into the sky like an arrow, leaving the bowstring narrowly evading the attack. However, other martial artists and many beasts were caught by the tail sweep, instantly exploding into pieces and dying on the spot. As Chu Feng flew into the air, the golden python's cold eyes gleamed. It raised its head, opened its mouth, and spat out a ball of golden flames, rushing directly toward him. Intense heat waves rolled out, as if igniting the very fabric of space. Chu Feng felt an enormous sense of danger. Without a doubt, the golden python's target was him. Perhaps Chu Feng had long been marked for assassination, or it was his earlier display of power that had been too intimidating, necessitating his elimination. Just as Chu Feng prepared to abandon anti-gravity flight and attempt a free-fall escape, a ball of frozen energy, condensed from ice, whistled through the air and collided with the fiery mass. Boom! Two opposing forces clashed, unleashing a deafening explosion, and the space rippled like water. Although Chu Feng wasn't directly hit, the shockwave swept over him, causing a faint sting on his skin. One could easily imagine that if he had been struck by the fireball, even with the extraordinary abilities granted by his gourmet cells, he would not have escaped unscathed or even alive. A Tier 4 beast was truly no joke. City Lord Me called out to Chufeng, "Kid, I'll handle the golden python. You go assist the others." The formidable power Chufeng had displayed on the battlefield had terrified the beasts, as he had slaughtered hundreds of them in a short time. He was the greatest threat to their side. He absolutely could not be allowed to die. The outcome of this war hinged on Chufeng. As long as Chufeng lived, there was hope for victory. If Chufeng fell, the battle would be lost. Chufeng nodded in thanks to City Lord Me and swiftly landed. The fourth-tier golden python roared and directly chased after Chufeng. Indeed, its target was Chufeng. This human was too terrifying and must be eliminated, otherwise, it would spell disaster for the beasts. "Beast, your opponent is me," City Lord Me shouted, unleashing the ice spear skill. Dozens of icy spears shot toward the golden python like a storm. The spears struck, piercing the python's scales, and a layer of frost quickly covered its body, chilling to the bone. For a moment, the python seemed frozen. Crack! Crack! But in the next second, the ice layer cracked and shattered, and the golden python broke free from the ice, roaring thunderously. Its roar spread like a horn, seemingly enraging the surrounding beasts, which charged madly at Chufeng. Damn it! The beasts are targeting Chufeng. Xiaolon's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Protect Chufeng!" Other soldiers and martial artists echoed, "Protect Chufeng! Protect Chufeng!" Ordinary martial artists were stunned, but soon joined in, shouting loudly, "Protect Chufeng! Protect Chufeng!" Seeing the beasts gathering again, Chufeng remained calm. All right, targeting me? The one thing I fear least is being targeted." With that, he dashed to one side at incredible speed. Tens of thousands of beasts frantically pursued him. As he retreated, he maintained a 40 times gravity field, preventing first-tier and second-tier beasts from approaching him. Instead, they were slain and devoured by him. All the martial artists watched in astonishment as Chufeng successfully lured the beasts away, leaving none near them. Holy crap! He lured all the beasts away. Are all these beasts after that kid? What are you all standing around for? Go help him. Yeah, kill them. All the martial artists charged at the beasts, engaging in a frenzied battle. The martial artists on the city walls watched the bizarre scene unfold, stunned. Everyone seemed to think, losing this war is acceptable. But Chufeng must not die. Roar! A third-tier beast, the tiger-striped wolf, roared and charged at Chufeng with insane speed, its mouth open, unleashing a hurricane-like shockwave. Chufeng was about to slash it with his blade when Xiaolong moved even faster, flashing over and swinging his massive claw, using the skill earth-ripping claw to tear apart the hurricane shockwave. "Kid, leave this tiger-striped wolf to me," Xiaolong said coldly. "All right," Chufeng nodded. "Captain Xia, I'll leave it to you." In this battle, the strongest beasts were the golden python and the tiger-striped wolf. With both of them being held off, the other beasts were only first-tier or second-tier, posing no threat to Chufeng and instead becoming nourishment for him. Chufeng fought more fiercely, devouring more beasts and continuously increasing his strength. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Chufeng's body, his blood surging. He had broken through to become a 2-star martial artist. As Chufeng entered the 2-star martial artist stage, his gourmet cells became more active, further enhancing his body. His muscles bulged, and his strength surged. At the same time, his gravity and devouring talents also improved. Boom! A 50 times gravity field expanded, covering a radius of 50 meters. Within the range, some first-tier beasts were directly crushed to death. Chufeng's devouring skill, Delicious Devour, was activated, capable of locking onto over 100 ferocious beasts, whether alive or dead, as long as they were no higher than Tier 3. None could escape, all swallowed in one bite. Beasts like the armored giant bee and the iron-armored giant crocodile, Tier 2 ferocious beasts, were like tofu before Chufeng, cut down with a single strike. All the warriors were dumbfounded. Hiss, he actually broke through during the battle? The ferocious beasts are crushed before they even get close to him, it's terrifying. he devoured over 100 ferocious beasts in one go? Is he even human? The crowd was utterly shocked. Chu Feng continued slaughtering and devouring thousands of ferocious beasts. As the devouring count increased, his vitality and strength surged continuously, and his speed in killing beasts grew faster and faster. The Tier 4 golden python sensed danger and tried to break free to kill Chu Feng, but was firmly held back by City Lord Mi, unable to escape. If this continued, all the ferocious beasts would be slaughtered, and Chu Feng would grow increasingly powerful. Realizing this, the golden python roared furiously, as if issuing an order. The next second, all the ferocious beasts stopped attacking and frantically retreated in one direction. The beast tide is retreating. We won. We've defended Binhai City. The warriors cheered excitedly. Chu Feng stared at the fleeing beasts and, without hesitation, chased after them madly. These were his source of power, how could he let them go so easily? Swish, 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 he swung his battle blade, stacking 50 times gravity, cutting down one beast after another swiftly. Seeing Chu Feng single-handedly chasing the beast tide and slashing wildly, the warriors were stunned again. Hiss! He's still chasing the beast tide? Too fierce. Is he really just a beginner warrior? They had seen beast tides besiege warriors, but never a warrior chasing down a beast tide. Hiss! The Tier 4 golden python roared furiously, its massive tail suddenly slamming toward Chu Feng. Chu Feng's expression changed, and he immediately retreated explosively. Boom! The ground was struck, creating a massive trench. Cracks spreading, and many ferocious beasts were smashed into pulp. Chu Feng wasn't directly hit by the tail, but was pushed back by the shockwave, sliding on the ground with his battle blade embedded in the earth to stabilize himself. In the distance, under the golden python's protection, the beast tide retreated from the buffer zone and then scattered into the wilderness. Chu Feng no longer pursued but activated Delicious Devour, swallowing all the dead ferocious beasts that hadn't been devoured yet, not even sparing the pulp. Instantly, his vitality surged within, his strength greatly increased, and he broke through again. He immediately entered the system interface. Host, Chu Feng Vitality, 2380/5000 innate abilities, SSS grade gourmet cells, SSS grade. Gravity, SSS grade devour skills/abilities, gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity 1000-pound drop. Delicious Devour, portable Devour Space Warrior level, mid-tier 2-star Devour mission, updated. Seeing this, Chu Feng was ecstatic. Already a mid-tier 2-star warrior? Truly worthy of SSS grade innate abilities. The growth speed is insane. From awakening his abilities until now, it hadn't even been a month. His growth speed was simply unmatched. Even more terrifying was that as a mid-tier 2-star warrior, Chu Feng's strength was already enough to contend with late-stage Tier 3 ferocious beasts. In other words, he was invincible until reaching 4-star warrior level. At this moment, all the warriors looked at Chu Feng differently. There was shock, fear, but more than anything, admiration. This beast tide was the largest in history. Everyone thought Binhai City would inevitably fall this time, but unexpectedly, within just a few minutes of the battle starting, the beast tide retreated in panic. The key hero behind this was Chu Feng. Without Chu Feng, this beast tide would have caused countless warriors to sacrifice their lives. Without Chu Feng, Binhai City would have long been lost. City Lord Mi looked at Chu Feng and gasped in astonishment, "This kid! I never thought Binhai City would produce such a monster." Captain Xiaolong stared at Chu Feng with disbelief and muttered, "As expected of the genius admitted to Military Martial University under special circumstances." Lin Yashen, the owner of Storm Martial Arts Hall, secretly felt fortunate. "Luckily, I didn't seek revenge on him, or I'd be the one dead." Other warriors were also shocked by the terrifying strength Chu Feng displayed, while only Xin Yi was mentally collapsing, even feeling a bit scared. How can he be so strong? How is this possible? The beast tide retreated, and the war ended. However, the impact continued to spread. As the news returned to the city, countless people cheered and celebrated. At the same time, Chu Feng became famous overnight. On the streets and in alleys, people of all ages were discussing the legendary deeds of Chu Feng on the battlefield. Brother Chu Feng is amazing. He single-handedly killed thousands of ferocious beasts and scared off the entire beast tide. It's terrifying. That's right, Chu Feng is my idol. I want to marry Chu Feng. If only Chu Feng were my son. However, Chu Feng was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he was already sitting on the minibus heading to the first checkpoint. Mi Zimeng, Wang Ting, Zhang Yan, and Li Lulu had been staring at Chu Feng with admiration ever since they got on the bus. They were all high school graduates and soon-to-be first-year students at Military Martial University, yet the gap in strength was so vast. The four of them had turned pale with fear as they watched the beast tide crazily charge at the city wall, not even having the courage to fight. But Chu Feng? He had charged into the beast tide alone, killed thousands of ferocious beasts, and even chased the retreating beast tide to continue slaughtering them. He was too fierce. Could this really be something a freshly graduated high school student could do? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Captain Xiao Long's gaze toward Chu Feng had also changed. His mind kept replaying Chu Feng's terrifying performance on the battlefield, leaving him unable to calm down for a long time. He even suspected that Chu Feng wasn't just a freshly graduated high school student. How could a newly admitted university student possibly have the aura of charging through ferocious beasts with such dominance? Even he, a 4-star warrior, couldn't achieve that. Xiao Lon's other team members were equally stunned by the strength Chu Feng had displayed, unable to utter a word. Chu Feng paid no attention to their gazes. At this moment, he was opening the system to check the devouring mission. During the previous battle, he had devoured thousands of ferocious beasts, accumulating a large number of devouring points, and the mission had already been updated. He hadn't had time to look at it then, but now he finally had the chance. It was still a choice between two tasks. Task 1, devour the Scythe Fierce Fox, reward, Cannon Fist. Task 2, devour the Hell Gorilla, reward, Crust Cutting. Cannon Fist was a low-grade yellow-level combat technique that could unleash a powerful strike by compressing air. If combined with the robust physique provided by gourmet cells and gravity abilities, the power of Cannon Fist would be greatly enhanced. Crust Cutting, on the other hand, was a low-grade heavenly-level blade technique. When mastered to the extreme, a single slash could cut through a planet's crust, with terrifying power. If the cultivation is perfected and combined with the gravity ability, its power could rival a mid-tier heaven-grade blade technique, capable of splitting a planet in half with one strike. In comparison, the reward of crust cutting is evidently more valuable. However, the Hell Gorilla is a Tier 7 ferocious beast, making it far more challenging to hunt than the Tier 3 Scythe Fox. Nevertheless, Chu Feng still had one last option. He could ask senior sister Xinqing for help. The vehicle left Binhai City smoothly, without encountering any beast attacks, so uneventful it felt almost unreal. After 3 hours of travel, less than 50 kilometers from Qingzhou City, a small beast tide appeared ahead, besieging a group of military martial artists. The vehicle came to a stop. Captain Xiao Long frowned as he looked ahead. Damn, isn't that old Zhang and his team? Chu Feng, come with me to help. The rest of you stay in the car and wait. Although this beast tide consisted of about 1,000 beasts, most were Tier 1 and Tier 2, with only 1 or 2 Tier 3 beasts, posing no real threat. Besides, with Chu Feng taking action, these mere 1,000 beasts wouldn't even be enough to fill his devouring points. During the beast tide in Binhai City, Chu Feng's performance had been terrifying, and everyone had immense confidence in him. All right. Chu Feng agreed readily. In fact, even if Xiao Long hadn't called him, he would have gone to help. 1,000 beasts were essentially living blood energy points. As for danger, there was no need to worry. Chu Feng followed Xiao Long out of the car with great enthusiasm, and the two charged toward the battlefield. The others in the car leaned against the windows, watching. There are too many beasts. Brothers, fight as we retreat. Captain Zhang commanded loudly. But breaking out of the beast horde seemed nearly impossible. The beasts swarmed densely, leaving no path for retreat. Captain, we can't retreat. Captain, there are too many beasts. Several team members, covered in blood, faces pale, but with determined expressions, seem to have resolved to face life and death. No choice left. Brothers, we can only fight to the death. In the next life, let's still be brothers. Kill. Captain Zhang abandoned the idea of retreat, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Ready to make a desperate stand. Kill. Kill. The other team members also fought with all their might. Just as they were about to be overwhelmed by the beast tide, a figure descended rapidly from the sky. Before the person even landed, an astonishing gravitational force pressed down instantly, immobilizing countless beasts in the vicinity. Tier 1 beasts were crushed to death on the spot, while Tier 2 beasts were pinned down, bleeding from their mouths and noses. Then, Chu Feng landed. Raising his left hand, he activated Delicious Devour, targeting over 100 beasts and absorbing them in one swift motion. In an instant, over 100 beasts vanished without a trace. Captain Zhang and the other martial artists were all wide-eyed, utterly stunned. What the hell? Who was this young man? He was unbelievably powerful. As they were still in shock, Chu Feng swung his blade with his right hand, instantly killing several Tier 2 beasts, while his left hand continued to devour hundreds more. Captain Zhang and his team were completely dumbfounded. On the other side, Captain Xiaolong had already transformed into his beast form, unleashing his full power as he charged into the beast horde, his claws sweeping through. Swish, 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 within seconds, dozens of Tier 1 beasts were slaughtered. He then broke through the beast tide at an astonishing speed and joined up with Captain Zhang and his team. Captain Xia? Seeing Xiaolong, Captain Zhang was both surprised and overjoyed. Xiaolong said, "Old Zhang, stick close to me and break through." After speaking, he relied on his 4-star combat power to forcibly tear open a path through the beast tide, leading Captain Zhang and the others out of danger. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was surrounded by the beast horde, but not a single ferocious beast could approach him. Any beast that came within 50 meters of Chu Feng was immobilized by 50 times the gravity. Only a very few third-tier beasts could withstand the gravity and get closer, but they were all slain by Chu Feng with a single slash. Captain Zhang and his team were safe, though still shaken, their eyes fixed on Chu Feng's battle. Captain Xia, should we go over and help? Captain Zhang asked worriedly. Xiaolong replied calmly, "No need, that kid is no ordinary person." This mere 1,000 or so ferocious beasts, without any above the 4th tier, were far from enough for Chu Feng to handle. After all, Chu Feng had been chasing and slaughtering tens of thousands of beasts with ease. Who exactly is that kid? His innate ability is too strong. He must be gravity-based, right? Too fierce. In less than a minute, hundreds of beasts are gone. Terrifying. Captain Zhang and his team watched as Chu Feng swept through the battlefield like a war god, deeply shaken. Xiaolong said, "That's Chu Feng, the only student in Binhai City High School to awaken a 3S-level innate ability." Hearing this, Captain Zhang and the others' expressions changed dramatically. What? He's the only 3S-level innate ability user this year? So it's him. No wonder he's extraordinary. 3S-level innate abilities are truly terrifying. On the vehicle, Mi Ziming, Li Lulu, and others also saw Chu Feng slaughtering wildly amidst the beast tide. Astonished. The more Chu Feng fought, the fiercer he became. The more beasts he devoured, the more vigorous his energy and blood, and his strength continued to grow. The beasts charged madly, but still couldn't get close to Chu Feng. Some beasts launched long-range attacks, but under the influence of 50 times gravity, most of the attacks missed entirely. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed, and a massive thunderball came hurtling over. Violent currents flashing everywhere, killing many beasts. The thunderball rushed into the 50 times gravity field at high speed. Although its speed was affected, it still headed straight for Chu Feng. The electric currents Struck Chu Feng, numbing his entire body, but causing no significant injuries. With his 3S-level gourmet cell ability, his physical body had reached an astonishing level of strength. Chu Feng abruptly retreated. Boom! The thunderball smashed into the ground, the explosion deafening, creating a crater dozens of meters deep, leaving no nearby beasts alive. The shockwave from the explosion swept out, lifting the ground and forcing Chu Feng to retreat repeatedly. Swish! Chu Feng stabbed his battle blade into the ground to stabilize himself. Then looked up. Thunder Frog! His gaze darkened as he recognized the beast that had ambushed him. It was a mid-third tier ferocious beast and the strongest in this wave of the beast tide. Boom! Chu Feng stomped the ground, causing it to crack instantly, and his figure shot toward the Thunder Frog like lightning. The Thunder Frog sensed him and suddenly opened its mouth, shooting out a massive, electrified tongue straight at Chu Feng. Swish! Chu Feng slashed furiously. The blade light flashed, and the Thunder Frog's tongue was cut in half, blood splattering everywhere. Croak! The Thunder Frog let out a miserable cry. Chu Feng's speed didn't falter. His figure whistling past, his battle blade enhanced with 50 times gravity, slicing through the Thunder Frog's waist in one stroke. Squelch! Squelch! The Thunder Frog spewed blood and collapsed, its internal organs spilling out. It struggled a few times before dying. Chu Feng maintained his striking posture, exuding an overwhelming aura. This scene left Xiaolong, Captain Zhang, and Mi Ziming and the others in the vehicle completely stunned. One slash to kill a third-tier ferocious beast, the Thunder Frog? How could he be this strong? Is it for real? Hey, is he really a high school graduate from the same year as us? Mi Zimeng, Huang Ting, Zhengyan, and Li Lulu were all shocked. Seeing Chu Feng chasing and killing the beast horde in Binhai City was already astonishing enough, but now they witnessed him instantly kill a third-tier ferocious beast. The Thunder Frog. Xiaolong, Captain Zhang, and others were also stunned. One strike to take down the Thunder Frog. Are we sure he's a high school graduate? Is this what a genius looks like? Too strong. Unbelievable. After Chu Feng killed the Thunder Frog, the other ferocious beasts seemed to lose their backbone, scattering in chaos and fleeing in all directions. How could Chu Feng let them escape? These were living flesh and blood. He activated a 50x gravity field and charged forward at an astonishing speed, crushing all first-tier and second-tier ferocious beasts along the way. Simultaneously, his left hand activated the devouring ability, Delicious Devour, which instantly locked onto hundreds of ferocious beasts and forcibly consumed them. Chu Feng was far stronger than them. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape his grasp. In less than a minute, all the ferocious beasts were completely devoured. The battlefield was left with nothing but craters and blood. Xiaolong, Captain Zhang, Mi Ziming, and others gasped in shock. Over 1,000 ferocious beasts were wiped out by Chu Feng alone, and he even cleaned up the battlefield thoroughly. Terrifying. Chu Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. His body was brimming with power, and he felt significantly stronger. Truly, the more he fought, the stronger he became. Opening the system interface, he saw his blood energy value had reached approximately 2,600, solidly placing him as a late-stage 2-star warrior. Invincible. Below 4 stars, evenly matched above 4 stars. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Xiaolong, Captain Zhang, and others approached, each staring at Chu Feng with eyes full of disbelief. Chu Feng touched his face and asked, with a smile, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there dirt on my face?" "Ha ha." Xiaolong laughed. Heartily, "No, we just think you're too abnormal." Captain Zhang said, "Exactly, you're too fierce. Honestly, you're the most incredible genius I've ever seen." He knew that for a high school graduate to be able to fight second-tier ferocious beasts was already impressive. Even among martial artist families, it was impossible to cultivate an 18-year-old who could instantly kill third-tier ferocious beasts and sweep through beast hordes single-handedly. After chatting with Captain Zhang and the others for a while, Xiaolong and Chu Feng got into the car and continued heading toward the first checkpoint. But at this moment, the mindset of everyone in the car had completely changed. Previously, Ni Zimeng and the others were afraid of encountering ferocious beasts. Along the way, worried about losing their lives. Now, seeing how strong Chu Feng was, they were no longer worried. If ferocious beasts appeared, Chu Feng alone could handle them. This journey was secure. Ni Zimeng and Li Lulu looked at Chu Feng with eyes full of admiration and infatuation. Huang Ting and Zhang An felt the same, wishing they could immediately become his disciples. Xia Long and the other 10 military martial artists also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, they were tasked with escorting Chu Feng and the others to the first checkpoint, and the pressure was immense. They had already prepared for sacrifices. After all, such incidents had happened many times before, with many military martial artists being surrounded and annihilated by beast hordes while escorting students. Now, seeing how strong Chu Feng was, the worries weighing on their hearts were finally lifted. Chu Feng had no idea what they were thinking. At this moment, he took out his phone from the devouring space and called Senior Sister Shinqing. The call connected. Hello, Senior Sister Shinqing, are you busy? Just finished. What's up? Are you all okay? Encountered a beast-tide attack, but the crisis has been resolved. We're on our way to the first checkpoint. Alright, why are you calling? Senior Shin Qing, can I make one last request? I want a hell gorilla, is that okay? You want a hell gorilla? Alright, let me check. Chu Feng hung up the phone. If he could get the hell gorilla, devouring it would grant him the reward heaven-level blade technique, crust cutting, and his strength would skyrocket. He was thrilled. At that moment, the phone rang again. It was Senior Shinqing calling. Hello, Senior Shinqing. The hell gorilla you wanted has already been secured for you. Huh? That fast? There was a hell gorilla in the beast-tide outside this checkpoint. It was killed, and the corpse was brought back. I've already reported it to the higher-ups and said it's reserved for you. Great. If nothing unexpected happens, I should arrive at the first checkpoint tomorrow. Alright, call me when you get here. Chu Feng hung up the phone, his heart brimming with joy. He hadn't expected to get the hell gorilla so quickly. The journey went smoothly, and he arrived at the first checkpoint the next day. Chu Feng looked around. The first checkpoint was incredibly majestic, with city walls towering hundreds of meters high and an unimaginable thickness. However, the walls weren't perfect, there were signs of repairs and even several large craters. The buffer zone was filled with craters. Scattered. Chu Feng didn't think much and chose a bed by the window. He took out his daily necessities from the devouring space and placed them neatly. Huang Ting and Zhang An also chose beds near Chu Feng and began organizing their belongings. Have you heard? This year's top scorer, Chu Feng, who possesses 3S-level gifted abilities, is in our class. There is someone named Chu Feng in our class, but we don't know if he's the one with the 3S-level gifted abilities. It's been years since we've seen a 3S-level talent, right? I really want to see what this 3S-level gifted student looks like. We'll find out sooner or later. Several nearby students were discussing animatedly. Chu Feng listened to their words, smiled, and didn't respond. As expected, geniuses always become the center of attention wherever they go. After organizing his belongings, he glanced at the time. There were still a few hours left until the evening freshman assembly. He took out his phone and called Shen Chang. Chu Feng couldn't stop thinking about the hell gorilla. Hello, Senior Shinqing, I've already arrived at the first checkpoint, in Dormitory 001 of the Military Training Department. Alright, meet me at the small hill behind the dormitory. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng left the dormitory and headed to the small hill Shinqing had mentioned. There, several pairs of male and female students were chatting and flirting. Wow, what's that? A fierce beast? Someone's flying while carrying a fierce beast. Damn. Who is that? That's incredible. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. Many students in the dormitory also saw it and exclaimed in surprise. The windows of the entire dormitory were crowded with curious and excited faces. Chu Feng noticed the commotion and looked up. He saw Xinsheng descending while carrying a massive fierce beast. Boom! Xinsheng threw the fierce beast at Chu Feng's feet and said, "I brought you the hell gorilla." Chu Feng's gaze fell on the hell gorilla. Its body was covered in black fur, with well-developed muscles and sharp fangs. Even though it was already dead, it still exuded an oppressive aura. Chu Feng felt a powerful pressure. This was indeed a 7th-tier fierce beast. He took a deep breath and looked at Xinsheng. He noticed her hand was wrapped in bandages, clearly injured, and asked with concern, "Senior Xinsheng, what happened to your hand?" Xinsheng replied, "Just a broken bone. Compared to others, I'm considered lucky." During the beast tied outside the checkpoint this time, although human warriors successfully repelled it, the losses were extremely heavy. 1 8-star warrior, 5 7-star warriors, and 10 6-star warriors were sacrificed. The casualties among warriors of other levels were even harder to count. "It's nothing, I'll be leaving now," Xinsheng said, and before Chu Feng could respond, she turned into a blur and quickly disappeared. At this moment, the small hill and the dormitory were in an uproar. Who was that girl just now? She's so beautiful. Goddess. She's definitely a goddess. Wow, I just looked her up. She's Senior Xinsheng, the goddess of the Military Martial University. No way? She's even more amazing than the legends. Ah, what's the relationship between Goddess Xinsheng and that guy? Who is that guy? Why did Senior Xinsheng bring him a fierce beast? Is this a love token? Are you kidding? Who would use a fierce beast as a love token? Chu Feng completely ignored the gossip. He directly opened the system interface, selected Task 2, and immediately activated Delicious Devouring. In one bite, he swallowed the hell gorilla. Instantly, he felt his vitality surge, his body grow stronger, and he was filled with power. As soon as he looked at the system interface, he exclaimed, "Whoa!" His vitality had directly increased by 1,000, reaching nearly 3,600. He was only 2 or 300 vitality points away from the peak of a 2-star warrior. No wonder it was a 7th-tier ferocious beast. However, the best part was yet to come. Ding! Successfully devoured the hell gorilla. Mission completed. Reward, combat skill crust cutting. Would you like to train? Without hesitation, Chu Feng immediately mentally commanded to train. Ding! Crust cutting training successful. Detailed information about crust cutting instantly appeared in his mind. He opened the system interface. Host, Chu Feng Vitality, 3589/5000. Innate abilities, SSS-level Gourmet Cells, SSS-level Gravity, SSS-level Devouring. Innate ability development. Gravity Field, Anti-Gravity Flight, Gravity 1000-pound Drop, Delicious Devouring, Portable Devouring Space. Combat Skills, Heaven-level Crust Cutting, Beginner, Warrior level, 2-star Late-stage Devouring Mission. Updating. Satisfied, Chu Feng closed the system interface and decided to find a place to test the power of crust cutting. He locked onto a towering mountain in the distance and activated anti-gravity flight, flying toward it at maximum speed. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. The mountain stood over 5,000 meters tall. With a wave of his right hand, a battle blade appeared from the devouring space. Taking a deep breath, he activated crust cutting. Swish! A terrifying white blade aura swept across thousands of meters, tearing through the air and instantly slicing through the mountain. In the next second, the blade aura slashed diagonally through the mountain's midsection, cutting the entire mountain in half. Whoa! So powerful! Chu Feng was utterly shocked. The mountain seemed as fragile as tofu under the crust cutting technique, easily split apart. Truly worthy of being a heaven-level combat skill. However, after executing the move, Chu Feng felt completely drained, as if his body had been hollowed out. He was utterly exhausted. With his current strength, he couldn't fully unleash the power of crust cutting. Otherwise, its power would be even more terrifying. If crust cutting is combined with gravity abilities, how strong would it be? I must test it properly someday. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Now, he was hungry. Using all his strength to execute the combat skill had nearly depleted his energy. He needed a good meal. Looks like I'll need to stock some ingredients in the devouring space in the future. Turning around, he immediately flew back to the military training department to find something to eat. After Chu Feng left, an elderly man with white hair stood by the window of a tall building, staring at the distant mountain that had been cut in half, his expression complex. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain emitted a loud noise as its top slid down diagonally. What is that? The white-haired old man was astonished. He hurriedly rushed to the mountain and saw the clean, precise blade marks, his eyes filled with shock. My goodness, who has the ability to cut an iron ore mountain in half with a single strike? Back at the dormitory, Chu Feng found everyone staring at him with various expressions. What's going on? Chu Feng was puzzled. I just went out for a bit, why is everyone acting so strange? Could it be that they all know I'm this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam and have 3 SSS-level innate abilities? Brother Feng. Huang Ting walked over. You're amazing. Zhengyan also chimed in, yeah, we all saw it. You met senior sister Xinqing on the small hill. Brother Feng, how did you manage to win over the goddess of our military martial university? Teach me. Hearing this, Chu Feng was speechless. He understood now. No wonder everyone was looking at him with hostile eyes. It turned out they misunderstood that he was dating Senior Xinqiang. Damn. Who spread this rumor? Are they blind? Xinqiang was giving him a ferocious beast, not on a date, okay? Huang Ting said seriously, Brother Feng, I never thought Goddess Xinqiang would give you a ferocious beast. As expected, the gifts from a goddess are always special. Chu Feng. What an imagination, why not go write a novel? The other students looked at him with eyes full of jealousy and discontent. Forget it, everyone already believed it anyway. However, Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to explain. Some things only get messier the more you explain. Smart people would naturally understand the truth without thinking too much. Chu Feng headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Meanwhile, the forum of Military Martial University had already exploded. Some idiot had exposed the date between Chu Feng and Senior Xinqing on the small hill, even posting warm photos of the two standing close together. Ugh, my goddess, no. That guy isn't as handsome as me, how is this possible? I want all the information on that guy within a minute. Hey, a freshman dares to pursue my goddess? Lin Hao, a fourth-year student at Military Martial University, had just come out of the training room when his phone kept ringing. Frowning, he answered the call. Hello? Brother. How, bad news. Xinqing has a boyfriend. Check the forum quickly. Hearing this, Lin Hao trembled all over. Hurriedly hung up the phone and opened the forum. Seeing the content, he was completely stunned. Alright. A freshman dares to mess with Xinqiang. Kid, you're done for. Meanwhile, Xinqing, after being reminded by a friend, also checked the school forum. She glanced at it, shook her head, and muttered, these people are so stupid. Without saying much, she directly exited the forum and continued her training. She couldn't be bothered to explain. At the same time, another shocking news was spreading on the forum. Oh my god. The sacred mountain behind our academy's iron mine has been split in half with one strike. The post even included photos of the iron mine mountain sliding diagonally. The students of Military Martial University were discussing fervently. So fierce, someone actually split the school's sacred mountain? The blade mark looks incredibly clean, one strike, terrifying. To split the sacred mountain with one strike, the strength must be at least 6-star level. Who did it? Not sure, the school leadership is already investigating. Chu Feng, as the person involved, knew nothing about this. At this moment, he had arrived at the cafeteria. The cafeteria here was open year-round. The military training department not only trained students from military Marshall University but also students from other schools, just at different times. Additionally, the cafeteria of the military training department was open to the public, allowing nearby military personnel and civilians to dine there. It was still early, not yet mealtime, so Chu Feng went to the nearby mini-market to buy snacks. He bought all the bread. He bought all the sausages. He bought all the packaged spicy chicken legs. He bought milk, orange juice, cola, every type of drink. His portable space was almost completely filled. The mini-market owner was dumbfounded watching this scene. Wow! Is this kid here to stock up? When checking out, Chu Feng spent 50,000 directly. After Chu Feng left, the owner looked at the empty shelves in disbelief, immediately took out his phone, and contacted the supplier. Chu Feng found a spot to sit down, took out the snacks, and started eating like crazy. With the help of Delicious Devour, he didn't need to chew at all, he could swallow directly with his hand. The speed was astonishing. As a large amount of snacks went down, delicious energy flowed through his body. Under the effect of gourmet cells, his physical strength quickly recovered. His vitality and blood gradually improved. The more he ate, the stronger he became. In less than 20 minutes, all the snacks were finished. At this moment, the cafeteria finally started serving food. Chu Feng was the first in line. Arriving at the serving window and looking at the table full of dishes: braised tusk rabbit meat, stewed chicken legs, fried eggs, roast duck, tilapia, shrimp, cucumber, cabbage. The cafeteria lady held a long ladle, her hand trembling slightly, and asked, "Handsome, what would you like to eat?" She casually picked up a disposable lunch box. Chu Feng pointed at the tusk rabbit meat and asked, "How much is this?" 5 yuan per serving. "I'll take it all." "Ha? And the chicken legs, eggs?" "I want all the dishes." "Oh, and give me a few buckets of rice too." Hearing this, the cafeteria lady glared at Chu Feng with a suspicious look, then shouted loudly, "Boss, someone's causing trouble, come quickly." "Who's causing trouble?" A chubby man ran out from the kitchen. Other chefs also rushed over. "Boss, it's him causing trouble," the lady pointed at Chu Feng. The chubby boss walked over and asked suspiciously, "Are you causing trouble?" Chu Feng smiled and said, "No, I just want to eat." "By the way, you're the cafeteria owner, right? I want to discuss something with you." The chubby boss said, "As long as it's not trouble, we can discuss anything." Chu Feng smiled and said, "I want to buy all the food in the cafeteria today. How much will it cost?" The chubby boss's face changed. "Are you joking?" Chu Feng took out a bank card and placed it on the table. "Swipe it." The chubby boss swallowed hard. "Well, at most, I can only sell you half. The rest has to be left for others, or no one else will have food to eat." Chu Feng nodded, "No problem." After agreeing on the price and swiping the card, the chubby boss was still in disbelief and led Chu Feng directly into the kitchen. "Young man, all these ingredients are yours now." Chu Feng didn't hold back, putting some of the ingredients into his portable Devour space for later use, while the rest he devoured in one go using Delicious Devour. The chubby boss and the chefs were dumbfounded. They had thought Chu Feng bought so many ingredients for business, but unexpectedly, he ate it all himself. That was enough food for 3,000 people. This appetite was simply outrageous. Chu Feng left the cafeteria with a satisfied expression. This meal restored his physical strength to its peak, significantly boosted his vitality and blood, and directly advanced him to the 2-star peak. "Have you eaten yet?" "Eat what?" "The cafeteria's food is all sold out." "Sold out so quickly?" "Not just the cafeteria, even the snacks and the convenience store are gone. You can't even buy a pack of spicy strips." "Damn, what's going on?" the cafeteria lady said. "Some guy bought half the cafeteria's food in one go, and he also bought out all the snacks in the convenience store." "What the hell?" Half an hour later, many people were complaining. On the first day of military training, they were left hungry. What bad luck! Meanwhile, the mastermind Chu Feng was hiding in a secluded spot, gripping his battle knife tightly in his right hand. What he needed to do now was to apply his gravity ability to crust cutting. Now at the 2-star peak, his gravity could increase up to 80 times, with a gravity range of 80 meters. Even if a second-tier ferocious beast entered, it would be crushed to pieces. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. Chu Feng gripped the knife tightly with his right hand, 80 times gravity added to the blade, which emitted a low hum. This battle knife, forged from the teeth of an iron-armored shark, originally weighed only 12 pounds, but with the gravity enhancement, it now weighed the equivalent of 1,000 pounds. With one slash, even rocks would shatter like tofu. Chu Feng took a deep breath and activated crust cutting, slashing toward the sky. Swish! A streak of black light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Chu Feng froze. He felt as though he had unleashed an earth-shattering blade aura, yet it seemed like nothing had happened. Suddenly, the battle knife in his hand snapped with a crack. Damn! My 300,000! Looking at the shattered blade, Chu Feng was heartbroken. Looks like I need a higher quality knife to truly unleash the power of crust cutting combined with gravity. He shook his head and left. What Chu Feng didn't know was that the blade aura he had unleashed had shot out of the atmosphere in an instant. Coincidentally, a group of ferocious beasts was flying by and was directly sliced in half by the blade aura. The beasts, split in two, plummeted to the ground. On the military training square, students were chatting. Look, something's falling from the sky, someone exclaimed. The others looked up, and their faces instantly changed. Oh no, it's ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts are falling? Run, the beasts are coming. The students immediately scattered. Boom! In a short time, over a dozen ferocious beasts crashed to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, their flesh mangled. Are these 4th-tier winged dragon eagles? Why are they all dead? They look like they've been sliced in half. What on earth happened? Who could kill 10 4th-tier winged dragon eagles with one strike? The students gathered around, their faces full of shock and confusion. At this moment, Chu Feng heard the commotion outside and walked out of his dormitory, seeing a group of students rushing toward the square. What's going on? Chu Feng asked curiously. A few students replied while running, we heard that 10 4th-tier ferocious beasts fell onto the square, all dead. Really? Let's go check it out. Chu Feng thought for a moment and headed toward the square. 10 4th-tier ferocious beasts, if devoured, each could increase his vitality by 20, totaling 200 vitality. When he arrived at the square, he indeed saw students and military personnel surrounding the corpses, who so powerful that they could kill 10 4th-tier ferocious beasts with one strike? It must be a 6-star or 7-star warrior. Look at the blade marks, they're incredibly clean. That strike was astonishing. So impressive. I want to become a warrior that's strong too. Chu Feng squeezed into the crowd and saw clearly that they were indeed 10 4th-tier winged dragon eagles, brutally killed. Their bodies were sliced in half, and they had fallen into a bloody mess. Chu Feng had no idea that it was the blade aura from his crust cutting combined with 80 times gravity that had taken down these 10 winged dragon eagles. Things have been strange lately. I heard that the iron mine at Military Martial University was also split in half by someone with one strike. And now, 10 4th-tier ferocious beasts have been killed with one strike. Could these two incidents have been done by the same person? Very likely. It must be a master swordsman, possibly someone whose awakened ability is related to blades. Several students discussed animatedly. At this moment, a corpse transport vehicle arrived. Military personnel began loading the ferocious beast corpses onto the vehicle. Chu Feng initially wanted to take the corpses but then dismissed the idea. He took out his phone and called Senior Sister Shinshine. What's up? Senior, when the beast tide came before, quite a few fierce beasts must have died, right? How were their corpses handled? Some were burned, some were eaten, and others were taken for research. Why are you asking this? Oh, can the fierce beast corpses that are prepared for burning be left for me? What do you want the corpses for? To eat. Hey, Senior Shin. Ching, are you still there? If you want fierce beast corpses, you'll need to apply first. How do I apply? Wait until you're officially enrolled, then you can apply once you have enough points. Got it. Hanging up the phone, Zhu Feng's eyes lit up. If he could get his hands on fierce beast corpses, it would be a great opportunity to enhance his strength. Just think, every beast tied results in many fierce beasts dying. Even if he could devour 1/3 of the corpses, he would gain a significant amount of blood energy. After the corpse of the pterosaur eagle was taken away, the students in the square not only didn't disperse but grew in number. The freshman assembly was about to begin. Chu Feng followed the instructions on the ground to find the location of Class 1 and sat nearby to wait. Brother Feng! Brother Feng! Huang Ting and Zhang ran over excitedly and sat next to Chu Feng. Brother Feng, did you see it just now? 10 pterosaur eagles were killed with a single slash, falling straight from tens of thousands of meters in the air, Huang Ting said. Zheng. And added, the 4th-tier fierce beast pterosaur eagle is terrifying. Even though it was smashed into a bloody mess, its aura is still fierce. Just getting close makes it hard to breathe. Huang Ting nodded, yeah, the pterosaur eagle is a top-tier 4th-tier beast, even stronger than the golden python we encountered in Coastal City. Zheng smiled, Brother Feng, with your current strength, you should be able to handle a 4th-tier fierce beast, right? Hey! Huang Ting said, Brother Feng killed a 3rd-tier fierce beast thunder frog with 1 slash. While he might not be able to kill a 4th-tier beast outright, he could definitely put up a fight. Chu Feng smiled but didn't say much. Beep beep, as the time arrived, the whistle for the meeting sounded. And dozens of instructors entered the square in 2 rows? Dozens of instructors marched in neat steps, each with a strength level around 4 stars. The chief instructor was even more powerful, reaching 5 stars. Attention, the chief instructor commanded. Over 100 instructors immediately stopped and stood straight. Then, the chief instructor scanned the disorganized students in the square and ordered loudly, all freshmen, immediately find your class positions and line up. Boys in 1 row, girls in another. The commanding voice was so imposing that it seemed to shake the air, igniting everyone's fighting spirit. Amid the noise, thousands of students quickly moved into formation. Chu Feng was no exception. Looking around, the entire square was packed tightly. It was said that this year's Military Martial University freshmen consisted of 60 classes, each with about 50 students, totaling over 3,000 people. Some students were selected from high schools in various cities, a few were internally recommended, and most were directly promoted from the affiliated military Martial High School. Regardless of their background, those who could enter Military Martial University were the best of the best, representing the strongest force of humanity's younger generation. After the chief instructor's brief speech, it was the principal's turn to speak. An elderly man with white hair descended from the sky. Though he appeared to be 70 or 80 years old, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The principal delivered an inspiring speech, encouraging everyone to train hard, improve their strength, resist fierce beasts, and protect humanity's home. Alright, next, let's welcome this year's 3S-level Gifted Ability College entrance. Exam top scorer, Chu Feng, to the stage for a speech, the principal said with a smile. The voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. The students were visibly moved. They had long been curious about who this year's only 3S-level talent would be. Many had a glint of fighting spirit in their eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Damn! No one told him he had to give a speech. Feng Ge, they're calling you. Go up there, Feng Ge. Huang Ting and Zhang urged him from behind, their eyes full of admiration. Mi Ziming and Li Lulu from the same class also turned to look at him. Other students whispered among themselves. Chu Feng? Seems like he's from class 1. Which one is Chu Feng? Chu Feng was helpless. He hadn't prepared Anything. How was he supposed to give a speech? Seeing that he wasn't moving, the chief instructor called out, Chu Feng from Class 1, come up and speak. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng left the line and stepped forward. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well face it head on. The surrounding students buzzed with discussion. That's Chu Feng? He's pretty handsome. Handsome and talented, amazing. Wait, I think I've seen him somewhere before. I remember now. He's the guy who was on the hill with Goddess Shinchang. Holy crap, it's him. So it was him. Many students showed dissatisfaction in their eyes. Chu Feng ignored their envy and jealousy, walking steadily to the principal's side. Chu Feng, will be the strongest of this generation. Chu Feng declared loudly. If anyone disagrees, come challenge me. I'll crush you one by one. As soon as he said this, the scene fell silent. Everyone was stunned, then an uproar erupted. The strongest? Just. Having a 3S level talent doesn't make you the strongest. To become the strongest, talent is important, but so are combat skills and real-world experience. A 3S level talent is just a good start, with great potential, but it doesn't mean everything. How dare he be so arrogant? He's so full of himself. Such a show-off. Originally, they thought Chu Feng would share training methods or tips on fighting beasts, but they didn't expect him to directly challenge everyone. So arrogant. Especially the students with 2S level talents, whose eyes were filled with fighting spirit, itching to face Chu Feng immediately. The principal looked at the fiery determination in the student's eyes and smiled slightly. This was exactly the kind of youthful drive and confidence he wanted to see. Only with this could they push themselves to the limit and have a chance to survive in battles against beasts. He hadn't expected Chu Feng to be so direct, and he liked it very much. Chu Feng ignored the crowd's chatter and walked straight back to his spot. His classmates had mixed reactions, some admired him, while others felt discontent. Their expressions varied. Chu Feng remained expressionless. Wow, Feng Ge. You're amazing. Feng Ge, you're so bold, I love it. Huang Ting and Zhang En's eyes were full of admiration. Others might not know, but they were aware that Chu Feng wasn't just about his 3S level talent. He had enough strength to back up his arrogance and the right to challenge everyone. Chu Feng smiled and said, Stop flattering me, keep it low-key. Hearing this, the classmates nearby couldn't help but roll their eyes. Low-key? You just said you'd crush everyone. Afterward, the principal gave an inspiring speech, followed by the chief instructor explaining the military training arrangements. Finally, the instructors were assigned to each class. The instructor for Chu Feng's class was named Li Hai. He was 1.8 meters tall, with dark skin, a peak 4-star strength, and an imposing presence. Instructor Li arranged the students' positions, explained the military training content and precautions in detail, and then announced dismissal. Before leaving, Chu Feng picked out 3 sets of military uniforms, which had to be worn during the training period. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already dark. Chu Feng went to take a shower. The boys' public bathroom was already crowded, with the sound of water splashing and a few students singing while showering, their voices unbearably off-key. Chu Feng endured it and quickly finished washing. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Huang Ting, lying on the bed, couldn't wait to say, Feng Ji, check out the military university forum. A lot of people are talking about you and want to challenge you. Chu Feng put down his things, took out his phone, and logged into the forum. He saw a prominent post, top scorer in the college entrance exam, 3S level talent ability. Chu Feng says he will trample everyone underfoot. The post had 999 plus replies. Chu Feng skimmed through it. There were both freshmen and senior students. Most wanted to challenge Chu Feng one-on-one, while some jealous individuals made unpleasant remarks. Chu Feng smiled slightly and ignored it. I'm starving. Me too. I didn't eat at noon or in the afternoon. Who bought half the cafeteria's food? By the time I got there, not even soup was left. Yeah, even the spicy strips in the supermarket were gone. I'm starving. Huang Ting and Zhang. And started complaining. Many other dorm mates were also hungry, their stomachs growling as they grumbled. Suddenly, Huang Ting screamed, "What the heck, Feng Ji, how do you still have a chicken leg to eat?" Everyone's eyes turned to Chu Feng, and sure enough, they saw him savoring a chicken leg. They couldn't help but swallow hard, wishing they could rush over and take a bite. Gulp, Huang Ting swallowed and pleaded, "Feng Ji, can I have a bite? I'm starving." Zhenyan licked his lips and added, "Feng Ji, if you don't eat the bones, can you give them to me?" Chu Feng took out 2 chicken legs from his devouring space and handed them to them. Huang Ting and Zhengan were so moved when they saw the chicken legs that they were almost in tears. "Feng Ji, you're like my real brother, thank you so much. Feng Ji, my feelings for you are as deep as rivers and oceans. Come here, let me give you a kiss." The two practically wanted to hang on Chu Feng's neck. Chu Feng laughed and said, "Just treat me to a meal someday." At this moment, other dorm mates looked over with faces full of please share expressions, their stomachs growling loudly. "Chu Feng, do you have more? Can you share some with me? Chu Feng, can I buy a chicken leg? I'll pay whatever it costs." "Chu Feng, I want to buy one too." Chu Feng took out some chicken legs and snacks to share with everyone. "Thank you, Chu Feng. Chu Feng, you're such a bro. Chu Feng, from now on, you're my big brother." The other dorm mates expressed their gratitude one after another. Hearing this, Chu Feng felt a bit embarrassed and smiled, saying, "Just treat me to a meal someday." Although he ate a little less good food and his vitality was slightly affected, getting closer to his classmates and avoiding potential trouble in the future was worth it. After eating the food Chu Feng shared, everyone was still a bit hungry, but they could endure it. Not long after, the dormitory lights automatically turned off, signaling bedtime. "Feng Ji," Huang Ting asked softly, "why aren't you sleeping in your military uniform?" Chu Feng was taken aback, "Sleeping in military uniform?" Zhenyan chimed in from the side, "Feng Ji, you don't know yet? There might be an emergency assembly at midnight, so sleeping in military uniform allows for immediate departure without panic." Other classmates chimed in, "Yes, I've seen on forums that military training includes emergency assemblies, usually at midnight. It's quite grueling. When the whistle blows, you have to gather in the square within 30 seconds, and being late results in punishment." A senior once said he experienced a 2 a.m. emergency assembly, and someone ran out without even putting on their pants properly. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out, "What are you still chattering about? Go to sleep immediately." A tall figure appeared at the doorway, exuding an imposing aura. Everyone instantly quieted down. Chu Feng thought for a moment, then followed the advice of his classmates and lay down in his military uniform. The distance from the dormitory to the square was about 1,000 meters, and with Chu Feng's current abilities, he could cover it in seconds. However, putting on clothes and shoes would take time. Time passed, and Chu Feng unknowingly fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had been asleep when suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded, followed by a voice shouting, "Everyone, emergency assembly immediately." Chu Feng woke up startled. The others in the dormitory were also jolted awake. "Damn! Emergency assembly! Hurry, get to the assembly!" A few classmates had already rushed out. It turned out they not only slept in their uniforms but also kept their shoes on. Chu Feng quickly put on his shoes and activated anti-gravity flight, flying out at an astonishing speed. Along the way, many students were sprinting. Seeing Chu Feng streak past like a meteor, everyone was shocked. "Who is that? So fast! Wow, incredible speed! Damn, isn't that Feng Ji? Meanwhile, I'm the fastest. No, I'm the fastest." Two students were running with all their might, chasing each other. Just then, an even faster figure whooshed past over their heads. "What the hell? Who was that? So fast? What? Faster than me?" The two were stunned. Boom! Chu Feng, using anti-gravity flight, rushed to the square at top speed and landed steadily in the first squad's formation. Instructor Lee stood not far away. Seeing Chu Feng arrive first with such incredible speed, he looked astonished. The instructors of other squads were equally shocked. Even the chief instructor found it hard to believe. A few seconds later, other students arrived one after another, finding their positions. 30 seconds later, many students were still late, and some hadn't even put on their uniforms or shoes. After Instructor Lee organized the formation, the entire squad was punished with 1,000 push-ups because of the latecomers. 1,000? That's brutal. This is insane, so many. Damn. Many students exclaimed, their faces pale. Instructor Lee, with a stern expression, shouted, "Attention!" Everyone quieted down and stood at attention. At the sound of the whistle, they began doing push-ups. Many students collapsed after 400 push-ups. Those slightly stronger managed 450 but were at their limit. Chu Feng did 600 in one go, feeling strained but still able to continue. In the end, only Chu Feng was left doing push-ups in the entire squad. Instructor Lee watched Chu Feng persist as if he had no end, his eyes filled with shock. The other classmates looked at Chu Feng as if he were a monster. Soon, Chu Feng reached 800 push-ups, hitting his limit. He secretly took out ingredients from his devouring space, activated Delicious Devour 8 to replenish his energy and blood, restored his strength, and continued to complete all 1,000 push-ups in one go. Instructor Lee was dumbfounded. The other classmates were equally stunned. Damn, Brother Feng really is something else. He's incredible. He finished 1,000 push-ups in one go. Is he really a freshman? That's insane. Many girls glanced over, their eyes filled with admiration. Drill Instructor Lee, I'm done. Chu Feng stood up and announced. Good. Instructor Lee nodded. You can go rest. The rest of you, keep going. If you don't finish, don't even think about sleeping tonight. Hearing this, the other students looked utterly defeated. Chu Feng didn't say anything and simply turned around to leave. The others watched him with envy. Instructor Lee looked at Chu Feng's retreating figure and chuckled, this kid's got some real talent. Chu Feng had no idea when the others would finish their 1,000 push-ups. By the time he returned to the dorm, he took off his shoes and uniform, lay down on the bed, and began contemplating how to combine his gravity manipulation and devouring abilities. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. Asterisk ring ring ring. Ring 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 asterisk. A sharp ringing sound broke the silence. Emergency assembly. Emergency assembly. Someone was startled awake and shouted loudly. Clatter, other students were also jolted from their sleep, hurriedly putting on their shoes. Some were even running out while still trying to get dressed. At this moment, a student laughed and said, sorry, it was just my phone alarm going off. Hearing this, everyone froze for a moment before groaning in frustration. Damn! It was just an alarm? You scared me to death. You jerk! Well, at least it was nothing serious. Who was the one shouting about an emergency assembly just now? Chu Feng opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. It was already 6 a.m. Thinking back to his ideas about combining gravity and devouring abilities from the previous night, he felt there was real potential. Gravity manipulation could create a powerful force to pull objects in, and devouring abilities also attracted surrounding matter. If the two were merged, the devouring force would become even stronger. I'll have to study this properly when I get a chance, Chu Feng thought to himself. But for now, it was time to get up. At 6:30 a.m., he had to be at the plaza for 2 hours of drills, followed by a half-hour breakfast, and then more training until noon. After washing up, he put on his uniform, adjusted his cap, and headed toward the plaza. Along the way, many students were also rushing to training. My arms are killing me. Well, after doing 1,000 push-ups last night, of course, they're sore. Did you hear? Last night, someone in class 1 did 1,000 push-ups in one go, like it was nothing. I heard. It's that guy with the SSS-level talent. He's incredible. Yeah, we were dead after doing 400 or 500. He breezed through 1,000 like it was nothing. Unreal. Chu Feng overheard their conversations but didn't bother responding. With his 3S-level gourmet cell talent, his physical constitution was extraordinarily strong. Combined with his strength as a 2-star peak martial artist, doing 1,000 push-ups was no big deal for him. When he arrived at the plaza, many students were already lined up. Xu Feng joined the ranks, and soon, all the students and Instructor Li had gathered. After the lineup was complete, Instructor Li announced the training tasks. It was simple, running and frog jumps. But when the specific assignments were revealed, everyone was taken aback. Run 500 laps around the plaza? Frog jump for 50 laps? Are these standards meant for monsters? How is anyone supposed to survive this? This is insane training. Xu Feng remained silent, his expression calm. Military training was all about physical endurance. As long as you weren't dead, you had to push yourself to the limit. Only through this could one grow stronger and survive in a world overrun by fierce beasts. Instructor Li blew the whistle. Although everyone was reluctant, they dared not resist and had to grit their teeth and start. After running 100 laps, some couldn't hold on. At 200 laps, half had fallen. By 300 laps, only 1/5 remained. By the time they reached 400 laps, only Xu Feng was left on the field. There was no other way. Xu Feng's 3S-level gourmet cell talent had been activated, giving him an astonishingly strong physique. His classmates looked at him as if he were a monster. Even Instructor Li stared at Xu Feng with a shocked expression. Xu Feng ran all 500 laps in one go. Instructor, if I start frog jumping for 50 laps now, can I go have breakfast? Xu Feng asked. Instructor Li thought for a moment and said, alright, you've completed the training, you can go have breakfast first. With permission granted, Xu Feng secretly devoured over a dozen chicken legs to replenish his energy, then began frog jumping. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Xu Feng moved like a machine, tireless. He jumped all the way to 45 laps in one go. His classmates were dumbfounded. For the remaining 5 laps, Xu Feng quickly finished them, his face calm and his breathing steady. Instructor, I'm heading off now. Instructor Li nodded. His classmates were filled with envy and jealousy. Brother Feng is incredible. Awesome. 666. Scary strong. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Xu Feng left. Without a doubt, he was the first to reach the cafeteria. The cafeteria was bustling, with everyone busy preparing breakfast. Xu Feng went straight to the cafeteria owner. Ha? You want to buy half the breakfast again? Is that not allowed? No way. Yesterday, you bought half the food, leaving many people hungry, and I got criticized for it. Then, boss, how much can you give me at most? At most, only 100 portions. All right. Xu Feng took the 100 portions of breakfast and headed to the small convenience store. The store owner saw Xu Feng approaching and immediately broke into a smile. You're here again. What do you need this time? After working overtime last night, the stock had finally been replenished. Xu Feng smiled and said, anything edible, pack it all for me. No problem. The store owner was especially delighted. After leaving, Xu Feng immediately devoured the 100 portions of breakfast along with a large amount of snacks. Then, he checked his vitality. Xu Feng shook his head. Despite eating so much, the improvement in his vitality was limited. It seems I still need to devour fierce beasts, Xu Feng thought to himself. Additionally, he had spent quite a bit of money and still needed to earn more to buy a good knife, and possibly combat techniques. That would require a significant amount of money. However, there was no rush to make money. After military training ended, he could hunt fierce beasts for subsidies, so earning money wouldn't be difficult. With about an hour left, Xu Feng decided to find a place to merge his gravity ability with his devouring ability. He went to an open area on the small hill behind the dormitory and immediately began practicing. Gravity's pull and devouring suction had commonalities, and if merged, they would surely produce unexpected effects. After half an hour of effort, he finally succeeded. Ha ha! It really works! Fantastic! Xu Feng was ecstatic. With a single thought, a black sphere about the size of a basketball appeared behind him, resembling the truth-seeking ball from Naruto. But with entirely different effects. If he were to name it, this skill would be called Devouring Gravity Ball. As soon as the devouring gravity sphere appeared, 80 times the gravity instantly covered an area of 80 meters, while a powerful devouring force surged out, forcibly pulling objects within an 800-meter radius. At this moment, Chu Feng was like a star with immense gravitational force. A large rock 500 meters away, along with the dormitory's glass windows and the tiles on the walls, were all pulled into the sphere's range and instantly crushed into powder by the gravity. Meanwhile, cracked buildings within 800 meters began to show cracks. What the? Chu Feng was startled. He hadn't expected this ability to be so powerful and quickly retracted the devouring gravity sphere. Looking around, the area was in ruins, with nearby buildings devastated as if they had experienced an earthquake. Boom! At that moment, a figure landed in front of Chu Feng. Chief Instructor. Seeing the sudden appearance of the person, Chu Feng's expression changed. It seemed the destruction caused by the devouring gravity sphere had caught his attention. The chief instructor's face was stern as he surveyed the surroundings, looking at the damaged buildings with a furrowed brow, before finally focusing on Chu Feng. Was this your doing? Chu Feng nodded. Yes. Isn't it training time? Now. The chief instructor's tone shifted. Why are you here? Oh, I completed the training tasks assigned by the instructor ahead of time. Chu Feng replied. The instructor told me to go have breakfast first. After eating, I had some free time, so I came here to practice my skills. There was nothing to hide, and he didn't intend to conceal his abilities. You said you're developing a skill? A hint of interest flashed in the chief instructor's eyes. In fact, he had already recognized Chu Feng. After all, during yesterday's assembly, Chu Feng had stepped forward and declared he would trample everyone underfoot, a statement that had left a deep impression on the chief instructor. Yes. Chu Feng answered. The chief instructor showed a curious expression. What skill are you developing? Let me see. He was eager to know what Chu Feng was working on that could cause such destruction. Without saying a word, Chu Feng acted directly, releasing the devouring gravity sphere. The black sphere appeared, enveloping the area with 80 times the gravity, and a powerful devouring force spread outward from Chu Feng as the center. The chief instructor, unprepared, was immediately pressed down, unable to straighten his back, as if carrying a massive stone on his back, his body being pulled toward Chu Feng. What is this? His heart tightened, and he quickly unleashed his aura, igniting scorching waves of energy around him, surrounded by crimson flames, forcibly stabilizing his posture. Crack, nearby buildings were once again affected by the devouring force, collapsing and shattering. Stop it now, the chief instructor shouted. Chu Feng quickly retracted the devouring gravity sphere. Staring at the collapsed buildings, Chu Feng was stunned. The chief instructor was also stunned. He took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on Chu Feng. This isn't my fault, chief instructor, Chu Feng said. You little. The chief instructor wanted to scold him but couldn't find the words. Forget it, just leave. From now on, don't practice skills or train near here. The black sphere Chu Feng had unleashed not only had astonishing gravity but also terrifying devouring power. Using it in a building was unbearable for anyone. But then again, Chu Feng was supposed to have a 3S-level gourmet cell talent ability. What were these gravity and devouring powers all about? Thank you, chief instructor, Chu Feng said before quickly leaving. Not being asked to compensate was already the best outcome. However, the chief instructor was right, he definitely needed to be more cautious when using gravity and devouring abilities. In the future. If you damage someone else's house and have to pay for it, that's not worth it. Returning to the square, many students were still persisting in their training. Chu Feng found a shady spot to sit down, watching other students continuously running and doing frog jumps. Most of these students had S-level or even 2S-level gifted abilities, but the majority were not specialized in physical enhancement. Chu Feng's gourmet cell gifted ability was different, specifically designed to strengthen the body. Therefore, his physical fitness far exceeded that of the average student. Moreover, as long as he kept eating, his body could continuously grow stronger. Especially when the activity level of the gourmet cells increased, the strengthening effect on the body was even greater. Speaking of which, last time during a hunt in the outskirts of Binhai City, he encountered the egg of an armored giant crocodile, which was a top-tier ingredient capable of activating gourmet cells. He wondered if there were other ingredients besides this that could make gourmet cells more active. Also, the system's devouring task was about to update. However, the first 3 devouring tasks were completed with the help of senior sister Xinqing. 4. The next task, he would probably have to rely on himself. As days passed, after finishing the morning training, everyone had breakfast and regrouped to continue the day's training. It was still physical training. By the end of the day, many students were so exhausted they kept complaining, their legs weak and feeling hollowed out when walking. Brother Foam, after a day of training, we're all worn out, our legs are weak, and we're trembling when walking. How come you're completely fine? Huang Ting asked curiously, his eyes full of envy and admiration. Yeah, Brother Foam, we can't even hold our chopsticks properly during meals, but you're totally unaffected, Zhengyan said, also impressed. Other classmates looked at Chu Feng as if he were a monster. Chu Feng just smiled. Everyone should know that the adaptability of gourmet cells is incredibly strong, incomparable to ordinary cells. As mentioned before, the power of the gourmet cell gifted ability lies in the fact that eating delicious food makes you stronger, eating the right food makes you even stronger, and combined with diligent training, the effect is even more pronounced. You could say that after training, not only was he not fatigued, but his body became even stronger. The next 5 days of military training were all extreme physical training. Although most students were as tired as dogs, a few began to adapt, and their bodies showed some improvement. Chu Feng gained the most, with visibly increased muscle mass and a strong sense of power. A new day of military training began. After several days of training, everyone's physical fitness has improved significantly. Starting today, we will begin new training content, Instructor Li announced. Someone asked, Instructor Li, what are we training today? Instructor Li replied. Today, we will do long-distance running to train endurance. The starting point for the long run is the military training department, and the end point is Yunzhou City. The students were shocked upon hearing this. Are you kidding? Taking the number 11 bus to Yunzhou City is already exhausting, let alone running. This is insane. To be clear, the distance from the military training department to Yunzhou City along the national highway is 500 kilometers. Taking a vehicle or using gifted abilities, 500 kilometers is nothing. But relying on your legs to run, this was going to be a tough battle. Quiet. Instructor Li sternly commanded, then explained the precautions for the long run. And finally ordered, move out. Under Instructor Li's leadership, the entire class began jogging toward Yunzhou City. Other classes also set out in formation under their instructor's guidance. For safety, the chief instructor and a 50-person military unit accompanied them as escorts. A group of approximately 3,000 students advanced along the national highway, escorted by military vehicles on all sides. Inside one of the military vehicles, a dark-skinned man in uniform asked, Chief Shun, are there any promising candidates this year? He was Lin Tianyun, the commander of the mobile unit. Chief Instructor Shen, with his hands behind his back, looked ahead resolutely. There are a few promising ones, he replied. Lin Tianyun thought for a moment and said, I heard there's a student with 3S-level gifted abilities this year. Must be impressive, right? To my knowledge, it's been years since we've seen a genius with 3S-level gifted abilities, Chief Instructor. Shen smiled faintly. You're talking about that kid, aren't you? His name is Chu Feng, and yes, he's quite remarkable. Among the new recruits at the military university this year, there were 4 candidates Shen had his eye on, with Chu Feng being the one he favored most. After all, he had witnessed Chu Feng's strength firsthand. Oh? Lin Tianyun's eyes lit up. If even you say he's impressive, this kid must be extraordinary. Chief Instructor Shen smiled but said no more, his gaze fixed on the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, the students From each class followed the lead military vehicle, running at a steady pace. The group stretched out into a long line along the highway. At first, the students managed to maintain their speed, but after 2 hours, many began to show signs of fatigue, especially some of the girls, whose faces turned pale. The instructors noticed the situation and blew their whistles to encourage them, even using reverse psychology to motivate them. Just a little longer, the rest stop is ahead. Hang in there, don't give up. Look at the other class catching up, do you want to fall behind? Under the instructor's constant urging, the students pushed themselves to their limits. But as time went on, many reached their breaking point, collapsing one after another. Chief Shun, most of the students can't hold on anymore. I suggest we stop and rest. Lin Tianyun shouted. Chief Shun nodded. They've been running for almost 3 hours, covering nearly 70 kilometers. This performance is much better than before. Pass the order, rest in place. The whistle sounded. The instructors of each class immediately ordered the students to stop moving. Finally, we can catch our breath. I'm exhausted. I'm falling apart. As soon as they stopped, many students collapsed onto the ground, unwilling to move a muscle. Chu Feng, on the other hand, felt his stamina had been drained somewhat but wasn't tired at all. He secretly ate something and quickly returned to peak condition, feeling completely at ease. Caw caw. Suddenly, a piercing screech came from overhead, the sound stabbing into their eardrums and causing discomfort. Looking up, they saw a group of flying beasts burst out from the clouds. They resembled pterosaurs but gleamed with a metallic sheen all over their bodies. Armored pterosaurs. It's armored pterosaurs. Beasts are attacking. The students immediately panicked. Chu Feng stared at the diving armored pterosaurs, not feeling nervous at all. In fact, he was a little excited. Armored pterosaurs were second-tier beasts. To other students, they were extremely dangerous monsters. But to Chu Feng, they were nothing more than living sources of vitality. He thought the system's devouring task might update soon. If he could devour all these armored pterosaurs, the task might refresh. Even if it didn't, devouring them would still provide a massive boost to his vitality. Stay calm. Don't panic. Don't run around. The instructors quickly stabilized the students and prepared for battle. The soldiers and martial artists accompanying the team also stood guard, ensuring the students' safety. President Shun, there are about 50 ironclad pterosaurs. Leave them to me. Captain Lin said confidently. President Shun nodded calmly. All right. Go ahead. Every year during long-distance training, beast attacks were common, and everyone was used to it. Moreover, this was within the checkpoint, absolutely safe. After all, there were 2 5-star martial artists and over 100 4-star martial artists guarding the area. Even if faced with a massive beast tide, they could handle it with ease. Just as Captain Lin was about to take action, Chu Feng activated anti-gravity flight, swiftly soaring into the sky and heading straight for the group of ironclad pterosaurs. Seeing this, all the students were stunned. President Shin, Captain Lin, and the other instructors were also taken aback. Who is this kid? How dare he charge up there? Instructor Li from Chu Feng's class was the first to react, his expression darkening as he angrily shouted, "This kid, is he crazy?" He immediately unleashed his full aura, preparing to rescue Chu Feng. Captain Lin also readied himself. However, President Shun squinted his eyes, remained still, and muttered to himself, "Oh, it's that kid." The ironclad pterosaurs noticed Chu Feng approaching, their eyes flashing with ferocity. They screeched, extending their sharp claws, attempting to tear him apart. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Chu Feng's body, and he simultaneously activated Delicious Devour, instantly locking onto all the ironclad pterosaurs and forcibly pulling them toward him. The ironclad pterosaurs struggled desperately, screaming in agony, but they couldn't escape. One by one, they vanished, mercilessly devoured by Chu Feng. Everyone present was dumbfounded. After a long silence, someone finally exclaimed, "Hiss! Hiss hiss! What just happened? Where did the ironclad pterosaurs go?" He actually devoured all the ironclad pterosaurs? So powerful. Isn't that Chu Feng from Class 1 with the 3S level gifted ability? That's right, it's him. Terrifying. Why is he so strong? Monster. Absolute monster. Aside from shock, most people couldn't understand how Chu Feng could be so powerful. They were all freshmen, yet the gap was so vast. They were nervous and lacked the courage to fight even a single ironclad pterosaur. Meanwhile, Chu Feng single-handedly devoured nearly 50 of them. Was he really a freshman? Previously, Chu Feng's remarks at the conference had seemed arrogant. Now, they appeared far too modest. Not only were the students shocked and confused, but the instructors, martial artist guards, and Captain Lin also displayed expressions of disbelief. Taking out nearly 50 second-tier ferocious beasts, the ironclad pterosaurs, in one go, this was something even 4-star martial artists couldn't achieve. However, Huang Ting, Zhang Yan, Ni Zimeng, and Li Lulu, who had already witnessed Chu Feng's strength, appeared much calmer. After all, they had seen Chu Feng sweeping through beast tides in Binhai City. A mere 50 ironclad pterosaurs were nothing to Chu Feng. Brother Feng has gotten even stronger. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Ha ha! President Shen laughed. That kid is truly impressive. Chu Feng ignored everyone's astonishment and happily descended from midair, devouring that wave of ironclad pterosaurs had earned him 48 blood points, meaning each ironclad pterosaur provided him with 1 blood point. His strength had increased significantly again. What excited him even more was the system's new Devour mission update. Ding! Devour mission updated. Task 1. Devour the Scythe Beetle, reward, Mountain Shattering Kick. Task 2. Devour the Demon Wind Wolf, reward, Poison Immunity. Choose one of the 2 options as soon as possible. If no task is selected within 3 days, the tasks will be automatically cancelled. Chu Feng looked at the tasks, his brows slightly furrowed. Starting with Task 1. The Scythe Beetle is a second-tier ferocious beast, capable of flight. With its strongest attack being its 2 front legs resembling scythes, which can easily slice through 10 centimeters thick steel plates. It is said that 10 years ago, a small city was attacked by a swarm of scythe beetles, and if not for the timely arrival of a 5-star warrior, the entire city would have been destroyed. In a one-on-one fight, a scythe beetle can hold its own against a 3-star warrior. Although Chu Feng is currently a 2-star warrior, dealing with a scythe beetle would be quite easy for him. Now on to Task 2. The Demon Wind Wolf is a 3rd-tier ferocious beast and lives in packs. They can unleash the magical wind innate ability, and it is said that a Demon Wind Wolf leader once released a terrifying hurricane that destroyed an entire small town in an instant. With Chu Feng's current strength, hunting a single Demon Wind Wolf would not be a problem either. Both tasks are achievable, the key lies in which reward is more practical. Mountain Shattering Kick is a mid-grade yellow-tier combat skill that, when unleashed, gathers immense power in the legs, capable of kicking apart a mountain. If Chu Feng learns this combat skill, combined with his gourmet cells and gravity ability, its power would be even greater. This would directly elevate his strength to a higher level. Poison Immunity, on the other hand, is a secret technique that does not enhance combat power, but provides complete resistance to any poison. In this world, there are many warriors and ferocious beasts that use poison. Chu Feng knows that among the 12 beast kings, the demon poison snake relies on poison to harm people. A single drop of its venom can destroy a super city. If he acquires poison immunity, Chu Feng would be invincible against poison attacks. Both rewards have their advantages. Chu Feng thought for a moment and made his decision. I choose Task 2, Chu Feng silently decided. Combat skills can be learned later, but poison immunity, once missed, would be hard to come by again. Moreover, with poison immunity, Chu Feng could fight without hesitation against opponents who use poison. Ding! You have chosen. Please devour the Demon Wind Wolf as soon as possible to complete the task. The system prompt sounded. Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile, his mood exceptionally good. Although there was no time limit, he planned to hunt the demon wind Wolf tonight when he had free time. At this moment, the other students and instructors were still staring at Chu Feng, and many people's opinions of him had changed. That guy is really impressive. I admit, I misjudged him before. So envious. 3S-level innate ability. That's terrifying. So handsome, I really want to be his girlfriend. Director Shin, the promising talent you mentioned is him, right? Captain Lin held his breath, staring at Chu Feng as he asked Director Shin. Director Shin nodded, that's right, it's him. What do you think? Strong. Extremely strong. Captain Lin took a deep breath, he's more outstanding than any of the previous freshman prodigies. Although Chu Feng was only a 2-star peak warrior, the fact that he could devour nearly 50 iron-armored wyverns in one go was simply monstrous. It is widely known that a 2-star warrior being able to contend with second-tier ferocious beasts is already considered very impressive. Director Shin smiled and said, but this isn't even his full strength. He had previously witnessed Chu Feng unleash his gravity and devouring abilities, and the power of those abilities had even made him feel pressured. Just now, Chu Feng had only used his devouring ability. What? Captain Lin was shocked, this isn't his full strength? He's clearly only a 2-star peak warrior. Director Shin squinted, deep in thought. He knew Chu Feng very well. According to the school's intelligence, Chu Feng's innate ability was level 3 gourmet cells, not gravity or devouring power. But he had personally seen Chu Feng use gravity and devouring abilities. After thinking for a moment, Chief Instructor Shin said, maybe that kid has more than one innate ability. How is that possible? Captain Lin was incredulous. Isn't it true that a martial artist can only have one innate ability? I've never heard of anyone with dual innate abilities. Chief Instructor Shin shook his head. I'm just speculating. Indeed, in all these years, no one had ever seen a martial artist with 2 innate abilities. Ha, if they knew that Chu Feng not only had 3 innate abilities but that all of them were top-tier 3S level, they'd probably be scared out of their wits. Meanwhile, Instructor Lee had been a bit angry earlier, but after seeing Chu Feng instantly take down so many iron-armored pterosaurs, his strength shocked him, and the words he wanted to scold were swallowed back. Putting on a smile, Instructor Lee lectured Chu Feng, you brat. Follow orders next time and stop running off on your own. Over the past few days of grueling training, Chu Feng had handled everything with ease. Instructor Lee knew Chu Feng was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this monstrous. Honestly, he was truly shocked. Understood. Instructor Lee. Chu Feng sincerely admitted his mistake. After all, this was the military, and rules had to be followed. Beep after a while, the whistle sounded, signaling the end of the break. Chief Instructor Shin ordered all students to continue running. They ran for 4 consecutive hours, covering over 100 kilometers. Many students were so exhausted they collapsed. Some relied on sheer willpower to keep going, but as soon as they stopped, they fell to the ground as if dead. Chu Feng's expression remained calm, his heartbeat steady. Feeling nothing. After running for so long, he had sweated quite a bit and felt a little thirsty. He sat down and took out a chicken leg and juice from his devouring space, eating and drinking leisurely. The other students stared at Chu Feng's actions, dumbfounded. Brother Feng, can you give me something to drink? Huang Ting asked weakly. Zhang Yan also looked like he was about to collapse. Wow, Brother Feng. How do you have juice to drink? It had been 5 or 6 hours since they set out, and they hadn't even had a sip of water. Mainly because the instructors hadn't reminded them to bring food or drinks before departure. Chu Feng took out drinks from his devouring space and handed them to Huang Ting and Zhang Yan. After all, they were his followers, so he naturally had to take care of them. Thank you, Brother Feng. Huang Ting and Zhang Yan were deeply grateful. Ni Zimeng and Li Lulu gritted their teeth and walked over. Chu Feng, could you share some drinks with us too? It was August, the weather was hot, and after hours of running, everyone was unbearably thirsty. Chu Feng took out 2 bottles of milk and handed them to them. Thank you, Chu Feng. Chu Feng, you're so kind. Ni Zimeng and Li Lulu smiled brightly, wishing they could immediately become Chu Feng's girlfriends. Chu Feng, I want some milk too. Brother Feng, do you have any water left? Please give me some. Brother Feng, I want some too. The other classmates started speaking up one after another. Looking at the group of pitiful faces, Chu Feng took out mineral water, drinks, and milk from his devouring space and distributed them to everyone. These drinks were ones he had previously bought from a small supermarket. Thank you, Brother Feng. Chu Feng, thank you so much. After receiving the drinks, everyone was very grateful to Chu Feng. Students from other classes saw this scene and were filled with envy and jealousy, wishing they had a classmate as good as Chu Feng. Chu Feng walked over to Instructor Li with a bottle of water and handed it to him. Instructor Li, you must be thirsty, right? Instructor Li's lips curled into a smile as he took it without hesitation. Chu Feng, you're very thoughtful. Chu Feng smiled and said, Instructor Li, please take care of me in the future. Instructor Li rolled his eyes at him. You brat, taking down nearly 50 second-tier ferocious beasts, iron-armored wyverns, in one go, and you still need someone to take care of you? Beep, suddenly. Chief Instructor Shin blew his whistle. The students' expressions changed, and complaints began to arise. No way? We have to move again. So soon? Damn, I just sat down. What? I just sat down. However, Chu Feng sniffed the air and caught an unusual scent. That's right. The smell of many ferocious beasts, a variety of beast scents. Clearly, a beast tide was coming. At this moment, the instructors of each class also realized the seriousness of the situation. Their expressions turned grave as they issued orders. Quiet. Stop complaining. Maintain formation. A beast tide is coming. Hearing the instructor's stern warnings, the students grew nervous. What? A beast tide? Now. I'm already exhausted, what should I do? Boom, from a distant mountain came a deafening roar, shaking the ground. Then, a group of flying ferocious beasts burst out of the forest, filling the sky, while on the ground, another group of beasts roared and surged forward in a mighty wave. Seeing this scene, countless students turned pale. A beast tide, it's really a beast tide. The instructors of each class and the accompanying military martial artists all became alert, ready for battle. Captain Lin looked at the massive beast tide, his brows furrowed, his expression heavy. Why is there a beast tide here? And it's not small. Chief Instructor Shen's face was serious. It seems the ferocious beasts have been lying in wait here, just waiting for us to take the bait. In the past, during long runs through this area, there was almost never a beast tide. Even if one occasionally appeared, it would only be 2,000 or 3,000 beasts, at most a beast pack. But now, the number of ferocious beasts likely exceeds 20,000, forming a true beast tide. What's more troubling is that most of the beasts are second tier, a smaller portion are third tier, and a very few are fourth tier. Captain Lin asked, Chief Shin, what do we do now? Should we retreat? Chief Instructor Shin shook his head. The students have just exhausted all their energy and haven't recovered yet. Retreating is not an option. We can only fight head-on. Indeed, most of the students could barely stand, making retreat impossible. Captain Lin, Chief Instructor Shin quickly laid out the plan. I'll lead a group to charge forward, while you stay behind to guard against beasts sneaking up on the students. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to the students. After speaking, he led 80 military martial artists to charge into the beast tide. The remaining military martial artists and instructors, under Captain Lin's command, surrounded the students and prepared to defend. Can we win? Dozens of people against tens of thousands of beasts, how is that possible? Why don't we call for reinforcements? We're not far from the first checkpoint. Are we going to die? Although a response plan was in place, many students were still extremely worried. After all, the number of ferocious beasts was overwhelming. Chu Feng's expression remained calm, his gaze fixed on the surging beasts, but a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Sawtooth bats, scorpion cockroaches, golden horned giant birds, unicorn rhinos, King Kong bears, all kinds of ferocious beasts gathered together. If he could devour them all, Chu Feng would Definitely break through to 3 stars. Here, Chief Instructor Shin erupted with an imposing aura, red flaming wings unfurling behind him as he charged toward the beast tide at incredible speed. The ferocious beasts immediately noticed him and roared furiously. A Tier 4 diamond bear, while running, suddenly expanded several times in size, transforming into a colossal beast and letting out a deafening roar. The sound was like thunder, and the sound waves blasted toward Chief Instructor Shin like cannonballs. The air trembled, and the momentum was overwhelming. Chief Instructor Shin's gaze turned cold as he raised his right hand, flames surging to form a massive flame shield that blocked the impact of the sound waves. Immediately after, he clenched his left hand and punched out, his fiery fist enveloped in scorching energy, striking the diamond bear fiercely. With a sonic boom, the diamond bear let out a miserable cry, its chest imprinted with a massive fist mark, flesh and blood mangled. The diamond bear collapsed to the ground, left with only half its life. Muscular bull, steel needle lion, and several other Tier 4 ferocious beasts roared in anger, launching ferocious attacks on Chief Instructor Shin. He responded swiftly. Meanwhile, the other 80 military martial artists also unleashed their aura, activating their innate abilities, attacking wildly even before reaching the beast tide. Most of them were 4-star martial artists, while dealing with Tier 4 beasts was challenging. Handling Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts was relatively easy. However, the sheer number of beasts quickly plunged them into a bitter struggle. Many beasts broke through the defense line and charged toward the students. The students were terrified. After all, most of them were only 1-star martial artists, completely powerless against Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts. Xu Feng's gaze locked onto a ferocious beast, excitement flashing in his eyes. Yes. It was the demon wind wolf. Covered in black fur, its hair formed swirling vortexes, looking particularly strange. Its mouth was filled with fangs, its eyes blood red. With a single breath, it could create a terrifying hurricane. A 4-star early-stage military martial artist was swept away by the hurricane, landing heavily with severe injuries, blood flowing profusely. Without hesitation, Xu Feng activated anti-gravity flight, speeding toward the demon wind wolf. The demon wind wolf was the target of the system's devouring mission. How could he let it go? Seeing Xu Feng act on his own, Instructor Li's mouth twitched, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. Captain Lin's expression changed, and with a wave of his right hand, a mist appeared, ready to block Xu Feng. But at that moment, a black sphere suddenly appeared behind Xu Feng, releasing immense energy. Captain Lin immediately halted his action. Boom! Xu Feng activated Devouring Gravity Sphere, unleashing over 80 times the gravity and powerful devouring force, pressing down fiercely on the demon wind wolf. The demon wind wolf was crushed to the ground by the gravity, wailing miserably, while simultaneously being pulled toward Xu Feng by the devouring force. Xu Feng clenched his fist, his gourmet cells erupting with immense energy, muscles bulging, strength pushed to the limit. His fist grew incomparably heavy, carrying terrifying power, and smashed into the demon wind wolf's head. Bang! A sonic boom echoed, blood and flesh splattered. The demon wind wolf's head exploded instantly, killing it on the spot. Xu Feng immediately activated Delicious Devour, instantly consuming the demon wind wolf completely. From the moment he acted to the completion of the devouring, though it seemed lengthy in description, it actually only took a few seconds. Everyone present, students, instructors, and military martial artists, was stunned. How is this possible? Damn, he actually one-shot a Tier 3 ferocious beast, the demon wind wolf? Isn't he a freshman? How does he have such strong power? Is this the 3S-level innate ability? It's too incredible. Everyone was so shocked they were speechless. Xu Feng had previously devoured 48 second-tier iron-armored wyverns in one go, and now he had instantly killed a 3rd-tier demon wind wolf, an even more shocking feat. After devouring the demon wind wolf, the system notification sounded, ding. Successfully devoured demon wind wolf, task completed, reward, poison immunity. Would you like to fuse? Fuse. Xu Feng silently confirmed without hesitation. Ding. Poison immunity. Successfully fused. As the notification ended, Chu Feng immediately gained all the information about poison immunity in his mind, while a special energy surged within his body. Roared suddenly, a furious roar echoed, as if issuing a command. Countless fierce beasts' eyes changed, revealing a crazed ferocity as they all fixed their gaze on Chu Feng and then charged at him madly. Thousands, even tens of thousands of fierce beasts instantly surrounded Chu Feng. Clearly, their target was singular, Chu Feng. The others were shocked, their expressions changing drastically. What's going on? Why are all the fierce beasts charging at Chu Feng? Is Chu Feng that hated? Brother Feng, hang in there. Chief Instructor Shen's face darkened as he urgently ordered, protect Chu Feng. The soldiers and martial artists resisted while moving closer to Chu Feng, attempting to form a defensive circle around him. However, the fierce beasts clearly saw through this tactic. Accompanied by furious roars, many beasts frantically entangled the soldiers and martial artists, preventing them from breaking free easily. Chief Instructor Shin was also surrounded by 5 fourth-tier fierce beasts, unable to escape. Facing the overwhelming tide of fierce beasts, Chu Feng remained calm and instead seemed exceptionally excited. Most of the beasts surrounding him were second-tier, with a few third-tier ones, which were insignificant to Chu Feng. No matter how many came, he would devour them all. Devouring gravity sphere activated. A gravity field over 80 times stronger instantly enveloped the area, combined with immense devouring power. Within 800 meters of Chu Feng, all fierce beasts, whether second-tier or third-tier, were pressed to the ground and slowly slid toward him. Many second-tier beasts, such as sawtooth bats and scorpion cockroaches, with weaker physical bodies, were directly crushed to death. Third-tier beasts with stronger defenses, like unicorn rhinos and rock lizards, were not dead but were immobilized under the pressure of gravity. Everyone could see that the fierce beasts around Chu Feng were either crushed or severely injured, with none able to stand. Looking at Chu Feng, he seemed like a massive planet, his powerful gravitational pull attracting everything around him. Terrifying. Is he even human? How can he be this strong? The crowd was in disbelief. But the most terrifying part was yet to come. Chu Feng raised his right hand and activated Delicious Devouring, instantly targeting 200 fierce beasts and devouring them all in one go. These beasts had no chance to resist, making the devouring process effortless. Delicious Devouring continued to activate, batch after batch of fierce beasts being devoured by Chu Feng. His vitality surged continuously, and his strength rapidly increased. In the eyes of the crowd, Chu Feng resembled the Grim Reaper, with a mere gesture, fierce beasts vanished one after another. In a short time, 1,000 fierce beasts were devoured without a trace. Everyone was stunned, too shocked to speak, their mouths agape and motionless, as if petrified. Captain Lin initially intended to rush over to save Chu Feng, but upon seeing the situation, he immediately abandoned the idea. Fierce beasts approaching Chu Feng were suppressed and devoured. What was there to save? Roar! Another furious roar echoed, and the fierce beasts seemed to receive a new command, retreating from Chu Feng one after another. Meanwhile, not far away in a towering mountain, a massive black shadow shot out rapidly and appeared above Chu Feng's head in an instant. It was a giant snake covered entirely in black fish scales, with wings on its back, sharp fangs in its mouth, and drool dripping continuously. The fish scales rustled loudly, and black liquid seeped out incessantly, making it look extremely terrifying. It's the blackfish scale snake. Blackfish scale snake. Many people recognized it, and their faces changed drastically. Chu Feng also recognized it, having seen its image in class before. The blackfish scale snake was a 4th-tier ferocious beast, capable of flying and burrowing underground. What made it most terrifying was its venom. Although it was a 4th-tier beast, its strength was comparable to that of a 5th-tier ferocious beast. It was the leader of this beast tide. Whoosh! As soon as the black fish scale snake appeared above Chu Feng, it opened its blood-red mouth and sprayed out a mass of black liquid. The liquid quickly transformed into black mist, spreading in all directions and covering a large area. The surrounding rocks began to melt, and several second-tier ferocious beasts that failed to escape in time inhaled the black missed, immediately fainting as their bodies slowly dissolved into pools of blood. Everything happened very quickly. It's over. Chu Feng has been poisoned by the black fish scale snake. There's no way he can survive. If the antidote isn't a. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Their eyes wide open and mouths agape. Impossible. How could this be? This. Hiss. Once they processed what had happened, they all gasped sharply. Some thought they had seen wrong, rubbed their eyes, and looked again, only to confirm the sight of the black-scaled snake spitting blood. Oh my god, a 2-star martial artist had injured a 4th-tier beast with a single punch. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Everyone was dumbfounded. Yet Chu Feng himself acted as if he had done something trivial, his expression calm. He was able to severely injure the black-scaled snake with one punch because of the perfect combination of his gourmet cells and gravity ability. Neither could be missing. At this moment, he activated anti-gravity flight, clenched his fist, and flew from midair toward the black-scaled snake. Taking advantage of its inability to recover, he continued his attack. The black-scaled snake reacted, its cold eyes fixed on Chu Feng, a trace of fear flashing through them. This human was terrifying. No wonder the higher-ups had ordered its elimination. The ambush of so many beasts targeting Chu Feng this time was all to kill him. The black-scaled snake opened its mouth and sprayed venom. Chu Feng didn't dodge at all, directly crashing into the venom and then bursting out of it, revealing a smile. Sorry, I have poison resistance. Chu Feng's unharmed appearance was like a bucket of cold water, making the black-scaled snake's scalp tingle. It no longer dared to underestimate him, quickly retracting its wings and preparing to burrow underground to escape. This venom was completely useless, and it had been beaten like a giant watermelon. If it didn't run, it would die. Another punch, and its life would be over. However, just as the black-scaled snake was about to burrow underground, a large hand made of smoke swiftly grabbed it and pinned it to the ground. The one who acted was Captain Lin. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Captain Lin, nice move. Ha ha. Captain Lin laughed heartily. Chu Feng, finish it off, don't let it escape. The black-scaled snake was extremely dangerous. If its poisonous gas spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. The best way to deal with such a dangerous beast was to eliminate it directly. The black-scaled snake struggled desperately, but it was severely injured and couldn't break free from Captain Lin's ability. Die. Chu Feng clenched his fist again, gathering all his ST opening the system interface. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he had already advanced to a 3-star warrior. Host, Chu Feng Vitality, 5001/25008. Abilities, SSS-level Gourmet Cells, SSS-level Gravity, SSS-level Devour Innate Ability Development, Devouring Gravity Sphere, Anti-Gravity. Flight, Gravity 1000-pound Drop, Delicious Devour, Portable Devour Space Combat Skills, Heaven-level Crust Cutting, Beginner, Special. Ability, Poison Immunity Warrior Level, 3-star Initial Stage Devour Mission, Updating. Chu Feng was incredibly excited. He had reached 3 stars so quickly. The feeling of being overpowered is amazing. At this moment, as the fish-scaled black snake was killed and devoured by Chu Feng, the other fierce beasts lost their leader and immediately scattered in chaos, fleeing in all directions. Chu Feng instantly unleashed his power, stomping his right foot fiercely on the ground. The ground exploded instantly, and he shot out like a cannonball to chase the beasts. Simultaneously, he activated the Devouring Gravity Sphere, releasing gravity over 100 times stronger, covering a range of 100 meters. Even more terrifying, the devouring force erupted suddenly, extending its range to 1,000 meters. Boom! In an instant, countless second-tier beasts were crushed to death under the immense gravity, while third-tier beasts were immobilized. Then, all the beasts within a 1,000-meter radius were drawn by the devouring force, rushing madly toward Chu Feng. This scene was utterly shocking, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Chu Feng raised his right hand high, activating Delicious Devour. The beasts crushed and drawn toward him were devoured one by one, disappearing without a trace. In just a few seconds, thousands of beasts were devoured by Chu Feng, transforming into his energy and vitality, rapidly enhancing his strength. The remaining beasts were terrified out of their wits and fled even faster. But Chu Feng was faster, and with the devouring force covering such a large range, many beasts simply couldn't escape. Within a few breaths, another 2,000 to 3,000 beasts were mercilessly devoured. Everyone, including Chief Instructor Shin and Captain Lin, was left utterly stunned. Chasing the beast horde and slaughtering them like this, it was terrifying. Even 5-star powerhouses like Chief Instructor Shin and Captain Lin wouldn't dare to act this way, yet Chu Feng, who had just broken through to 3 stars, was this fierce. It was simply incomprehensible. Hiss! Chief Instructor Shin gasped, "This kid, how is he stronger than me?" Captain Lin's mouth twitched, "This kid is truly terrifying." Chu Feng paid no attention to the others, chasing the beast horde all the way to the foot of the mountain. Only when the beasts disappeared into the forest did he reluctantly turn back. Although he hadn't devoured all the beasts, this time he had devoured nearly 9,000 beasts. Most of them second tier, with quite a few third tier, and even a few fourth tier beasts. Opening the system interface again, his vitality had already risen to over 14,000, successfully advancing to the mid-stage of 3 stars. Calculating carefully, this time he had devoured about 7,000 second-tier beasts, each providing approximately 1 point of vitality, and 1,300 third-tier beasts, each contributing about 5 points of vitality. Chu Feng was very satisfied. The harvest this time was incredibly rich. Not only had he completed the system's devour mission and gained poison immunity, but he had also advanced to the mid-stage of 3 stars, with his strength skyrocketing. With the nourishment of abundant delicacies, his gourmet cells had become even stronger, and his physical strength had more than doubled. His gravity ability had also been fully upgraded, now capable of releasing 120 times gravity. The range of his devouring ability exceeded 1,200 meters, and Delicious Devour could now lock onto over 300 targets. Although he was only a mid-level 3-star warrior, he could easily crush a 4-star warrior. Of course, with a good battle blade, he could unleash Crustal Cleave, forcing even 5-star warriors to kneel. "I need to find a way to get a good blade," Chu Feng thought to himself. Ordinary battle blades couldn't withstand the immense energy of Crustal Cleave. The blade he had previously crafted from the teeth of an armored shark shattered into pieces after just one use. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly felt someone staring at him, and his heart tightened. Looking up, he was startled. All eyes were fixed on him. From their gazes, he could see shock and disbelief. Student Chu Feng, Chief Instructor Shin walked over and asked curiously, "What exactly is your strength level?" Even he couldn't see through Chu Feng anymore. Chu Feng had clearly been at the peak of 2-star strength before, but after this battle, he had directly advanced to mid-level 3-star. Such rapid improvement was astonishing. Mid-level 3-star was one thing, but to kill a 4th-tier ferocious beast? That completely overturned everyone's understanding. Chu Feng replied frankly, "I am now at mid-level 3-star strength." Chief Instructor Shin paused for a moment and asked seriously, "Are you sure?" Chu Feng nodded firmly. "I'm sure." Chief Instructor Shin couldn't believe it. Killing a 4th-tier ferocious beast and even ignoring its deadly poison, how is that possible? Even 5-star warriors might not be able to achieve such a feat. Their conversation was overheard by the other students, and everyone felt a heavy blow. Especially those who considered themselves geniuses, they felt even worse. Mid-level 3-star? What a joke! A student who had just graduated from high school and entered university had already reached mid-level 3-star? It was already considered genius level. To graduate high school at late stage 1-star, and reaching the peak of 1-star was a genius among geniuses. But mid-level 3-star? And to top it off, Chu Feng had even killed a 4th-tier ferocious beast, the fish-scaled black snake. What was this? For a moment, those self-proclaimed geniuses felt utterly worthless in front of Chu Feng. When Chu Feng returned to the team, his classmates all looked at him with admiration. "Brother Feng, you're amazing." "Brother Feng, 666. Chu Feng, you're incredible." Instructor Li walked over and lightly patted Chu Feng on the head. Did you disobey orders and act on your own again? Chu Feng scratched his head and smiled. Instructor Li, I was afraid the ferocious beast would escape. You little rascal. Instructor Li responded, exasperated. However, he didn't scold Chu Feng. After all, if Chu Feng hadn't acted in time to kill the fish-scaled black snake, many students might have been injured or even killed. Now that the beast tide had subsided and Chu Feng had taken down thousands of ferocious beasts, the soldiers and students had suffered almost no casualties. This was the best possible outcome, and Chu Feng's contribution was undeniable. After a short rest, everyone set off again. At this point, Chief Instructor Shin called Chu Feng over. In the vehicle, Chief Instructor Shin spoke in a serious tone, Student Chu Feng, the beast tide just now might have been targeting you. In the past, there had been ferocious beast attacks, but they were always small-scale groups. This time, it was a full-blown beast tide, including several fourth-tier ferocious beasts. All the beasts had charged toward Chu Feng, and the leader, the fish-scaled black snake, had even deliberately sprayed poison at him. All of this indicated that the beasts were targeting him. This was a serious matter. Chu Feng replied calmly, maybe. He didn't seem surprised at all. After all, last time Senior Xinqing told him that ferocious beasts had been targeting him, even sending assassins specifically to kill him, and many people named Chu Feng had already died. Now that the ferocious beasts were coming for him, what was so strange about it? Chief Instructor Shin frowned and asked in confusion, "You're not scared at all?" This was a very dangerous matter. His niece Xinqing had also been frantically targeted by ferocious beasts before and had almost lost her life. Later, it somehow calmed down. Chu Feng recounted the assassination attempts by the ferocious beasts and the situations where those named Chu Feng had met their end. After hearing this, Chief Instructor Shin suddenly understood, so you already knew, no wonder. Captain Lin, standing nearby, said with concern, "Kid, you still need to be careful. Your talent is too strong, and the ferocious beasts won't let you go so easily." Judging from Chu Feng's performance just now, his strength was already terrifyingly abnormal. If he were a ferocious beast, he wouldn't let someone like himself continue to grow either. It was truly frightening. Chu Feng said nonchalantly, "It's fine." Senior Xinqing said that as long as I don't leave the inner region, it shouldn't be a big problem. Hearing this, both Chief Instructor Shin and Captain Lin nodded. Indeed, within the inner region, the highest level of ferocious beasts was only Tier 5. And even a Tier 5 ferocious beast might not be able to kill Chu Feng. The journey afterward went smoothly, with no further encounters with ferocious beasts. They only arrived at Yunzhou City the next evening. The students ate a simple meal and, without even having time to rest, continued their journey through the night. It was as if the students weren't even treated as humans. Upon returning to the military training department, apart from Chu Feng, the other students were so exhausted they could barely stand, their legs almost numb. Even more brutal was the fact that the following days were filled with endurance running training, making 5 round trips between the military training department and Yunzhou City. Many students' muscles were significantly strengthened, achieving the desired training effect. Chu Feng, however, gained even more. The long distance running over the past few days allowed his level 3 gourmet cells innate ability to quickly adapt to the intensity, maximizing the activation of the gourmet cells. As mentioned before, gourmet cells can quickly adapt to the environment and enhance muscle memory. In other words, the long distance running over the past few days greatly improved Chu Feng's muscle resilience. He could run from the military training department to Yunzhou City in one go and still manage to make several round trips. Other students could barely adapt to the intensity and couldn't possibly run thousands of kilometers like Chu Feng. This was the power of gourmet cells. With just a bit of training, they could reach the limits of others. Moreover, the gourmet cells not only enhanced physical strength but also significantly boosted the abilities of gravity and devouring. His vitality had also increased substantially, leaving him only 400 to 500 points away from breaking through to the late stage of 3 stars. Finally, a rare day of rest arrived. Awesome! We finally get a day off. If this training continues, I won't be able to take it anymore. This military training is insane. Can I still transfer schools? I'm going to sleep the whole day." The students cheered and were overjoyed. After all, it had been nearly half a month of military training, with grueling daily routines. Getting tanned was one thing, but many girls found their muscles had grown noticeably thicker. Chu Feng was also particularly excited because he finally had an entire day to himself. Most importantly, he could hunt ferocious beasts to enhance his strength and save money to buy a battle knife. These two tasks could be accomplished simultaneously. Before going to bed last night, he had already checked the martial artist forum to find out which area within the checkpoints had the most ferocious beasts. Recently before dawn, Chu Feng activated anti-gravity and flew at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. He flew for 6 hours straight before reaching his destination. Standing high in the sky and looking down, he saw a massive mountain range below, with an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters. It resembled a giant beast lying there. However, the mountain range was split in half by a huge crack in the center. This crack was actually left by a blade aura. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, a 9-star martial artist practicing an earth-level blade technique released a terrifying blade aura, carving this mark directly into the mountain. Since then, this mountain range has been called the Sword-Breaking Mountain Range. The Sword-Breaking Mountain Range is the second largest mountain range in the human residential area. Surrounding it are more than a dozen cities. Chu Feng learned from the martial artist forum that the Sword-Breaking Mountain Range is home to tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. 5-tier beasts often appear here. Martial artists from nearby cities come here to train, hunt beasts for money, and some even discover rare and valuable treasures. Without wasting any time, Chu Feng flew directly down the mountain and landed halfway up. As soon as he landed, he saw a ferocious beast not far away. It looked like a rhinoceros, its entire body covered in thick, rock-like skin, with a row of sharp spikes on its back and a horn over 2 meters long on its head. It looked extremely fierce. Chu Feng had learned about this in class. It was called a unicorn rhino. A 3rd-tier beast, it was famous for its extremely strong defense. Someone had once fired a missile at it, but it remained unscathed. Roar, the unicorn rhino growled lowly, its eyes flashing with ferocity. It kicked its hind legs forcefully, and its massive body charged forward at an astonishing speed. Within seconds, it was in front of Chu Feng, its sharp horn aiming straight for his chest, capable of piercing even a tank. Chu Feng immediately activated the devouring gravity sphere, and a black sphere appeared behind him, releasing gravity over 120 times Earth's normal level. The unicorn rhino instantly fell to its knees, letting out a deep, strange cry, as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down on its back. Without hesitation, Chu Feng clenched his fist, his muscles taut, unleashing his strength to the limit. Combined with the 120 times gravity, he delivered a powerful punch to the unicorn rhino's head. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded as the unicorn rhino screamed in agony, its head punched into a large crater, blood and flesh mangled, and it collapsed, twitching. Moments later, it was dead. The entire process seemed lengthy when described, but in reality, it took only 2 seconds from the unicorn rhino's charge to Chu Feng's fatal punch. Chu Feng broke off its horn and kept it, knowing it could fetch a good price. As for the corpse, he directly used the delicious devour function to consume it, gaining 5 points of vitality. Surveying his surroundings, he found no abnormalities. He sniffed the air and detected the scent of many ferocious beasts. The scent of beasts is stronger over there. Chu Feng turned his gaze to the left, activated anti-gravity, and floated up, quickly flying in that direction. The scent of beasts grew stronger and stronger. As his strength increased, Chu Feng's sense of smell had also become more sensitive, allowing him to detect faint scents from far away. Soon, he stopped mid-air. In front of him was a cliff. On the cliff face stood a group of bird-like beasts. They were large, resembling eagles, with curved, sharp beaks, claws as sharp as knives, and feathers that gleamed with a metallic sheen like iron plates. On their heads grew a massive golden feather that emitted a faint golden glow. Indeed, these were Golden-headed strange eagles. Second-tier ferocious beasts. Individually, they were not strong, but when they attacked in groups, they were extremely terrifying. Chufeng didn't count carefully, the entire cliff was densely packed, with at least 800 to 1,000 creatures. Some were sleeping, some were playing, and others were mating. Seeing so many golden-headed strange eagles, Chufeng wasn't scared at all. Instead, he was thrilled. This was a massive wave of blood energy. Calculating that a second-tier beast could provide about 1 point of blood energy, devouring this group of golden-headed strange eagles could increase his blood energy by 1,000 points, easily breaking through to the late stage of 3-star. Moreover, so many golden-headed strange eagles could be exchanged for considerable subsidies at the Martial Alliance. With a slight smirk, Chufeng directly unleashed the devouring gravity ball, charging forward with 120 times gravity and immense devouring power. The golden-headed strange eagles noticed Chufeng, but before they could react, he had already landed among them, and the gravity instantly crushed down. Whether sleeping or mating, all the surrounding golden-headed strange eagles were crushed to death without exception. In one fell swoop, the golden-headed strange eagles were completely annihilated, leaving no survivors. Even the eggs hidden in nearby caves were shattered by the shock. Chufeng was in high spirits and didn't rush to devour them. He first collected the golden feathers from their heads, stored them in the devouring space, and then began devouring. He didn't spare the broken eggs in the caves either. As he finished devouring all the golden-headed strange eagles and their eggs, waves of resonance surged within Chufeng's body, and his blood energy skyrocketed, breaking through to the late stage of 3-star in one go. Nourished by the rich delicacies, his gourmet cells grew stronger, enhancing his strength, defense, speed, and reflexes. His two innate abilities, gravity and devouring, also improved. The gravity could now exert over 140 times pressure, and the devouring range extended beyond 1,500 meters. Chufeng took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and punched the cliff wall fiercely. With a loud boom, the cliff wall shattered, countless cracks spreading like tree roots, followed by a crashing sound as the entire cliff wall collapsed. Chufeng quickly flew into the sky, looking down at the flattened cliff, secretly amazed. This power is too strong. Even a late-stage 3rd-tier beast would die if hit by this punch. Coupled with the power of 140 times gravity, a 4th-tier beast would either die or be severely injured. Let's continue. Without hesitation, he immediately began searching for the next wave of beasts. Perhaps he could break through to 4-star. Standing high in the sky, Chufeng used his keen sense of smell to search for the scent of beasts. There are about 80 beasts over here, too few. Over there, roughly 200, still not enough. Huh, what's this smell? So fragrant. Suddenly, Chufeng's expression changed as he caught a faint, intermittent fragrance in the air. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it. His gourmet cells began to boil, and a strong desire to eat surged in his heart. What is this? Chufeng was thrilled. Without a doubt, this was a scent his gourmet cells liked. The last time he encountered iron-armored crocodile eggs, his gourmet cells had reacted similarly. If this really is an ingredient favored by gourmet cells, eating it will make the cells even more active. My strength will definitely increase significantly. With this thought, Chufeng didn't hesitate and flew toward the direction of the scent. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sword-breaking mountain range, a group of martial artists was on the move. Leading them was a young man around 30 years old, dressed lavishly, with a hooked nose, a cigar in his mouth, and a confident stride, exuding an air of arrogance. Around him, 7 or 8 men wore identical clothing, with the words Dragon City Martial Arts School embroidered on their chests. A small, thin man with a black mole at the corner of his mouth, which even had a black hair growing from it, smiled and said, "Young Master Hao, the red scale fruit is almost ripe. This time, we're well prepared and will definitely get it." Young Master Hao said nothing, continuing to puff on his cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. The thin man pinched the black hair on his mole, his eyes flickering. "Young Master Hao, there's a group of scaled lizards near the red scale fruit. Last time, we weren't prepared and got ambushed, losing quite a few people and failing to obtain the fruit. This time, we're ready, and with you overseeing things, we're sure to succeed. I've already devised a foolproof plan, we just need to follow it. Young Master Hao nodded. You handle the plan. I just want the red scale fruit. Paying a price is fine. Yes, yes, the thin man replied with a smile. Young Master Hao, although the red scale fruit is an F-grade exotic treasure, its effects are remarkable. Eating it can significantly boost vitality, and you'll definitely break through to 4 stars. At that moment, a figure whizzed past overhead. Young Master Hao paused and looked up. Did something just fly over us? The thin man pinched the black hair on his mole, his eyes flashing with an unusual light, as if activating a special ability. His expression changed instantly. Not good, a brat is heading toward the red scale fruit. Young Master Hao's gaze turned cold. What are you waiting for? Chase him. Don't let him steal the red scale fruit. If the fruit is gone, you're all finished. The thin man's face turned serious. Young Master Hao, don't worry. We'll speed up and get there right away. With that, the group unleashed their energy and charged forward quickly. Earlier, Chu Feng had been careful not to alarm other fierce beasts, but now he couldn't afford to worry about that. Flying overhead, he saw young Master Hao and his group below but paid them little attention, continuing forward. The air grew increasingly fragrant, and his gourmet cells became more active. The target was getting closer. Passing through a grove of trees, a cliff appeared ahead. Chu Feng hovered in mid-air, his gaze fixed on the front. In the cracks of the cliff's rock face grew a strange plant, bearing a fruit slightly larger than an apple. It was entirely red, its surface covered in scales, and emitted a tantalizing aroma. The red scale fruit? Chu Feng's eyes lit up. In this world, plants and animals had mutated. Animals had become ferocious beasts, while certain plants in special environments transformed into precious exotic treasures. Exotic treasures typically contained unique energy, some could enhance vitality, others could improve physical constitution, strengthen the body, or heal injuries and illnesses. Regardless of the type, exotic treasures were extremely valuable and rare. Generally, exotic treasures were divided into 7 grades, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. For the red scale fruit before him was F grade, an exotic treasure that could boost vitality. Chu Feng hadn't learned this knowledge from textbooks but had discovered it in the library. He was certain the red scale fruit was exactly the kind of food his gourmet cells craved. He had to obtain it. But there was a problem: the area around the red scale fruit was inhabited by a group of scaled lizards. These creatures were large, with sharp fangs, and exceptionally fierce. They were all third-tier ferocious beasts. Their attacks involved tail whips and biting, with a hint of mild venom. The scaled lizards hadn't eaten the red scale fruit but lived around it, using its aroma to attract other creatures, waiting to hunt them. Counting carefully, there were 20 scaled lizards lying on the rock wall, their body color almost blending into the wall. This was their camouflage ability. Without careful observation, it was hard to spot them. When Chu Feng first arrived here, he didn't notice them either. It was the scent that caught his attention, and only after looking closely did he see them clearly. Quite a clever disguise. Too bad it's useless. Chu Feng's lips curved slightly as he swiftly flew over. Whether it was the red scale fruit or those 20 scaled lizards, they would only become Chu Feng's nourishment. Boom! Chu Feng landed on a rock beside the red scale fruit. As soon as Chu Feng touched down, the eyes of the 20 ambushing scaled lizards nearby instantly turned fierce. Another reckless human. The next moment, the 20 scaled lizards simultaneously lunged forward, intending to devour Chu Feng in one bite. To them, whoever ate Chu Feng first would gain glory. But facing the charging beasts, Chu Feng's face showed no trace of tension. Instead, he sneered coldly. His aura sank, and he directly unleashed the devouring gravity sphere. A black sphere immediately appeared behind him, increasing gravity by 140 times, pressing down on the scaled lizards like an invisible giant hand. Boom, boom, boom! Instantly, the 20 lunging lizards were pinned down by the gravity, unable to move, as if firmly restrained. At the same time, Chu Feng released a powerful devouring force from his body, pulling all of them toward him. It was as if Chu Feng had turned into a massive planet, attracting everything nearby. The 20-scaled lizards struggled desperately, screaming miserably, but it was all in vain. Chu Feng took a scale from each of them and stored it in his devouring space. Then, with his right hand, he activated Delicious Devour, and one by one, the scaled lizards turned into nothingness amidst their screams, consumed by Chu Feng. After devouring the 20 scaled lizards, Chu Feng's vitality directly increased by 100 points, with each lizard adding 5 points. Satisfying. Chu Feng retracted his aura and turned his gaze to the red scale fruit, stepping forward. Meanwhile, Hao Xiao and his group were rushing over at high speed. "Don't worry, Hao Xiao," said the skinny man, his eyes flickering. "There are 23rd-tier ferocious scaled lizards near the red scale fruit. That guy won't have an easy time trying to snatch it. Besides, if we get there, we might even benefit from the situation. Last time, when they tried to grab the red scale fruit, they were ambushed by the camouflaged scaled lizards, suffering heavy casualties." He was convinced that Chu Feng must have been attacked, even believing that Chu Feng had already been eaten. But when they arrived, they saw Chu Feng swaggering toward the red scale fruit, leaving everyone puzzled. Hao Xiao shouted angrily, "Didn't you say there were scaled lizards? Why don't I see any?" The skinny man, clutching that black hair, was equally confused. "There were definitely some last time. I don't understand why there's none now." He couldn't figure it out. Why were all the scaled lizards guarding the red scale fruit gone? "Stop wasting time," Hao Xiao said coldly. "Luckily, the red scale fruit is still there. Hurry and grab it." Over on Chu Feng's side, he had already reached out and picked the red scale fruit. The bright red fruit, covered in fish scale-like patterns, was both beautiful and fragrant. "Hand over the red scale fruit," the skinny man ordered Chu Feng, his tone commanding. "We were the ones who discovered it first." Chu Feng frowned slightly, glanced at the group opposite him, and replied calmly, "No treasure belongs to anyone. Whoever gets it first owns it. Now that I've taken it, it's naturally mine. I won't give it to you." With that, he directly stored the red scale fruit into his devouring space. He didn't eat it immediately. After all, he wasn't sure what consequences might arise if he consumed it. What if something went wrong? It was better to find a quiet place and eat it slowly. The scrawny man froze in shock as the red scale fruit disappeared. Then, he angrily demanded, "Where did you hide the red scale fruit? We're from Dragon City Martial Arts Hall. I advise you to hand it over quickly and avoid causing trouble." "Ow." Before he could finish his sentence, Hao Xiao kicked him in the rear, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he cried out in pain. "Didn't you understand what I said? I told you to snatch the red scale fruit, not negotiate with him," Hao Xiao scolded the scrawny man. Then, turning his cold gaze to Chu Feng, he said icily, "I don't care who you are. Hand over the red scale fruit immediately, or die." Chu Feng retorted directly, "Are you out of your mind?" Hao Xiao's expression darkened, flames of fury blazing in his eyes, exuding a murderous aura. For years, no one had dared to speak to him like this. "Damn it! If I don't beat you to death today, I'll write my name backward," he roared. "All of you, attack. Beat him to a pulp." Although the Martial Alliance prohibited killing people lightly, Hao Xiao had long ignored such rules over the years. For him, killing was a mere trifle. At Hao Xiao's command, more than a dozen martial artists behind him instantly unleashed their auras, displaying the strength of 3-star martial artists. They activated their innate abilities and charged at Chu Feng. With Hao Xiao backing them, killing a martial artist was nothing to worry about. Having followed Hao Xiao for years, they had done all kinds of heinous deeds. Their gazes toward Chu Feng were filled with disdain and pity, certain that he was doomed today. Especially here, in the Broken Sword Mountain Range, where killing was all too common. They had no reservations. But today, they'd encountered a truly unlucky opponent. Boom! Without saying much, Chu Feng directly activated the devouring gravity orb. A basketball-sized black sphere appeared behind him, and instantly, 140 times gravity enveloped the area. At the same time, a powerful devouring force spread outward. Before the dozen Dragon City martial artists could approach, they were crushed by the gravity. Bones shattered, blood vessels burst, and their internal organs ruptured. Although they hadn't died yet, they were on the brink of death. Then, like dead dogs, they slid toward Chu Feng. Bang! 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 Chu Feng lifted his foot and stomped on their heads one by one, smashing them into bloody pulp. Blood splattered everywhere. For anyone who wanted to kill Chu Feng, he would show no mercy in return. Hao Xiao and the scrawny man were so terrified by this scene that they nearly wet themselves. What the hell was this? Over a dozen three-star martial artists, killed in mere seconds? And this seemingly harmless young man, how could he be so brutal? They quickly realized they had provoked someone far more dangerous than they could handle. The scrawny man took a deep breath, his lips trembling more visibly by the second. He hurriedly admitted defeat, saying, "Little brother, I'm Wu Yong from Dragon City Martial Arts Hall, and this is Hao Xiao. We were in the wrong earlier, and I apologize on our behalf. We don't want the red scale fruit anymore." He was terrified. This young man's strength was horrifying, his actions decisive and ruthless. They had to calm him down, otherwise, they wouldn't leave this place alive. But Hao Xiao's face remained dark. He took a drag from his cigar and pointed at Chu Feng, threatening him. "So? What if you're strong? Sure, I can't beat you, but my dad is the Dragon City Martial Arts Hall's master. If you don't want to die, hand over the red scale fruit immediately, kneel and apologize to me, and become my subordinate. Otherwise, I'll have my dad kill you." He remained as arrogant as ever. After all, in Dragon City, his identity alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. Beside him, Wu Yong nearly fainted from fright upon hearing this. "Oh my god, the opponent is so terrifying. Can't we retreat for now, go back to gather reinforcements, and then deal with him?" At this moment, Wu Yong only wanted to escape for his life. "Kid, I'm warning you for the last time. Hand over the red scale fruit immediately." Hao Xiao, holding his cigar between two fingers, pointed at Chu Feng and issued a threatening command. Boom! Before Hao Xiao could finish speaking, Chu Feng's face turned cold. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground and shot forward like a cannonball. Wu Yong felt Chu Feng's killing intent, his face turned pale, and he shouted in panic, "Hao Xiao, run," as he turned to flee. But it was already too late. Boom! Chu Feng landed in front of them, instantly unleashing 140 times gravity to envelop the area. Hao Xiao and Wu Yong couldn't even hold out for a second before being mercilessly pressed to the ground, as if gripped tightly by a giant hand, unable to move, their bodies distorted. Crack, 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 the sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The two of them, with only peak 3-star strength, couldn't withstand 140 times gravity at all. Don't forget, even third-tier ferocious beasts couldn't endure such pressure. Hao Xiao wasn't dead yet. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fixed on Chu Feng, filled with disbelief. Clearly, he hadn't expected Chu Feng to act so decisively. Hao Xiao wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat. His gaze was filled. No time to think too much. He quickly ate the remaining red-scaled fruits and took out all the food from the devouring space, consuming it in one go. As the food continuously replenished energy, the loss of flesh and blood on his body stopped. But soon, the replenished energy was absorbed by that force again, and Chu Feng's flesh and blood began to disappear once more. Damn it! Chu Feng was shocked. If he didn't quickly replenish energy to satisfy that force, he feared he would be completely devoured by it. Without hesitation, he sniffed the air, quickly locked onto the location of nearby ferocious beasts, and sprinted towards them at full speed. Boom! He violently landed amidst a group of second-tier ferocious beasts, horned wild wolves, about 10 kilometers away, immediately activating the devouring gravity ball, crushing all the horned wild wolves to death, and then used Delicious Devour to consume them all. His nose twitched again, quickly locking onto a new target, and he dashed off once more. Next, a group of second-tier ferocious beasts, sea lion bird beasts, were also devoured by Chu Feng. Half an hour later, Chu Feng had consumed over a dozen third-tier ferocious beasts, vampire foxes, and the hunger in his stomach finally disappeared, with his lost flesh and blood restored to its original state. Phew! Chu Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, though he still felt uneasy. Fortunately, in the Sword Break Mountain Range, there were plenty of ferocious beasts and abundant food. In other places, it would have been dangerous. What on earth is this thing? Why does it consume so much? Chu Feng inspected his stomach. Inside, he saw a mysterious space, and within the space was a black egg larger than a fist, emitting a faint black glow. Seeing this, Chu Feng was stunned. What exactly was this black egg in his stomach? Although he didn't know, he could clearly sense the terrifying power hidden within the black egg. Once it hatched, whatever was inside would undoubtedly be fearsome. Even stranger, the black egg seemed to have merged with Chu Feng's body. Earlier, when he devoured the ferocious beasts, most of the delicious energy was absorbed by the black egg, while Chu Feng himself received very little. Otherwise, with the amount of ferocious beasts he had crazily consumed just now, he would have already broken through to 4 stars. Now, the black egg was no longer crazily devouring Chu Feng's flesh and blood but was absorbing his vital energy in blood. Fortunately, the amount absorbed was small, and Chu Feng could still bear it. As long as he ate a bit more every day, he could replenish it. It seems this black egg will need to be nourished by my vital energy and blood from now on, Chu Feng thought helplessly. This meant his strength improvement would slow down. This is practically raising a huge trouble. Chu Feng smiled bitterly. However, upon further thought, he felt that this black egg might actually be a gourmet cell demon. Awakening the gourmet cell talent ability has a chance of producing a gourmet cell demon. Chu Feng had previously read a book called Talent Ability Record in the school library, which mentioned gourmet cell demons. Gourmet cell demons are a force parasitic on gourmet cells. Once awakened, the host can harness its power. Thinking of this, Chu Feng was so excited he almost jumped up. After all, if the gourmet cell demon was truly hatched from his black egg, then once it revived, he could use its power to become incredibly strong, almost terrifying. Of course, hatching this gourmet cell demon egg was no simple task. According to Talent Ability Record, there were cases where people awakened S-level gourmet cell talents and obtained gourmet cell demon eggs, but ultimately failed to hatch them. Changing into a new set of clothes, Chu Feng opened the system interface. Host, Chu Feng Vitality, 23,000/25,000 innate abilities, SSS-level gourmet cells. Enhanced sense of smell, gourmet cell demon egg hatching progress 0.1%. SSS-level gravity, gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity 1,000-pound drop, SSS level. Devour, delicious devour, devour space, comprehensive skill of innate abilities, devouring gravity sphere combat technique, heaven-level crust cutting, beginner, special. Ability, Poison Immunity Warrior level, 3-star peak devour mission, updating. Fixing his gaze on the SSS-level gourmet cells section, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Damn, it's really a gourmet cell demon egg. This is just too awesome. But when he saw the hatching progress was only 0.1%, Chu Feng froze. Damn, I just devoured thousands of ferocious beasts, and the progress is still this tiny? How long will it take to fully hatch? No matter what, Chu Feng decided to go all out to hatch this egg. I must thoroughly research related information when I get back. Hopefully, I can revive the gourmet cell demon as soon as possible, Chu Feng thought. Silently checking the time, he decided to leave the sword-breaking mountain range. Originally, he planned to hunt enough ferocious beasts to exchange for money to buy a good blade. Unexpectedly, he encountered the red scale fruit, a food ingredient favored by gourmet cells, and accidentally became host to the gourmet cell demon. Although he hadn't collected enough beast materials to exchange for money, this journey was incredibly rewarding, far exceeding his expectations. After all, the activity of his gourmet cells had increased again, significantly boosting his strength. Moreover, he had become host to the gourmet cell demon. His vitality had also increased considerably, and reaching 4-star level was just around the corner. Chu Feng speculated that the system's devour mission would update soon. In any case, this trip left Chu Feng very satisfied. Since he had military training tomorrow, he had to leave quickly. He still needed to go to the Warrior Alliance headquarters to exchange the beast materials in his devour space for subsidies, calculate how much more money he needed, and then rush back to the training department. Time was tight. Activating anti-gravity flight, he advanced at an extremely fast speed. Soon, he flew out of the sword-breaking mountain range. Imperial Capital City. This was the largest of all human cities, covering an area of over 1.2 million square kilometers. It had the most warriors and the strongest overall strength. Legend had it that even a random passerby here could very well be a 3-star warrior. The Warrior Alliance headquarters was located in the city center, in the tallest building, shaped like a giant blade piercing the sky. Entering the Imperial Capital City, Chu Feng flew for a while and saw the towering building from afar. He knew that was the Warrior Alliance headquarters. Arriving at the headquarters, Chu Feng went straight to apply for subsidies for hunting ferocious beasts. The young lady at the counter was surprised when Chu Feng took out a pile of beast materials. To be honest, many warriors came here to claim subsidies, and she had seen plenty of high-level beast materials. But seeing Chu Feng, who still looked like a high school student, carrying so many materials, including quite a few from Tier 3 beasts, she couldn't help but be astonished. Chu Feng smiled and said, "Miss, could you help me check how much subsidy these materials can get?" "Of course, I'll handle it right away. Please wait a moment." The young lady was very polite, her face full of smiles. After all, she knew that the Imperial Capital City was full of powerful individuals, and no one should be underestimated. She quickly began categorizing the materials, registering, taking photos. Her actions were skilled and efficient. After completing the process, the young lady smiled and told Chu Feng, "It's all registered, 892nd tier ferocious beasts, golden-headed gargoyle, 1/3 tier ferocious beast, unicorn rhino, 23rd tier. Ferocious beasts, scaled lizard. A subsidy of 1,000 yuan for each 2nd-tier ferocious beast and 10,000 yuan for each 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Please count and confirm, then sign here." Chu Feng didn't count carefully and signed directly, as he was clear about the numbers. "When will the subsidy be credited?" The young lady smiled and said, "It will be credited in 1 minute." Sure enough, 1 minute later, Chu Feng received the money, 1.1 million in total. Truly worthy of being the headquarters, they counted on site and transferred the money immediately, unlike the branches, where it would take 1 or 2 days. With the money in hand, Chu Feng immediately went to buy a battle knife. 1 million was enough to buy a decent one. As Chu Feng left, the young lady muttered softly, "Who is this young man? I've never seen him before. Did he kill so many ferocious beasts on his own?" As expected, the imperial capital is full of experts. Chu Feng had already arrived at the battle knife sales area. Various battle knives were displayed in abundance. Perhaps due to the timing, there weren't many buyers. A beautiful saleswoman approached Chu Feng with a bright smile. "Handsome, do you need any help?" Chu Feng said directly, "Do you have any battle knives around 1 million yuan to recommend?" He only had a little over 1 million yuan, and after buying the knife, he still needed to save some money for food and other necessities. The saleswoman smiled and said, "Yes, please follow me." Chu Feng followed her to a section. The saleswoman introduced, "This is the Thunder Slash knife, made from the teeth of a 4th-tier thunder eel. It emits electricity during attacks and can paralyze ferocious beasts below the 3rd tier, priced at 980,000 yuan. This is the Fire Dragon knife, crafted from the teeth of a 4th tier Fire Raptor. It emits flames when swung, priced at 950,000 yuan. This is the Black Gold Ancient knife, forged from rare ancient black gold metal. It's exceptionally sharp, priced at 1 million yuan. This is..." The saleswoman was about to continue when Chu Feng interrupted, "Wait, I want to ask, which of these knives is the hardest?" Additional attributes weren't important, the knife had to be hard enough. Otherwise, it would shatter like his previous knife when using crust cutting. The saleswoman was momentarily stunned, then smiled and pointed to a knife nearby. "Among the knives in your price range, the hardest is this Black Gold Ancient knife." "Great." Chu Feng nodded, took out his bank card, and said, "I'll take it." Swipe the card. "All right." The saleswoman was slightly surprised but quickly smiled and proceeded with the transaction. Soon, she returned with a satisfied expression, handing over the receipt and card. She then opened the cabinet, struggled a bit to take out the Black Gold Ancient knife, and handed it to Chu Feng, reminding him, "Handsome, this knife is a bit heavy, so be careful." Chu Feng picked up the knife with one hand. It was indeed a bit heavy, much heavier than his previous one, probably weighing 50 to 60 pounds. For the petite saleswoman, it was understandably difficult. But Chu Feng held it effortlessly, feeling no pressure at all, and even thought it was a bit light. The saleswoman was surprised to see Chu Feng easily lift the knife. With one hand, her mouth slightly agape. This handsome guy was no ordinary person, he must be an expert. Clang! Chu Feng unsheathed the black gold ancient knife, the sound of metal friction ringing out as the blade gleamed brightly. A chilling aura quickly spread, exuding an imposing presence. The knife was nearly a meter long, as wide as a palm, entirely jet black, and emitted a humming sound when lightly flicked. Chu Feng swung it a few times and found it felt excellent. He was very satisfied. This black gold ancient knife was far superior to his previous battle knife. Truly a knife worth 1 million yuan, you get what you pay for. He just didn't know what would happen if he used it to initiate crust cutting. He was looking forward to it. Putting away the ancient black gold knife, Chu Feng asked the beautiful sales assistant where he could buy the record of innate abilities. After purchasing it, he also bought some ingredients and stored them in the devouring space. Checking the time, it was getting late, so he headed to the military training department. Longzhou City, Longcheng Martial Arts Hall. Have you found him? Master, not yet. Useless. Keep searching, dead or alive. Hao Yukai roared angrily. His only son had led over a dozen 3-star martial artists to the Sword Break Mountain range to seize the red scale fruit, which should have been an easy task. Unexpectedly, they all disappeared, as if they had evaporated. It was too strange. No matter how many ferocious beasts there were, it was impossible for none of them to escape. Yet now, there was no news of anyone. What made Hao Yukai even angrier was that despite sending so many people to search, there were no clues at all. At this moment, someone rushed in and shouted, "Master, we found them." Hao Youcai's eyes lit up. "Where?" The person trembled and said, "We found the young master and their clothes inside the stomach of a Vajra leopard." "I'm afraid." Hearing this, Hao Youcai's mind buzzed, unable to accept it. After calming down, he said, "The Vajra leopard is only a mid-tier 3rd-level ferocious beast. How could it possibly devour so many people? There must be something suspicious about this. Investigate thoroughly. I want the truth." Chu Feng was unaware of these events. He spent a few more hours and returned to the military training department at nightfall. Many other students who had gone out to play had also returned. He didn't pay much attention, ate some food to replenish the energy and blood absorbed by the gourmet cell demon egg, and then took out the record of innate abilities to study. Finding information about the innate abilities of gourmet cells, Chu Feng carefully read through it. After finishing, he gained a deeper understanding of the capabilities of gourmet cells and learned some details about the gourmet cell demon. The record stated that to revive the dormant gourmet cell demon, the key was to feed them their favorite foods. Putting away the book, a glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. So far, he had only discovered 2 types of food that gourmet cells liked. One was the egg of the iron-armored crocodile, and the other was the exotic treasure, red scale fruit. It seems I'll need to pay more attention to eggs and exotic treasures in the future. The night passed quietly. The next morning, a new day of military training began. After the usual running and frog jumps, Chu Feng was still the first to complete the tasks and rushed to the cafeteria for breakfast. Eggs, fried dough sticks, buns, milk, he ate quite a lot. His energy and blood value didn't increase much, but the system's devouring task was updated. Ding! System selected devouring task has been updated. Task 1, devour the turtle shell tiger, reward, Thunderfist. Task 2, devour the 6-legged ape. Reward, invincible golden body. Please make your choice immediately. Seeing the task details, Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly. Task 1's turtle shell tiger was a 3rd-level ferocious beast, with a shell resembling a turtle's, boasting extremely strong defense. Task 2's 6-legged ape was a 4th-level ferocious beast, with 6 legs, a massive body, a fierce and violent temperament, and an aura of malevolence. With Chu Feng's current strength, he could complete either task. The key was which reward was more valuable. First, Thunder Fist, a yellow-grade combat technique. When punching, the fist is enveloped in lightning, delivering a strike like a thunderbolt, capable of destroying a building. However, this move heavily relies on physical strength. The stronger the body, the more astonishing the power. Chu Feng possessed a gourmet cell talent, capable of greatly enhancing his physical body. His physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists, and if he mastered Thunder Fist, its power would undoubtedly be formidable. Then there was Invincible Golden Body, a defensive skill. Once activated, his body would be enveloped in a golden glow, capable of withstanding any attack, rendering him invincible. However, the duration was only 2 seconds, and during activation, his body couldn't move unless pushed by external force. Without much thought, Chu Feng chose task 2. Although Thunder Fist was powerful, he currently didn't lack offensive techniques. By combining the power of his gourmet cells with gravity, his punches were already formidable. The Invincible Golden Body, on the other hand, could save his life, making it more valuable. Ding! You have made your choice. Please complete the task as soon as possible. The system prompted. Chu Feng collected his thoughts and headed toward the training ground. The other students had just finished their training and were preparing to have breakfast. Drill Instructor Lee. Chu Feng called out to the instructor, who was about to eat. Oh, Chu Feng, what's the matter? Instructor Lee took off his hat, revealing a buzz cut, and his tone was much gentler than during training. After all, Chu Feng's strength far exceeded his own. Drill Instructor Lee, I'd like to request a day or 2 off. Is that okay? Military training wasn't very beneficial to him. It was better to complete the system task and improve faster. No problem. Instructor Lee agreed readily. Take as many days as you need. He was well aware that while military training was strict, it was of little use to Chu Feng. With his exceptional physical fitness and stamina, there was no need for him to waste time here. During the last long-distance run, when they encountered a beast tide, Chu Feng had single-handedly chased and slaughtered ferocious beasts. Everyone knew how strong he was. Keeping Chu Feng here for monotonous training would only hinder his growth. Geniuses have their own paths, there's no need to hold them back with ordinary routines. Thank you, instructor. Chu Feng was a bit excited, not expecting it to be so easy to get leave. Now, he could focus on completing the system task. Whoosh, with Instructor Lee's permission, Chu Feng activated anti-gravity flight and swiftly took off with a whistle. Watching his disappearing figure, Instructor Lee smiled faintly. This kid is the most talented student I've ever seen, one of a kind. After breakfast, the students returned to continue their training. The training content was learning the military martial fist. It was a basic set of boxing techniques with monotonous and boring movements. Its practical combat effectiveness wasn't high, but it mainly trained the body's flexibility and slightly improved vitality. Under the scorching sun, the students practiced for 3 hours straight, drenched in sweat and full of reluctance. Watching them, Instructor Lee shook his head and began to scold them. Can't you even endure this little bit of hardship? If you had even half of Chu Feng's strength, you wouldn't need to learn these basic techniques. But do you? If a beast tide really breaks out one day, with your current physical condition, you'd be taken out as soon as you step onto the battlefield, becoming dinner for the beasts. Hearing this, the students' faces turned grim, their hearts filled with bitterness and helplessness. Chu Feng could take down 4th-tier ferocious beasts barehanded and even chase after a beast tide to fight. Who could compare to him? Chu Feng was extraordinary, practically a monster, nothing like an ordinary person. Instructor Lee continued, since you don't have Chu Feng's talent, train diligently and pull yourselves together. The students had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue training. Achoo! Flying through the air, Chu Feng suddenly sneezed. Damn it! Who's thinking about me? He rubbed his nose and continued flying. Chu Feng searched online for information and discovered that the 6-legged ape also exists within the borders, primarily living in Site Number 1. Years ago, there were many cities within the borders, but they were later destroyed by ferocious beasts, turning into abandoned no-man's lands. These abandoned cities are referred to as ruins, with a total of 81 sites. Half a day later, Chu Feng hovered in midair, his gaze locked onto an abandoned city. Skyscrapers were faintly visible, but most were dilapidated, even covered in green vines. This was Site Number 1. Site Number 1 was the first city to be overrun by ferocious beasts. Although the number of beasts here wasn't the highest, the variety was the richest, and most of the beasts were at Tier 3 or Tier 4. Compared to other ruins, Site Number 1 was the most dangerous. Chu Feng's nose twitched as he caught the scent of beasts in the air. Without hesitation, he flew in the direction of the smell. Before finding the six-legged ape, any beast was a target. Devouring them would make him stronger. The more he consumed, the more powerful he would become. Boom! Chu Feng charged into a dilapidated building covered in vines. The air inside was pungent, and a group of beasts was sleeping. They resembled wolf dogs but were hairless, with tumors growing all over their bodies, looking extremely terrifying. Their mouths were filled with 2 rows of sharp fangs, and a long, forked tongue constantly extended and retracted. These were snake wolves, Tier 3 beasts, venomous. Their most dangerous ability was their elastic tongues, which could shoot out like rubber bands and pierce through entire buildings. Before the snake wolves could react, Chu Feng immediately unleashed the devouring gravity sphere. A black sphere appeared behind him, enveloping the area with intense gravity and devouring force. Boom, 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 the snake wolves were instantly crushed to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths, unable to move. The weaker ones died on the spot. Chu Feng waved his right hand, taking out the black gold ancient blade from the devouring space, cutting off several snake wolf fangs to collect them. They could be exchanged for subsidies. Then, he activated Delicious Devour, consuming all 18 snake wolves in one go. Normally, each Tier 3 beast would provide 5 points of vitality, totaling 90 points, but the Gourmet Cell Demon Egg took the opportunity to steal a significant portion, leaving Chu Feng with only 40 points of vitality, half the expected amount. Chu Feng's roar, another furious roar, echoed as the dust dispersed, revealing the head of a gigantic ape. Its mouth was full of fangs, blood-red eyes, muscular build, and covered in black fur, resembling a gorilla. However, it had 6 limbs, actually 4 legs and 2 massive hands. Towering over 20 meters tall, Chu Feng recognized it immediately, the 6-limbed ape. A late-stage 4th-tier beast. Its strength was astonishing, as evidenced by the fate of the 2 4-star warriors earlier. At this moment, the 6-limbed ape noticed Chu Feng hovering mid-air. It roared furiously, saliva spraying everywhere, and leapt violently toward him, swinging its massive hand. Chu Feng's gaze turned cold as he immediately activated the gravity field, enveloping the area with 140 times gravity. Boom! The 6-limbed ape, just as it approached Chu Feng, was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense weight, as if crushed by a mountain, and crashed heavily to the ground. The ground cracked, and the earth caved in. Chu Feng took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and activated the special ability of his Gourmet cells, instantly pushing his strength to the limit. The muscles in his right arm bulged as he layered the 140 times gravity onto his fist, which emitted a low hum like a 1,000-pound hammer, smashing fiercely toward the 6-limbed ape's head. Boom! A deep explosion reverberated. Visible to the naked eye, a massive fist imprint was left on the 6-limbed ape's head, its flesh mangled and bloody. Roar! Yet, this full-force strike did not bring the 6-limbed ape down. Even the suppression of 140 times gravity failed to completely incapacitate it. It roared furiously, raised its fist abruptly, and retaliated fiercely against Chu Feng. Chu Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest. The next second, the enormous fist, several times larger than his entire body, slammed down, sending a terrifying force surging through him. Whoosh! Boom! Chu Feng was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a dilapidated building nearby, causing the entire structure to collapse. Crawling out from the rubble, he felt excruciating pain in his hands, as if his bones were about to break. He had to admit, the 6-limbed apes Strength was extraordinary. Among fourth-tier beasts, it was undoubtedly a top-tier existence. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the six-limbed ape pounded its chest with its fists, letting out earth-shaking roars to vent its fury. Its eyes turned red, fangs bared, as it charged at Chu Feng in a frenzy. Boom! A roadside building was instantly reduced to ruins as it collided with it. The next moment, it emerged from the flying debris, its mouth full of sharp fangs, looking ferocious. But Chu Feng remained calm, waving his right hand as the black gold ancient blade unsheathed, unleashing a burst of blade energy. He raised the blade and slashed diagonally. Swish! The blade light tore through the air. A streak of blade energy, swift as lightning, shot straight toward the six-limbed ape's neck. The ape's pupils contracted sharply. Still in mid-charge, its body suddenly collapsed, its head rolling a meter away. Splurt, splurt. Blood gushed out. Chu Feng, expressionless, sheathed the black gold ancient blade. Just now, he had executed the crustal cleave, a technique powerful enough to effortlessly kill the six-limbed ape. Chu Feng walked over, crouched down, and carefully plucked some fur from the six-limbed ape, storing it cautiously. The fur of a fourth-tier beast could fetch 100,000 subsidy credits. That was no small income. Suddenly, a beam of light streaked toward him at an astonishing speed, landing not far from Chu Feng. Turning around, Chu Feng froze. Senior sister Xin Chang? Xin Chang was equally stunned. Junior brother Chu Feng? Senior sister, why are you here? Chu Feng asked in surprise, delighted to encounter someone familiar here. Xin Chang's gaze fell on the six-limbed ape's corpse, her brows furrowing slightly. Did you kill this? Yes. Chu Feng nodded. Is there a problem? Xin Chang asked in confusion. What level are you now? Chu Feng replied, 3-star peak. What? Xin Chang was stunned. You've reached 3-star peak so quickly? Wait, you actually killed a late 4th-tier 6-legged ape at 3-star peak? This completely shocked her. When she first met Chu Feng, he hadn't even reached 1 star. In just 1 month, he had already reached 3-star peak? His growth speed was too fast. She herself was recognized as a genius with rapid growth, but it had taken her a whole year to go from 1 star to 3-star. What was even harder for her to believe was that Chu Feng, at 3-star peak, could kill a late 4th-tier beast, which completely overturned her understanding. As a genius, she could also challenge higher-level enemies and had once killed an early 4th-tier beast at 3-star peak, but that was already her limit, and she had been injured in the process. Xin Chang looked Chu Feng up and down, feeling that he was becoming more and more unfamiliar, completely unreadable. She took a deep breath and changed the subject. Shouldn't you be in military training right now? Why are you here? Oh. Chu Feng replied, I asked instructor Li for leave. Xin Chang froze. You can take leave from military training? But after thinking about it, she felt relieved. After all, Chu Feng was already at 3-star peak, and military training was of no use to him. Chu Feng waved his hand to activate Delicious Devour and swallowed the 6-legged ape. In one go. Ding! Devoured 6-legged ape, task completed, reward, invincible golden body. Would you like to cultivate it? The system prompt sounded in his ear. Seeing this, Xin Chang was so shocked she couldn't speak. Is this a devouring talent ability? Yes. Chu Feng answered calmly, silently accepting the cultivation of the invincible golden body in his mind. No way. Xin Chang almost shouted, aren't you supposed to have the gourmet cell talent ability? How do you also have devour? Oh. Chu Feng explained calmly, I have 3 talent abilities. Gourmet cell is one, devour is another, and the third is gravity talent ability. Upon hearing this, Xin Chang's jaw almost dropped. By the way, Chu Feng ignored her shock and asked, Senior Xin Chang, why are you here? Xin Chang snapped out of her shock, I'm here to carry out a mission. The system detected a 5th-tier beast appearing in ruins number 1, and I'm here to eliminate it. Boom! At that moment, the ground began to shake, accompanied by a deep roar, as if the entire ruins number 1 were trembling. Xin Chang's expression changed, and she instantly transformed into a beam of light. flying into the air, her gaze locked in one direction. Chu Feng's nose twitched slightly, catching the scent of a large number of beasts, all seemingly converging in one place. Without thinking much, his figure flickered, and he flew into the air, approaching Senior Xinsheng. Looking in one direction, he saw a group of beasts gathering at an astonishing speed, as if summoned by some force. Although it was unclear what was happening, so many beasts gathering together presented a great opportunity for a big harvest. Xinsheng spoke, with so many beasts gathering, it seems a fifth-tier beast has been born. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a beam of light and rushed out at high speed. Chu Feng didn't follow. Senior Xinsheng's speed was astonishing, and he couldn't keep up. However, Chu Feng's target was the other beasts gathering together. A smile appeared on his lips, and without hesitation, he charged forward. He appeared above a group of Tier 2 ferocious beasts and directly activated the gravity field. Boom, boom, boom. Under the suppression of 140 times gravity, the Tier 2 ferocious beasts couldn't resist at all. Their bodies were flattened and they all died. Chu Feng first collected the materials from their bodies to exchange for subsidies, then devoured them all. Continuing forward, he encountered more and more ferocious beasts, most of which were Tier 3. However, in front of Chu Feng, they were no match at all, with some not even having the strength to resist. Devour. Devour. Devour again. He devoured all the way, the number uncountable. Suddenly, a rumbling erupted within his body, his blood and energy surged, power gushed wildly, and his aura suddenly rose. Ha ha! I've broken through to 4-star. Chu Feng was ecstatic. He entered the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Blood and Energy, 25001/125000. Innate abilities, SSS-level Gourmet Cells, Super Sense of Smell, Gourmet Cell Demon Egg Hatching Progress 2.5%. SSS-level Gravity. Gravity Field, Anti-Gravity Flight, Gravity 1000-pound Drop, SSS-level Devour, Delicious Devour, Devour Space, Comprehensive Development Skills of Innate Abilities. Devouring Gravity Ball Combat Techniques, Blade Skills, Heaven-level Crust Cutting, Beginner, Special Abilities, Poison Immunity, Invincible Golden Body Warrior Level. Early 4-star Devour Mission, updating. Although he was thrilled, his smile froze when he saw that breaking through to 5-star required 125,000 blood and energy. In other words, Chu Feng still needed 100,000 blood and energy to break through to 5-star. Previously, this number wasn't difficult for Chu Feng and could be easily achieved. Calculating based on Tier 4 ferocious beasts providing 5 blood and energy each, 100,000 blood and energy meant devouring 20,000 Tier 4 ferocious beasts. But now, with the Gourmet Cell Demon Egg inside him, more than half of the ferocious beasts he devoured were taken by it. So, Chu Feng would need to devour over 40,000 Tier 4 ferocious beasts to break through. However, the total number of Tier 4 ferocious beasts within the pass probably didn't even reach 20,000. Fortunately, there were plenty of Tier 1 and Tier 2 ferocious beasts within the pass, and quite a few Tier 3 ones as well. As long as he didn't leave the pass and put in the effort, he could still quickly break through to 5-star. Once he reached 5-star, it would mark the true beginning of becoming a strong warrior. The warrior levels were divided into 9 stars, and 4-star was a critical watershed. Many warriors with ordinary talent were stuck at 4-star for their entire lives. Upon stepping into early 4-star, Chu Feng's physical body, spirit, and soul would all be greatly enhanced. He could release 150 times gravity, and his devour space would expand tenfold, a massive leap in strength. Without thinking much, Chu Feng closed the system interface and continued flying forward. Along the way, he encountered more ferocious beasts. Some Tier 2, some Tier 3, all of which were easily devoured by Chu Feng. As he moved further, he discovered many Tier 3 ferocious beasts that had died miserably, most killed in a single strike. Some had their necks severed, others had their waists split open. Chu Feng knew these were all the work of Senior Sister Xinsheng. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He collected the materials from their bodies, stored them, and devoured every single one. It felt like picking up money on the road, extremely satisfying. After devouring a few more ferocious beasts, Chu Feng arrived at a massive pit. Looking down, he saw an underground city inside. His nose twitched, catching the heavy scent of blood and the presence of numerous ferocious beasts. With a flicker of his figure, he jumped into the pit. A few seconds later, Chu Feng landed steadily. The number 1 ruins was once a bustling city, with a vast underground city beneath it. After the city was destroyed, many ferocious beasts survived and reproduced in the underground city. Hiss! A furious roar echoed, carrying intense energy that seemed to disrupt consciousness. Chu Feng's expression was grave, thanks to the enhancement of his gourmet cell talent, which boosted all attributes and strengthened his spirit, he narrowly avoided losing consciousness. Taking a deep breath, he transformed into a shadow and flew forward. Soon, he saw Xin Cheng surrounded and attacked by a large group of ferocious beasts on a clearing not far away. On the other side, a terrifying giant bat stood tall, over 15 meters high, with solid chest muscles, sharp fangs, and blood-red eyes. It exuded an aura of fear. Chu Feng recognized it as the King Kong bat. Judging by its aura, it was a 5th-tier ferocious beast. At this moment, the King Kong bat emitted a low sound from its mouth, and the surrounding beasts seemed to be controlled by it, frantically attacking Xin Cheng without stopping. This was clearly the King Kong bat's innate sound ability. Shen Cheng's body erupted with a 6-star aura, golden light surrounding her, as she tightly gripped a long blade in her right hand, moving so fast that her actions were almost imperceptible. Blade light flashed, and the beasts were slain one after another. As expected, it's a light attribute talent. So fast, Chu Feng stared at Shen Cheng's figure, barely able to see her movements. He took a deep breath, releasing black light from his body, and stomped his right foot hard on the ground. The ground instantly shattered, and he shot forward like an arrow. Boom! The next second, Chu Feng landed beside Xin Cheng, simultaneously releasing the devouring gravity ball. Behind him floated a black sphere the size of a basketball, with gusts of air swirling and his hair standing on end. The 150-fold gravity instantly enveloped the surroundings, and a powerful devouring force spread out. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, all the surrounding beasts, whether 3rd tier or 4th tier, were crushed by the immense force. 3rd tier beasts' bodies deformed, blood spilling from their mouths, while 4th tier beasts, though slightly stronger, were immobilized as if pressed down by a giant hand. Xin Cheng's face changed drastically. She felt as though she was being crushed by a boulder, her feet sinking into the ground, almost kneeling. Only the golden light erupting from her body allowed her to barely hold on. She scanned the surroundings, seeing all the beasts lying. Xin Cheng stared at Chu Feng with an incredulous look, opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. At this moment, she truly felt the terror of Chu Feng. Under the wide-range gravity crush, 3rd and 4th tier fierce beasts were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, then devoured in one go. She had never seen such a monstrous powerhouse like Chu Feng before. She considered herself a genius, but in front of Chu Feng, she was completely outclassed. She was a 6-star warrior, and while facing 2,000 to 3,000 3rd and 4th tier fierce beasts wasn't too strenuous, it was absolutely impossible to kill them all in a short time. Yet Chu Feng, who was only at the early 4-star stage, could accomplish what she couldn't. Wasn't that terrifying? Chu Feng smiled and said, "Senior, are you taking this King Kong bat back with you?" "Oh." Shen Cheng finally snapped out of it. "I'll just take its fangs back, I don't need the body." Saying this, she raised her blade, which was bathed in golden light, and slashed down. Swish! A row of the King Kong bat's fangs was severed. She stored them along with her blade in her spatial ring. Chu Feng said happily, "Then I'll keep the King Kong bat's body." Xin Cheng nodded, "All right." Without saying much, Chu Feng immediately activated Delicious Devour, targeting the King Kong bat. A 5th tier fierce beast had about 100 points of blood energy. Even if the gourmet cell demon egg consumed half, there would still be about 50 points left. Before their eyes, the King Kong bat's flesh and blood rapidly disappeared. Xin Cheng was stunned, then saw Chu Feng's blood energy increase significantly, and asked in amazement after a moment of silence, "Junior, can devouring fierce beasts increase your blood energy?" Chu Feng replied, "That's right, devouring fierce beasts can increase blood energy and make me stronger." Hearing this, Xin Cheng was completely shocked. Devouring fierce beasts to grow stronger? This innate ability was terrifying. she finally understood the reason behind Chu Feng's rapid increase in strength. No wonder he had previously used 3 rare opportunities to exchange for fierce beast corpses. After chatting with Xinqing for a while, she left, but Chu Feng didn't rush to leave. His blood energy had already reached 32,600, still over 10,000 short of breaking through to the mid-4-star stage. There were still many fierce beasts in Ruins Number 1, and Chu Feng planned to devour them all. Perhaps he could reach the mid-4-star stage. Acting on his thoughts, he activated his super sense of smell, his nose twitching slightly, and began searching for the scent of fierce beasts. Earlier, the 5th tier fierce beast King Kong Bat had used its innate ability to summon many nearby fierce beasts, but before they could all gather, the King Kong Bat was slain by Xinqiang's blade. Sure enough, Chu Feng quickly caught the scent of fierce beasts and immediately activated anti-gravity flight, soaring away. He spent 2 hours completely clearing out the underground city, almost exterminating all the fierce beasts inside. Checking his blood energy, it had already reached 35,000. Not enough. Still not enough. Chu Feng flew out of the underground city and began a frenzy of hunting fierce beasts in Ruins Number 1. The gourmet cell's innate ability granted him an extremely sensitive sense of smell, allowing him to track fierce beasts from dozens of kilometers away. Within this range, no faint scent could escape Chu Feng's nose. With this ability, finding fierce beasts became much easier. Coupled with his extremely fast flight speed, moving from one place to another took hardly any time. Thus, the occasional cries of fierce beasts echoed throughout Ruins Number 1. Not far from Ruins Number 1, in Zhangzhou City, many warriors heard these cries of fierce beasts and were all puzzled. The Lord of Zhangzhou City led a group of martial artists into Ruins Number 1 to investigate, but after walking for a long time, they didn't encounter a single fierce beast. What's going on? Where are the beasts? Wasn't there a group of long-haired fierce boars around here? Why are they all gone? Strange, we've already reached the central area of Ruins Number 1, yet we haven't seen a single beast. This is too bizarre. Could the beasts have all hidden in the underground city? The martial artists quickly headed to the underground city and entered inside. Why are there no beasts here? Either? Look, there are a lot of bloodstains here. There must have been a fight recently. What's going on? Just then, the sound of a beast's anguished cry came from upstairs. The Lord of Zhangzhou City hurriedly led the martial artists to investigate. However, they were still a step too late. When they arrived, all that was left on the ground was a pool of warm beast blood, and nothing else could be found. This eerie situation left them both confused and frightened. Roar! Suddenly, the sound of a beast's roar echoed. The ground trembled slightly. Is this a beast tide? Could it really be a beast tide? The faces of several martial artists changed drastically. If they encountered a beast tide, they definitely wouldn't survive. The Lord of Zhangzhou City's aura sank, unleashing the powerful presence of a 5-star martial artist, and swiftly charged in one direction. The other martial artists followed closely behind. Soon, they appeared on the rooftop of a dilapidated building, their gazes fixed on the distance. Each of them so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. In the open space far away, countless fierce beasts were fleeing in all directions, including 2nd tier, 3rd tier, and even 4th tier beasts. Above the heads of the beasts, a figure hovered, carrying a black sphere on his back. Wherever he passed, the beasts were crushed to the ground. 2nd tier and 3rd tier beasts were instantly turned into meat patties, while 4th tier beasts had their bodies twisted, blood flowing incessantly, barely clinging to life. Who is that? That's terrifying. Do we really have such a powerful martial artist in Zhangzhou City? What kind of innate ability is that? Gravity control? The martial artists discussed in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment. The Lord of Zhangzhou City was also deeply shaken. As a 5-star martial artist, he could fight against 4th tier beasts. However, the two ferocious beasts are located in different areas. The giant unicorn lion only appears outside the pass, while the charging sea turtle is found within the demonic sea region. Inside the pass. Looking at the rewards, one is gravity palm, and the other is turtle shell armor. The former is an offensive skill, while the latter is defensive equipment. Gravity palm is a yellow-grade combat technique that can release a massive gravity handprint containing 100 times gravity. A single strike can flatten mountains. Turtle shell armor is a set of battle attire that can reduce damage by 10% when worn. Upon seeing these two rewards, Chu Feng quickly made his choice. Chu Feng chose Task 1. While the defensive capabilities of the turtle shell armor are indeed impressive and it looks stylish when worn, Gravity Palm is more practical for Chu Feng. Moreover, Chu Feng possesses the innate ability of the gourmet cell demon, making his body exceptionally resilient. Coupled with the food stored in the devouring space, he can recover and heal at any time. Additionally, he has the absolute defense of the invincible golden body. Therefore, the turtle shell armor doesn't hold much appeal for Chu Feng. Gravity Palm, on the other hand, is different. Although it is only a yellow-grade combat technique, Chu Feng himself possesses an SSS-grade gravity innate ability. If he stacks 150 times gravity onto Gravity Palm, its power will instantly double. In Chu Feng's hands, the yellow-grade Gravity Palm could very likely become a profound-grade or even earth-grade combat technique. Ding! You have chosen a task. Please complete it as soon as possible. The system prompt sounded. Without hesitation, Chu Feng activated anti-gravity flight and disappeared at an astonishing speed. Watching Chu Feng leave, the city lord of Zhengzhou City and the other martial artists were still in shock. It took them a while to recover, their eyes still filled with disbelief. One martial artist quickly logged into the martial artist forum, uploaded the captured footage and video, and wrote the title, "Shocking. All the ferocious beasts in ruins #1 have been wiped out by this expert." In a short time, countless martial artists watched the video and began discussing, "Wow! This is incredible. Who is that? Looks like a gravity innate ability. He looks like a high school graduate. How is he so powerful? This is terrifying. He wiped out so many ferocious beasts in an instant, even 4th-tier beasts were almost defeated. Who is this guy? I want to call him my big brother." As the news spread, more and more martial artists gathered, causing a sensation in the martial artist community. Many people didn't believe that all the ferocious beasts in ruins #1 were gone and rushed over to investigate for themselves. Later, they exclaimed on the martial artist forum, "Holy crap! Ruins #1 really has no ferocious beasts left, not even one in the underground city." Meanwhile, Chu Feng was completely unaware of this commotion. He traveled overnight to the imperial capital city, found a hotel to stay in, and went to the martial artist Alliance headquarters the next day. He was greeted by the same beautiful lady from last time. Seeing Chu Feng magically take out a large pile of ferocious beast materials, the lady was so shocked she couldn't speak. "This, so much?" Chu Feng smiled and said, "I couldn't fit them all. Finish checking these first, I have more." The lady was dumbfounded. Then, she worked hard, almost making the machines overheat, and finally finished recording all the materials. Chu Feng then took out another batch of materials. All the ferocious beast materials were finally checked. The young lady wiped the sweat from her forehead and massaged her sore hands. A total of 5,300 ferocious beasts, 108 at Tier 4, 4,200 at Tier 3, Tier 2. Faced with this number, Chu Feng said nothing and directly signed to confirm. In fact, there were still many beast materials that Chu Feng was too lazy to collect, otherwise, the number would have been even greater. A minute later, Chu Feng received a huge sum of money in his account. 50 million in total. Chu Feng left. The young lady watched his departing figure with admiration in her eyes. Not long after, a middle-aged martial artist with white hair arrived at the young lady's counter and directly asked, "Has any martial artist recently submitted materials from a scaled lizard?" The young lady's eyes lit up. "Yes, he just left." "Why?" The white-haired martial artist's expression changed, and he hurried out before returning. "Who was the martial artist who submitted the materials?" "Tell me, I'm from the launching martial hall." The young lady shook her head. "I don't know who he is." The white-haired martial artist said, "He submitted the materials." Here, you should have his information. Show it to me. I'm sorry, the young lady said firmly. The Martial Artist Alliance has rules. We cannot disclose information about visiting martial artists. The white-haired martial artist's gaze darkened. I'm from the Longcheng Martial Hall. The young lady still refused to reveal anything. The white-haired martial artist gritted his teeth in anger but didn't dare cause trouble at the Martial Artist Alliance. He could only turn and leave, quickly heading back to Longzhou City. Chu Feng was on his way to the military training department when his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a moment before answering. A familiar voice came from the other end. Hello, the people from Longcheng Martial Hall are investigating you. It seems they have bad intentions. Be careful. Chu Feng recognized it as the young lady from the martial artist Alliance headquarters and replied, Got it, thank you. He hung up the phone. Chu Feng didn't pay much attention to it. The people from Longcheng Martial Hall were probably trying to investigate the cause of Hao Xiao and the others' deaths. But Chu Feng wasn't afraid at all. Even if they found out he was the one who killed Hao Xiao and the others, if they acted unreasonably, he wouldn't hold back. Chu Feng had already investigated. Longcheng Martial Hall had over 10,000 students, and the hallmaster was a 5-star martial artist, the strongest among them. But a 5-star martial artist was nothing compared to Chu Feng. However, what Chu Feng didn't know was that Longcheng Martial Hall had connections with a significant figure at the Martial Artist Alliance headquarters. By the time he returned to the military training department, it was already afternoon. The students in the class and Instructor Li were practicing military martial arts under the scorching sun, all drenched in sweat. The girls, in particular, had their clothes soaked through, their cheeks flushed red. Chu Feng took out half a frozen watermelon and began eating it bite by bite. Seeing this, the students in the class were so angry they ground their teeth, wishing they could rush over and snatch the watermelon from his hands. Instructor Li rolled his eyes at Chu Feng, muttering to himself, You come back, fine, but how dare you eat frozen watermelon? You're clearly trying to provoke us, aren't you? Chu Feng smiled and said, Instructor Li, frozen watermelon, want a piece? Instructor Li licked his lips and teased, Are you trying to bribe me with watermelon? Chu Feng smiled and nodded. Yes, so do. You want it or not? Instructor Li walked over, took the watermelon Chu Feng handed him, and started eating. Chu Feng continued. Instructor Li, I'd like to request a few days off. I need to go outside the border. The devouring horned lion from the system task only appeared outside the border. In fact, hunting ferocious beasts didn't necessarily require personal involvement, it could also be entrusted to a martial hall. However, Chu Feng had checked before. If he entrusted a martial arts school, the reward for a 4th-tier ferocious beast within the border would be 50 million, and outside the border, it would be 100 million. The price was simply outrageous. So, Chu Feng decided to personally hunt the devouring horned giant lion. Taking leave? No problem, didn't I say? Last time? You can take leave however you want. Instructor Li agreed while eating watermelon, but his expression suddenly changed. And he quickly asked, Wait, did you just say you want to go outside the border? Chu Feng nodded, Yes, I want to go outside the border. No, Instructor Li said sternly, I can't approve your leave to go outside the border, I don't have the authority. Inside the border, Chu Feng's strength was sufficient to handle things, so boldly taking leave wasn't an issue. But the situation outside the border was entirely different. The danger level inside the border was rated as 1, while the danger level outside the border was millions or tens of millions of times higher. Instructor Li couldn't risk Chu Feng's life, especially since Chu Feng was a genius and couldn't afford any accidents. Chu Feng frowned and asked, Then, Instructor Li, who can approve the leave? Instructor Li replied, You need to find your principal first, and then go to the chief instructor. If they agree, they'll give you a pass. You take the pass to the checkpoint and hand it to the guards. Once the guards approve, you can go outside the border. Chu Feng nodded, understanding. It was similar to taking leave in elementary school, first getting the homeroom teacher's approval, then taking the leave slip to leave the school. This way, if anything happened, the school wouldn't be held responsible. Chu Feng left and headed directly to the Military Martial University to find the principal. The Military Martial University wasn't far from the military training department. He quickly crossed the iron mine he had split open with a single slash, and below was the campus building complex. The main entrance of the Military Martial University was grand and imposing. Although it was vacation time, there were still quite a few students staying on campus. It was Chu Feng's first time here, and he didn't know where the principal's office was. However, he had seen the principal at the military training conference and remembered the principal had a distinctive wine aroma. Using his superior sense of smell, he sniffed the various scents. Chu Feng firmly nodded. "All right, let's follow the procedure. We need to notify your guardian first." Chu Feng interrupted him. "Principal Xiao, I'm an orphan. I am my own guardian." His parents had sacrificed themselves in the beast tide 10 years ago. He had no siblings either. "All right." Principal Xiao nodded. "Then fill out this form and sign your name." Chu Feng glanced at the form. It was just some liability clauses. After filling out the form and signing his name, Principal Xiao took out a pass slip, filled it out, signed it, and handed it to Chu Feng. "Take this pass slip to the chief instructor for a signature, and you'll be able to leave." "Thank you, Principal." Chu Feng took the pass slip and left immediately. Principal Xiao watched Chu Feng leave, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What's this kid planning to do outside the checkpoint?" "No, he's a genius of the military university, the hope for the future. I can't let anything happen to him. I need to follow him and see." Chu Feng quickly returned to the military training department, found Chief Instructor Shin, and got the signature. Holding the pass slip, he headed straight for the 18th checkpoint. During cultural classes, he had learned that the one-horned giant lion lived in the demon zone outside the 18th checkpoint. Outside this checkpoint was a vast, boundless continent, divided into 12 zones, with the demon zone being one of them. "This kid is heading to the 18th checkpoint?" Chief Instructor Shen muttered under his breath. He was also uneasy about Chu Feng and decided to follow him secretly. Suddenly, he felt a presence approaching from behind. Just as he turned his head, a figure was already standing beside him. "Principal Xiao, you're here too?" "Chief Instructor Shen said in surprise. "Hee," Principal Xiao chuckled, "same as you." Chief Instructor Shen's eyes lit up. "All right. Let's go together and see what this kid is up to." Meanwhile, Chu Feng was flying at an astonishing speed, with Principal Xiao and Chief Instructor Shen closely following behind. He knew they were tailing him but didn't mind. Having them follow was like having bodyguards. Half a day later, Chu Feng arrived at the 18th checkpoint. Many martial artists were returning from outside the checkpoint, all covered in scars. Some martial artists were queuing up to leave the checkpoint. Generally, the procedures for students leaving the checkpoint were more complicated, while for martial artists from society, it was much simpler. Social martial artists only needed to register at the checkpoint. Glancing at the sky, it was nearing nightfall. Chu Feng decided to leave the checkpoint the next morning and first find a nearby hotel to stay in. Principal Xiao and Chief Instructor Shin squeezed into a room next to Chu Feng's, spending the night together. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Chu Feng got up early, took out the food he had prepared from the devouring space, ate, and then headed to the 18th checkpoint. There were quite a few people leaving the checkpoint in the morning, most of them traveling in groups. Chu Feng queued up to wait. When it was his turn, he handed over the pass slip. After carefully verifying it, the checkpoint staff allowed him to leave. Chu Feng didn't see Principal Xiao or Chief Instructor Shen, nor did he catch their scent. But as he flew past the buffer zone and officially entered the edge of the demon zone, their presence suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the head of Longqing Martial Arts Hall, Hall Master Hao, had already arrived. In Imperial Capital City. Imperial Capital City, Luxury Villa District. "Your nephew is dead. Are you going to do something about it?" How Yukai sat on the sofa, his face dark. I've said it before, how Jian, that bastard, would get into trouble sooner or later. I told you to keep him in check and not let him be too arrogant. Are you satisfied now? How Yud replied irritably. How Yukai gritted his teeth. Is there any point in saying this now? I just want to know how Jian died. Do you have any clues? How Yud asked. I've found some, but I need your help. How can I help? Help me investigate someone at the Martial Alliance headquarters. 10 minutes later, Hayat held a file in his hand, his face darkened. The person you asked me to investigate is named Chu Feng. Chu Feng? Excellent. How Yotsai's face twisted into a sinister smile. How Jian's death must be related to him. Hayat reminded, I have to say, Chu Feng is not simple. He's this year's SSS-level gifted ability student and has already been admitted to Military Weapon University. So what? Hao Yukai sneered coldly. As long as he's connected to Hao Jian's death, he'll have to pay the price. After saying this, he snatched the file and turned to leave. Hao Yud shook his head helplessly. At the edge of the demon zone, Chu Feng landed on a mountaintop and activated super smell, sensing the air filled with the scent of thousands of ferocious beasts. As expected, the area outside the border was teeming with a massive group of beasts. Even at the edge. He took out his phone and opened the Demon Zone map. The Demon Zone was vast and boundless, with only a small area explored by human martial artists. Many places were completely inaccessible. After staring at the map for a while, Chu Feng's gaze fell on a marker labeled 18 to 25. The so-called 18 to 25 referred to the 25th location explored by humans within the 18th checkpoint. According to the data, the unicorn giant lion lived in the area marked 18 to 25. Chu Feng opened the navigation system, activated anti-gravity flight, and sped toward the location. Passing through a dense forest, a dark shadow suddenly appeared ahead. Chu Feng stopped and took a closer look. It was a group of ferocious giant flybeasts. They were about the size of calves. Covered in hard shell among all types, insect beasts are the most numerous. After flying for a while, Chu Feng landed in an area filled with massive rocks, stood on a tall stone, surveyed his surroundings, and then put away his phone. Yes, this was the 18 to 25 marker point. Chu Feng's main goal here was to devour the unicorn giant lion, complete the mission, and obtain the gravity pump combat skill. If time allowed, he would also devour other fierce beasts to enhance his strength. Without further ado, he activated Super Sense of Smell. Scents within a range of dozens of kilometers instantly flooded in. Chu Feng began locking onto one fierce beast after another. Since he had never seen the unicorn giant lion before and had only seen pictures, he was unsure of its scent and could only rely on speculation to identify it. Roar! Just as Chu Feng was analyzing the scents, a roar came from nearby. A tiger-striped hyena stood on a rock, glaring fiercely at Chu Feng and baring its fangs. Chu Feng glanced at it indifferently and continued analyzing the scents. Roar! The tiger-striped hyena growled lowly, unleashed its full strength, and charged forward rapidly. Crossing dozens of meters in an instant to appear right in front of Chu Feng, its bloodthirsty jaws wide open. Chu Feng's gaze shifted, and he released the gravity field. Boom! The massive body of the tiger-striped hyena slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to crack. Looking at the hyena again, it seemed as though an invisible giant boom, a deep explosion resounded. The splitmouth boar's head was directly blown apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, killing it instantly. Chu Feng took one of its tusks and stored it away, while the corpse was devoured in one gulp by a delicious devour. One punch to kill a tier 4 ferocious beast, the splitmouth boar? Principal Xiao was once again shocked. Chief Instructor Shin calmly said, this isn't even his full strength. Meanwhile, Chu Feng used his super olfactory sense to lock onto a scent that might belong to the unicorn lion. His figure flickered and he dashed off swiftly. The unicorn lion was not a social beast and preferred to roam alone, so a solitary scent was most likely its trail. Not it. Still not it. Wrong again. After checking 6 different scents, none of them belonged to the unicorn lion. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the air. Chu Feng's expression shifted as he activated his super olfactory sense again, detecting 2 distinct scents. After a moment of contemplation, his figure flickered, and he sped off. He landed on a massive boulder, his gaze fixed ahead. About 100 meters away, dust billowed, and rocks flew as 2 ferocious beasts clashed violently. One was a giant bear covered in black fur, standing upright like a humanoid figure, towering at 20 meters tall. Its fangs were sharp, and its claws resembled 2 razor-sharp sides. Without a doubt, it was a scythe bear, a Tier 4 peak ferocious beast. The other was a lion with golden fur, equally massive in size. The most striking feature was the 2-meter-long sharp horn on its head. It was the unicorn lion, also a Tier 4 peak ferocious beast. Roar, the scythe bear bellowed furiously, its muscles bulging as it lunged at the unicorn lion. Its sharp side-like claws gleamed coldly as they slashed down fiercely. The unicorn lion swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. Boom, the scythe bear's claws struck the ground, causing it to shatter instantly. Cracks spread, and debris flew everywhere. Missing its target, the scythe bear erupted with power, its legs propelling it forward in a rapid charge, claws sweeping horizontally. Bang, the unicorn lion was struck by the scythe-like claws, blood splattering as its massive body was sent flying, smashing through several large boulders. Roar, the scythe bear roared to the sky and charged again, intending to deliver a finishing blow. At that moment, a sharp horn shot out like a drill, piercing through the unguarded chest of the scythe bear with a squelch. The scythe bear let out a miserable cry and collapsed. The horn was the unicorn lion's unique weapon, capable of extending and retracting like rubber. Both ferocious beasts were now gravely injured. Chu Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Without hesitation, he unleashed the devouring gravity sphere. A black sphere floated behind him as he leapt into the fray between the 2 beasts. A gravity field over 150 times stronger enveloped the area, spreading a powerful, devouring force. Boom! Boom! The scythe-bearing unicorn lion were pinned down as if by an invisible hand, unable to move. The ground beneath them cracked under the immense pressure. However, the 150 times gravity was not enough to directly crush 2 Tier 4 peak ferocious beasts. Chu Feng was well aware of this. With a flip of his right hand, a black gold ancient blade emerged from his devouring space. At this moment, the scythe bear roared, black energy erupting from its body as it raised its side-like claws to slash at Chu Feng. A streak of black light tore through the air, accompanied by a sharp slicing sound. Chu Feng stomped the ground with his right foot, propelling himself into the air like an arrow, evading the attack. At the same time, he gripped the black gold ancient blade tightly, amplifying the 150 times gravity, and plunged it fiercely toward the scythe bear's head. The scythe bear let out a desperate wail, fell to its knees, its twin sides drooping powerlessly, and finally collapsed to the ground, dead. Not far away, Principal Xiao and Chief Instructor Shen were stunned. A mid-4-star martial artist had actually slain 2 peak 4th tier ferocious beasts. Unbelievable. At this moment, the 2 looked at Chu Feng with completely changed expressions. Roar, over. There, the unicorn lion roared, and a powerful aura surged forth. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened as he turned to look, only to see the unicorn lion enveloped in red mist, its body beginning to swell, muscles rapidly bulging. Oh, in the next second, the unicorn lion's size nearly doubled, its aura skyrocketing, its entire body shrouded in red mist. 5th tier? Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly. Chief Instructor Shen and Principal Zhao's expressions also changed. Principal Xiao said, the unicorn lion's innate ability is Berserk transformation. It has now triggered Berserk mode, elevating its strength to the 5th tier. After breaking through to the 5th tier, the unicorn lion was almost unaffected by the suppression of 150 times gravity. It let out a deafening roar, creating a sonic boom that shattered the surrounding rocks. Chu Feng's face twisted in pain, his ears nearly deafened, and he quickly retreated. He had to admit, the gap between the fourth and fifth tiers, though just one level, was immense. Swish! The unicorn lion suddenly raised its massive claw and swiped. Several terrifying claw winds appeared in the void, distorting space and tearing the ground apart. Sensing danger, Chu Feng quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. Whoosh! In an instant, the unicorn lion charged in front of Chu Feng, its horns suddenly extending like a cannonball, its power astonishing. At the critical moment, Chu Feng activated the invincible golden body, his entire body enveloped in golden light. Boom! A sonic boom erupted. Chu Feng was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, smashing through numerous boulders, and in an instant, he was flung over 1,000 meters away. Seeing this, Chief Instructor Shen and Principal Xiao immediately prepared to intervene against the unicorn lion. But just then, Chu Feng stood up from the dust, completely unharmed, his right hand gripping the black gold ancient blade tightly. His muscles swelled as he unleashed Crustal Cleave, stacking it with 150 times gravity, and slashed violently at the rampaging unicorn lion. Swish! A terrifying black blade aura flashed out, tearing through space. The blade aura was unimaginably fast. The unicorn lion noticed it but had no time to dodge. The blade aura flashed across its body. The next second, the entire scene fell silent. The unicorn lion collapsed with a thunderous crash, its body split in two, blood pooling everywhere. Dead. Chief Instructor Shen and Principal Xiao were so shocked by the sight that their mouths hung open wide enough to fit an egg. A mid-4-star martial artist had killed a 5th-tier ferocious beast in one strike? How was that possible? Their worldview was completely shattered. Generally speaking, only a mid-5-star martial artist could contend with an early 5th-tier ferocious beast. Yet Chu Feng, a mid-4-star, had slain an early 5th-tier beast in one strike. This was beyond comprehension. Principal Xiao snapped out of it, his gaze shifting slightly. Wait, why does that strike seem so familiar? Hiss, could it be that the iron mine behind the academy was split in half by this kid with one slash? Hiss. Chief Instructor Shen drew a sharp breath, his eyes flickering as if recalling something. Damn! Could it be that the 10 pterodactyl hawks that fell dead in the military training square last time, split in half with one slash, were also his doing? Over here, Chu Feng maintained his knife-wielding posture, looking at the bisected giant unicorn lion, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The combination of crust cutting and 150 times gravity, under the explosive power of the gourmet cell innate ability, was indeed terrifying. Of course, being able to slay a 5th-tier giant unicorn lion also owed much to the invincible golden body. Without the protection of the invincible golden body, Chu Feng would have been severely injured, if not killed, by the unicorn lion's sharp horn critical strike. Crack! As he prepared to put away the black gold ancient knife, a crack appeared on it. Damn! It's cracked? Chu Feng froze. He hadn't expected that. Even the black gold ancient knife couldn't withstand the power of crust cutting combined with gravity. Another million down the drain. Shaking his head helplessly, Chu Feng put away the half-damaged black gold ancient knife, approached the unicorn lion, took some materials from its body, and then activated Delicious Devour. In an instant, the unicorn lion was eaten by Chu Feng. Ding! Devoured the unicorn lion. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, Gravity Palm. Would you like to train? The system prompt appeared. Chu Feng's heart leaped with joy. Train. Ding. Gravity Palm training successful. Immediately, Chu Feng's mind was filled with all the information about Gravity Palm. He entered the system interface. Host, Chu Feng Vitality, 51000/125000. Innate abilities, SSS-level gourmet cells, super sense of smell, gourmet cell demon egg incubation progress 3%. SSS-level gravity. Gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity 1,000-pound drop, SSS-level devour, delicious devour, devour space, comprehensive. Development skills for innate abilities, devour gravity sphere combat knife techniques, heaven-level crust cutting, proficient, gravity. Palm, beginner, special abilities, poison immunity, Invincible Golden Body Martial Artist Level, Mid 4-star Devour Mission. Updating without using crust cutting, he was invincible below 5 stars. If he used crust cutting combined with gravity abilities, he could slay opponents below 6 stars. Closing the system interface, his figure moved, landing beside the corpse of the scythe bear. He took some materials from its body and devoured it. Looking at the sky, it was already afternoon. Chu Feng decided to return to the inner region. The outer region at night was even more dangerous than during the day. Besides, this trip outside the region had already accomplished its mission. He had also devoured many fierce beasts, greatly enhancing his strength. The harvest was substantial. Activating anti-gravity flight, he transformed into a swift figure and sped away. Chief Instructor Shen and Principal Xiao exchanged glances and then followed him. The two had originally intended to protect Chu Feng but were instead shocked by his strength. After entering the inner region, Chu Feng didn't head directly to the military training department but went to the Martial Artist Alliance headquarters. He had a lot of materials from fierce beasts on him that could be exchanged for subsidies. And he also wanted to see if there were higher quality combat knives available. If there were no good combat knives, crust cutting couldn't be activated, which would reduce Chu Feng's combat power. If there were good combat knives, he could use the 50 million he had on hand to purchase one. After all, with Chu Feng's current strength, earning money had become very easy. He could casually hunt fierce beasts to exchange for subsidies. Additionally, he could also get certified as a 4-star martial artist, which would allow him to receive a considerable amount of money every month. Chief Instructor Shen and Principal Xiao stopped tracking after seeing Chu Feng pass through the checkpoint and left separately. By the time they arrived at the Martial Alliance headquarters, night had fallen, so they found a nearby hotel to stay in. After Chu Feng entered the hotel, a white-haired martial artist emerged from a corner not far away, took out his phone, and made a call. "Hello, Master, I think I just saw that guy named Chu Feng." Inside the hotel, Chu Feng finished his shower, took out some food from the devouring space to eat, and then logged into the Martial Alliance forum on his phone to browse. Browsing the Martial Alliance forum occasionally could always yield some useful information. Suddenly, Chu Feng saw footage and videos of himself crazily hunting fierce beasts in Ruins #1 uploaded online, being viewed and played by countless martial artists. Damn, isn't that the guy who wiped out all the fierce beasts in Ruins #1? That's insane. He looks like a high school student. How can he be so terrifying? Oh my god, he can kill third-tier fierce beasts with ease? So strong. If only my son were that powerful. I wonder if that guy has a girlfriend. My daughter would be a perfect match for him. Various comments almost deified Chu Feng, with countless people envying and admiring him, wishing they could trade places with him. Fortunately, Chu Feng's face was blurred in the footage and videos, so it seemed no one had recognized him yet. Chu Feng shook his head, ignored it, and continued browsing other content. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Frowning slightly, Chu Feng asked, "Who is it?" But there was no response from outside. Sniffing the air, he caught the scent of several humans outside the door. Chu Feng walked over and opened it. Standing outside were 5 martial artists, led by a white-haired middle-aged man wearing the battle uniform of the Dragon City Martial Hall. The 4 young martial artists behind him were also dressed in Dragon City Martial Hall uniforms, each with sharp expressions, clearly ruthless individuals. "Come with us. Our hall master wants to see you," the white-haired martial artist said coldly. "Get lost." Chu Feng snapped. The people from Dragon City Martial Hall had come knocking, and Chu Feng could guess they had traced Hao Xiao's death back to him. It had to be said, Dragon City Martial Hall was quite capable to have tracked him down so quickly. But Chu Feng wasn't afraid at all. Hearing Chu Feng's response, the white-haired martial artist and the others' faces darkened, their eyes filled with malice. The white-haired man said coldly, "We are from Dragon City Martial Hall. I advise you not to court death. Obediently coming with us is your best choice. Get lost. Don't force me to kill you." Chu Feng showed no courtesy to the Dragon City Martial Hall people, directly retorting while releasing a 30x gravity field that enveloped them. Boom, boom. Under the crushing weight of the 30x gravity, all the martial artists were pressed to the ground, with some spitting blood on the spot. They immediately tried to unleash their auras to resist the pressure, but it was futile. Each of them seemed to be pinned to the ground by an invisible hand, their faces ashen. The white-haired martial artist struggled to stand up, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. You dare to? Boom. Before he could finish, Chu Feng raised his hand and pressed down once again. He increased the gravity on him by tenfold, making it a total of 40 times the normal gravity, directly crushing him to the ground. His bones fractured, and he passed out on the spot. Retracting the gravity, Chu Feng didn't even glance at them and shut the door. If they dared to provoke Chu Feng again, despite knowing better, he would kill them. Fortunately, they were terrified and slinked away in disgrace. Late at night, at the Dragon City Martial Arts Hall. After hearing the report from the white-haired martial artist, Hall Master Hao was so furious he couldn't sleep all night. Chu Feng, is it? You refuse to respect me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. A flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. Chu Feng slept soundly until dawn. After washing up and having breakfast, he headed straight to the headquarters of the Martial Artist Alliance. Mr. Chu, you're here again. It was the same young lady as before. When she saw Chu Feng, she greeted him cheerfully with a sweet smile. Chu Feng responded with a smile, then directly took out the materials from the ferocious beasts and handed them to her. This is Scythe Bear, Crackjaw Boar, Double-Headed Dragon, Ivory Lizard, all Tier 4 beasts. And this one, the Unicorn Giant Lion, Tier 4, no, it's Tier 5. The young lady's expression turned astonished as she examined the materials Chu Feng brought out, one by one. Wait a minute, these beasts seem to only be found outside the borders. Mr. Chu, did you leave the borders? As if realizing something, the young lady's pupils quaked. Chu Feng smiled faintly. Taking a deep breath, the young lady quickly completed the registration. In just a short while, Chu Feng received another payment. As he was about to leave, the young lady seemed to recall something. She said, by the way, Mr. Chu, recently, people from the Dragon City Martial Arts Hall have been looking for you. Be careful. All right. I understand. Thank you. Chu Feng replied. After leaving, Chu Feng visited the section where battle knives were sold. After browsing for a while, he didn't find any good ones. Judging by the prices, the most expensive one was only 3 million. The last time, the 1 million black gold ancient knife had developed cracks after just 1 or 2 uses of the crustal cleave technique combined with gravity. A 3 million battle knife likely wouldn't last much longer. However, Chu Feng still purchased a 3 million battle knife forged from extraterrestrial refined iron and iron black blade. For 3 million, if it could endure a few uses of the crustal cleave technique combined with gravity, it would be worth it. After all, in critical moments, this was a method for turning the tide, a trump card. After wandering around the Martial Artist Alliance headquarters for a while, Chu Feng left and headed back to the military training unit. However, upon leaving the Martial Artist Alliance headquarters, Chu Feng noticed someone following him. Without hesitation, Chu Feng descended into a forest below. Moments later, a martial artist arrived, panting heavily. Chu Feng's flying speed earlier had been so fast that he had almost lost track of him. At this moment, the martial artist was seething with anger. Damn it, why is this kid's flying speed so fast? Chu Feng looked at the man, who was dressed in a black trench coat, with only a pair of eyes brimming with killing intent visible. Were you sent by the Dragon City Martial Arts Hall to kill me? Chu Feng asked. The martial artist snapped out of his thoughts, his gaze dark and cold. And what if I am? Today, you must die. With that, the energy of a 5-star early-stage martial artist exploded from him. At the same time, he activated his Windstorm innate ability, surrounding himself with a terrifying gale. Chu Feng's eyes flickered as he immediately activated the devouring gravity sphere. Boom! Under the suppression of over 150 times gravity, the gale instantly dissipated. The martial artist was forcibly crushed to the ground. Blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Under the astonishing devouring force, he was dragged toward Chu Feng against his will. He wanted to resist but was powerless. Aren't you mid 4-star? No, you are mid 4-star. But how are you this strong? Damn it, the intel was wrong. The martial artist's face turned ashen. Raising his right hand, Xu Feng activated the gravity palm, stacking it with 150 times gravity. Instantly, a massive black handprint in the air, as large as a mountain, slammed down on the martial artist. No! The martial artist was filled with despair. Boom! The gravity palm landed, causing a deafening explosion. A large swath of the forest was razed to the ground. A massive handprint crater appeared on the ground. As for the martial artist, he lay in the crater formed by the handprint, his body reduced to a pulp. Seeing this, Xu Feng was satisfied. As expected, the gravity pump combined with his gravity ability was even more terrifying. Xu Feng retracted the devouring gravity sphere and collected the martial artist's corpse. After some thought, he turned around and flew toward Dragon State City. Since the Dragon City Martial Arts Hall had sent someone to kill him, this matter had to be resolved thoroughly. Otherwise, endless assassination attempts would be incredibly troublesome. The Martial Artist Alliance had rules: martial artists were not allowed to kill each other without cause. However, if there was a conflict or unresolved issues between martial artists, they could settle it through combat. How would they resolve it through combat? By applying to the Martial Artist Alliance for a duel and signing a life and death agreement. Once this method was chosen, it all came down to strength and power. As night fell, Xu Feng finally arrived at Dragon State City and made his way to the Dragon City Martial Arts Hall. The Dragon City Martial Arts Hall was grand and imposing. The four large characters Dragon City Martial Arts Hall exuded an unrivaled aura. Truly worthy of being the largest martial arts hall in Dragon State City. Among all the martial arts halls, the Dragon City Martial Arts Hall was one of the most prominent. In short, the Dragon City Martial Arts Hall was immensely powerful. According to the information Xu Feng had gathered, the hall master was Hao Yukai, a 5-star late-stage martial artist, with over 10,000 martial artists of varying strengths under his command. This was what was visible on the surface. Whether there were hidden strengths within, Xu Feng didn't know. But none of that mattered. Because Xu Feng was already here. Boom! With one kick, Xu Feng blasted open the grand doors of the Dragon City Martial Arts Hall. Many martial artists who were training in the plaza turned their heads in shock. When they saw the shattered doors, their faces showed astonishment. What the hell? Who the hell was so bold as to dare kick down the doors of the Dragon City Martial Arts Hall? Everyone knew that the Dragon City Martial Arts Hall was like the heavens in Dragon State City. Even the city lord of Dragon State City feared it to some extent. At this moment, Xu Feng stepped through the broken doors and stood before the crowd of martial artists. The martial artists of the Dragon City Martial Arts Hall all turned their gazes to Xu Feng, their expressions varied. Xu Feng scanned the crowd, his aura sinking. "Tell your hall master to come out." Hearing this, the martial artists were momentarily stunned before they erupted in furious shouts. "Who the hell are you? Damn it, coming here to cause trouble? Are you looking to die? Damn, are you the one who kicked down the doors? You've got a death wish." Hearing the clamor of the martial artists and seeing their aggressive postures, Xu Feng realized they couldn't understand reason, so he decided to communicate in a way they could comprehend. Boom! In the next second, Xu Feng unleashed a gravity field, only releasing 50 times the normal gravity. In an instant, the martial artists collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. This is gravity? Such terrifying gravity. My bones are going to break. At this moment, the martial artists finally realized how terrifying this young man was. Stop! Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, followed by the appearance of a figure. The master! The master is here! The martial artists exclaimed in surprise. Xu Feng looked at the middle-aged man who appeared. He indeed bore some resemblance to Hao Jian. When Hao Yukai saw Xu Feng, a strange glint flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected Xu Feng to dare step onto his two. Hao Yukai froze, clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. His face was grim, and his lips trembled with extreme anger. Good, good, good. So you want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. That night, Xu Feng did not leave Longzhou City but instead found a hotel to stay in. The next day, early in the morning, he rushed to the nearest sword-breaking mountain range from Longzhou City. There was only one purpose: to hunt fierce beasts. The day after tomorrow was the day to sign the life and death agreement with Hao Yukai, the master of the Longcheng Martial Arts Hall. Once the agreement was signed, the hunt would begin. Therefore, Xu Feng needed to make some preparations. At the very least, he had to store a large number of fierce beasts in the devouring space for emergencies. He arrived at the sword-breaking mountain range as quickly as possible. Super sense of smell activated, and he immediately began searching for fierce beasts. After locking onto a group of fierce beasts, Xu Feng rushed over without hesitation. As soon as he saw the beasts, he activated the devouring gravity sphere, a black sphere trailing behind him, landing amidst the group of beasts. In an instant, all second-tier and third-tier fierce beasts were crushed to death. Xu Feng collected them all into the devouring space. His figure moved, disappearing. And soon he arrived at another group of fierce beasts, using the same method to instantly kill and collect them. Half a day later, he traversed most of the sword-breaking mountain range, capturing over 10,000 fierce beasts and storing them all in the devouring space. That should be enough. Next, I'll focus on devouring these beasts and hope to break through to late stage 4-star. Xu Feng's eyes sparkled. Roar, roar! Suddenly, a series of angry roars echoed. Xu Feng frowned, sensing the scent of numerous fierce beasts approaching at an astonishing speed. Before long, a group of fierce beasts burst out from the forest ahead. There were scorpions with octopus tentacles, bears with bat wings, and dinosaurs carrying turtle shells. Xu Feng recognized them: octopus, scorpions, bat bears, dragon turtles, horned rhinos. Counting them, there were 30. All were 4th-tier fierce beasts. It seemed that all the 4th-tier fierce beasts in the sword-breaking mountain range had gathered. Clearly, they were coming for Xu Feng. Perfect timing. Saves me the trouble of finding you one by one. Xu Feng's expression remained calm as he moved his right hand, gripping the black gold ancient blade. Roar, roar, roar! The 34th-tier fierce beasts roared furiously, their expressions crazed, attacking Xu Feng in unison and unleashing their innate abilities. Some spewed venom from their mouths, others unleashed hurricanes, while some erupted with dense needles from their bodies. Xu Feng activated the devouring gravity sphere, enveloping the area with over 150 times gravity. The beasts' attacks were affected, veering off and striking the ground. Meanwhile, Xu Feng tightly gripped the black gold ancient blade in his right hand. The power of his gourmet cell's innate ability surged forth, his muscles bulging as he activated crustal shear, stacking it with 150 times gravity, and slashed horizontally. Swish! The terrifying blade energy tore through space in a flash. The 34th-tier fierce beasts widened their eyes, sensing extreme danger, but had no time to react before the blade energy swept through them. Silence fell over the area. The next second, the bodies of the 34th-tier fierce beasts were split in two, collapsing to the ground, dead. Crack! The black gold ancient blade in Xu Feng's hand shattered under the strain. Putting away the shattered black gold ancient blade, Xu Feng raised his right hand and activated Delicious Devour, swallowing 34th-tier ferocious beasts in one go. The gourmet cells took half of the beast's delicious energy, while Xu Feng gained over 300 vitality points. Not bad. Roar! At that moment, an even more terrifying roar echoed. The entire Sword Break Mountain range seemed to tremble. Seconds later, the ground quaked. Xu Feng frowned, but his super sense of smell detected the scent of countless ferocious beasts approaching. His figure moved, flying into the air, and as he looked ahead, he saw a massive horde of ferocious beasts charging toward him in a grand wave. Is this a beast tide? Xu Feng's expression shifted. He wasn't afraid, instead, he felt exhilarated. A beast tide might be a disaster for other warriors, but for Xu Feng, it was a feast. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Come at me, all of you. Xu Feng was thrilled. To him, these ferocious beasts were walking vitality points. If he devoured them all, he might break through to the late 4-star stage. Without hesitation, Xu Feng flew straight toward them. Boom! Xu Feng landed in the center of the beast tide and activated Devouring Gravity Sphere. In an instant, all the beasts within a few hundred meters, whether second tier or third tier, were crushed to death. At the same time, Chu Feng raised his right hand and activated Delicious Devour, locking onto hundreds of beast corpses and mercilessly devouring them. The remaining beasts continued to roar, charging madly toward him. However, as soon as they entered the range of the devouring gravity sphere, they were crushed to death, forcibly pulled closer to Chu Feng, and devoured. Roar! That terrifying roar sounded again, as if issuing a command. Instantly, even more ferocious beasts rushed over madly. Some flew in the sky, some ran on the ground, and others burrowed through the earth. Yet, no matter how many came, they couldn't get close to Chu Feng before being crushed to death. Many beasts chose to attack from a safe distance, but their energy attacks couldn't touch Chu Feng at all. In just a few minutes, Chu Feng had devoured thousands of ferocious beasts. Rivers of blood flowed across the ground. Yet Chu Feng showed no signs of fatigue, instead, he grew stronger and stronger. Finally, the hidden leader of the beasts couldn't sit still any longer. With a roar, it charged out from a mountain peak. It was a terrifying centipede, over 100 meters long, with eyes as large as lanterns, gleaming with ferocity. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs. It was the Hell Centipede, a peak 4th-tier ferocious beast and the strongest beast in the Sword Break Mountain range. Swoosh swoosh, the Hell Centipede charged forward, rapidly closing the distance, enduring 150 times gravity. Its mouth opened wide, spewing a cloud of black mist filled with deadly poison. Many nearby beasts caught in the mist screamed in agony as their bodies visibly dissolved into pools of blood. However, Chu Feng was immune to poison, and no toxin could harm him. He stomped the ground with his right foot and charged toward the Hell Centipede. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the Hell Centipede frantically spewed poison mist, enveloping the surroundings completely. Whoosh, Chu Feng flew out of the poison mist, his clothes slightly tattered but his body unharmed, not even a strand of hair damaged. He appeared above the Hell Centipede's head. The Hell Centipede let out a strange cry, opening its massive bloody mouth to swallow him whole. Chu Feng unleashed the gravity palm, stacking 150 times gravity, and struck down with a single slap. The massive black palm print slammed onto the Hell Centipede's head, and with a deep sonic boom, the Hell Centipede's entire head exploded. Yet, it wasn't completely dead. Without wasting words, Chu Feng dove down, swung his fist, and smashed heavily onto the Hell Centipede's body like a 1,000-pound weight. Bang bang bang, after a few punches, the Hell Centipede finally stopped moving. Raising his right hand, he activated Delicious Devour and directly consumed the Hell Centipede. The remaining ferocious beasts scattered like loose sand, fleeing in all directions. Chu Feng went on a killing spree. Martial artists from the cities near the sword-breaking mountain range noticed unusual activity in the area, and many entered the mountain range to investigate. What they discovered was astonishing. Most of the ferocious beasts in the sword-breaking mountain range were gone. In one spot, they found traces of a large amount of beast blood. Looks like the ferocious beasts are all gone? What's going on here? Some martial artists posted information about the sword-breaking mountain range on the martial artist forum, causing quite a stir. Someone immediately connected it to the situation at Ruins Number 1. Damn, the situation at the sword-breaking mountain range is so similar to Ruins Number 1. Hey, could it be the same person? Night fell. Chu Feng had already left the sword-breaking mountain range and checked into a hotel in Pingzhou City nearby. The day had been incredibly fulfilling, with massive gains. Inside the Devour space were the corpses of over 10,000 ferocious beasts, ready to be consumed any time to enhance his strength. His vitality had already surpassed 75,000, breaking into the late 4-star stage. The gourmet cells absorbed a large amount of delicious energy, strengthening his physical body and enhancing all attributes. Pure physical strength alone allowed him to unleash 300,000 pounds of force with a single punch. Terrifying. The gravity talent ability could now release approximately 180 times gravity. The Devour talent ability had doubled in devouring power and range. Under 6-star martial artists, Chu Feng could annihilate them with a single move. Against those above 6 stars, he could still hold his ground. Notably, the gourmet cell's demon egg incubation progress had reached 5%. Dragon City Martial Arts Hall. Hao Yukai had already mobilized energy, recruiting many powerful martial artists. Tomorrow, once the life and death contract was signed, he would launch a hunt against Chu Feng. Chu Feng, I will make sure you die without a burial place. The next day. Imperial Capital City, Martial Artist Alliance Headquarters. Martial Artist Mediation Office. Hao Yukai stood at the entrance with a group of martial artists. Many martial artists around were discussing. Damn! Isn't that the head of Dragon City Martial Arts Hall? What's he doing at the mediation office? You don't know? I heard Hall Master Hao was here to sign a life and death contract with someone. Whoa, who's daring enough to sign a life and death contract with Dragon City Martial Arts Hall? Isn't that asking for trouble? Exactly. Dragon City Martial Arts Hall is ranked among the top martial arts halls, with over 10,000 martial artists under its banner. Who would dare provoke them? Impressive. At this moment, Chu Feng walked over from a distance. Hao Yukai stared at Chu Feng. Kid, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you. Chu Feng replied, stop wasting time. Let's go in. Hearing their exchange, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. No way? The one signing the life and death contract with Hall Master Hao is a student. Who is that student? So bold. Brave? That's pure recklessness. Chu Feng and Hao Yukai approached the martial mediator and explained their intentions. The mediator asked, are you sure you want to sign a life and death agreement? Can't this be resolved in another way? When fighting for the red scale fruit, his son tried to kill me, so I killed his son. Now he wants to kill me, and I want to kill him, Chu Feng said. This can only be resolved through force. Alright then, the mediator said. Let's follow the procedure. Fill out the form first. Chu Feng and Hao Yukai received the forms and completed them. The mediator said, your life and death agreement has been submitted and will be officially announced at 3 p.m. today. At that time, you can harm each other. Chu Feng stood up, looked at Hao Yukai, and said, I'll be waiting for you near the Magic Mountain outside Imperial Capital City. If you have the guts, come and kill me. After saying this, Chu Feng left. Hao Yotsai's face turned extremely grim. Kid, keep being arrogant. After 3 p.m. today, it'll be your death day. After the news of Chu Feng and Hao Yukai signing the life and death agreement spread, it immediately attracted countless attention. At 3 p.m., the Martial Alliance headquarters officially announced the information about Chu Feng and Hao Yotsai's life and death agreement on their forum. The news exploded like a nuclear bomb, shocking the entire world. Once a life and death agreement is signed, it's a fight to the death. It only ends when one side dies. Whoa, what kind of grudge is this? They have to resolve it this way? Didn't you read the announcement? It says that during the fight for the red scale fruit in the Swordbreak Mountain Range, Hao Yotsai's son, Hao Jin, tried to kill Chu Feng, but Chu Feng killed Hao Jin. Now Hao Yukai wants revenge for his son, Hao Yukai. Oh, isn't he the owner of Dragon City Martial Arts Hall in Longzhou City? Yeah, I remember now. Hao Jian is the young master of Dragon City Martial Arts Hall. He was really arrogant and domineering. Was he killed? That's bad news. That guy named Chu Feng is doomed. The influence of Dragon City Martial Arts Hall is insane. In Longzhou City, they're practically untouchable. Wait a minute, isn't that Chu Feng someone I've heard of before? Chu Feng? Whoa, could it be the genius student with an SSS-level talent this year? At the Military Martial University, Principal Xiao was hiding in his office, savoring medicinal wine. Ah! Wine infused with tiger bone, truly delicious. Principal Xiao's face was full of satisfaction. Suddenly, the phone rang. Seeing the number, Principal Xiao's expression shifted slightly, and he answered, Hello, old Ji, what brings you to call me? Hey, old Xiao, what are you doing? Your student signed a life and death agreement with Hao Yukai, and you don't know about it, the other party said. Why didn't you step in to mediate? If you couldn't mediate, you should have reported it. A perfectly good genius is about to fall. Upon hearing this, Principal Zhao's expression tightened. My student Signed a life and death agreement with Hao Yu-kai? You drunkard, have you been drinking yourself into a stupor? The other party scolded. The Martial Alliance has already announced it. Principal Xiao asked, my student? Who? The other party replied, Xu Feng. Go online and check, it's all over the place. Hearing this, Principal Xiao trembled all over, quickly hung up the phone, and went online to check. He immediately felt like the sky was falling. This kid, truly reckless. Dragon City Martial Arts Hall Hao family, this is no ordinary family. No way, Xu Feng can't be in trouble, he must be saved. Quickly taking a sip of wine, transforming into a figure that roared away. Xin Cheng had just returned from hunting fierce beasts outside. After taking a bath, she sat on the sofa, poured herself a glass of red wine, and drank while looking at her phone. Suddenly, her delicate face changed, and she stood up abruptly. Xu Feng Jr. is crazy? Thinking for a moment, she quickly changed her clothes and transformed into a flash of light, disappearing. Martial Alliance headquarters, a certain secret room. Xu Feng, SSS-level gifted ability, this is humanity's hope. Such a genius cannot be allowed to perish. Then what can be done? He has already signed the life and death agreement. Hey, Elder Hao, you won't intervene, will you? I won't intervene, but you all shouldn't stop him either. Sigh, what a pity. At this moment, countless martial artists had gathered in the Magic Mountain range. They were all here to watch the spectacle. Xu Feng dares to sign a life and death agreement with Hao Yu-kai, he's truly crazy. Yeah, a prospective university student, though he has an SSS-level gifted ability, he hasn't grown into it yet. What a pity. I heard Hao Yu-kai spent a fortune recruiting many powerful martial artists. Don't forget, Hao Yu-kai himself is a 5-star martial artist, and he has tens of thousands of martial artists under him, many of whom are 3-star. What does Xu Feng have? He's a student at the military martial university. I wonder if the university will step in to help. The military martial university's influence is indeed strong, but don't forget, the Hao family has people in the Martial Alliance headquarters. Look, Hao Yu-kai is here. Damn, so many martial artists. Hiss, Hao Yu-kai brought so many martial artists. There are 3-star martial artists, 4-star martial artists, and wait, isn't that Zhong Tao? Ranked 10th on the dark list, a 6-star martial artist. Bringing so many experts? Isn't Hao Yu-kai making a mountain out of a molehill? Yeah, after all, Xu Feng is still just a kid. Meanwhile, Xu Feng was in the central area of the Magic Mountain range, frantically hunting fierce beasts and devouring them. In just a few minutes, he had devoured over 1,000 fierce beasts. His strength increased again. What excited him even more was that the system's devouring task had been updated. Ding! System devouring task updated. Task 1, devour the human-faced demon spider, reward, supersonic movement. Task 2, devour the devil gecko, reward, black god battle blade. Please make your choice immediately. Seeing the task content, Xu Feng's expression changed. His gaze fell on the black god battle blade. The Black God Battle Blade was forged from extraterrestrial copper mother, weighing 10,000 pounds, and could cut through iron like mud. Just what I need, a good battle blade. This Black God Battle Blade came at the perfect time. Xu Feng was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he immediately chose Task 2. As for Task 1's supersonic movement, which allows movement at speeds surpassing sound, although it was good, Xu Feng didn't need it. With Xu Feng's gourmet cell gifted ability, breaking the sound barrier with his physical speed in the future wouldn't be difficult. As for the human-faced demon spider and devil gecko, both were 4th tier fierce beasts that Xu Feng could easily hunt. Ding! You have made your choice, please complete the task as soon as possible. System prompt. At this moment, Xu Feng's nose twitched, catching the scent of countless martial artists rapidly approaching. Oh, have they arrived? A trace of coldness flashed in Xu Feng's eyes. Soon enough, a large group of martial artists appeared in grand fashion. Leading them was Hao Yu-kai, and beside him stood a man with a goatee, holding a long blade in his arms, exuding a powerful aura. Hao Yukai said, "Chu Feng, today I will avenge my son. Today, you won't escape, and death is certain." Chu Feng replied, "Who dies is still uncertain." Although Hao Yukai could call for help, once Hao Yukai was killed, the life and death agreement would immediately be nullified, and no one else could make a move. Therefore, all that was needed was to kill Hao Yukai. Attack! Whoever takes Chu Feng's head, I'll reward another billion. Hao Yukai seemed to lose patience and directly gave the order. Kill! Kill! All the martial artists behind Hao Yukai erupted with blood energy, activating their innate abilities, and charged toward Chu Feng. Martial artists watching the commotion from afar saw the scene, their expressions varied. So many martial artists bullying a student, Hao Yukai is so shameless. Damn, stop talking. If Hao Yukai hears you, you won't even know how you died. He's extremely ruthless. How long do you think Chu Feng can hold out? At most 3 seconds, no more. Further away, several sharp gazes seemed to pierce through the void, observing the battle here. Boom! Chu Feng didn't waste any more words and directly activated the devouring gravity sphere. Boom! Chu Feng unleashed the devouring gravity sphere, a black sphere hanging behind him. Instantly, 180 times gravity enveloped the area, accompanied by a powerful devouring force. The large group of martial artists charging toward him was immediately crushed to the ground. 3-star and foe. The next second, Hao Yukai realized the severity of the situation. He quickly gave an order to the martial artist beside him and then turned to flee. Chu Feng's strength made him feel alarmed. If he didn't escape, he would die. In the distance, several pairs of eyes also noticed this scene, with clear flashes of astonishment in their gazes. Isn't he an SSS-level gourmet cell talent ability user? What's with this gravity and devouring power? Nearly 200 times gravity? This is definitely a talent ability. Could it be that he has dual talent abilities? No. He must have triple talent abilities. Moreover, his aura is at the late 4-star level. He's only 18 years old and already this terrifying? He's a 1-in-a-million genius. No. He cannot die. Triple talent abilities, late 4-star level at 18 years old. This had already overturned everyone's common sense. Elder Hao's expression was grim. Everyone, we agreed not to interfere. Don't forget, he has already signed the life and death agreement. He also understood that Chu Feng was a genius among geniuses, but since he had already become enemies with Chu Feng had to die. Otherwise, the Hao family would eventually fall at Chu Feng's hands. Seeing Hao Yukai flee, Chu Feng sneered and immediately gave chase. Suddenly, a bolt of wild lightning descended from the sky, striking toward Chu Feng. Sensing a hint of danger, Chu Feng quickly retreated to avoid the lightning attack. A figure surrounded by lightning appeared in front of Chu Feng, holding a long blade with a cold gaze. "I am Zhong Tao. I have no personal grudge against you, but I took the money, so don't blame me." Chu Feng said, "Everyone has their own choices. I won't blame you. But you will have to pay the price for your choice." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the devouring gravity sphere erupted again. Zhong Tao released wild lightning from his body, his aura surging. His hair stood on end as the momentum of a 6-star martial artist roared, forcibly resisting the crushing force of 180 times gravity and the pull of the devouring power. Clang! The long blade in his arms was unsheathed, and lightning burst forth. Thunder slash! Zhong Tao gripped the long blade tightly and slashed furiously. Crackle, crackle, the violent lightning transformed into blade energy, flashing forward. The space formed an interwoven arc of electricity. It was nearly impossible to dodge. Damn, Zhong Tao has no sense of martial ethics, using his ultimate move right away. Zhong Tao has an S-level lightning talent ability. When he unleashes the yellow tier thunder battle, its power can kill a peak 6-star martial artist. Chu Feng is in danger. What a terrifying thunder slash. No wonder he's called the Little Prince of Lightning, Zhong Tao. Looks like Chu Feng is doomed. The surrounding spectators exclaimed one after another, thinking Chu Feng was finished. Chu Feng naturally felt the terror of Zhong Tao's unleashed thunder slash. If he forcibly resisted it with his gourmet cell talent ability, he might not die, but he would definitely be seriously injured. Thus, Chu Feng directly activated the invincible golden body. A layer of golden light enveloped his body. The lightning blade energy, electric web, and other attacks landed on Chu Feng, causing explosions. The surrounding spectators shook their heads. But Zhong Tao frowned, then his eyes widened. Because Chu Feng was completely unharmed. How is this possible? Zhong Tao couldn't help but exclaim. The other spectators, seeing this, were also astonished. He's fine? Damn, he took the thunder slash head on and isn't even hurt? What's going on? Even those eyes in the distance were shocked. What kind of combat skill is this? So powerful. Deflecting thunder slash without injury, interesting. It seems that kids' abilities are even more terrifying than imagined. Elder Hao's face turned extremely grim. Over here, Chu Feng stared at Zhong Tao. I took one strike from you, now you take one from me. With a movement of his right hand, the refined iron battle blade was in his grasp. Power erupted. The muscles of his entire right arm swelled dramatically, his strength pushed to the limit, unleashing crust cleave, stacking 180 times gravity, and slashing out. Swished the blade. Light flashed. Space tore apart. Zhong Tao had already sensed the danger beforehand and immediately unleashed all his energy, surrounded by dense lightning. He activated his lightning innate ability, Thunder Prison Shield. A powerful defensive combat skill. However, the Thunder Prison Shield couldn't withstand even a second against the blade energy of Crust Cleave stacked with 180 times gravity and shattered instantly. Impossible. Zhong Tao's pupils contracted. Almost simultaneously, the blade energy flashed past Zhong Tao's neck. Zhong Tao froze, then clutched his neck with his hand, but his hand was covered in blood, and his head detached from his neck and fell. Seeing this, the surrounding spectators were horrified, gasping in shock. Hiss. Hiss hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. One strike. Just one strike to kill Zhong Tao, a 6-star early-stage martial artist. Terrifying. Even those eyes in the distance were once again astonished. Heaven-level blade technique, definitely a heaven-level blade technique. Heaven-level blade technique, stacked with gravity, so fascinating. 3 and 8. Abilities, 18 years old, 4-star late stage, flawless defense, heaven-level blade technique, terrifying. Chu Feng maintained his slashing posture, then withdrew his blade, only to see a small crack appear on the refined iron battle blade. As expected, even the refined iron battle blade couldn't withstand the power of Crust Cleave stacked with gravity. It seems he needs to complete tasks quickly to obtain the Black God battle blade. However, the immediate priority is to kill Hao Yukai. Chu Feng looked up, but Hao Yotsai's figure was already gone. It must be said, Hao Yukai escaped quite quickly. However, Chu Feng wasn't in a hurry at all. He had already identified Hao Yotsai's scent, and with enhanced smell, he could track him down. Hao Yukai trying to escape. Impossible. Enhanced smell activated. The air was filled with various scents, among them the scent left by Hao Yukai. He immediately locked on to Hao Yotsai's scent. Chu Feng prepared to pursue, but at that moment, a beam of light descended. The light dispersed, revealing Shen Cheng. Shen Cheng's face showed a trace of worry, but upon seeing Chu Feng unharmed, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Junior Chu Feng, you're too reckless. Do you need your senior to help you kill someone? Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit moved inside, and smiled. Senior Shen Cheng, you better not get involved in this matter, or it might bring trouble to you. I can handle it myself. Look, that 6-star martial artist Zhong Tao was killed by me with just one strike. It must be said, Senior Shen Cheng is quite a good person. She even rushed over to help Chu Feng kill someone without properly dressing. So loyal. However, if Shen Cheng helps, it might bring her some trouble. After all, the Hao family has connections at the Martial Alliance headquarters. Shen Cheng turned around and indeed saw Zhong Tao lying on the ground, decapitated and completely dead. Instantly, Xinqing's mouth opened slightly, too shocked to speak. What the heck? Even a 6-star martial artist could be killed? This junior is way too monstrous. Boom! At this moment, another figure descended. Chu Feng, are you okay? The principal is here. Principal Xiao appeared. Chu Feng was moved again. He hadn't expected Principal Xiao to come and help him. Principal Xiao, I'm fine, Chu Feng replied. You brat, you're too reckless. Principal Xiao scolded, how could you sign a life and death agreement with Hao Yukai? Why didn't you inform me beforehand? If you had told me, I could have resolved this for you. He was genuinely worried about Chu Feng's safety. After all, a rare monstrous talent had appeared, and he had to protect him at all costs. Chu Feng said, Principal Xiao, thank you. But now I need to go kill someone. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed away. Sigh. Principal Xiao was stunned. Meanwhile, Xinqing thought for a moment and turned into a beam of light, chasing after Chu Feng. No matter what, she wouldn't let Chu Feng get hurt. If he encountered an opponent he couldn't handle, she would step in. How could this happen? Why is he so strong? Isn't he at mid 4-star level? How can he wipe out over 1,000 3-star martial artists in an instant? Damn it, Zhong Tao seems to have been killed by him too. At this moment, Hao Yukai was filled with regret, but even more so with fear. This is bad. He's catching up. How is he so fast? Boom! With an overwhelming aura, Hao Yukai activated his innate ability, red flames swirling around him as he sprinted at an incredible speed. He left a burning trail behind him as he fled. However, Chu Feng was even faster. With anti-gravity flight combined with the power of his gourmet cell innate ability, his speed was almost reaching the speed of sound. In no time, Chu Feng spotted Hao Youcai's fleeing figure, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he relentlessly pursued him. Getting closer and closer. Finally, Chu Feng appeared above Hao Yukai, simultaneously enveloping him in over 180 times gravity. Boom! In an instant, Hao Yukai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. His feet sank into the ground, his back bent, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fire Dragon Fist! Hao Yukai roared, unleashing his combat technique. With a punch, his fist spewed massive flames that transformed into a fire dragon, charging toward Chu Feng. Fire Dragon Fist! A yellow-grade combat technique. Combined with the power of his innate ability, Heavenly Fire, the damage it unleashed was almost at the profound grade level. Chu Feng's aura sank as he raised his hand and slapped down, activating Gravity Palm with 180 times gravity. A massive black palm print roared downward, causing the space to tremble. Boom! In an instant, the fire dragon and the black palm print collided, unleashing a terrifying energy explosion, both dissipating. Blood dripped from the corner of Hao Youcai's mouth. Chu Feng, however, felt nothing. With a flick of his right hand, the refined iron battle blade appeared in his grasp. He activated crust cutting and slashed toward Hao Yukai. Hao Yukai wanted to escape, but under the pressure of 180 times gravity, he couldn't move at all. At this moment, a large hand formed from eerie sand burst out from beneath Hao Youcai's feet, forcibly blocking the blade energy of crust cutting. Immediately after, a figure emerged from under Hao Youcai's feet as well. It was an old man, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, with a gaunt face and sunken eyes. Seeing the newcomer, Chu Feng frowned slightly, sensing the nearly 7-star level vitality emanating from the man. Hao Yukai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the old man in front of him, and respectfully said, Elder Shah, thank you. The old man, referred to as Elder Shah, replied coldly, if you're going to thank someone, thank that person. Hao Yukai said no more. He knew who had sent Elder Shah. Elder Shah was a 6-star peak martial artist with an S-level talent for the Sandstorm ability, making him incredibly powerful. With him stepping in, things should now be secure. Chu Feng, I admit, you're a genius. But today, you must die. Elder Shah, kill him for me. Hao Yukai commanded. Chu Feng's gaze shifted slightly. A 6-star peak level was indeed troublesome. But it wasn't a big problem. On the other side, senior sister Xinqing was preparing to assist Chu Feng, but suddenly, a whirlwind surrounded her, trapping her. A figure emerged from one of the whirlwinds. Lin Hao. Xin Qing's eyes turned cold. Ah, come on. Lin Hao grinned cheekily. Qing, don't be mad. I won't lay a hand on you. But you need to stay put here. Xin Qing said coldly, Lin Hao, you're asking for a beating. With that, she unleashed her aura, raised her blade, and charged forward. At the same time, Principal Xiao was also intercepted by someone. Old Qin, what is the meaning of this? Principal Xiao squinted his eyes. Old Xiao, don't blame me. Qin Ran smiled. The Hao family has shown me kindness. Their matters are my matters. There's no need to provoke the Hao family over a student, is there? Principal Xiao retorted angrily, Qin Ran, you don't know a damn thing. That kid Chu Feng is a monster. In the future. Qin Ran interrupted, Old Xiao, there is no future, that kid is doomed today. If you want to blame someone, blame him for offending the Hao family. From a distance, several pairs of eyes observed the scene, their gazes flickering with peculiar light. Hey, Elder Hao, isn't this going a bit too far? You sent Elder Sha to deal with that kid Chu Feng. How is this any different from you stepping in yourself? Elder Hao, are you determined to kill Chu Feng today? Elder Hao replied, I didn't step in myself, so I haven't broken our agreement. If that kid Chu Feng dies, he can only blame himself. Sand meteorite. Elder Sha raised his right hand and clenched it. In an instant, massive meteorites formed from sand began crashing down above Chu Feng's head. Their power was no less than that of real meteorites. Swish, swish, swish. Chu Feng gripped his refined iron battle blade tightly, stacking 180 times gravity. While dodging the sand meteorite attacks, he forcibly cleaved through the ones he couldn't avoid. 4-star late stage, yet he has such strength? This kid is truly a monster. Elder Sha was slightly shocked internally. No wonder the Hao family had sent him to intervene. This was indeed a tough opponent. Swish. Chu Feng swung his blade again, splitting a piece of sand meteorite, then seized the opportunity to unleash his full power, activating crust cutting with 180 times gravity, and slashed toward Old Sha. The astonishing blade energy tore through space. Old Sha's expression changed drastically, realizing the danger of this strike. Without hesitation, he quickly activated sand armor, covering his entire body with a layer of golden sand, resembling golden armor. Squelched the blade energy. Struck the sand armor, forcibly slicing it open, leaving a knife mark on Old Sha's chest, blood splattering. Old Sha was terrified. He never expected that strike to be so horrifying. If he hadn't resisted with all his might, he might have died. Nearby, Hao Yukai was almost scared stiff. Chu Feng's blade actually broke. Through Old Sha's defense, what kind of monstrous blade technique was this? It must be noted that Chu Feng was only at the late 4-star stage, while Old Sha was at the peak of 6 stars. Other martial artists who had come to watch the commotion were also startled by the scene. Whoa, he actually broke through Old Sha's defense? That strike was too powerful. Exactly. That was the strike that killed Zhong Tao. Terrifying. The martial artists had thought Chu Feng was doomed, but unexpectedly, he even managed to injure Old Sha. Good kid. I almost got overturned. I'll have to go all out now. Old Sha was shaken, not daring to be careless. The peak 6-star martial artist unleashed all his vitality. Centered around him, the ground rapidly weathered, and sand and dust swept up, growing increasingly intense. In an instant, a terrifying sandstorm formed around him. Seeing this, Chu Feng didn't wait for Old Sha to activate his skill. He transformed into a shadow and rushed into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Old Sha? Hao Yukai? Other martial artists watching? Chu Feng ran away? Chu Feng ran away, but not completely. That full power strike just now had broken through Old Sha's defense and injured him. This meant that Chu Feng's strength was just a bit short. If he could improve further, he might be able to seriously injure or even kill Old Sha. At this moment, he soared tens of thousands of meters into the sky, retrieving a large number of ferocious beast corpses from the devouring space and frantically consuming them. As countless ferocious Beasts were eaten, his vitality continued to rise. Below, old Sha had already unleashed his full aura but hadn't expected Chu Feng to be so cunning and escape. However, he could still sense Chu Feng's presence and wasn't too anxious. Hiding in the sky, thinking I can't do anything? No. That kid's aura is increasing. I can't let him keep improving. Saying this, he stomped the ground with his right foot, and a whirlwind of sand rose beneath him, propelling him toward the sky, closing in on Chu Feng. Chu Feng knew old Sha was catching up, smirked, and continued flying sideways while frantically devouring another batch of ferocious beast corpses. Old Sha's face darkened with anger. He raised his hand and activated a skill. A massive sand-formed hand appeared, covering the sky and descending upon Chu Feng. This was sand burial, a profound-level combat technique. It was also old Sha's most powerful attack method. The enormous sand hand contained immense pressure, directly locking onto Chu Feng. Not just him, but the entire space around him was sealed, making it difficult to break through. Die! Old Sha roared. Originally thought killing a little brat would be an easy task, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be so tricky, almost leading to failure. If Chu Feng isn't killed, how can he continue to survive in the future? Chu Feng couldn't escape and could only activate the invincible golden body once again. Boom! As the invincible golden body was activated, the massive sand hand descended, slamming onto Chu Feng. Chu Feng was directly struck from high altitude to the ground, and the endless sand formed a towering pyramid-like structure, completely engulfing and suppressing him. The surrounding martial artists looked on with varied expressions. Is Chu Feng dead? He definitely can't survive. Hit by Old Sand's ultimate move, he's doomed. Yeah, it's said that Old Sand's move once suppressed and killed a 7th-tier early-stage ferocious beast. Ha ha ha. How Yukai laughed triumphantly. Good, he died well. Swish at that moment, the sand burial was slashed open, and a figure burst out. It was none other than Chu Feng. He was completely unharmed. Hao Yotsai's laughter abruptly stopped, and he fell to the ground in fright. Not dead? How is it possible that he's not dead? The surrounding martial artists watching the spectacle were also shocked. Whoa! He's actually still alive? My God, he doesn't have a single injury. Terrifying. Old Sand's mouth twitched, his eyes filled with disbelief. The strongest strike didn't kill Chu Feng, not even causing a scratch. Instead, Chu Feng's vitality grew stronger, nearing the peak of 4 stars. Boom! Chu Feng unleashed his full aura, his vitality surging within. He had devoured nearly all the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts in the devouring space, significantly enhancing his strength. Immediately, the devouring gravity sphere erupted. Nearly 200 times gravity enveloped the earth. Chu Feng suddenly spoke. Hearing Chu Feng's sarcastic tone, old Sha was so furious that he almost spat out a mouthful of reverse-flowing blood. Damn it! Is this about money? No, this is about pride. Old Sha swallowed the surging blood down his throat. Chu Feng shook his head, his figure moved swiftly, and he flew directly to Hao Yotsai's side. His right foot lifted. Old Sha's face changed drastically. Kid, you dare. Damn it! This little brat has no honor or martial ethics. The explosive blood pill could enhance blood energy, but it needed some time to digest. Right now, the pill had just been swallowed. Not yet digested, and the blood energy hadn't risen yet. And Chu Feng was already making his move. This was so damn inhumane. Hao Yukai, seeing Chu Feng appear in front of him and noticing his raised foot, tried to move, but the crushing gravity pinned him down. Boom! Without hesitation, Chu Feng stomped down hard. Hao Yotsai's head exploded, and he died on the spot. The moment Hao Yukai died, the life and death contract was nullified. The crowd of martial artists watching the spectacle was completely stunned. Old Sha was dumbfounded. What the hell? The explosive blood pill had already been swallowed. Old Sha tried to stick his fingers down his throat to vomit it out, but he couldn't. Subsequently, the blood energy in Old Sha's body began to surge uncontrollably. Chu Feng raised his foot again and stomped on Hao Yotsai's chest, ensuring his death was absolute. Then, he smiled at Old Sha and said, "Goodbye, old man." With that, he turned into a blur and disappeared with a whoosh. Put. Old Shah finally couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of old blood before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. From a distance, several pairs of eyes witnessed this scene, and their gazes shimmered with various emotions. That kid actually survived? Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. I want to take him as my godson. Don't be ridiculous, he's going to be my son-in-law. What? Do you even have a daughter? Meanwhile, Elder Hao's face turned as dark as cow dung, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood himself. Chu Feng had actually killed Hao Yukai. And now, Old Shah was also incapacitated. Such a massive loss. Damn it! Elder Hao gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Hey, Elder Hao, don't you dare do anything reckless. Exactly. Elder Hao, you can't touch Chu Feng. That's right. If you so much as lay a finger on Chu Feng, you'll have to deal with me. Elder Hao, just accept it and move on. Humph. Elder Hao snorted coldly and disappeared without a trace. How is this even possible? That kid actually survived? Lin Hao was so angry that his kidneys ached. Ever since the rumors on the forum about Xin Cheng and Chu Feng's ambiguous relationship, Lin Hao had been furious, determined to beat Chu Feng up. When he found out that Chu Feng had signed a life-and-death contract with Hao Yukai and saw Xin Cheng desperately trying to intervene on Chu Feng's behalf, he became even angrier, or rather, jealous. So, he deliberately stopped Xin Cheng from interfering, hoping someone else would kill Chu Feng. But who would have thought that even Old Shah couldn't take down Chu Feng, and was instead forced to swallow an explosive blood pill, only to be so infuriated that he vomited blood. What's worse, Chu Feng remained completely unharmed. No wonder he's Junior Chu Feng. Truly impressive. Xin Cheng, seeing that Chu Feng was unscathed, secretly let out a sigh of relief. Without saying much, she turned into a streak of light and disappeared. On the other side, Principal Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. That kid is even tougher than I imagined, ha ha. However, Xin Run's expression turned grim. He never expected Chu Feng to be able to kill Hao Yukai, end the life-and-death duel, and even force Elder Shah into a corner. At this moment, he realized he might have chosen the wrong side. With Chu Feng's talent, it wouldn't take long for him to become a terrifying existence. If Chu Feng held grudges, then the Qin family would be in danger. Meanwhile, the martial artist forum was already in an uproar. Amazing! Chu Feng 666. Truly worthy of being an SSS-level gifted genius. Only 18 years old, yet with late 4-star strength, he can fight against a 6-star expert and even force the opponent to swallow an explosive pill. Respect. Chu Feng is definitely a 1-in-a-million genius. Students from the same cohort who considered themselves geniuses felt ashamed after seeing Chu Feng's achievements. Can't compare, absolutely can't compare. Damn. I thought my peak 2-star strength was already terrifying, but Chu Feng's late 4-star level is just too monstrous. Is Chu Feng even human? Damn. Shortly after, the Martial Artist Alliance headquarters issued an announcement stating that the life-and-death duel between Chu Feng and Hao Yukai had been nullified. From now on, no one could make a move against Chu Feng, otherwise, they would face the wrath of the Martial Artist Alliance. The message was clear: Chu Feng was under the protection of the Martial Artist Alliance. Deep in the wilderness, in a mysterious space, a gigantic black frog awakened, its eyes shimmering with countless light waves. This was the only beast among billions of ferocious creatures with 9th-tier strength, the fallen frog. Let me see if the human genius with a 90% chance of exterminating my kind has perished. The fallen frog activated its innate ability, Future Gaze. The assassination of human geniuses by ferocious beasts was based on its intelligence. From Xin Cheng, who was assassinated by beasts, to the current attempt on Chu Feng, it had been orchestrating everything behind the scenes. However, every time it activated Future Gaze, it would fall into a brief slumber. The fallen frog's eyes flickered with strange light, and scenes that only it could see appeared before it. As it watched the content of the visions, its expression grew increasingly grim. Why isn't he dead yet? Why haven't they assassinated him? Why did they let him grow stronger? A bunch of useless fools, all of them useless. Croak, croak. After venting its anger, The fallen frog let out strange cries toward the sky, seemingly sending a signal. Moments later, 12 beast kings, regardless of what they were doing, immediately rushed to the fallen frog at the fastest speed. Before I fell asleep. Didn't I say to kill the human named Chufeng? Why is he still alive now? The fallen frog asked sternly. We launched the largest scale attack, but humans resisted, and several assassination attempts failed. There's no need to be so tense. Last time, the prophecy about the human named Xinqing also posed a threat to us, but according to the prophecy, she would fall. Maybe the human named Chufeng will also fall. That's right. Our beast race reproduces quickly and in large numbers. If it weren't for humans having stronger talents than us, we would have exterminated them long ago. Exactly. If we reproduce for a few more years and launch a larger scale attack, we can definitely wipe out humanity. The 12 beast kings spoke one after another, expressing their opinions. No. This time is different. The fate of that human named Xinqiang has changed. She did not fall. Moreover, the probability of that human named Chufeng destroying us has increased. Previously, it was 90%, but now it's 95%. We cannot let him grow any further, he must be eliminated immediately, the fallen frog said, its expression extremely serious. 95% chance of destroying us? Hey, is this for real? 95%? Isn't that too terrifying? Could this prophecy be wrong? Hearing the fallen frog's words, the 12 beast kings all became serious. The fallen frog said, although my innate ability is not top tier, my prophecies are never wrong. Our beast race has grown to this point, compressing human warriors into a small area, all thanks to my prophecies, right? Therefore, we must eliminate the human named Chufeng. Upon hearing this, the 12 beast kings fell silent. The fallen frog continued, it's almost time for me to enter my slumber again. I hope that when I wake up next time, I can hear good news. Eliminating the human named Chufeng is up to you. Afterward, the 12 beast kings discussed briefly, and in the end, one of the beast kings decided to take action personally. Chufeng, unaware of all this, had just killed Hao Yukai, lifting the life and death contract. No one would come to kill him anymore. At this moment, he was not idle, he headed straight for ruin number 7. Yes. He was going there to devour the devil gecko and obtain the reward, the Black God Battle Blade. The Heaven-tier blade technique Crystal Shear, combined with gravity, was terrifyingly powerful. Ordinary battle blades couldn't withstand it. The battle blade forged from the ironclad shark's teeth shattered after one use of Crystal Shear. The second black gold ancient blade broke after 1 or 2 uses. Now, the third refined iron battle blade hadn't broken yet, but cracks appeared after a few uses of Crystal Shear. Without a good battle blade, the power of Crystal Shear couldn't be fully unleashed, significantly reducing his combat strength. Take the recent battle with Old Shah, for example. Without Crystal Shear, Chufeng would have had to flee. A good battle blade paired with Crystal Shear was crucial. Now, the Black God Battle Blade was a weapon tailor-made for Crystal Shear and had to be obtained. Once he had the Black God Battle Blade, activating Crystal Shear with added gravity would guarantee the death of a 6-star warrior with a single strike. On this day, Chufeng arrived at Chuanzhou City and then entered the nearby ruin number 7. Ruin number 7 was different from ruin number 1. The latter was on a plain with an underground city, while the former was located on a complex mountainous terrain. Before becoming a ruin, this place was a very famous tourist city, with highly distinctive urban architecture. You might think you're on the 18th floor, but in reality, you're on the 1st floor. Later, the city was overrun by fierce beasts, and humans retreated to Chuanzhou City. But strictly speaking, ruin number 7 was also part of Chuanzhou City. As for the fierce beasts in ruin number 7, there weren't many species, but their numbers were absolutely significant. According to the information provided, the number 7 ruins contain several species of social creatures, such as corpse-eating giant ants and black-armored spiders, with large populations. Take the corpse-eating giant ants, for example. Last time, tens of thousands of them besieged Chuanzhou City. Fortunately, the corpse-eating giant ants are only a tier 2, so their strength is not considered formidable. Besides the social beasts, Xu Feng's target beast, the devil gecko, is also among them, a solitary tier 4 beast. It resides in the central area of the number 7 ruins, atop a dilapidated building. The entire number 7 ruins are very quiet. Activating super smell. Xu Feng can detect various scents in the air. So much acidity. It should be the corpse-eating giant ants. There are several scents here, and farther away, there are more scents. There's a solitary scent over there. Could it be the devil gecko? Xu Feng glanced in that direction, then activated anti-gravity flight, controlling his speed as he advanced. Below, in a dilapidated building, several golden-armored locusts were gnawing on the corpse of a human warrior. Suddenly, they noticed a figure flying overhead. They all raised their heads, letting out strange cries, baring their fangs, and immediately took flight to chase after him. Xu Feng was well aware that several golden-armored locusts were pursuing him, but his expression remained calm. Indeed, he had done it on purpose. Along the way, there were many beast scents, and Xu Feng planned to lure them all to one place and devour them in one go. Xu Feng maintained a certain distance from the golden-armored locusts, like flying a kite, keeping them eager but unable to catch him. Soon, a group of elephant-nosed beasts below noticed Xu Feng, letting out low growls and frantically chasing him. Before long, hundreds of beasts were madly pursuing Xu Feng from behind. Xu Feng's lips curled into a smile as he landed on an open space. Hiss! Oh woo boo boo! Hundreds of beasts rushed forward, as if whoever could bite off Xu Feng's head would win a prize. They drew closer and closer. In the next second, Xu Feng activated the devouring gravity sphere. Boom boom boom! Golden-armored locusts, elephant-nosed beasts, cockroach scorpions, and other beasts were all crushed to the ground, their bodies shattered, flesh and blood splattering everywhere, dying on the spot. The strongest among them were only at early Tier 3, how could they withstand then? It activated the innate ability regeneration. The broken bones quickly regenerated and healed, but this only added to its pain. Because as soon as the bones regenerated, they were crushed again. Xu Feng raised his right hand and activated gravity palm, stacking gravity, and slammed down with a palm strike. A massive black palm imprint descended like a meteor. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom resounded. The entire body of the devil gecko turned into minced meat and died on the spot. Even with its regenerative ability, it couldn't save its life. Delicious. Devour activated, instantly devouring the devil gecko. Ding! Devoured the devil gecko. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, Black God Battle Blade. Would you like to claim it? The system prompt appeared. Xu Feng's heart leaped with joy, and a smile appeared on his lips as he silently thought, claim. Ding! Black God Battle Blade successfully claimed. As the system's voice faded, a black battle blade mysteriously appeared in front of Xu Feng. Swish! Swish! The floating black battle blade emitted an intimidating blade aura. It felt as if the aura could tear through his skin. Hiss! What terrifying blade aura! Xu Feng was startled. He knew the Black God Battle Blade was powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. Just standing in front of it gave him the feeling of being cut by a blade. Taking a deep breath, Xu Feng reached out and grabbed the hilt of the Black God Battle Blade. The entire blade was incredibly heavy, and Xu Feng almost couldn't hold it steady. The muscles in his entire right arm bulged, and only by enhancing his strength could he stabilize it. 10,000 pounds heavy, it's no exaggeration. Xu Feng exclaimed in awe. Upon closer inspection, the entire Black God Battle Blade was pitch black, including the hilt. It was about 1.2 meters long, with a dragon carved into the blade, and the edge gleamed with a chilling light. His gaze fell on a nearby rock, and he slashed at it with the Black God Battle Blade. The rock split in two as if it were tofu. He retrieved the refined iron battle blade from his devouring space. Striking the Black God Battle Blade with the refined iron blade, clang. The refined iron blade broke instantly, while the Black God battle blade remained unscathed. Amazing! Chu Feng exclaimed again. His gaze shifted to the distance. Gripping the Black God battle blade tightly in his right hand, he activated Crustal Cleave. Swish! A streak of black blade aura tore through space in a flash. The entire number 7 ruins was split in half with a single strike. Chu Feng's eyes widened. The power of the Black God battle blade's Crustal Cleave was even stronger than the refined iron blade's Crustal Cleave with added gravity. If battle blades had levels, this would undoubtedly be an SSS-grade battle blade. Chu Feng felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. With this, he was invincible below the 7-star warrior level. Even against those above 7-star, he could still fight. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? No. Not at all. After all, Chu Feng possessed 3 SSS-grade innate abilities, a heavenly level blade technique Crustal Cleave, and now a divine-grade battle blade. Who could possibly have such extraordinary opportunities? It's worth noting that any warrior who obtained even one of Chu Feng's opportunities would become a top-tier powerhouse. Excited, he stored away the Black God battle blade. Activating Super Olfactory Sense, he locked onto a ferocious beast and disappeared. In a flash, he was already close to the peak of 4-star. Next, he would devour the ferocious beasts in the number 7 ruins to break through. Boom! Chu Feng punched through a wall, his figure flying through the broken wall and landing on the ground. In front of him were corpse-eating giant ants, densely packed. That's right. This was the nest of the corpse-eating giant ants. Hiss hiss hiss! The corpse-eating giant ants let out strange cries, bared their fangs, and charged at him like mad. Chu Feng activated the devouring gravity sphere. Moments later, Chu Feng flew out from the broken wall, and the corpse-eating giant ants had all been devoured by him, not a single one left. Standing mid-air, he then whistled away in another direction. In the next 30 minutes, he devoured many more ferocious beasts. His vitality continued to rise. Boom! Finally, the vitality in his body surged, emitting bursts of rumbling sounds. He broke through, entering the system interface. Host, Chu Feng Vitality, 100002/125000 innate abilities, SSS-level gourmet cells, superior sense of smell, gourmet cell demon egg incubation progress 8%. SSS-level gravity, gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity 1000-pound drop, SSS-level devouring, delicious devouring, devouring space, innate ability comprehensive development. Skill, devouring gravity sphere combat blade techniques, earth-level crust cutting, proficient, gravity palm, beginner. Special abilities, poison immunity, invincible golden body weapon, Black God battle blade martial artist level, 4-star. Peak devouring mission, updating. Seeing this, Chu Feng was very satisfied. The combination of 3 SSS-level talents made his strength improve at an incredible speed. This feeling of rapid progress was exhilarating. Cheating feels great for a moment, but cheating all the time feels even better. Closing the system interface, Chu Feng prepared to devour all the ferocious beasts in ruins number 7. But just then, the phone rang. It was Instructor Li calling. After hanging up, Chu Feng hurried back to the military training department. Returning to the military training department, he arrived at the training square, where everyone was still under the sun learning the military martial arts punch. But upon seeing Chu Feng, their movements froze, and their eyes revealed expressions of disbelief. Moments later, the crowd erupted. Whoa! Brother Feng is back! Brother Feng is back! Brother Feng, you're my idol! Brother Feng, I want your autograph! In an instant, the classmates stopped training and rushed over to surround Chu Feng, chattering away. It turned out that the classmates had already learned from the internet about Chu Feng signing the life and death agreement and knew about his killing spree, even slaying 6-star martial artists. It was simply mind-blowing. Students from other classes also looked at Chu Feng differently. Before this, a few people were still unconvinced by Chu Feng, but now they were completely convinced, even a little afraid. What are you doing? What's everyone doing? Get back to training, all of you. Instructor Lee's face darkened, and he shouted loudly. The students in the class seemed to have been doused with cold water, shrinking their necks and sheepishly returning to their punching practice. Instructor Lee walked up to Chu Feng, replaced his stern expression with a smile, and patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. "Kid, it's great that you made it back alive." When he learned that Chu Feng had signed the life and death agreement with Hao Yukai, he was very nervous and worried about Chu Feng's safety. But his duty prevented him from abandoning the other students. Otherwise, he would have gone to help Chu Feng. Fortunately, Chu Feng returned safely. Chu Feng smiled. "Instructor Lee, thank you for your concern." Instructor Lee patted Chu Feng's shoulder again. "By the way," Chu Feng said, "Instructor Lee, is there something important you called me back for?" Instructor Lee replied, "The day after tomorrow, our class will enter ruins number 15 to face fierce beasts in combat, overcome fear, and enhance battle experience. You are the strongest in the class, so you will be the team leader. I will accompany you to lead the team. This segment is part of the annual military training. Most students who graduate from the military university will join the army, where they will inevitably face fierce beasts in life and death battles, so they need to adapt in advance." Chu Feng nodded. "All right." After chatting with Instructor Lee for a while, it was about mealtime, so Chu Feng headed straight to the cafeteria. The other classmates continued their training, some whispering to each other. "I feel like Brother Feng isn't here for military training, he's here to have fun. What's there to be jealous about? If you had half of Brother Feng's strength, you wouldn't need military training either. Hey, you're overestimating me. If I had even a third of Brother Feng's strength, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams." Chu Feng arrived at the cafeteria, had a hearty meal, and then found a place to start cultivating. As his strength continued to grow, his understanding of the gravity talent ability and devouring talent ability deepened, allowing him to develop new skills. Raising his right hand, Chu Feng activated the devouring talent ability. A black vortex appeared in the palm of his hand, and a powerful devouring force roared out from the vortex. A large scenic stone in the distance was uprooted from the ground and flew toward Chu Feng. Chu Feng clenched his fist and punched out. Boom! With a terrifying sonic boom, the giant stone shattered. "I'll call this move Devouring Palm." Chu Feng's eyes lit up, feeling satisfied. Devouring Palm could play a certain role in combat. For example, if an enemy tried to escape, Devouring Palm could lock onto the enemy, forcibly pull them over, and then beat them up. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth as Chu Feng raised his right hand again. This time, he activated the gravity talent ability. A strong gravitational force emanated from his palm, also with a devouring effect. Targeting another scenic stone, the gravitational force pulled it over, and he punched again. The scenic stone shattered. "I'll call this move Gravity Palm." Chu Feng named the skill. Devouring Palm and Gravity Palm had similar functions. Both could lock onto objects and pull them over. But, if the two are combined, wouldn't it be even stronger? Chu Feng's eyes flickered. Thinking of it, he immediately took action, starting to merge Devouring Palm and Gravity Palm. Meanwhile, the sonic booms from Chu Feng's smashing stones caught the attention of many students and instructors, who frowned and looked toward the source of the sound. Chief Instructor Shen had a bad feeling. Could it be that rascal Chu Feng causing trouble again? Last time, Chu Feng was developing a skill and almost collapsed several nearby buildings, which still haven't been repaired. Without delay, Chief Instructor Shen moved swiftly and flew over. Here, Chu Feng was studying how to merge Devouring Palm and Gravity Palm. Soon, he began to see progress. After all, the Devouring Gravity Sphere is a skill developed by fusing two innate abilities. With prior experience, further research and development became much easier. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Chief Instructor Shen. As soon as he saw Chu Feng, Chief Instructor Shen's expression shifted. "So it really is you, kid." Chu Feng greeted Chief Instructor Shen with a cheerful smile. Chief Instructor Shen asked, "Was that sonic boom just now you're doing? Did you break something again?" His gaze swept around. He then noticed the two beautiful 10-meter-tall landscape stones not far away were gone, with fragments scattered across the ground. "Damn it," he exclaimed. "Kid, how did you blow up those two stones? Do you even know your own strength?" Chief Instructor Shin was shocked. Of course, he was aware of Chu Feng signing the life and death agreement. When he heard that Chu Feng had killed the 6-star martial artist Zhong Tao with one slash and injured Elder Sha with another, he was so stunned he couldn't sleep all night. He. Chu Feng chuckled. "Chief Instructor Shin, sorry about that. I was developing a skill and used the stones to test its power." Chief Instructor Shin. Even a 6-star peak martial artist was injured by one slash. If he tested his strength in the military training department, wouldn't he end up destroying the entire place? "Chief Instructor Shin, I'll be more careful in the future," Chu Feng said. Chief Instructor Shin rolled his eyes. "Future? There won't be a next time. If you want to test your skill's power, come directly to me." Hearing this, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. "Chief Instructor Shin, are you serious? Perfect timing, I have another skill I need to test. I'll use you as the target." The fusion of Devouring Palm and Gravity Palm had just shown some promise, and he needed a target to test its power. Chief Instructor Shin seemed like a good fit. After all, Chief Instructor Shin was a 5-star martial artist. Chief Instructor Shin opened his mouth, his face full of speechlessness. "Damn it, I was just being polite, and you took it seriously? You even killed the 6-star martial artist Zhong Tao. What use could a weakling like me be? Testing it on me might just send me to my grave." Chief Instructor Shin felt a bit panicked. However, since he had already said it, going back on his word now seemed inappropriate. Taking a deep breath, Chief Instructor Shin braced himself and said, "Kid, just take it easy, alright?" Chu Feng smiled. "Chief Instructor Shin, don't be nervous. This skill is newly developed, and its power is still unknown." Hearing this, Chief Instructor Shin became even more nervous. "Damn it! You don't even know its power, and you're using me as a guinea pig? What if it goes out of control?" Without further ado, Chu Feng activated his devouring innate ability. He raised his right hand, and a devouring vortex appeared in his palm, releasing an astonishing devouring force. Then, his gravity innate ability erupted, layering the gravity palm onto the devouring palm. In an instant, the two forces merged and combined. Buzz, the next second, a resonance sounded from his palm, and a black vortex appeared. A terrifying suction force surged out like a tsunami. "What?" Chief Instructor Shin was startled, his entire body forcibly pulled forward by the suction force. Boom! Without any hesitation, Chief Instructor Shin unleashed his full aura, and his S-rank gifted ability, Celestial Fire, erupted in full force. Flames engulfed him entirely, transforming him into a dazzling fireman. He tried to stabilize his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't resist the overwhelming suction force. It was far beyond what he could withstand. For a moment, he felt as if his internal organs were being sucked out of his body. By the time he realized what was happening, a hand had already gripped his neck, extinguishing all the flames on his body. Cough, cough. Chief Instructor Shin coughed painfully, his discomfort evident. Chu Feng quickly let go of his grip, releasing the Chief Instructor and allowing him to fall to the ground. The power of combining Devouring Palm with Gravitational Palm to create the terrifying suction force was indeed astonishing. Even someone as strong as a 5-star martial artist couldn't resist it when unleashing their full aura. If the Chief Instructor had been a 5th-tier ferocious beast instead, Chu Feng could have easily sliced it down with a single stroke once it was pulled in. The opponent wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Chu Feng was very satisfied with his technique and even took the liberty of naming it Absorbing Palm. But for Chief Instructor Shin, it was a nightmare. His face turned ashen, feeling as though he had just taken a stroll at the gates of hell and barely made it back. The suction force Chu Feng unleashed earlier had left him utterly powerless to resist. He had nearly died. How terrifying. Once he recovered, Chief Instructor Shin looked at Chu Feng with the eyes of someone staring at a monster. This kid had casually developed such a horrifying skill. What kind of freak was he? Kid, you carry on, but don't cause any destruction, he muttered. I'm outta here. Chief Instructor Shen hurriedly made his escape. There was no way he'd volunteer to be Chu Feng's test subject again. But he couldn't deny that, after all his years as chief instructor, he had never been so humiliated in front of a student until now, when he met Chu Feng. Chu Feng paid no attention to the chief instructor. After practicing absorbing palm a bit more, he returned to his dormitory. The night passed in silence. The next morning, after getting up and having breakfast, Chu Feng headed to Yuezhou City, near the Military Martial University, to visit a specialized market for selling ferocious beasts. He still had quite a bit of money on hand. Instead of letting it sit idle, he figured he might as well spend it on some ingredients to enhance his vitality and strength. He arrived at the Yuezhou City Ferocious Beast Wholesale Market. This was the largest trading hub for ferocious beasts in human-inhabited areas. Snake chickens! Snake chickens! Don't miss out! Pig-headed wolves, going cheap. Dirt cheap. Muscle pigs, $10 for 100 pounds. Come on, come on. Unicorn bulls. Who the hell wants unicorn bulls? The streets were filled with martial artists selling ferocious beasts. These beasts came from various ruins, most of them being first-tier or second-tier. Third-tier and fourth-tier beasts were relatively rare. Chu Feng noticed that most of the valuable parts of the beasts had already been harvested, leaving behind the remaining flesh to be sold at dirt-cheap prices. This was perfect for Chu Feng, allowing him to snag some bargains. What others didn't want, Chu Feng desired in large quantities, the more, the better. Boss, how much are the snake chickens? Young man, a flat $50, I'll give you all 100 of them. This? Alright, $40, and they're all yours. Pig-headed wolves, $5 each. If you buy in bulk, I'll give them to you for $4 each. I'll take them all. Young man, you look like you've got good fortune. Come on, unicorn bulls, $10 each. Take them all. Deal. Chu Feng bought a large number of fierce beasts in one go, estimated to be around 5,000. Apart from the majority being first and second-tier beasts, there were also a few third-tier ones. After counting, damn it, he hadn't even spent 50,000 yuan. However, if he were to eat all these 5,000 beasts, excluding the portion absorbed by the gourmet cell demon egg, Chu Feng could still gain at least 2,000 blood energy points. Absolutely exhilarating. He decided to eat half of the beasts and keep the other half as a reserve. Chu Feng returned to the military training department. Another day passed. On this day, Class 1 students, led by Instructor Li, went to Ruins number 15 for training. Instructor Li was the team leader, and Chu Feng was the group leader. The bus arrived. Instructor Li and Chu Feng led the rest of the class onto the bus. Brother Feng, here's the milk I owed you last time. Brother Feng, here's the chicken leg I owed you last time. Brother Feng, this is the duck leg I brought to honor you. Brother Feng, please accept my snacks. My love for you is as boundless as the flowing river. As soon as Chu Feng sat down, the students in the class eagerly handed him food, afraid he might refuse, and forcibly placed it in his hands. In no time, Chu Feng's arms were filled with food. Chu Feng was overjoyed. Classmates, during this outdoor training, you can rest assured. With me here, I guarantee nothing will happen to you. Upon hearing this, the students' eyes lit up. Brother Feng, we've been waiting for you to say that. With Brother Feng here, we can definitely relax. Instructor Li, who was driving the bus, saw Chu Feng chatting and laughing with the students, and he smiled as well. The bus drove for about 6 hours, covering 6 to 700 kilometers, and finally arrived at Ruins number 15. Students, we've arrived at our destination. Instructor Li said, now, form groups of 5 and enter Ruins number 15 for training. Most of the beasts in Ruins number 15 are first tier, with a few second tier ones. There might be third tier beasts as well. Each of you has a call device. If you encounter a beast you can't handle, call immediately. Chu Feng and I will know your location and will rush over promptly. Ruins number 15 and several other nearby ruins are specifically designated for student training. Before students begin their training, martial artists sweep through these ruins to eliminate third tier or higher tier beasts, leaving behind first and second tier beasts to ensure some level of safety for the students. However, sometimes the cleaning isn't thorough, or unexpected situations occur, leading to the appearance of third tier or higher tier beasts. There have been instances in the past where a second tier beast broke through to the third tier during a fight, killing many students in a short time. However, such occurrences are relatively rare. After hearing Instructor Lee's words, the students nodded, each eager and ready. Facing fierce beasts and battling them is something they will inevitably experience. There's no escaping it. Even if they don't join the military in the future and become martial artists in society, they will still have to face fierce beasts. Instructor Lee sternly said, "Students, although Ruins number 15 has been cleaned by martial artists, accidents can still happen. Do not let your guard down. Also, ferocious beasts are very cruel and cunning. Always remember to finish them off." The students nodded and kept it in mind. Instructor Lee said, "All right, let's see if student Chu Feng has anything to add." All eyes turned to Chu Feng. Chu Feng said, "Classmates, give it your all." The students applauded enthusiastically. After the instructions were clear, the students formed groups and entered ruins number 15. Instructor Lee and Chu Feng divided their tasks, with one guarding the communicator to locate students in danger and the other going to rescue them. Instructor Lee stayed on the bus with the communicator, while Chu Feng transformed into a streak of light and flew toward ruins number 15. Originally, Chu Feng's task was meant for the military's mobile team, but since Chu Feng's strength was extraordinary and he was also a student in the class, he directly took over the role. Chu Feng hovered above ruins number 15, looking down to see many students searching for ferocious beasts. Super sense of smell activated. Instantly, he detected the scent of numerous ferocious beasts in the air, some alone, others in groups of 3 to 5. Suddenly, the roar of a ferocious beast echoed from below, accompanied by the sound of sonic booms. Looking down, he saw 5 classmates battling a steel-haired wild boar. The steel-haired wild boar was a first-tier early-stage ferocious beast. Its strongest attack was a furious charge, with power akin to a moving car. The 5 classmates unleashed their innate abilities, attacking the steel-haired wild boar. After a thrilling encounter, the steel-haired wild boar was killed by their combined efforts. The 5 classmates were thrilled, as it was their first victory against a ferocious beast. Brimming with confidence, they continued their search for more beasts. Meanwhile, Chu Feng hovered in the sky, raising his right hand to activate absorbing palm, directly locking onto the steel-haired wild boar and forcibly pulling it up before devouring it. What the heck? This guy, grabbing a ferocious beast from a distance? Instructor Lee, watching Chu Feng's actions from the bus, was stunned. Nearby students also saw Chu Feng pulling a 1-ton steel-haired wild boar into the sky, and were equally shocked. At this moment, sonic booms and beast roars echoed from various parts of ruins number 15, indicating that more students were encountering ferocious beasts. Suddenly, the communicator buzzed, followed by Instructor Lee's voice, "Chu Feng, there's a distress signal from the northwest." Chu Feng replied, "Instructor Lee, who sent the signal?" Instructor Lee said, "It's student Duan Wanyu." Duan Wanyu? Chu Feng's eyes flickered. He knew this classmate, slightly chubby but quite attractive. Chu Feng sniffed the air, instantly locking onto Duan Wanyu's scent, and rushed over. Inside a dilapidated building, in one of the rooms, Duan Wanyu and 4 other classmates were trapped. 3 of them were injured, and in front of them stood a black bear with a sharp horn on its head, razor-sharp teeth, and a ferocious gaze, the one-horned bear. A first-tier peak ferocious beast. Its strongest attack was using its horn in conjunction with its immense explosive power to charge madly, causing massive destruction. Even a tank would shatter under its impact. Duan Wanyu and the others' attacks landed on the one-horned bear but failed to break through its defense, only making it angrier. A roar echoed through the air. The unicorn bear's eyes gleamed with a ferocious light as it charged madly toward the group of 5. One of the students activated an S-class barrier ability, forming a massive protective shield in front of everyone. Bang! The unicorn bear collided headfirst into the barrier. Asterisk crack. Crack, asterisk the barrier began to fracture. I can't hold it much longer. Duan Wanyu, have you contacted Instructor Li yet? The student maintaining the barrier asked, his face tense with focus. Duan Wanyu quickly responded, I've reached him. Chu Feng is on his way. Boom, just as she finished speaking, a figure burst through the thick wall, surging forward with unstoppable force. That figure threw a single punch, landing squarely on the unicorn bear's head. Bang! The unicorn bear's head exploded into a mess of blood and flesh, killing it instantly. Seeing this, the 5 students, including Duan Wanyu, were stunned, their eyes wide with shock before they cried out in relief. Chu Feng! It's Chu Feng who came to save us. We're saved. Fengge is incredible, he killed the unicorn bear with one punch. Chu Feng raised his hand, absorbing the remains of the unicorn bear. He turned to smile at Duan Wanyu and the others before his figure blurred and shot off into the distance. The moment he flew out, Instructor Li's voice came through on the communicator. Chu Feng, Zhang Hui's group is calling for help. Without hesitation, Chu Feng veered in that direction, flying toward them swiftly. In the span of 2 hours, Chu Feng intervened 7 times, rescuing his classmates just in time. Many students once again felt the terrifying strength of Chu Feng and couldn't help but admire him deeply. Even Instructor Li couldn't help but praise him repeatedly. This kid, Chu Feng, gives such a strong sense of security. Making him team leader was absolutely the right decision. At this moment, Chu Feng stood atop the tallest, most dilapidated building in the area, holding a spicy chicken drumstick in his hand and taking bites out of it. Scree! Suddenly, a strange, eerie screech echoed through the air, carrying intense energy waves. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed instantly. He stood up quickly, sniffed the air, and shot off in a specific direction. At the same time, his communicator buzzed with Instructor Li's urgent voice. Chu Feng, something's happening near Mi Ziming's group. Chu Feng replied, I'm already heading there. Judging by the ferocious beast's earlier roar, it was likely a third-tier beast. No matter which group of students encountered it, they wouldn't be able to handle it. If things went wrong, lives could be lost. A golden-headed spider. A third-tier beast. How could there still be a third-tier beast in this area? Huang Ting's face was ashen, his body trembling with fear. Zhengyan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The golden-headed spider must have been hibernating underground, avoiding the warriors' cleanup. When we killed the saber-fanged fox earlier, the commotion must have woken it up. Li Lulu's expression was grim. Talking about it won't help. Notify Instructor Li immediately. Mi Ziming wiped the sweat from her forehead. I've already sent out the signal. Before someone comes to save us, we can't just sit here and do nothing, said Li Lulu decisively. My innate ability is plant-based, and it has a controlling effect. Let me try to restrain it first. As she spoke, she activated her ability, placing her right hand on the ground. Instantly, a vine shot out from beneath the golden-headed spider, wrapping around its legs. The golden-headed spider screeched, baring its sharp black teeth. With a single lift of its leg, it snapped the vine as if it were nothing. It's too strong. I can't control it at all, Li Lulu admitted, her voice trembling with fear. Hissed the furious golden-headed spider screeched and charged at Mi Ziming and the other 3. Mi Ziming activated her ice talent ability, releasing countless ice spikes that struck the golden-headed spider, but it was like scratching an itch. Zhengyan also activated his talent ability, raising his right hand, which transformed into a rocket launcher, firing a rocket. Boom! The rocket hit the golden-headed spider's head but caused no damage. Huang Ting also used his talent ability, transforming his right hand into a tiger claw, but he dared not charge forward. The golden-headed spiders' defense was terrifying. Their attacks were less effective than scraping. If they charged forward and the golden-headed spider counterattacked, they would surely die. Let's run, Huang Ting said. However, the golden-headed spider sprayed a golden web from its mouth at lightning speed, enveloping all 4 of them before they could escape. Huang Ting used his tiger claw ability to try to tear the golden web, but it was unshakable. Too tough. The 4 were in despair. At that moment, a black palm print descended from above with a boom, slamming onto the golden-headed spider. Boom! A massive sonic boom echoed. A huge palm print appeared on the ground, and the golden-headed spider lay within it, its body mangled and dead. Mi Ziming and the others were dumbfounded. Thud. A figure slowly descended. It was Chu Feng. He had just acted, using gravity palm to smash the golden-headed spider into pulp with one strike. Wow, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, you're amazing. Huang Ting and Zhang An saw the newcomer and were overjoyed, as if seeing their savior, rushing forward, almost clinging to Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Mi Ziming and Li Lulu also approached, looking at Chu Feng with admiration in their eyes. Chu Feng nodded at Mi Ziming and Li Lulu. After chatting for a while, Chu Feng devoured the golden-headed spider and left. Watching Chu Feng's departing figure, Mi Ziming and the others felt conflicted. They were all students from the same class in Binhai City, yet Chu Feng had awakened an SSS-level talent ability, his strength growing rapidly, capable of killing 6-star warriors effortlessly. Meanwhile, they couldn't even handle a mere third-tier beast. Comparing themselves to him was truly frustrating. Of course, they felt no jealousy or hatred, but rather admiration and awe. Before nightfall, Instructor Li summoned all the students back through the communicator to rest and spend the night in one place. Some beasts that had hidden during the day would emerge at night, becoming even more ferocious. The entire class sat around the campfire, roasting beast meat. A woe before long. A wolf howl echoed. The students became tense one by one. Instructor Li said, "Students, this is the feathered wolf, a mid-tier first-level beast and a pack species. For you, it's the perfect opponent. As long as your lives are not in danger, neither I nor Chu Feng will intervene. This pack of feathered wolves is yours to eliminate. Prepare for battle." Upon hearing Instructor Li's words, the students immediately became serious, readying themselves for combat. Awu the wolf howls grew closer. In the darkness not far away, pairs of blood-red eyes glimmered with ferocity. Moments later, figures began to appear in their sight. Chu Feng also saw it. It was the feathered wolf, a type of wolf covered in black feather-like fur. There were about 40 of them. Howl the next second, the feathered wolves roared and charged ferociously, baring their sharp fangs, extremely aggressive. The students were somewhat nervous. Kill! Instructor Li shouted. Kill! 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 The other students in the class also shouted, as if filled with courage, bursting with momentum, activating their innate abilities, and charging forward. In an instant, the students were engaged in a fierce battle with the pack of feathered wolves. Meanwhile, Chu Feng and Instructor Li stood on the edge of the battlefield, keeping an eye on every corner. If any student faced danger, they would step in. 10 minutes later, the ground was covered in blood, and all 40 or so feathered wolves lay on the ground. Some were dead, while others were still gasping for breath. The students, on the other hand, were pale-faced, panting heavily, some injured and bleeding profusely. However, no student was in life-threatening danger. Suddenly, one of the severely injured feathered wolves stood up abruptly from the ground and lunged at a nearby girl who had her back turned, biting down. "Gao Yan, behind you! Watch out! Danger! Quick, dodge!" Many students noticed and cried out in alarm. Gao Yan turned her head and saw the bloodthirsty mole lunging at her. Her expression changed drastically, and her face turned ashen. At the critical moment, a powerful suction force appeared, locking onto the feathered wolf and forcibly pulling it away. When everyone reacted, they saw Chu Feng slap the feathered wolf's head, smashing it. Hiss! Thank goodness Chu Feng acted, or Gao Yan would have been in danger. Brother Feng acted so quickly, I didn't even have time to react before he killed that feathered wolf. That's Brother Feng for you. The students looked at Chu Feng with eyes full of admiration. Gao Yan's chest heaved rapidly, clearly frightened. After calming down, she said to Chu Feng, "Thank you, Chu Feng." Indeed, if Chu Feng hadn't acted, her head would have been bitten off by the feathered wolf. Chu Feng smiled. Instructor Li walked over with a serious expression. "Students, I told you during the day, always remember to finish off your enemies." Look, if Chu Feng hadn't acted just Now, a student would have been in trouble. He then shared many examples of beasts counterattacking warriors before their death. The students nodded, feeling a lingering sense of fear. Instructor Lee said, "All right, everyone. Take a rest. I'll keep watch tonight." The students all found a spot to sit down and began resting. Xu Feng looked at the corpses of the feathered wolves on the ground, raised his right hand, and activated Delicious Devour, consuming all the feathered wolf corpses. One feathered wolf could provide 0.2 blood energy points, so 40 of them would yield 8 blood energy points. After deducting half absorbed by the gourmet cell demon egg, there were still 4 blood energy points left. It was better than nothing. Instructor Lee walked over. "Xu Feng, you've worked hard today. Go rest now. I'll handle tonight." Xu Feng nodded. During the night, a few beasts appeared, but were all killed by Instructor Lee. The next day, training continued in the 15th ruins. The training would last for a week. Let the students fight to their fullest, fully experiencing the terror of fierce beasts, while simultaneously building the courage to confront them. After all, most students graduating from the military academy would enter the army. If they were to fear fierce beasts, how could they possibly protect their homeland? The training over the next few days went smoothly. The beasts in ruins number 15 were cleared out once again. There were no dangerous encounters, some were injured, but no one died. The 7-day training session concluded, followed by a 1-day break. After consuming all the remaining beasts in his devouring space, Xu Feng once again headed to the fierce beast trading market in Yuezhou City to purchase more beasts. This time, he bought a large quantity in one go. Suddenly, a peculiar scent wafted through the air. "This is..." Xu Feng's expression shifted as the gourmet cells within his body stirred with excitement. This sensation, he had experienced it twice before. Simultaneously, the gourmet cell demon egg inside him emitted a faint glow, clearly as thrilled as he was. There was no doubt about it, he had encountered an ingredient that the gourmet cells favored. Activating his super smell, Xu Feng honed in on the faintly intoxicating scent, moving toward its source. He arrived in front of a middle-aged martial artist who was selling fierce beasts. "Young man, interested in this 3-headed tiger?" "I'll sell it cheap," the middle-aged man asked. Xu Feng's gaze fell on the 3-headed tiger, his nose twitching slightly. There was no mistake, the faint scent was emanating from this creature, though it was extremely subtle. Clearly, the scent wasn't the natural smell of the 3-headed tiger but something it had been contaminated with. "How much for the 3-headed tiger?" Xu Feng asked. "This is a 4th-tier fierce beast, quite rare. Though its tiger whip was taken, its hide and meat are still of decent quality." 100 credits, deal, the middle-aged man replied. "Deal," Xu Feng agreed. After securing the 3-headed tiger, Xu Feng smiled and asked, "Boss, just curious, where did you get this 3-headed tiger?" Xu Feng, of course, knew about 3-headed tigers. They could be found in many ruins and didn't have fixed territories. They also existed beyond the borders. "I came across it by chance in Beast Mountain. It was gravely injured and barely alive, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take it down," the middle-aged man explained. "Thanks," Xu Feng nodded before turning and leaving. Watching Xu Feng's retreating figure, the middle-aged man muttered, "Is this kid planning to head into Beast Mountain? That place is extremely dangerous." Beast Mountain was the largest mountain range in the human-occupied region. It was also home to the highest number of fierce beasts. That's why it was aptly named Beast Mountain. Pulling out his phone, Xu Feng called Instructor Lee to request a few more days off. Afterward, he transformed into a streak of light, speeding toward Beast Mountain. No matter what, he had to investigate Beast Mountain. If he were lucky, he might just find the source of the scent that his gourmet cells favored. Once the gourmet cells were activated, his strength would see a significant boost. At the same time, the incubation progress of the gourmet cell demon egg would accelerate. Of course, even if he didn't find what his gourmet cells craved, devouring all the fierce beasts in Beast Mountain would undoubtedly allow him to break through to a 5-star martial artist or even stronger. Either way, the trip wouldn't be in vain. That day, Xu Feng stood high in the air, his gaze fixed ahead. At the edge of his vision loomed a vast and imposing mountain range. It was a sprawling expanse formed by countless peaks. Some peaks soared high, others were relatively low. The highest reaches over 20,000 meters, and the lowest is at least 3,000 meters. At this moment, deep sonic booms and roaring sounds occasionally echo. This mountain range is known as Beast Mountain. Surrounding Beast Mountain is a buffer zone stretching tens of kilometers. In the buffer zone, there are many martial artists. Some have just returned from hunting in Beast Mountain, while others are heading toward it. There are even martial artists setting up stalls and doing business in the buffer zone. It looks quite lively. Without much thought, Chu Feng transformed into a shadow and flew over, appearing mid-air above Beast Mountain. Super sense of smell activated. Instantly, he caught the scent of countless ferocious beasts, many human martial artists, and the smell of blood. However, the scent that could make his gourmet cells boil was still absent. Roar! At this moment, a furious roar came from below. Simultaneously, human martial artists' voices rang out, "Golden Horn Tiger! It's the Golden Horn Tiger! Run!" Roar! Another roar echoed, accompanied by the desperate screams of human martial artists. "We can't escape! Everyone attack, fight to the death! Let's take it on!" Suddenly, bursts of sonic booms erupted, destroying many trees below, with dust and debris swirling. Chu Feng's gaze shifted, and he flew downward. Landing on a rock, he saw several martial artists not far away engaged in a life-and-death battle with a golden horn tiger. These martial artists were all 4-star level, with the strongest being at the peak of 5-star level. Yet, even together, they couldn't take down the late-stage 4th-tier golden horn tiger. Among them, one martial artist lay on the ground, half his head gone, lifeless. "Beast! Die for me! Flame Spear!" The peak 5-star martial artist unleashed his innate ability, raising his right hand to conjure a blue flaming spear, which shot out violently. Whoosh bang! The flame spear moved incredibly fast, breaking the sound barrier, and in a flash struck the golden horn tiger's head, causing a sonic boom. Roar! The golden horn tiger howled in pain, its head a bloody mess, and one of its golden horns was broken. Damn it! Even after taking my full force attack, it still hasn't gone down. The peak 5-star martial artist's face turned ashen. Roar! The golden horn tiger, enraged, roared and raised its massive claw, swiping through the air. Wind blades tore through space. The peak 5-star martial artist's expression changed, quickly conjuring a flame shield in front of him. Boom! The wind blades shattered the flame shield, leaving a horrifying claw mark on the peak 5-star martial artist's chest, his flesh torn open. Fortunately, he had used his defensive skill in time, otherwise, taking the claw attack head-on would have shredded his body into pieces. Roar! The golden horn tiger roared again, directly pouncing toward the peak 5-star martial artist, baring its fangs and claws. The peak 5-star martial artist's mind went blank, feeling death approaching. "Boss! Boss, run!" The other injured martial artists shouted desperately. Suddenly, a powerful suction force appeared, forcibly pulling the pouncing golden horn tiger back. Roar! 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 The golden horn tiger screamed, but in the next second, its cries abruptly stopped. Because a massive black palm print descended from the sky, slamming heavily onto the golden horn tiger. Boom! A massive sonic boom erupted, and a terrifying palm print appeared on the ground. The golden horn tiger lay in the palm print, barely alive, then twitched its limbs a few times before dying. The one who struck was, of course, Chu Feng. He first used Absorption Palm to pull the golden horn tiger toward him, then unleashed Gravity Palm, stacking 180 times gravity, and slammed it down on the tiger. The surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded at the sight. Damn, the golden horn tiger was killed in an instant. They stiffly turned their necks to look at Chu Feng and discovered that it was an 18-year-old young man who had killed the golden horned tiger, leaving them utterly shocked. They had thought it was some big shot, but it turned out to be a young man. Chu Feng ignored the astonished martial artists, raised his right hand, and activated Delicious Devour, consuming the golden horn tiger. The martial artists were once again stunned. Holy crap, he just made a few tons of golden horned tiger disappear in one gulp? After consuming the golden horned tiger, half of the delicious energy was absorbed by the gourmet cell demon egg, while Chu Feng absorbed the other half. His original blood vitality was 20 points, but now he only gained 10 points. The peak 5-star martial artist was the first to react. He walked up to Chu Feng and gratefully said, "Little brother, thank you. I can't repay you for saving my life." Chu Feng replied, "No problem." His original intention was to absorb the golden horned tiger to gain blood vitality. Saving people was just incidental. The peak 5-star martial artist said, "My name is Tang Ming, and I'm the leader of the Tang mercenary group. These are my teammates." Chu Feng nodded. Mercenary groups are different from martial arts schools. The former doesn't have a fixed location. When a task is received, the leader gathers the team to execute it. Mercenary groups mainly exist to hunt fierce beasts for subsidies or take on tasks from the martial artist forum. Don't underestimate mercenary groups. Some are quite formidable, venturing outside the borders to complete missions. After a brief introduction and some conversation, Chu Feng learned that Tang Ming and his team had a significant purpose for coming to Beast Mountain this time. "Brother Chu Feng, I know a place where there are jueyun fruits," Tang Ming said. "We came to Beast Mountain this time for them, but we weren't confident about succeeding. Brother Chu Feng, could you help us out? There are 2 jueyun fruits, and we can give you one." Last time they entered Beast Mountain, they discovered the jueyun fruits, but they weren't ripe yet. Jueyun fruits? Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Jueyun fruits are E-grade exotic treasures with the effect of enhancing physical constitution. All right. Chu Feng agreed. His main goal in coming to Beast Mountain this time was to find ingredients favored by the gourmet cells, and jueyun fruits might be one of them. After all, last time Chu Feng ate the exotic treasure red scale fruit, his gourmet cells became activated. "That's great," Tang Ming said. "Let's set off then." Originally, Tang Ming didn't want to share the 2 jueyun fruits. But Chu Feng had saved his life, and he owed him this favor. Moreover, with Chu Feng's help, they had a better chance of obtaining the jueyun fruits. After all, the fierce beast guarding the jueyun fruits was not easy to deal with. Before setting off, Tang Ming had considered recruiting a powerful martial artist, but the cost was too high and not worth it. More importantly, hired martial artists couldn't be trusted. If the recruit decided to seize the jueyun fruits and kill them all, who could they turn to for justice? Chu Feng, however, was different. Chu Feng had saved their lives. Even if Chu Feng were to do something excessive, they would accept it. It was precisely because of this realization that Tang Ming openly invited Chu Feng to join them. Chu Feng followed Tang Ming and the others deeper into the fierce beast mountain. Along the way, they encountered numerous fierce beasts, all of which were instantly killed and devoured by Chu Feng. Time and again, witnessing Chu Feng's immense power, Tang Ming and the other martial artists felt both admiration and fear. If Chu Feng wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. At this moment, Tang Ming and the 5 martial artists deeply understood that Chu Feng was someone they absolutely could not offend. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. What was even more terrifying was that Chu Feng was just a prospective university student, only 18 years old. How terrifying would he become once he fully matured? They dared not imagine. Of course, they were also secretly delighted. With Chu Feng around, they no longer encountered any danger along the way. Otherwise, trying to reach the depths of Fierce Beast Mountain would have cost them dearly, if not their lives. A few hours later. "Brother Chu Feng, the jueyun fruit is just below," Tang Ming said. "A month ago, I came here on a mission and was chased by a group of fierce beasts. I had no choice but to jump down, and in a hidden cave, I discovered the jueyun fruit. At that time, the jueyun fruit wasn't ripe yet. However, in that cave, there's a group of golden-backed mountain monkeys, and their leader has at least late-stage 4th tier strength." Chu Feng activated his super sense of smell. He sniffed the air and indeed detected the scent of a certain type of fierce beast, and there were many of them. He wasn't sure if they were golden-backed mountain monkeys. Suddenly, A familiar scent entered his nose, and immediately, the gourmet cells in his body became excited, even causing the gourmet cell demon egg in his stomach to stir. That's it. This is the scent. Xu Feng's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't expected to find an ingredient that his gourmet cells favored. Tang Ming said, "Brother Chu Feng, there are quite a lot of golden-backed mountain monkeys, probably around 100, and most of them are third-tier fierce beasts. Our original plan was to wait until the golden-backed mountain monkeys fell asleep, then use sleepgrass to put them into a deeper slumber before taking the Zhuyun fruit." Xu Feng replied, "No need for all that trouble. Let's just charge in and take it." A mere 103rd and 4th tier fierce beasts weren't even enough to fill the gaps between Xu Feng's teeth. Hearing Xu Feng's words, Tang Ming and the other martial artists twitched their mouths. Charge in directly? Wasn't that too reckless? However, recalling Xu Feng's performance along the way, they felt reassured. "Let's go down," Xu Feng said, then activated anti-gravity flight and descended. Tang Ming and the other martial artists helped each other and followed Xu Feng down. At the bottom, 3 sides were cliffs, and 1 side was a canyon, or rather, a massive stone fissure that extended into the unknown. Tang Ming pointed to a cliff not far away. "There's a cave over there, and the Zhuyun fruit is inside." Xu Feng nodded, as he could also smell the scent coming from that direction. He then stepped forward and walked toward it. Sure enough, there was a cave on the rock wall, surrounded by numerous vines that covered most of the entrance. Without careful observation, it would be hard to notice. Xu Feng peeled away the vines and stepped inside. The interior was very spacious. A scorching heat emanated from within. Tang Ming said, "There's magma inside. Zhuyun fruit grows at the center of the magma." Xu Feng nodded again and continued walking inside. Before long, he entered a more spacious area filled with rocks, with countless bones scattered among the crevices. Further ahead, there were rivers formed by flowing magma. Numerous ferocious beasts, resembling apes, with a row of golden fur on their backs, were moving around on some giant rocks. Each one was large and muscular. They were the golden-backed mountain apes. In the distance, on a piece of land in the magma pool, a plant resembling a lotus flower was growing, bearing 2 bright red fruits with cloud patterns on their surface. Without a doubt, they were Zhuyun fruits. Moreover, they were already ripe, emitting a unique fragrance. Xu Feng's eyes lit up. He jumped onto a rock, raised his right hand, and activated absorbing palm, locking onto the 2 Zhuyun fruits. A powerful suction force surged out. Instantly, the 2 Zhuyun fruits, hundreds of meters away, were forcibly pulled over to Xu Feng. Tang Ming and the other martial artists initially didn't know what Xu Feng was doing, but the next second, when they saw him holding the Zhuyun fruits in his hand, they were all dumbfounded. "Damn, is that even possible?" The golden-backed mountain apes, who were feasting on other beast corpses, reacted, turning their heads to look. Their eyes immediately flashed with violent ferocity, baring their fangs and roaring. Then, they charged madly toward Xu Feng. The golden-backed mountain apes didn't possess innate abilities, but their physical bodies were incredibly strong, and their strength was terrifying. Tang Ming and the other martial artists turned pale at the sight. "Brother Xu Feng," Tang Ming said, "we have the Zhuyun fruits. Let's leave quickly." If they left now, there was still time. If they delayed, they wouldn't be able to escape. Xu Feng remained calm, tossing 1 Zhuyun fruit to Tang Ming. "As agreed, 2 Zhuyun fruits, 1 for each of us. You all go ahead." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the golden-backed mountain apes. Tang Ming caught the Zhuyun fruit, feeling grateful. Even if Xu Feng hadn't shared it with him, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Yet, Xu Feng still gave him one. Meanwhile, as Xu Feng approached the golden-backed mountain apes, he unleashed the devouring gravity sphere, and a black sphere appeared behind him. Nearly 200 times the gravity enveloped the area. Instantly, many golden-backed mountain apes were crushed to the ground, some lying on rocks with blood streaming from their 7 orifices, while others fell into the magma, screaming in agony. Some realized the danger and tried to escape the gravitational crush, but as they jumped and retreated, they were forcibly pulled back by the terrifying devouring force, crushed to the ground by the gravity. Thus, all the golden-backed mountain apes that had charged forward were firmly pinned to the ground, unable to move. Witnessing this scene, Tang Ning and the other martial artists were horrified. Suppressing hundreds of golden-backed mountain apes in an instant? Such power was terrifying. Suddenly, one of the martial artist's eyes lit up as he thought of something. The black sphere, the black sphere. Could it be the fierce warrior who wiped out the beasts in ruins number 1 before? Another martial artist also realized and exclaimed, "Holy crap, it's him. No wonder he's so strong." Yet another martial artist reacted, "He's the one who killed the 6-star martial artist Zhong Tao with a single slash, isn't he?" Chu Feng didn't waste words. Delicious Devour activated, forcibly eating all the suppressed golden-backed mountain apes. Vitality and blood continuously surged. A woo at this moment, a roar echoed through the air. A golden-backed mountain baboon, even larger in size, suddenly leapt out of nowhere and stood atop a massive boulder. It roared with its mouth wide open, its fierce gaze radiating sharp light, and then charged forward wildly. Chu Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly. Lifting his hand, he activated the gravity palm, stacking nearly 200 times the gravitational force, and slammed it down in one strike. Boom! The golden-backed mountain baboon's leader was instantly crushed into a bloody mess, dying on the spot. Tang Ming and several other warriors were so shocked that their jaws nearly hit the ground. Chu Feng activated Delicious Devour and devoured the golden-backed baboon leader. Then, using super smell, he ensured there were no other fierce beasts or strange odors in the area. Turning back to glance at the still-stunned Tang Ming and the others, he said a single word before disappearing as a blur. After Chu Feng's figure vanished, Tang Ming and the other warriors finally seemed to snap out of their daze. They exchanged glances, but the lingering shock was still evident in each other's eyes. A late-stage 4th-tier fierce beast and over 100 3rd-tier beasts had all been wiped out in an instant. Such overwhelming strength. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ming said, "We've secured the Zhuyin fruit, let's head back." This time, being able to obtain the Zhuyin fruit so effortlessly was entirely thanks to Chu Feng. Meanwhile, Chu Feng found a place devoid of fierce beasts and humans. From his personal devouring space, he retrieved the Zhuyin fruit. Upon closer inspection, the Zhuyin fruit was beautiful in appearance. Its fragrance wasn't particularly strong, but it was extraordinarily unique. As he inhaled its scent again, the gourmet cells within his body began to boil. A powerful urge to eat surged through him. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and took a bite. Slurp! Juice dripped from the corners of his mouth. The flesh of the fruit was soft and silky, reminiscent of a ripe mango. As the fruit's flesh and juice slid down his throat, the gourmet cells greedily absorbed its delicious essence. Instantly, the gourmet cells seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, releasing waves of astonishing power as his energy and blood surged. Boom, boom. A rumbling erupted within his body, and his muscles swelled dramatically, causing his shirt to burst apart. The gourmet cells had been activated. Even the gourmet cell demon egg within his stomach seemed ecstatic, greedily absorbing the fruit's essence while emanating a radiant glow. Boom, boom, boom. As the gourmet cells activated, Chu Feng's aura skyrocketed. Over 200 times the gravitational force radiated outwards, crushing nearby rocks into powder. Centered on Chu Feng, a terrifying devouring force surged outwards, pulling everything around him closer. Chu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his aura and returning his body to its normal state. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within. After the activation of his gourmet cells, all of his physical attributes had been enhanced once more. His physical strength now exceeded 500,000 pounds. However, he still hadn't broken through to the 5-star level. Chu Feng's eyes flickered as he retrieved a large quantity of backup fierce beasts from his personal devouring space and began devouring them furiously. His energy and blood surged. Finally, boom! Another deafening rumble erupted within his body as an overwhelming aura burst forth from him. He had successfully broken through to the 5-star level. Suppressing his aura, Chu Feng opened the system interface to check his status. Host, Chufeng Vitality, 125001/625000 Innate Abilities, SSS-level Gourmet Cells, Super Sense of Smell, Gourmet. Cell Demon Egg Hatching Progress 20%. SSS-level Gravity, 300x Gravity Field, Anti-Gravity Flight, Gravity 1000-pound Drop, SSS-level Devour, Delicious Devour, Devour Space, Innate Ability. Comprehensive Development Skills, Devouring Gravity Sphere, Absorption Palm Combat Techniques, Blade Skills, Earth-level Crust Cutting, Proficient, Gravity Palm, Proficient, Special Abilities. Poison Immunity, Invincible Golden Body Weapon, Black God Battle Blade Martial Artist Level, Early 5-star Devour Mission, Updating Gourmet Cell Demon Egg Hatching Progress 20%? Chu Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that eating the E-level treasure Juyin fruit would increase the hatching progress so much. Learning about the 300x gravity also left him astonished. This gravity was terrifying. Take the previous leader of the golden-backed mountain baboon, for example. If subjected to 300x gravity crushing, its body would likely explode. However, considering it was an SSS-level gravity innate ability, having 300x gravity seemed normal. After all, an S-level gravity innate ability could release 50x gravity upon breaking through to 5 stars. Closing the system, Chu Feng did not leave but decided to continue devouring fierce beasts in Beast Mountain to enhance his strength. Breaking through from 5 stars to 6 stars required a full 500,000 vitality. For ordinary martial artists, it was extremely difficult to break through to 6 stars without sufficient resources. Even with Chu Feng's terrifying delicious Devour, it was impossible to break through to 6 stars in a short time. Calculating based on devouring 5th-tier fierce beasts, which increase vitality by 100, with half absorbed by the Gourmet Cell Demon Egg, he would only gain about 50 vitality per beast. To reach 500,000 vitality, he would need to devour 10,000 5th-tier fierce beasts. However, 5th-tier fierce beasts rarely appeared within the borders, they were abundant only outside the borders, in the inner regions beyond. Super Sense of Smell activated. Chu Feng discovered that its range now exceeded 100 kilometers, allowing him to lock onto even the faintest sense within. In an instant, Chu Feng locked onto numerous fierce beast scents, as well as the scents of many human martial artists, including Tang Ming and others. With a swift movement, he flew toward the nearest group of fierce beasts. Retreat! Quick, retreat! This pack of firewolves is too strong. A group of students teaming up to gain combat experience fought the firewolves while retreating. Boom boom, the firewolves spewed fireballs from their mouths, attacking madly. The ground was blasted into pits. At that moment, a figure descended into the pack of firewolves. In an instant, the entire pack was mercilessly crushed to the ground, as if invisible hands had gripped them tightly. Their bodies exploded, flesh and blood splattered, and they died on the spot. Chu Feng raised his hand to activate Delicious Devour, devouring over a dozen firewolves in one go. With a swift movement, he roared away. The entire process took only 2 seconds. The group of students? What the heck? What just happened? I have no idea. I think I just saw someone. Not good, Captain. A pack of dragon-head tigers is coming. Dragon-head tigers? Then what are we waiting for? Retreat, brothers. Wait, Commander, it seems Dragon-head Tiger has been wiped out. What? Suddenly, a martial artist appeared, and Dragon-head Tiger was completely crushed into meat paste. After that, similar incidents occurred throughout the Fierce Beast Mountain. A martial artist posted about the situation on the Martial Artist Forum, instantly sparking heated discussions. The beast horde suddenly turned into meat paste and disappeared? How is that possible? A Tier 4 beast was sucked away and then vanished? That must be fake. I haven't heard of any big shots in Fierce Beast Mountain. I don't believe it. This is real. I was in Fierce Beast Mountain at the time, being chased by a pack of firewolves. My classmates and I almost didn't make it, but suddenly, it seemed like someone appeared, and the firewolves turned into meat paste and disappeared. That's right. I can testify. I was also in Fierce Beast Mountain at the time. I saw with my own eyes a Tier 4 beast, the silver-armored giant leopard, being sucked away by some force. As for Chu Feng, the person involved, he was unaware of all this. At this moment, he stood on a giant rock, checking his blood energy. He had lost count of how many fierce beasts he had devoured, but his blood energy had already reached 150,000, which meant an increase of 25,000 points. Ding! Devour mission. Updated. Suddenly, the system prompted. Mission Option 1, Devour the Beak Frog, Reward, Brainwave Positioning. Mission Option 2, Devour the Breath Dragon, Reward, Extreme Vision. Please make your choice. Seeing the mission content, Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly. The beak frog, a strange frog with a bird-like beak, covered in spikes, with terrifying explosive power. Its attack method involves opening its massive beak, revealing rows of sharp teeth to bite. It also has a gigantification innate ability, allowing its mouth to expand countless times. Capable of swallowing an entire building in one bite. A mid-tier 5 fierce beast. Only found outside the borders. The breath dragon, a fierce beast resembling a herbivorous dinosaur, with a massive body exceeding 100 meters at its tallest. It possesses a breath-based innate ability, capable of emitting terrifying breath cannons from its nostrils and mouth. Even a sneeze can destroy a small city. A late-tier 5 fierce beast. Also only found outside the borders. With Chu Feng's current strength, devouring these two types of fierce beasts wouldn't be too difficult. Looking at the rewards, one was brainwave positioning, and the other was extreme vision. First, brainwave positioning, a special ability similar to mental force detection. Once activated, it can cover a large area, allowing everything within to be perceived clearly. Then, extreme vision, a type of ocular technique similar to the divine eye innate ability. Once activated, it not only allows for seeing farther but also enables capturing high-speed moving objects. After a brief consideration, Chu Feng chose Mission 2. For Chu Feng, extreme vision was more practical and could play a significant role in combat. For example, against speed-type innate abilities with rapid movement, extreme vision could capture them. Additionally, when combined with gravity abilities, such enemies would become much less troublesome in front of Chu Feng. The brainwave positioning plays a significant role in detection, but Chu Feng, with his super sense of smell, can achieve the same. In the future, when the gravity talent ability develops gravity detection waves, combined with the super sense of smell, it will also achieve the effect of brainwave positioning. Ding! You have made your choice, please complete the task as soon as possible. The system prompted. Without delay, Chu Feng hunted a batch of fierce beasts nearby. Storing them in his portable devouring space for future use, then transformed into a streak of light and roared away. He left the Beast Mountain at the fastest speed, flying at over 1,000 kilometers per hour, already very close to the speed of sound. He went directly to the military university to find Principal Xiao, got straight to the point, and stated his purpose. Principal Xiao, looking drunk, perked up when he heard Chu Feng was going out again. Why are you going out again, kid? Chu Feng smiled. Principal Xiao, I can stay if you help me with one thing. Principal Xiao sat upright. What is it? Chu Feng said, I need a breath dragon. Principal Xiao was puzzled. What do you need a breath dragon for? Chu Feng had already thought of an excuse. And said, I awakened the SSS-level talent ability gourmet cells. The breath dragon greatly enhances my gourmet cells. I joined the military university, and didn't the school promise me 3 requests? I've already used them to exchange for fierce beasts. Senior sister Xinxing knows about this. Of course, he couldn't mention the system task. Principal Xiao nodded. I know about that. In that case, I'll give you a pass, but you must be careful. The breath dragon is in the demon zone, which is the territory of the demon viper. If you encounter danger, leave immediately, understand? Chu Feng nodded. Principal Xiao, I understand. The demon zone is just outside the 18th checkpoint. He had been there once before when devouring the giant unicorn lion. However, last time he was at the edge of the demon zone. This time, to devour the breath dragon, he would likely have to go deeper. After getting the pass, Chu Feng went to find Chief Instructor Shen for a signature and then headed to the 18th checkpoint. He queued up to leave the checkpoint. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dark underground city, Help me kill a martial artist. Sure. 4-star, 100 million, 5-star, 500 million, 6-star, 5 billion. He should be 4-star. Should be? Forget it, let's assume he's 5-star. Alright. Name. Chu Feng. Chu Feng? Which Chu Feng? The one. The one who killed Zhong Tao with one slash and forced old Sha to swallow the explosive chi pill? Yes. You've got to be kidding me. What do you mean? Aren't you a dark list assassin? Can't you even take a job to kill a martial artist? Do you have any credibility left? That Chu Feng killed 6-star martial artist Zhong Tao with one slash, and you say he's 5-star? That's not how it works. Then how does it work? The price has to go up. Elsewhere. Yunzhou City, in a village within the city. A young man with the same name as Chu Feng, a yellow-haired youth, dragged his exhausted body back to his rented room and collapsed on the bed. Damn it! Working overtime every day, it's killing me. Sigh, same name, different lives. That Chu Feng awakened SSS-level talent abilities and lives the high life, while I haven't awakened a thing and can only work like a beast for others. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. Let's enjoy myself first. He opened a short video app. At that moment, a golden mosquito flew in through the window and landed on the video. Damn! Where did this mosquito come from? Die! Yellow-haired Chu Feng slapped at it. The golden mosquito dodged, then instantly grew 10 times larger, releasing a powerful aura. Beast? Chu Feng was terrified. Splat, the golden mosquito's proboscis pierced Chu Feng's chest, and within moments, it devoured him completely, leaving no trace behind. Looks like this Chu Feng isn't the one from the prophecy either. Damn it, which Chu Feng is it then? Why are there so many Chu Fengs? I've already devoured 10 of them. The golden mosquito retracted its aura, shrank in size, and flew away swiftly. The protagonist Chu Feng was unaware of this. He flew rapidly toward the depths of the demon region, activating his super sense of smell and detecting the presence of beasts all around. However, Chu Feng did not engage them. His target was the Aura Dragon, and before devouring the Aura Dragon, he wanted to avoid causing too much commotion. Otherwise, if 7th or 8th tier beasts were drawn to him, he would have no choice but to retreat. After flying for a while, Chu Feng landed on an incredibly tall tree, took out his phone, and searched for information about the Aura Dragon. He checked the areas where the Aura Dragon might appear, memorized them, and put away his phone. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed danger approaching. Chu Feng looked over and saw a terrifying python coiled around a nearby tree, its head adorned with 2 bull-like horns. It was a bull python. A late-stage 5th-tier beast. Hiss, the bull python hissed, its cold eyes fixed on Chu Feng, and in the next second, it lunged at him. Boom! As the bull python lunged, Chu Feng immediately unleashed a 300x gravity field. The massive body of the bull python suddenly became incredibly heavy, as if an invisible hand was pressing it down onto the ground. The ground cracked with enormous fissures, spreading outward like tree roots. Hiss hiss, the bull python hissed, trying to whip Chu Feng with its massive tail, but Chu Feng was faster. He raised his right hand and activated Gravity Palm, stacking 300x gravity and slamming it down. A colossal black palm print descended as if from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the bull python's head. With a sonic boom, the bull python's massive head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Its enormous body continued to writhe. It seemed it wasn't dead yet. However, it posed no further threat. Chu Feng activated Delicious Devour with his right hand, consuming the bull python. A 5th-tier beast provided 100 blood energy points, but about half of it was stolen by the gourmet cell Demon Egg, leaving Chu Feng with only around 50 blood energy points. Activating Super Sense of Smell, Chu Feng detected the scent of numerous beasts rapidly approaching. Clearly, the earlier battle had drawn their attention. After some thought, Chu Feng decided to leave. Because if he continued fighting, it would only attract more beasts. Although Chu Feng could devour beasts to continuously enhance his strength, the more beasts there were, the better it was for him. But if 7th or 8th tier beasts were drawn to him, no matter how strong Chu Feng was, he wouldn't be able to handle them. So, for now, it's better to stay low-key. The priority is to locate the target beast, the breath dragon, and complete the mission by devouring it. Once the strength reaches 9 stars or higher, then it will be time to unleash carnage beyond the borders. Whoosh! Chu Feng flew at an incredible speed, leaving no trace behind. Arriving at the area where the breath dragon might appear, he hovered high in the sky. Super sense of smell activated. Below, the scent of ferocious beasts was everywhere, densely packed. Suddenly, Chu Feng locked onto a solitary scent, 80 kilometers away. The breath dragon is a solitary beast. I wonder if this scent belongs to it. With a focused breath, he sped off. Moments later, he appeared 80 kilometers away, hovering high in the sky, his gaze scanning downward. He saw a massive dinosaur-like creature walking through a valley. Breath dragon. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Luck was on his side, he hadn't expected to find the target beast so quickly. At that moment, the breath dragon below seemed to sense something. It raised its head to look at the sky and spotted Chu Feng. Roar! The breath dragon let out a thunderous roar, revealing its sharp fangs. Its nostrils flared, and a terrifying breath cannon shot forth. The entire space reverberated with booming sounds. The speed of the breath cannon clearly surpassed the speed of sound. Chu Feng released a 300x gravity field. As the breath cannon entered the gravity field, although the area beyond the border is dangerous, human warriors venture out every day. Chu Feng flew toward the group of ferocious beasts he had locked onto, landed, and without hesitation, directly unleashed the devouring gravity sphere. Gravity and devouring force enveloped the area. The group of 4th-tier ferocious beasts, the rift spiders, were crushed into meat paste before they could react, unable to escape. Chu Feng devoured them. Super sense of smell activated again. Chu Feng's expression changed. Because the aura of a human warrior was approaching rapidly, and Chu Feng also sensed a dangerous presence. Is this aimed at me? Chu Feng's heart stirred. He immediately activated extreme vision. His gaze crossed space, looking far, far away. However, to his surprise, he saw no figure. Yet, the human warrior's scent was still approaching swiftly. What is this? The next second, extreme vision noticed that the space seemed to have energy fluctuations. No, it should be a transparent figure moving quickly. Invisibility talent ability? Chu Feng frowned. At that moment, the transparent figure was already very close, less than a kilometer away, and a strong killing intent surged forth. Chu Feng was 100% certain that the opponent was targeting him, so he directly released the devouring gravity sphere. Boom! In an instant, the transparent figure heavily hit the ground, his feet sinking into the earth. However, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, forcing him to stand upright. You actually discovered me. As expected of a genius among geniuses. A voice rang out, and the transparent figure gradually became visible. It was a man around 40 years old, with a long face, narrow eyes, dressed in white, and sporting long hair. Let me introduce myself, the man said arrogantly. I am Gong Jia, ranked 5th on the dark list. Chu Feng asked, why do you want to kill me? The killing intent the opponent had just emitted was real. If it weren't for the super sense of smell locking onto his scent, combined with extreme vision detecting the energy fluctuations caused by the transparent figure, Chu Feng might have been ambushed. Moreover, judging by the opponent's released aura, he was a mid-stage 7-star warrior. Gong Jia replied, someone offered 300 billion for your life. Honestly, you're worth the price. Chu Feng didn't waste words. Since the opponent was here to kill, talking further was pointless. He immediately moved his right hand and retrieved the Black God Battle Blade from the devouring space. Buzz! The Black God Battle Blade emitted a terrifying cold gleam, its blade energy surging. At this moment, Chu Feng's aura reached an astonishing level. The black sphere formed by the gravity and devouring talent abilities hung behind him. The gourmet cell talent ability enhanced his physical body to release a powerful aura, and the Black God Battle Blade exuded a horrifying blade energy, making Chu Feng resemble a god of slaughter. Gong Jia saw the incredible aura radiating from Chu Feng. Even As a mid-stage 7-star warrior, he felt a slight sense of unease. This kid clearly only has 5-star blood energy, yet why does he have such a terrifying pressure? I must kill him. Quickly. Gong Jie's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full aura, activated his invisibility talent ability, and his figure instantly disappeared. However, Chu Feng's superior sense of smell locked onto his position, and with extreme vision activated, he saw the figure amidst the energy fluctuations. His right hand gripped the Black God Battle blade tightly, unleashing crust cutting with 300 times gravity stacked, slashing out with one strike. Swish! The black blade energy tore through space, seemingly splitting the entire world in two. What? Gong Jie's expression changed drastically, sensing extreme danger. He quickly activated his movement technique, flickering light and shadow, and narrowly dodged. Swish! The black blade energy flashed past, directly slicing countless mountain peaks in half and splitting numerous fierce beasts into two. Cold sweat dripped from Gong Jie's forehead. Fortunately, he dodged in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chu Feng, you are indeed terrifying. But today, you must die. Gong Jie felt fear. Chu Feng was clearly just a 5-star warrior, yet the power of his strike could threaten a 7-star warrior. This was simply abnormal. Such a person must never be provoked. He could only be befriended. But now that he had already provoked him, there was no choice but to kill him. If he didn't kill him, the consequences would be unbearable. Kill! A terrifying killing intent erupted from Gong Jie. He activated flickering light and shadow, retrieved his battle blade from his spatial ring, and his entire figure moved like a streak of light, impossibly fast. Moreover, he possessed the innate ability of invisibility. At this moment, he resembled a ghost, completely traceless. In the past, he had used this move to kill countless warriors and seize countless treasures, which allowed him to grow to this point. Otherwise, with his A-grade innate ability, how could he have reached 7 stars so quickly? Unfortunately, his opponent was Chu Feng. Chu Feng had the innate ability of gravity, combined with extreme vision, allowing him to clearly see Gong Jie's figure. Suddenly, Gong Jie struck, slashing his blade toward Chu Feng's head. The battle blade contained the power of 7 stars. Chu Feng raised the Black God Battle Blade to block. Clang! Blocked. Under the immense impact, Chu Feng's feet sank into the ground. However, Chu Feng was unharmed. How can you see my movements? Gong Jie was shocked. Flickering light and shadow was a profound level movement technique, paired with the innate ability of invisibility. Even late-stage 7-star warriors couldn't capture his figure. Yet Chu Feng not only saw his figure but also blocked his killing strike. How could this not astonish him? But what shocked him even more was yet to come. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed, and Gong Jie's battle blade broke. How is this possible? My battle blade is forged from the shell of a collision turtle fused with copper. Essence, worth 5 million. How could it be so fragile? Gong Jie was stunned. Chu Feng wasted no words, activating gravity palm with 300 times gravity stacked, slapping toward Gong Jie. Gong Jie's figure flickered, dodging the palm strike. The ground was left with a terrifying palm imprint. Chu Feng squinted his eyes slightly. Gong Jie's speed was incredibly fast. Although Chu Feng could see him clearly, his attacks struggled to land. Roar! At that moment, a soul-shaking roar echoed, and an overwhelming pressure descended. Gong Jie's face changed drastically. This is an 8th-tier fierce beast. Damn it, we've attracted something terrible. Inside Chu Feng's body, his blood and energy surged violently, almost feeling as if they were about to collapse. He looked up and saw a massive black cloud in the sky, spanning over 10,000 acres. A terrifyingly enormous snakehead emerged from the black cloud, its eyes blood red, and a black tongue flicked out from its mouth, suffocating anyone who merely looked at it. Humans! All of you, die! The snakehead spoke human words, its eyes gleaming with intense killing intent. Then, it spewed out a mass of black gas, which rolled forward, visibly corroding trees and mountains. Even the space itself seemed to be eroding. Not good. It's the demon venomous snake. We must escape. Gong Jie turned pale as death and quickly activated fleeting shadows. Chu Feng's gaze shifted, and he raised his right hand, activating absorbing palm, locking onto Gong Jie and forcibly pulling him back. What? Gong Jie felt a powerful force gripping him, as if invisible hands were dragging him back. He couldn't fly away and was instead pulled back. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already in front of Chu Feng, seeing a fist smashing toward his face. Bang! Gong Jie was sent flying, his face distorted, though the blow wasn't fatal. What made him despair was that his body was flying straight toward the black gas spewed by the demon venomous snake. Ah! As soon as Gong Jie's body touched the toxic gas, he let out a miserable scream. His invisibility talent dissipated, and his clothes and flesh were corroded in an instant. Chu Feng was also enveloped by the toxic gas. His clothes and shoes were instantly corroded, but his body, protected by poison immunity, remained unharmed. Without wasting time, Chu Feng immediately charged out of the toxic gas. The demon venomous snake's gaze shifted, showing a hint of surprise. Human, you're not afraid of my poison? But you won't escape. The demon venomous snake's enormous tail swept furiously. The terrifying tail, carrying overwhelming power, instantly struck Chu Feng. At the critical moment, Chu Feng activated invincible golden body. Boom! In an instant, Chu Feng was sent flying dozens of kilometers, crashing into a mountain, causing the entire mountain to collapse. The next second, Chu Feng flew out from the collapsed mountain without hesitation, immediately speeding away. A mere 5-star. Human can resist my poison and withstand my attack. How is this possible? The demon venomous snake was shocked, its eyes flickering as it immediately pursued him. In an instant, it appeared above Chu Feng, its immense pressure bearing down. Chu Feng's aura sank. He gripped the Black God battle blade tightly, pushing his strength to the limit, activating Crust Shredder and stacking it with 300 times gravity, slashing out with one strike. Slash! The next second, the blade energy struck the demon venomous snake's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Roar! The demon venomous snake let out a miserable scream, its eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? A mere 5-star human, how could you possibly hurt me? Without wasting time, Chu Feng unleashed all his energy, immediately speeding away at supersonic speed. From his portable devouring space, he retrieved some spare ferocious beasts, quickly devouring them to recover some stamina, and flew out of the demon's territory in one breath, reaching the buffer zone. Then he found that his clothes and shoes had been completely corroded, leaving him bare. He quickly retrieved a blanket from his portable devouring space and wrapped it around his body. At that moment, a mass of black clouds rolled in from the distance, as if the sky was bending down. Within the clouds, a pair of blood-red eyes gleamed coldly. A terrifying pressure descended. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed, "Damn human, how dare you harm this king? I will devour you." Yes, the demon serpent had caught up. Chu Feng wasted no time and continued to fly frantically. Meanwhile, the alarm at the 18th checkpoint blared urgently. Beast attack! Beast attack! Hiss! What is that? Not good, it's an 8th-tier beast, the demon serpent. How did this creature get out? Quick, report this immediately. Red alert! Red alert! Countless soldiers and martial artists saw the black clouds in the distant sky blotting out the sun, with a giant serpent writhing within. Their faces changed drastically. In an instant, all soldiers and martial artists at the 18th checkpoint, regardless of what they were doing, rushed to the scene and prepared for battle. Human brat, die for this king! The demon serpent appeared above Chu Feng in an instant, opening its massive mouth to swallow him whole. Just then, a giant hand surrounded by violent lightning descended from the sky, grabbing the demon serpent by the neck. A thunderous voice rang out, "Snake King, you've crossed the line." As the voice fell, a figure appeared in the sky. It was an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, but his body was muscular and solid. Surrounded by raging lightning, with terrifying vitality surging within him. Chu Feng glanced at the old man, 8-star peak? The countless soldiers and martial artists at the checkpoint breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Lei is here. Commander Lei is here. Bang! The demon serpent's massive tail lashed back, shattering the lightning hand. Cross the line? What line? The last battle was merely a verbal agreement. This king can refrain from attacking, but that human must be handed over. Otherwise, I will poison all of you to death. Commander Lei stood in the sky, his gaze sweeping over Chu Feng, whom the demon serpent was pointing at, before looking up at the demon serpent. This is a human martial artist. It is impossible to hand him over to you. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The demon serpent was enraged. In that case, all of you shall die for this king. As the words fell, the demon serpent opened its mouth and spewed a terrifying poisonous gas, instantly covering a range of dozens of kilometers, roaring toward the 18th checkpoint. Commander Lei's eyes flashed with lightning. He raised his hand. And immediately, a storm of lightning surged across the sky, radiating outward from him. Crackle, crackle! The lightning transformed into a cage, locking the poisonous gas within and dispersing it. The demon serpent's attack was neutralized, its fierce eyes gleaming. Its tail, like a light spear, stabbed toward Commander Lei, filling the sky with dazzling light. Commander Lei shouted loudly, the lightning on his body intertwining to form a massive lightning shield, forcibly blocking the tail's attack. Seeing that it could not gain the upper hand against Commander Lei, the demon serpent's gaze shifted. Its tail, still in the form of a light spear, immediately turned to strike at Chu Feng. Chu Feng's expression changed. He activated extreme vision and, combined with the slight influence of the 300-fold gravity field, was able to clearly see the trajectory of the tail's light spear attack. Without hesitation, his figure flickered and dodged the attack of the tail light gun. The demon serpent was stunned. Even Lei Junsho was slightly surprised. The tail light gun, which even he couldn't evade and could only block with a shield, was avoided by this little brat, Chu Feng. However, Lei Junsho didn't dwell on it. The priority was to repel the demon serpent, so his aura surged again, his hair standing on end, lightning flashing around him, and a massive humanoid lightning shadow appeared behind him. Clenching his fist, he punched toward the demon serpent. Bang! A terrifying sonic boom echoed, and the demon serpent let out a miserable cry as its massive figure was sent flying backward, crashing into the demon territory. But in the next moment, the demon serpent rose from the ground and issued a threat: I will devour all humans sooner or later. After saying this, it rolled up a sky full of poisonous gas and roared away, its figure disappearing shortly after. Seeing the demon serpent leave, Chu Feng let out a sigh of relief. He then felt someone watching him and looked up to meet Lei Junsho's gaze. Lei Junsho said nothing, merely nodded at Chu Feng before disappearing. In a flash, Chu Feng didn't linger either and immediately entered the checkpoint. The events that transpired here were soon posted on a forum, causing a sensation. The Snake King of the 12 Beast Kings is chasing a human martial artist? What? That human martial artist injured the Snake King? Who is it? So impressive. No idea which badass dared to provoke the Snake King and even injured it. Luckily, Lei Junsho stepped in to drive the Snake King away. To injure the Snake King, that person's strength must be at least 8-star level. Chu Feng was unaware of all this. After entering the checkpoint, he quickly found a secluded spot to change clothes and put on his shoes. This time, it was truly dangerous. Fortunately, he had poison immunity, invincible golden body, and extreme vision, coupled with Lei Junsho's timely intervention. Otherwise, he would have died in the demon serpent's jaws. At this point, Chu Feng deeply understood the significant gap in strength between himself and an 8th-tier beast. He still needed to work hard to become stronger. However, before that, Chu Feng had to figure out who wanted to kill him, even going so far as to spend 300 billion to hire the 5th-ranked assassin on the dark list. His eyes flickered slightly. Among those who had grudges against Chu Feng, there were only a few possibilities for now. First, the Storm Martial Hall in Binhai City. Back then, Chu Feng killed the young master of the Storm Martial Hall. They might have found evidence and sent someone to kill Chu Feng. Second, Lin Hao. He was Xin Cheng's suitor. There were some rumors about Chu Feng and Xin Cheng on the forum, and Lin Hao might be jealous and hired an assassin. Third, the Shah family. After all, Chu Feng had once forced old Sha to swallow an explosive energy pill. Fourth, the Hao family. Although Chu Feng had signed a life and death agreement with Hao Yukai and killed him, and the Martial Artist Alliance had issued an announcement to close the matter, the Hao family still had connections within the alliance. They likely wouldn't let it go, especially after learning about Chu Feng's terrifying talent, and might want to eliminate him. There might be others, but Chu Feng hadn't thought of them yet. Forget it. I'll investigate one by one. Chu Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. After devouring some more beasts, Chu Feng transformed into a figure and roared toward Binhai City. Binhai City. Storm Marshal Hall. Brother Shang, it seems I'm pregnant. Pregnant? Good, good, good. Hopefully, this one won't grow up to be so brainless as to provoke Chu Feng. After Lin Yashing, the master of Storm Martial Arts Hall, learned that his son Lin Yaodong was killed by Chu Feng and understood the reasons behind it, he decided not to seek revenge upon witnessing Chu Feng's terrifying strength. Instead, he chose to find another woman to have a child with. And now, after more than a month of effort, the woman in front of him was pregnant. Boom! At that moment, the wall was violently broken open, and a figure flew in. Lin Yashing's expression changed, and he immediately unleashed his aura. Who? However, in the next second, upon seeing who had barged in, his body trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Chu. Brother Chu Feng, why are you here? Recently, aside from his efforts in sowing seeds, he had been keeping a close eye on the information shared on the martial artist forums. After seeing news about Chu Feng exterminating beasts in ruins, signing a death pact with Hao Yukai, killing 6-star martial artist Zhong Tao with one strike, and forcing Elder Sha to swallow an explosive energy pill, among other shocking events, he was scared half to death and filled with lingering fear. He often reminded himself how fortunate he was not to have sought revenge against Chu Feng, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he had died. He thought to himself that he never wanted to see Chu Feng in his lifetime. But unexpectedly, Chu Feng had come to find him. To be honest, Lin Yashing was terrified. Chu Feng looked at the trembling Lin Yashing and spoke, "You know I killed your son Lin Yaodong, right?" Lin Yashing nodded, "I know." Chu Feng asked again, "Then why didn't you seek revenge against me?" Lin Yashing took a deep breath, "I wanted to, but seeing your terrifying strength, how could I dare? Besides, Lin Yaodong provoked you first, he deserves to die. Brother Chu Feng, the hatred between us is already in the past. I won't seek revenge against you. As for a son, I can just have another one." Chu Feng kept observing Lin Yashing's changing expressions. The fear that was deeply ingrained in his bones was unmistakable. "By the way, speaking of which, when I killed Lin Yaodong, I shouldn't have left any clues. How did you know it was me?" Lin Yashing replied, "Initially, I didn't know, but someone provided me with clues and even urged me to seek revenge against you." "How could I dare?" "Someone gave you clues?" Chu Feng frowned. "Who?" Lin Yashing said, "Qin Yi from the Qin family. At the time, when you fought with my damned son Lin Yaodong, he was watching from a distance." "Qin Yi?" Chu Feng's eyes flickered, "I see. Last time, when chasing Hao Yukai, Principal Xiao came to help but seemed to be blocked by people from the Qin family." However, Chu Feng believed he hadn't offended Qin Yi before. After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng's figure moved swiftly and left. It could be ruled out that the assassin from the dark list wasn't sent by Lin Yashing. "Brother Chu Feng, take care." Lin Yashing wiped his cold sweat. Although Chu Feng was young, the aura he emitted was incredibly intimidating. Just standing in front of him felt overwhelmingly oppressive. The woman asked, "Brother Shang, who was that just now?" Lin Yashing warned, "Remember this, you can provoke anyone, but never that young man from earlier. Keep this in mind." After leaving Storm Martial Arts Hall, Chu Feng returned to his old home in Binhai City. "Yo, Xiao Feng is back. Has the school closed for vacation? I took leave to come back. How's old Wu's health recently?" "Ah, still alive. All right. Enjoy your food and drink." After greeting his neighbor, old Wu, and chatting briefly, he walked back to his own yard. Sitting down on the recliner under the tree in the yard, he took out his phone to browse the martial artist forum. Suddenly, a piece of News caught Chu Feng's attention. Recently, more than a dozen people named Chu Feng have gone missing. According to martial artist investigations, it may be the work of ferocious beasts. Anyone named Chu Feng should be cautious about their personal safety. If any abnormalities are discovered, report immediately. Seeing this news, Chu Feng frowned. People named Chu Feng are being targeted again? Looks like the ferocious beasts haven't given up. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, the sound of a mosquito arose, and a small golden mosquito appeared in front of him. The next second, Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. No, this is the scent of a ferocious beast. This isn't an ordinary mosquito, it's a ferocious beast. And at that moment, the small golden mosquito in front of him suddenly grew countless times larger, transforming into a giant golden mosquito, its long proboscis stabbing forward. Boom! Chu Feng immediately released a 300-fold gravity field, crushing the giant golden mosquito to the ground. Its body deformed, unable to move. But a strange voice came from within the golden mosquito's body. So it's you, so. It's you. This king has found you. Bang! As soon as the words fell, the fourth-tier ferocious beast, the golden mosquito, exploded, dying on the spot. Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. Calling itself this king? Could it be one of the 12 beast kings, the evil golden mosquito? The ferocious beasts have 12 beast kings. The demonic venomous snake encountered earlier was one of them, and the evil golden mosquito is another. The evil golden mosquito possesses the innate ability of fertility, and it's said to have spawned millions of larvae, ruling the evil regions outside the borders. The golden mosquito just now was likely one of the Mosquito King's offspring, capable of sharing its vision with its children. However, Chu Feng wasn't worried. As long as he was within the borders, the 12 beast kings couldn't easily enter. Even if the Mosquito King sent its offspring to assassinate Chu Feng, no matter how many came, they would only be delivering themselves as fodder, experience, and blood energy. Looking at the sky, it was already dark. Chu Feng devoured the golden mosquito, then moved swiftly away. Bin Hai City, nightclub, presidential suite. Please, let me go. I'm just a beggar, I only want a bite to eat. A man in tattered clothes, missing a leg, knelt on the ground, his face bruised and swollen, crying miserably. Chini took a deep drag on his cigarette, then pressed the cigarette butt directly onto the beggar's head. The beggar screamed in pain. Chini kicked the beggar to the ground and stepped on his chest. You're just a beggar, missing a leg, living in pain, aren't you? I'll be a good person and help you out. Saying this, he pulled out a syringe from his pocket, filled with red liquid. The beggar panicked. What are you doing? Let me go. No, no. Ah. Chini showed no mercy, plunging the syringe into the beggar's arm and injecting the liquid. The next second, cowless Chini wiped the blood off his face and spat. Damn it, failed again. Beside him, his bodyguard Gu Lao shook his head. Young Master Chin, you've stolen the potion. For experiments again. If the family head finds out. Chini interrupted him. Damn it, you're just my bodyguard, and you're teaching me how to do things? Or do you want to take my place as young Master Chin? Gu Lao sighed and dared not say anything further. Chini said discontentedly, hurry up and clean this place up, then go find another beggar. Just then, the door was opened. And something was thrown inside. Gu Lao's expression changed. Not good, it's sleep herb, and a lot of it. The next second, Chini wanted to say something but couldn't before falling asleep. Gu Lao held on for a few seconds before also falling into a deep sleep. Chu Feng pushed the door open and walked in. In a secret chamber somewhere. Chini woke up in pain, opened his eyes, and found himself surrounded by darkness, unable to see his hand in front of his face. Even worse, his internal energy and blood had dissipated, and his cultivation was completely gone. Ah! Who did this? Do you know who I am? How dare you do this to me? I'll kill your entire family. Chini roared in anger. But his body was bound tightly with thick ropes to cold steel bars, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. Click, click. At this moment, the sound of a lighter flicking came from the darkness not far away, and a flash of firelight appeared intermittently. Chini saw someone sitting there but couldn't make out who it was. No matter who you are, I advise you to release me immediately. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Qin threatened angrily. In the darkness, Chu Feng remained silent, continuing to play with the lighter as always. Qin kept roaring and shouting until he finally broke down. Damn it, what do you want? Chu Feng put away the lighter, pinched his throat, and altered his voice. 300 billion to kill someone? You really have money. So, I decided to kidnap you. Maybe I can get even more money. Hearing this, Qin's expression changed, and anger burned in his eyes. Your dark list assassin Gong Jie? Damn it, do you have no integrity? I paid you to kill someone, and you actually kidnapped your employer? Shit. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes in the darkness. He hadn't expected to bluff and actually uncover the truth. But Chu Feng couldn't understand why Qin, someone he'd never met before, would harbor such murderous intent. After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng altered his voice. Again, what was the liquid you injected into the beggar at the nightclub? At the time, he had seen clearly that after Qin injected the liquid into the beggar's body exploded. Within moments. Before the explosion, Chu Feng had distinctly felt the beggar's internal energy and blood surging violently, likely unable to withstand the powerful energy in causing the explosion. Qin's expression changed slightly, his gaze flickered, and he remained silent. That liquid was something he had stolen, a secret of the Qin family that must never be revealed. Otherwise, the entire Qin family would be doomed. Not talking? Chu Feng said, then you can die. Hearing this, Qin panicked and said, it's blood qi scatter. Blood qi scatter? Chu Feng frowned, what is it used for? Qin stammered, it can stimulate the latent vitality of humans or fierce beasts, and activate hidden innate abilities. Rubbish. Chu Feng interrupted. Human warriors have developed to this day, and apart from Chu Feng, who has 3 innate abilities due to his unique circumstances, other warriors can only awaken 1 innate ability, which is their sole ability. There is no possibility of having more innate abilities. This is true. Qin insisted, however, after activating hidden innate abilities, there will be severe side effects, leading to loss of sanity. Our Qin family has. At this point, he realized something and immediately shut his mouth. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's expression changed. Judging by Qin's demeanor, this matter was likely true, and the Qin family had probably already developed it. If vitality powder were to hit the market, countless people would rush to buy it. However, losing sanity would lead to terrifying consequences. If exploited by those with malicious intent, chaos would ensue. Nevertheless, Chu Feng didn't dwell on it. As long as he could become strong enough, everything else was insignificant. Now, he was considering whether to kill Qin. How to kill him? I've told you everything. Qin said, you should let me go now, right? I'm a member of the Qin family. If you kill me, you won't escape. Even if you're a top-ranked warrior on the dark list, you will undoubtedly die. Click. At that moment, the light turned on. Qin closed his eyes and opened them again, then saw Chu Feng. His face changed drastically. Why is it you? You're not dead? He couldn't believe Chu Feng was still alive. After all, he had spent 300 billion to hire a 7-star assassin, yet they couldn't even kill Chu Feng. Chu Feng said, surprised, aren't you? But now, you can die. He decided to kill Qin on the spot. After all, Qin had hired assassins to kill him, so Qin had to die. No. Qin panicked, you can't kill me. Chu Feng, I was wrong. Bang. Chu Feng raised his hand and clenched it. 100-fold gravity fell upon Qin, causing his body to explode. He died instantly. After tidying up the scene and leaving no trace, Chu Feng's figure flickered and disappeared. Qin was just the beginning. Chu Feng would annihilate the entire Qin family. That night was destined to be restless. After learning of Qin's disappearance, the Qin family dispatched tens of thousands of people to search the city but found nothing. Old Gu, weren't you by Qin's side? How could you not know who acted? Patriarch, I truly don't know. At the time, hundreds of sleep fragrance plants were thrown in, and I fell asleep instantly. When I woke up, I found that everyone in the nightclub had also fallen asleep. In that case, you being alive is of no use. You can die now. Patriarch, I. Before he could finish speaking, a blade slit his throat. After killing Qin Yi, Chu Feng left Binhai City that very night. He didn't concern himself with the Qin family's affairs. Even if the Qin family eventually discovered he was the one who killed Qin Yi, he wouldn't be worried. After all, the high-ranking officials of the Warrior Alliance had already announced that no one could touch Chu Feng within the borders. Now, Chu Feng's only concern was the fierce beasts. With his identity exposed, the fierce beasts would likely realize his terrify. If the 12 beast kings were to act, Chu Feng would have no ability to deal with them. The battle with the demon viper last time deeply demonstrated the terror of the beast kings. If it weren't for Chu Feng's poison immunity, invincible golden body, and extreme vision, his fate would have been the same as Gong Jie's. Become stronger. Become even stronger. This is Chu Feng's urgent priority, the task he must accomplish. The next day, Chu Feng did not return to the military training department. Instead, he went directly to the nearby ruins number 2 to start devouring ferocious beasts. The fastest way to become stronger is to devour ferocious beasts, the more, the better. The more he devours, the stronger he becomes. Currently, he is still at the early stage of 5 stars, about 100,000 blood energy away from the mid-stage of 5 stars. Super sense of smell activated. In an instant, he locked onto all the ferocious beasts in ruins number 2. Activating devouring gravity ball, his figure moved swiftly, roaring forward. Wherever he passed, all ferocious beasts were crushed into meat, paste and directly devoured by Chu Feng. In less than half an hour, all the ferocious beasts in ruins number 2 were completely devoured by Chu Feng. Without hesitation, he continued flying toward ruins number 3. 5 days later, a group of young martial artists formed a team, confidently hunting ferocious beasts for training. But upon entering ruins number 3, they didn't see even a shadow of a ferocious beast. Where are the ferocious beasts? Why are there no ferocious beasts? There were at least 10,000 ferocious beasts here. Why did they suddenly disappear? A group of mercenaries accepted a mission to hunt ferocious beasts, planning that upon completion, each person could earn 10,000 yuan. However, upon arriving at ruins number 6, they were shocked to find no ferocious beasts. What the heck? Where did the ferocious beasts go? That's not right. Yesterday when I came, there were still plenty of ferocious beasts. Why are they gone now? Meanwhile, the martial artist forum was in an uproar. Hey, can someone tell me what happened to the ferocious beasts in ruins number 4? What? The ferocious beasts in ruins number 4 are gone too? I thought only the ferocious beasts in ruins number 11 were missing. No way, the ferocious beasts in ruins number 11 are all gone too? That's terrifying. The ferocious beasts in ruins number 13 are all gone too. The ferocious beasts in ruins number 21 are gone too. Who did this? Who did it? Who else could it be? It's probably that big shot with the black ball hanging behind him. Yeah, it's him. I was at ruins number 19 at the time and saw him devouring ferocious beasts with my own eyes. The scene was terrifying. He's Chu Feng, the fierce man who killed a 6-star martial artist with one strike. It's him, no doubt. So powerful. At this moment, Chu Feng, the person in question, was in a dilapidated building in ruins number 30, a satisfied smile on his face. Over the past few days, he had been frantically devouring ferocious beasts in the ruins. He didn't know how many ferocious beasts he had devoured, but he could feel his strength had increased significantly. He checked the system interface. Host, Chu Feng Vitality, 600,000/625000 Innate Abilities, SSS-level Gourmet Cells, Super Sense of Smell, Gourmet Cell Demon Egg Incubation. Progress 38%. SSS-level Gravity, 600x Gravity Field, Anti-Gravity Flight, Gravity 1000-pound Drop, SSS-level Devour, Delicious Devour, Devour Space, Comprehensive. Development Skills for Innate Abilities, Devouring Gravity Sphere, Absorption Palm Combat Techniques, Blade Skills, Earth-level Crust Cutting, Proficient, Gravity Palm. Proficient, special abilities, poison immunity, invincible golden body, extreme vision weapon, Black God Battleblade martial artist level, 5-star peak devour mission. Updating in the past 5 days, his vitality has increased by approximately 450,000. Calculating based on second-tier fierce beasts providing 1 vitality each, he must have devoured at least 450,000 second-tier fierce beasts. However, since the gourmet cell demon egg secretly consumed half, Chu Feng might have actually devoured around 900,000 fierce beasts. Terrifying indeed. Now, he has stopped devouring fierce beasts because, under the nourishment of abundant delicacies, the gourmet cell innate ability has undergone a complete transformation and his physical strength has increased by more than 100 times. As his physical strength greatly improved, his understanding of the gravity innate ability and devour innate ability deepened as well. The 2 skills of the gravity innate ability should be ready for development. Chu Feng's gaze shifted slightly. He then activated the gravity innate ability, enveloping the surroundings in 600x gravity, causing the space to slightly distort the building beneath. His feet instantly collapsed into rubble. Chu Feng stood in mid-air, his gaze flickering, and his body blurred and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10,000 meters away. His gaze shifted again, his body blurred and disappeared once more, reappearing at the original spot. Success! Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Using the powerful gravity innate ability, he developed instantaneous movement, which, if named gravity jump, would be very fitting. Its activation principle involves using gravity to distort space and then jumping through it. The jump range is within the area covered by gravity. Let's try the other skill. Chu Feng's expression changed slightly, his gaze shifted, and he activated the gravity innate ability again. Gravity waves spread out, sweeping across everything around him. In the next second, Chu Feng clearly knew the mass of all living beings around him, thereby identifying them. This move is gravity wave detection. By combining gravity wave detection with super sense of smell and extreme vision, Chu Feng can clearly understand everything around him. Additionally, Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with brilliance. In the next second, he activated the devour innate ability, and a strange vortex appeared before him. Then, combining it with the gravity innate ability's gravity jump, the vortex instantly appeared 10,000 meters away. This skill is named Devour Gravity Transfer. What is its purpose? Devour Gravity Transfer can devour energy attacks and then transfer them elsewhere. For example, if a fireball comes blasting toward him, he can use Devour Gravity Transfer to move it 10,000 meters away. In this way, besides the absolute defensive invincible golden body, Chu Feng now has another defensive skill. He checked the system interface again. Host, Chu Feng Vitality, 600,000/625,000 Abilities, SSS-level Gourmet Cells, Super Sense of Smell, Gourmet Cell Demon Egg Hatching Progress 38%. SSS-level Gravity, 600x Gravity Field, Anti-Gravity Flight, Gravity 1,000-pound Drop, Gravity Detection Wave, Gravity Leap, SSS-level Devour, Delicious Devour, Devour Space, Comprehensive Development Skills for Innate Abilities, Devouring Gravity Ball, Absorption Palm, Devouring Gravity Transfer Combat Techniques, Blade Skills, Earth-level Crust Cutting, Proficient, Gravity Palm, Proficient, Special Abilities, Poison Immunity, Invincible Golden Body, Extreme Vision Weapon, Black God Battleblade Martial Artist Level, 5-star Peak Devour Mission, Updating Seeing. This, Chu Feng was very satisfied. With his current strength, defeating a 7-star martial artist would be effortless. At this moment, ding! Devour Mission updated. Mission Option 1, Devour Skeleton King Kong, Reward, Dream Ear. Mission Option 2, Devour Overlord Shark, Reward, Intuition. System Prompt. Another mission. Chu Feng's heart was filled with joy. Speaking of which, the updates for Devour missions were becoming slower and slower. Without thinking much, he immediately checked the mission details. Skeleton King Kong and Overlord Shark were both 5th-tier peak-level ferocious beasts, the former found outside the border, the latter in the inner boundaries. Demon Sea. In terms of danger level, both were about the same. Since the Demon Sea connects the inner and outer boundaries, 1/3 of it lies within the inner boundary. while 2/3 are outside. If not considering the rewards, Xu Feng would rather devour the skeleton King Kong outside the border than the overlord shark within the inner boundary. After all, no one knows how many ferocious beasts reside in the Demon Sea or how strong they are. 500 years ago, there was a sea beast invasion, during which human martial artists suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for the fact that sea beasts lose strength when leaving the sea and entering land, humanity's martial artists might have been wiped out in that battle. Back to the rewards, one is dream ear, and the other is intuition. Xu Feng felt intuition was more useful. The so-called dream ear, when activated, allows one to hear any sound within 100,000 kilometers, but it doesn't seem to contribute much to strength enhancement. Intuition, on the other hand, is different. Intuition is an unconscious, high-speed processing of information, a crystallization of wisdom, and a very powerful ability. It is said that many professional chess players, when choosing their next move, rely not on thought but on intuition to play the best move. This can have tremendous effects in combat. For example, when an enemy appears, determining their strength, danger level, how to counterattack, unconsciously dodging their attacks, identifying their weaknesses, all can be sensed through intuition. It's somewhat similar to the Ultra Instinct in Dragon Ball Super. Ding! You have chosen Mission 2. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. System prompt. Without delay, Xu Feng immediately transformed into a streak of light and sped away. Just as he flew out of ruins number 30, a figure approached him head-on. Xu Feng saw clearly it was Principal Xiao. Xu Feng stopped and greeted, "Principal Xiao, what a coincidence." "Coincidence, my foot." "Principal." Xiao replied, "I came specifically to find you." As he spoke, his gaze fixed on Xu Feng, sensing that the aura around Xu Feng had grown stronger, terrifyingly strong. He felt a slight pressure and was utterly shocked. School hadn't even officially started yet, and this kid was already stronger than him, the principal? What a monster! "Oh? You came to find me specifically? What's the matter?" Xu Feng asked, puzzled. Principal Xiao said, "Many of the fierce beasts in the ruins were wiped out by you. Weren't they?" Xu Feng nodded. "Yes, is there a problem?" "So it really was you." Principal Xiao took a deep breath. "There's no issue with eliminating fierce beasts, but with the beasts inside the borders wiped out, what are the warriors supposed to use for their trials? Quite a few students have complained about you. How about you? Take it easy for a while?" Out of the 81 ruins within the borders, the fierce beasts in 30 of them had been completely devoured by Xu Feng alone. Many nearby students were unable to conduct their trials, and some local mercenary groups had lost their income, leading to widespread complaints. After learning that Xu Feng was responsible, these people didn't dare to trouble him directly, so they filed complaints with the Military Martial University. Initially, Principal Xiao didn't care much about complaints from students and local warriors. However, when a certain influential figure from the Warrior Alliance, surnamed Hao, stepped in, he felt the pressure and decided to approach Xu Feng to explain the situation. "Oh, I understand," Xu Feng replied indifferently. "I'll take a look at the situation. The fierce beasts within the borders weren't assigned to anyone specifically, anyone could kill them. Killing them even came with subsidies, which was essentially encouraging warriors to hunt fierce beasts. So why were people unhappy now?" "Principal," Xu Feng added, "if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Principal Xiao asked, "Where are you going?" Xu Feng replied, "The Demon Sea." "The Demon Sea?" Principal Xiao was startled. "That's a very dangerous place. You need to be careful. The fierce beasts there are no weaker than those outside the borders." "I know, I'll be careful," Xu Feng said. "All right, Principal, I'm off." With that, Xu Feng roared away, disappearing from Principal Xiao's sight in the blink of an eye. Principal Xiao took out a bottle of wine, took a small sip, and muttered, "This kid, he's not human." Checkpoint 100, also known as the Demon Sea Checkpoint. This was one of the most important checkpoints for human warriors. Along a coastline stretching over 100 kilometers, massive structures had been built, equipped with countless heavy thermal weapons. Millions of military warriors were stationed here, and it was said that even 9-star military warriors were present to oversee the defense. The Demon Sea checkpoint was heavily guarded. On this day, Chu Feng flew over the Demon Sea checkpoint, looking down at the rows of towering walls below, his eyes showing a hint of awe. His super sense of smell detected the scent of countless warriors below, leaving him even more astonished. The number of military warriors here was dozens of times greater than at other checkpoints. As Chu Feng flew overhead, he was detected by the scanners below. Checkpoint. Commander, a warrior has left the checkpoint. A warrior left the checkpoint? That's the Demon Sea. Is he going there to hunt fierce beasts? Isn't that a death wish? Several staff members spoke up. The checkpoint commander said, "Activate the surveillance. Let me see who it is." A staff member operated the system, and soon a screen appeared, showing a blurry figure. "Commander, that warrior is flying too fast, it's hard to see clearly." The station chief stared at the screen at the flying figure, squinting his eyes. "This guy is Chu Feng from the military university, right?" Recently, Chu Feng had become a global sensation, with the martial artist forum filled with stories about him. No one was unaware of Chu Feng. Chu Feng? Could it be the Chu Feng who signed a life and death agreement with Hao Yukai? I heard he killed a 6-star with a single strike despite being only 4-star. Is he also the one who recently wiped out several ruins? That's right, it's him. Look, I have footage of him flying, and it matches the screen exactly. Damn! Could this kid think the beasts in the ruins are too weak and has come to the Demon Sea to hunt beasts? At that moment, another staff member's expression changed as he said, "Station Chief, there's an anomaly in the Demon Sea." Upon hearing this, the station chief's expression changed drastically, and he quickly walked over. On the large screen on the wall, countless moving red dots appeared. Other staff members also noticed the densely packed red dots, their faces turning grim. The sea beasts are gathering. And they're heading toward us. Damn. Are they preparing to attack? After hundreds of years, is it finally happening again? The station chief gritted his teeth and immediately pressed the alarm button. Beep 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 instantly, all the alarms in the Devil's Pass sounded. In a flash, all the military personnel and martial artists, regardless of what they were doing, entered combat mode, arriving at their posts and standing ready. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, who had already entered the buffer zone, was unaware of all this. He continued flying toward the Demon Sea as usual, eventually hovering above it. The seawater of the Demon Sea was gray-black, somewhat eerie. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng dove straight into the water without any defensive measures. His decision to dive without precautions wasn't arrogance, he was confident in himself. After all, he possessed the SSS-grade gourmet cell innate ability, which had terrifying adaptability and could alter his body state according to the environment. Previously, when Chu Feng purchased sleepgrass, he was initially affected by it, but soon his gourmet cells adapted, rendering the sleepgrass ineffective against him. Splash Chu Feng entered the seawater, holding his breath at first. When he reached his limit, his strong survival instinct stimulated the gourmet cells, which began adapting to the current environment. Suddenly, a strange energy surged within his body, and every pore started opening and closing, resembling fish gills. In the next moment, Chu Feng felt his breathing become smooth, no different from being on land. Truly worthy of the SSS-grade gourmet cell innate ability. Adapting to underwater life so quickly, breathing by absorbing oxygen from the seawater through the skin. This is incredible. Chu Feng was astonished. The gourmet cell innate ability had adapted to underwater life, allowing Chu Feng to survive in the water like a fish. Coupled with the extreme vision ability, he could clearly see everything in the seabed. With this, Chu Feng felt no discomfort underwater. After adapting to the environment, Chu Feng stood 1,000 meters deep in the sea and activated extreme vision. There were no sea beasts around, not even fish. The silence was somewhat unusual. Activating anti-gravity flight to fly to one side, the speed of flight in the water is slightly affected but negligible. After flying for a while, there were still no signs of any sea beasts. Why haven't I seen a single sea beast? Something's not right. Chu Feng stood on the seabed, a look of confusion appearing on his face. He then activated gravity detection wave, and a gravitational wave emanated from Chu Feng, spreading in all directions. The next second, Chu Feng's expression changed. The gravity detection wave revealed countless sea beasts in a sea area beyond his line of sight. What's going on? Why are all the sea beasts gathered in one place, and heading toward the coast? Wait, could it be a sea beast tide? Thinking of this, Chu Feng flew rapidly in one direction. Before long, he stood on the seabed 10,000 meters deep and activated extreme vision, looking ahead. At the edge of his vision, countless sea beasts appeared. Giant sea elephants, horned sea snakes, ramming sea turtles, diamond octopuses, devil shrimp, ranging from 2nd to 5th tier. Chu Feng's gaze darkened. Without hesitation, he retrieved the Black God battle blade from his personal devouring space, gripping it tightly in his right hand. His strength surged to the limit, muscles bulging, as he activated Crustal Cleave, stacking 600 times gravity, and violently slashed horizontally. Swish! The black blade energy split the entire sea area in two. The staff member monitoring the detection instruments said, "Director Guan, look. This is the footage from earlier. It seems a martial artist appeared and killed a large number of sea beasts. As for why the sea beasts disappeared, that's unclear." Someone questioned, "A martial artist?" Another person expressed disbelief. A martial artist entering the Demon Sea? Impossible. At this moment, Director Guan said, "No. Before this, there was indeed a martial artist who entered the Demon Sea." Suddenly, Director Guan seemed to realize something and said, "That's right. It must be Chu Feng who took action." The martial artist forum mentioned that many ferocious beasts in the ruins were devoured by Chu Feng. It seems Chu Feng is devouring the sea beasts, which is why they disappeared. I'll go take a look. Then, Director Guan left someone in charge of command, and, along with a few others, flew toward the Demon Sea at an incredible speed. When they entered the Demon Sea, they were stunned to see a young man wielding a battle blade in his right hand, frantically slaughtering sea beasts. The young man seemed completely unaffected by the seawater, moving like a mermaid in its natural habitat. The blade energy from his right-hand weapon split both 2nd-tier and 5th-tier sea beasts in half with the same ease. Afterward, the young man unleashed a terrifying devouring force, consuming all the slain sea beasts, and even those not yet dead, completely. How is this possible? Hiss. This is terrifying. Is he going to wipe out the entire sea beast tide by himself? This. Director Guan and the others were horrified. Meanwhile, Chu Feng paid no attention to anything else. He continued to madly slash at the sea beasts while devouring them. As he consumed more and more sea beasts, his internal energy surged, and his aura skyrocketed. Boom! No one knew how much time had passed when a terrifying wave of energy erupted from within Chu Feng, his momentum overwhelming. That's right, he had broken through to 6 stars. With the breakthrough to 6 stars, 4 black devouring gravity spheres appeared behind Chu Feng. Each sphere emitted 200 times the gravitational force, totaling 800 times the crushing gravity. The space itself seemed to distort. The horrifying devouring force extended over a range of tens of thousands of meters. Even more terrifying, under the influence of his gourmet cells, his skin gleamed with a metallic luster, and the strength of his physical body increased dozens of times. From a distance, Director Guan and the other martial artists noticed the changes in Chu Feng's body. Feeling the terrifying gravity and devouring force, their expressions changed drastically. 6 stars? Hiss, breaking through during battle? How monstrous! Chu Feng felt power surging through his entire body. With 4 black spheres trailing behind him, he flew forward, the seawater seemingly parting in his wake. The densely packed sea beasts were directly devoured by his delicious devour ability. Many sea beasts tried to flee, but they were locked in place by the devouring force, unable to escape. In an instant, tens of thousands more sea beasts were forcibly devoured by Chu Feng. At that moment, a terrifying roar echoed from the depths of the sea, shaking the entire demon sea. Chu Feng stood in the deep sea, feeling a significant pressure. Soon, he saw an enormous figure roaring towards him, with seawater behind it forming a tsunami thousands of meters high. That massive figure was a terrifying whale, covered in a thick layer of meteorite, over 3,000 meters long and 2,500 meters tall, with blood-red eyes flashing with ferocious light. It emitted an astonishing pressure. It's the meteorite whale. Run quickly! Captain Guan's face changed drastically, hurriedly transmitting a message to everyone before immediately fleeing. Chu Feng also heard Captain Guan's transmission, and his expression slightly shifted. Indeed, the creature that appeared was the meteorite whale, a 7th-tier ferocious beast. In the Demon Sea, it wasn't the strongest, but it was still a terrifying existence. Even more frightening was the fact that behind the meteorite whale were a million other sea beasts, ranging in strength from 4th to 6th tier. Chu Feng didn't flee immediately, but gripped the Black God battle blade tightly, fully activating Crustal Cleave with 800 times gravity. Unleashing a violent slash. Swish! The blade energy split the sea in two, emitting a piercing hum, and the space distorted in waves. The next second, the blade energy landed on the meteorite whale's head. With a pft, blood spurted out, instantly dyeing the surrounding seawater red. The meteorite whale let out a miserable scream, a shocking knife wound appearing on its head. Its thick meteorite-layered defense was broken. However, that slash didn't kill it. Captain Guan and the others, witnessing this scene, twitched at the corners of their mouths. Damn, this kid is too bold. He's only 6-star and dares to fight a 7th-tier meteorite whale, even managing to severely injure it with one slash. Terrifying. As expected of the meteorite whale, such strong defense. Chu Feng frowned, his figure moving as he immediately retreated. Even with Crustal Cleave and 800 times gravity, he couldn't kill it. Chu Feng knew he couldn't defeat it in a short time and had no choice but to leave for now. Damn human. You actually broke through my defense. It hurts. All of you, die. The meteorite whale roared in anger, opening its mouth and unleashing a shocking light beam aimed at Chu Feng. Whoosh! The speed of the light beam was unbelievably fast. It was the meteorite whale's signature move, Meteorite Ray. It was said that a single strike of Meteorite Ray could shatter a moon-sized meteorite. Its destructive power and penetration were terrifying. Even 8th-tier ferocious beasts might not be able to withstand it. Chu Feng realized this, but couldn't dodge. At the critical moment, he activated Invincible Golden Body. As golden light enveloped his body, the meteorite ray struck him. Bang! Chu Feng was hit by the meteorite ray, the immense force propelling him backward, instantly sending him flying out of the Demon Sea. Captain Guan and the others saw this, their faces changing drastically, but they didn't hesitate and fled even faster. Roar! The meteorite whale roared, shaking the entire Demon Sea. The million sea beasts behind it seemed to respond to its call, roaring one after another and charging forward like a tidal wave. Boom! Meanwhile, Chu Feng, struck by the meteorite ray, was sent flying out of the Demon Sea, landing on the sandy beach of the buffer zone. Standing up, he patted the sand off his body and muttered, "Damn, flew pretty far." Fortunately, the invincible golden body was activated in time. Otherwise, being hit by the meteor ray would have resulted in severe injuries, if not death. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh! At this moment, several figures flew out of the Demon Sea. It was Guan Chang and his team. They saw Chu Feng standing unharmed on the beach, leisurely brushing sand off his body, and were instantly dumbfounded. No way, he survived the meteor ray from the meteor whale unscathed? This? How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Guan Chang and the others were in disbelief. It was well known that even 8-star warriors dared not withstand the meteor whale's meteor ray head-on. Legend has it that the meteor ray could knock down meteors on the moon. Yet, Chu Feng, a mere 6-star warrior, was hit and not only survived but remained completely unharmed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if their lives depended on it. After all, when Chu Feng was struck earlier, they all thought he was doomed. Guan Chang and his team landed beside Chu Feng, looking at him as if he were a monster, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Freak. Too freakish. Not a single scratch. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Kid, how did you block all the damage from the meteor?" "Ray?" Chu Feng smiled calmly. "Was it that hard?" When Guan Chang and the others heard this, their faces showed utter speechlessness. Damn it, even 8-star warriors wouldn't dare say that, and this kid is only 6-star. Guan Chang took a deep breath, his expression serious, and said, "All right, everyone, let's retreat to the checkpoint. First, the sea beast tide is coming, we need to prepare for battle. This battle concerns the survival of humanity. Kid, you come back with me too." Chu Feng nodded. He had come to the Demon Sea primarily to capture the Overlord Shark. But he hadn't found it yet. However, the Overlord Shark was definitely here, most likely among the sea beast tide. Retreating to the checkpoint first and capturing it when it appeared would suffice. Chu Feng and the others quickly returned to the checkpoint. Looking around, they saw soldiers and warriors everywhere, all ready for battle, standing in formation. "Guan Chang, you're back." A muscular soldier warrior quickly ran over. "What's the situation on the Demon Sea side?" Guan Chang's expression was grave. "The sea beast tide is here, numbering in the millions, led by the meteor whale. Has Commander Ding emerged from seclusion?" The muscular soldier replied, "Commander Ding hasn't emerged yet, but we've already sent him the message." Guan Chang continued, "What about the Warrior Alliance?" The muscular soldier said, "We've reported to them as well. They're sending reinforcements." Guan Chang nodded. "Good. Everyone, prepare for battle." Chu Feng stood on the city wall, gazing toward the Demon Sea. The entire sea was surging with waves, as if the entire Demon Sea was moving. Guan Chang stood beside Chu Feng, also looking toward the Demon Sea, his expression grim. "They're here." At that moment, heads began emerging from the Demon Sea, transforming into terrifying sea beasts. They climbed ashore one after another, advancing toward the checkpoint in a massive, overwhelming wave. Their mouths emitted roars that were deafening, echoing through the skies. Seeing this scene, even many well-trained soldier warriors showed a trace of fear on their faces. The checkpoint commander shouted loudly, "Hold steady, don't panic. Prepare all laser cannons, wait for my command, then fire." Thousands of laser cannons on the city wall were already in position, aimed at the tide of sea beasts, ready to fire at any moment. Boom 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 on one side, tens of thousands of sea beasts charged madly, their momentum overwhelming. On the other side, countless soldiers and martial artists remained calm and prepared to fight. Chu Feng didn't waste words and got ready for battle. Although he was still just a prospective college student, this kind of battle was not something he was supposed to participate in, but he couldn't leave. Besides, the Overlord Shark hadn't been found yet. The tide of sea beasts drew closer. Tens of thousands of sea beasts emerged from the Demon Sea, surging forward toward the checkpoint, their roars echoing through the skies. As the tide of sea beasts reached the central buffer zone, the checkpoint commander ordered the firing of the laser cannons. Boom boom, in an instant, thousands of laser cannons erupted, energy waves roaring out, changing the color of the sky and earth. If these laser cannons were placed on Blue Star, they would undoubtedly be top-tier killing weapons. But here, against the sea beasts, their effect was minimal. Almost no threat at all. The laser cannons killed many sea beasts, but even more sea beasts appeared in a frenzy. Moreover, many sea beasts had innate abilities and could launch long-range attacks. Demon sea lions, hell sea bulls, empress seahorses, and other sea beasts spewed terrifying water wave attacks from their mouths. The human martial artists immediately responded. Countless soldiers and martial artists activated their innate abilities, creating a massive flame barrier to block the water wave attacks. At that moment, a gigantic fish head emerged from the demon sea. It was the meteor whale surfacing, its icy eyes staring ahead as it opened its mouth and unleashed a meteor ray. Boom! The meteor ray flashed instantly, striking the flame barrier formed by countless soldiers and martial artists. With a deafening explosion, the flame barrier shattered instantly, and many soldiers and martial artists perished tragically. Not good. The meteor whale has made its move. Has Commander Ding not come out yet? The checkpoint commander's face was extremely grim. At present, only Commander Ding could deal with the meteor whale. The meteor whale opened its mouth again, energy gathering. Not good, the meteor whale is about to attack again. Damn it, we can't resist at all. The checkpoint commander and countless others looked ashen. Suddenly, the meteor whale spewed out the meteor ray. Just as the meteor ray was about to hit the city wall, a strange vortex suddenly appeared. The meteor ray struck the vortex and instantly disappeared. The next second, the vortex appeared above the heads of countless sea beasts. The meteor ray emerged from it, blasting into the sea beasts and pulverizing many of them. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers and martial artists were dumbfounded. What was going on? The meteor whale's meteor ray was redirected? Who did this? Thank heavens! Indeed. It was Chu Feng who had acted just now, using devouring gravity transfer to redirect the meteor ray into the tide of sea beasts. The meteor whale also noticed the anomaly, its gaze locking onto Chu Feng instantly. But when it saw Chu Feng, its entire body trembled. How was this possible? Why was this human still alive after taking a direct hit from the meteor ray? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The furious meteorite whale opened its mouth, continuously firing meteorite rays. Waves of light roared forward. All the soldiers and martial artists turned pale. A single meteorite ray was already unstoppable, and now so many were coming at once they could only wait for death. Chu Feng's gaze darkened as he repeatedly activated devouring gravity transfer, redirecting all the meteorite rays into the sea beast tide. Boom, boom, boom! In an instant, countless sea beasts were killed, shattered into pieces. All the soldiers and martial artists were dumbfounded, then one by one noticed that it was Chu Feng who had acted. Their eyes turned to him, filled with astonishment. Who is this kid? He's the one who saved everyone. He doesn't seem to be a soldier. Isn't that Chu Feng? The recently famous prospective college student. That's right, it's Chu Feng, the one who signed the life and death contract with Hao Yu Kai. So it's him. But isn't he a 4-star? How can he even transfer the meteorite whales attacks? 4-star? Impossible, his vitality is 6-star. 6-star? It's really 6-star, but half a month ago he was clearly only 4-star. Commander Guan and the others looked at Chu Feng with changed expressions. Earlier, they had witnessed Chu Feng being hit by a meteorite ray without a scratch, and now he could even transfer the meteorite rays. Incredible! Roared the meteorite whale, seeing its attacks redirected by Chu Feng to hit its own kind, was instantly enraged. Its massive tail swept across, causing the entire demon sea to roar, transforming into a tsunami thousands of meters high, crazily surging toward the checkpoint. The tsunami is coming! The tsunami is coming! Attack, quickly attack! All the soldiers and martial artists were horrified, hastily launching long-range attacks. Fireballs bombarded the tsunami, but it was like moths to a flame. It's no use, we can't stop it. The checkpoint is doomed. Don't give up, keep attacking. Chu Feng's gaze darkened. He gripped the Black God battle blade in his right hand, ready to act. But at that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from beneath the checkpoint, accompanied by a chilling, fearsome presence. Feeling this icy aura, all the soldiers and martial artists were overjoyed. Commander Ding! It's Commander Ding! Commander Ding has emerged. Whoosh! Sure enough, the next second, a figure flew out from underground. In an instant, cold air spread from him, freezing the entire space as if time had stopped. Chu Feng looked over and saw a man. In his 60s or 70s, dressed in military uniform, with a muscular build and terrifying cold energy swirling around him. As Chu Feng looked at him, Commander Ding also glanced at Chu Feng and smiled, saying, "Kid, well done." With that, he flashed forward, arriving in front of the towering tsunami. He placed his hand on the tsunami, and the moment his hand touched it, the tsunami visibly froze. Within seconds, the entire tsunami turned into a massive block of ice. Even the demon sea itself formed a layer of ice, and many sea beasts became ice sculptures. The meteorite whale's enormous body also turned into an ice sculpture. But in the next second, with a crack, the meteorite whale broke through the ice layer, opened its mouth, and shot a meteorite ray toward Ding Junsho. An ice wall appeared in front of Ding Junsho, forcibly blocking the meteorite ray attack. With a flick of his finger, an extreme flash of ice pierced through the meteorite whale's head. At the same time, the entire body of the meteorite whale was frozen again, forming an ice sculpture. It was dead. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers and martial artists were shocked. Killing a 7th-tier ferocious beast, the meteorite whale, in one move, too terrifying. Chu Feng's expression remained calm. Ding Junsho's innate ability was extreme cold ice, and his cultivation had already reached 9 stars. Killing the meteorite whale with one strike was entirely normal. Boom! At that moment, a black trident flew out from the depths of the demon sea, aiming straight at Ding Junsho. Ding Junsho frowned and dodged in a flash. Boom! The trident struck the ice layer below, instantly shattering it, visibly melting it. Roar! More sea beasts roared angrily from the demon sea, surging forward as always. Ding Junsho's gaze turned toward the depths of the demon sea. Chu Feng also looked in that direction. Suddenly, a black humanoid figure shot out from the demon sea, and the black trident flew backward, landing in the hand of the black humanoid monster. Looking at the humanoid monster, its appearance was somewhat similar to the sea monkey from the Grave Robbers Chronicles, ugly with protruding teeth. However, its skin was iron black, exuding a terrifying aura, and the trident in its hand radiated immense energy. An 8th-tier ferocious beast. Chu Feng's heart stirred. The aura of the sea monkey was slightly stronger than the demonic venomous snake he had encountered before. Roar! The sea monkey let out a roar, its voice like a tsunami, shaking the entire space. With a hum, many soldiers and martial artists with weaker strength were directly shocked into bleeding from their 7 orifices, falling unconscious. Chu Feng also felt discomfort, but it was within his tolerance. As the sea monkey roared, more sea beasts appeared behind it. The entire sea surface was densely packed with figures, terrifying beyond measure. Clearly, the million sea beasts led by the meteorite whale earlier were just the first wave. Now, the sea beasts led by the sea monkey were the second wave, even larger in number. Seeing more sea beasts. As the trident trembled, the surrounding space emitted a crack sound, and the ice on the trident shattered. Fortunately, the trident's offensive also subsided. In the distance, the sea monkey flashed over, reached out to grab the trident, and then appeared in front of Ding Junsho, violently sweeping across. A black light wave flashed out from the trident, tearing through space and striking toward Ding Junsho. Ding Junsho's gaze shifted, and the black light wave was frozen by ice just before it landed on him, then shattered. The sea monkey threw the trident again, but this time the trident spun rapidly, distorting space and stirring up waves of sea dragons, which roared toward Ding Junsho. Crack, all the sea dragons were frozen, but the rapidly spinning trident generated high heat, making it temporarily impossible to freeze, and it struck Ding Junsho's abdomen. Bang! Ding Junsho was sent flying, instantly crossing countless kilometers. The sea monkey let out a strange cry, grabbed the trident again, and threw it, chasing after Ding Junsho, while its figure also flashed away. The two entered into fierce combat. Meanwhile, a vast wave of sea beasts surged toward the demon gate. The gate commander took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, prepare to charge out and kill the enemy. Kill! Kill! Kill!" As the gate commander's voice fell, all the soldiers and martial artists roared, "They're killing! Intense soaring. Then, under the gate commander's lead, countless soldiers and martial artists charged out, unleashing their innate abilities with imposing momentum, attacking the sea beasts. Chu Feng did not rush to act but instead activated extreme vision to scan through the countless sea beasts, searching for the overlord shark. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and his gaze landed on a shark covered in knife scars, its mouth full of sharp teeth, and its pair of red eyes gleaming with ferocity. Every move it made exuded an aura of dominance. No doubt about it. It was the overlord shark. With astonishing speed, it charged out of the demon sea, landed on the ground, and swept its tail, sliding rapidly across the land as if it were a giant truck, moving as fast as other sea beasts with legs and arms. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng did not hesitate and immediately activated devouring gravity transfer. In the next second, he appeared above the overlord shark's head. His overwhelming aura erupted entirely, and the devouring gravity sphere activated, with 4 black spheres hanging behind him. Each sphere released over 200 times the gravity, totaling more than 800 times the gravity, crushing the surroundings. At the same time, a terrifying devouring force rolled out from the black spheres, forcibly pulling everything around toward him. At this moment, Chu Feng resembled a terrifying black hole, capturing all the surrounding sea beasts, crushing and pulling them toward him. The overlord shark was directly crushed to the ground, roaring in anger and struggling, but to no avail. Chu Feng activated Gravity Palm, stacking 800 times the gravity, and slapped the overlord shark's head. Boom! The overlord shark's head exploded on the spot, killing it instantly. Witnessing this scene, the gate commander and countless charging soldiers and martial artists froze, stopping in their tracks, their eyes filled with shock. In their line of sight, Chu Feng appeared like a god of war, suddenly moving with an eerie speed faster than their own, appearing in the midst of the sea beast tide. His body emitted terrifying gravity and devouring forces, crushing all sea beasts within several kilometers to the ground, while pulling even more distant sea beasts into the range of his gravity, forcibly suppressing them. Hiss! Hiss hiss! Hiss hiss hiss! Countless soldiers and martial artists drew in sharp breaths, their eyes filled with shock. One man, crushing sea beasts within a range of several kilometers. Among them were 4th tier, 5th tier, and even 6th tier beasts. Yet regardless of their rank, all sea beasts were mercilessly crushed by Chu Feng. Some 4th tier sea beasts were directly crushed to the point of bodily explosion, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. Commander Guan was utterly shocked, his gaze toward Chu Feng changing once more. This young man had left him in awe too many times. First, he had injured the meteor whale with a single slash, then blocked its attacks unscathed, even redirecting them. And now, he was suppressing tens of thousands of sea beasts all on his own. Even an 8-star martial artist couldn't achieve such feats. But Chu Feng was clearly only a 6-star. This was beyond Commander Guan's comprehension. However, Commander Guan quickly noticed something and urgently ordered, "Everyone, don't get close to Chu Feng. Getting close to Chu Feng might lead to being crushed fatal." Chu Feng didn't think much of it. After obliterating the overlord shark, he raised his right hand and directly activated Delicious Devour to consume it. Ding! Devoured overlord shark. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, Intuition. Would you like to cultivate it? The system notification sounded. Chu Feng immediately thought, cultivate. Ding! Intuition cultivation successful. As the system's voice fell, Chu Feng's eyes became clearer, and his whole being seemed to merge with the world around him. He could clearly perceive everything around him, including his own body. So this is intuition? It's incredible! Chu Feng marveled internally. With the enhancement of intuition, he felt as though he had a god's eye view, with an exceptionally clear perception of his surroundings, especially an extremely precise ability to locate danger. Now, even though he stood amidst a tide of 1,000,000 sea beasts, he didn't feel the slightest threat. Moreover, he felt that if he wished, he could slay the surrounding sea beasts one by one. Without hesitation, Chu Feng gripped the Black God battle blade tightly in his right hand, activating crystal cutting with 800 times gravity. Under the guidance of intuition, he swung horizontally to one side. Swoosh! A black blade aura, dozens of kilometers long, flashed past, twisting and tearing space apart. Sweeping across, wherever it passed, countless sea beasts were split in half, dying on the spot. Commander Guan and countless soldiers and martial artists were stunned as they watched, their faces filled with horror. A single slash, just one, had killed tens of thousands of sea beasts. Among them, many were fifth-tier sea beasts. Terrifying. Chu Feng wasted no time. With the devouring gravity sphere trailing behind him, he moved, appearing on the other side. Raising his right hand, he activated Delicious Devour, instantly locking onto over 1,000 dead sea beasts and consuming them all in one go. The demon egg of the gourmet cells within his body frantically absorbed the delicious energy, while Chu Feng's vitality continued to surge. In just 1 minute, Chu Feng had devoured tens of thousands of sea beasts. His aura didn't diminish in the slightest, instead, it grew explosively stronger. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. More sea beasts, like mad creatures, charged at Chu Feng, attempting to annihilate him. As soon as the sea beasts entered the range of the devouring gravity sphere, they were mercilessly crushed. Unable to move. Some weaker ones were directly crushed to the point of their bodies exploding, dying instantly. It could be said that Chu Feng alone suppressed millions of sea beasts. Commander Guan and countless soldiers and martial artists looked at Chu Feng as if they were witnessing a god of slaughter. Fortunately, with Chu Feng present, the millions of sea beasts charging toward Demon Pass were completely unable to breach it. Chu Feng wasted no words, continuously unleashing crustal cutting and gravity palm, killing countless sea beasts and then absorbing them without pause. At that moment, Chu Feng instinctively sensed a trace of danger approaching. Under the effect of his intuition, his body reacted almost automatically, activating Gravity Leap and instantly teleporting away. Just as Chu Feng teleported, an enormous tentacle shot out from the demon sea, slamming down violently. Countless sea beasts were smashed into pulp, and the sandy buffer zone was struck, leaving a terrifying trench. Boom! 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 Immediately afterward, massive tentacles surged out of the demon sea, 8 of them threshing wildly in the air, creating a horrifying sight. A powerful aura emanated as a gigantic octopus head emerged, its lantern-sized eyes glowing, its mouth full of sharp teeth, exuding an extraordinary terror. Chu Feng hovered in midair, his gaze fixed on the octopus. Its 8 tentacles were covered with countless eyeballs that rotated incessantly, and its body was also covered with numerous eyes, making its appearance extremely frightening. This was the eyeball octopus. A 7th-tier ferocious beast. Stronger by far than the meteor whale. Roar! The eyeball octopus's lantern-like eyes flickered with a strange light, and it emitted an eerie sound from its mouth. At that moment, countless other sea beasts seemed to receive an order and immediately retreated into the demon sea. The sea beast tide is retreating? This? Commander Guan and countless soldiers were stunned. Chu Feng's expression also changed slightly. Have they realized that I'm devouring sea beasts to continuously enhance my strength and won't allow me to continue doing so? In fact, Chu Feng's guess was correct. The eyeball octopus had been lurking there all along, observing everything on the battlefield. It discovered that this human, Chu Feng, was extraordinarily formidable, and the sea beasts couldn't even approach him. Even more terrifying was that Chu Feng could devour sea beasts to grow stronger. To Chu Feng, sea beasts were a great source of nourishment. Upon realizing this, the eyeball octopus could no longer remain calm and hurriedly summoned all the sea beasts to retreat. At the very least, it needed to kill Chu Feng before allowing the sea beast tide to attack again. Otherwise, the sea beast tide would only become Chu Feng's sustenance. With a heavy aura, Chu Feng did not hesitate and directly charged toward the retreating sea beast tide, continuing to devour them. Commander Guan and countless soldiers and martial artists were dumbfounded. Damn! The sea beast tide is retreating, and he still dares to chase after them? What a fierce man! In one breath, Chu Feng devoured thousands more sea beasts. However, the eyeball octopus could no longer sit still. With a roar, its 8 tentacles lashed out at Chu Feng. Under the enhancement of intuition, Chu Feng sensed the danger and instinctively dodged the attack in a flash. At the same time, his right hand erupted with power, muscles bulging, gripping the Black God battle blade tightly, and he unleashed crustal cutting combined with 800 times gravity, slashing furiously. Swoosh! The terrifying blade aura instantly landed on the eyeball octopus, forcibly severing all 8 of its tentacles. Splatter, splatter. Blood sprayed out. The eyeball octopus let out a miserable scream, but soon, its severed tentacles visibly regenerated. Simultaneously, the eyeball octopus opened its mouth and spewed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Endless black ink erupted like a volcano, enveloping the entire space. Commander Guan's expression changed drastically. Retreat quickly. It's poisonous ink. Countless soldiers and martial artists, under Commander Guan's lead, quickly retreated. In an instant, half of the buffer zone was shrouded in the poisonous ink. Some sea beasts that couldn't escape in time dissolved into black water within it. Zoom! Chu Feng burst out from the poisonous ink. With the poison immunity skill in effect, his body remained completely unharmed, though his clothes were slightly corroded. In a flash, he activated Gravity Leap, appearing above the eyeball octopus's head, unleashing his most powerful slash. The eyeball octopus, seeing Chu Feng emerge unscathed, revealed an expression of disbelief. What's going on? Why is this human immune to poison? Damn it! In that very moment, the eyeball octopus sensed an overwhelming sense of danger and, without hesitation, began to sink into the demon sea. Trying to escape? Chu Feng's gaze sharpened. His left hand activated Gravity Palm, locking onto the eyeball octopus and forcibly pulling it back. The eyeball octopus attempted to dive into the sea, but under the pull of a black hole-like force, it couldn't go under and was instead dragged upward. Swoosh! A black blade aura shot out from the Black God Battle Blade, instantly striking the eyeball octopus's head. Splatter! Blood sprayed everywhere. The eyeball octopus's head was split in two, brain matter spilling out, and blood dyeing the seawater red. Yet, it seemed not entirely dead. Its 8 tentacles still writhed, and the countless eyes on its body flickered eerily. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng immediately activated Delicious Devour, locking onto the regenerating eyeball octopus and swiftly consuming it. Intuition had pinpointed the eyeball octopus's weak spot on its head. Under the guidance of intuition, Chu Feng's body instinctively attacked its weak point, securing victory in one strike. If he had attacked anywhere else, the eyeball octopus would have regenerated instantly. After devouring the eyeball octopus, and deducting the portion consumed by the gourmet cell demon egg, Chu Feng still gained at least 500 vitality points. Commander Guan and countless soldiers and martial artists were once again utterly stunned by Chu Feng's terrifying prowess, their mouths agape in shock. Hiss! Hiss hiss! Hiss hiss hiss! Commander Guan and the others took sharp breaths, too astonished to speak a word. A 7th-tier ferocious beast, the eyeball octopus, far stronger than the meteor whale, was killed by this young man in a single slash and devoured. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it, even if beaten to death. The sea beast tide has retreated? Chu Feng ignored their shock. Activating gravity detection wave, he discovered countless sea beasts diving into the demon sea, retreating far away. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the direction of Demon Pass. Turning his head, he saw a group of martial artists flying toward them. Leading the group was an elder with red hair. Exuding an overwhelming fiery aura, clearly a 9-star warrior. Chu Feng recognized him as Elder Hong from the Warrior Alliance headquarters. Behind Elder Hong were several 6-star and 7-star warriors. They had come as reinforcements. When the sea beast tide appeared in the Demon Sea, the information was reported, and Elder Hong from the Warrior Alliance headquarters quickly led a team over. However, as Elder Hong looked at the calm Demon Sea, he frowned. Wasn't there supposed to be a sea beast tide? Why wasn't it here? Commander Guan's expression shifted, and he quickly flew over. Respectfully saying, "Greetings, Elder Hong." Elder Hong nodded slightly. Commander Guan, where is the sea beast tide? Commander Guan took a deep breath. The sea beast tide seems to have retreated. In truth, he wasn't sure why the sea beast tide had retreated. But if he had to give a reason, he would think it had something to do with Chu Feng. Retreated? Elder Hong found it hard to believe. Explain, what exactly happened? Sea beast tides don't retreat so easily. 500 years ago, the sea beast tide came with the intent to destroy humanity, and this time was no different. It was impossible for it to retreat so easily. Commander Guan organized his thoughts and recounted the entire process. This time, if it weren't for Chu Feng, we would have suffered heavy losses. Perhaps the retreat of the sea beast tide is related to him. Hearing this, Elder Hong nodded, his gaze falling on Chu Feng, who stood above the demon sea. Sensing Chu Feng's impressive aura, Elder Hong's lips curled into a smile. This kid, his strength has grown significantly again. 6-star? Truly surprising. Elder Hong was familiar with Chu Feng. Back when Chu Feng signed a life and death contract with Hao Yukai and caused a massive uproar, Elder Hong had watched the live broadcast. Noticing Elder Hong's gaze, Chu Feng looked back at him and smiled. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure flew over from the depths of the demon sea, radiating a chilling aura. It was Commander Ding returning. Commander Ding approached Chu Feng and looked at him. Kid, killing the eyeball octopus with one strike, not bad. To kill a 7th-tier beast with 6-star strength was an unprecedented feat in human history. Chu Feng chuckled. By the way, Commander Ding, what about that sea monkey? Commander Ding shook his head. It escaped. Alright, let's go. The sea beast tide has retreated and shouldn't appear again for a while. With that, he disappeared in a flash. Chu Feng followed him and flew away. Back at the Demon Pass, Chu Feng felt countless incredulous gazes directed at him, and many people nodded and greeted him. For a moment, Chu Feng's popularity soared. Chu Feng smiled and nodded in response. While Elder Hong, Commander Ding, Commander Guan, and others were discussing something, Chu Feng quietly slipped away. In a luxurious villa. Elder Hao, you're aware of the situation at the Demon Sea, right? That brat Chu Feng is growing at an alarming rate, he must be eliminated. Qin Ran said. He had just learned about the sea beast tide at the Demon Sea and how Chu Feng had showcased his skills, even slaying a 7th-tier sea beast, the eyeball octopus. It had truly frightened him. After all, back when Chu Feng signed the life and death contract with Hao Yukai, Qin Ran had assisted Hao Yukai. Moreover, he had already discovered that Qin Yi's death might be related to Chu Feng. It could be said that Chu Feng and the Qin family were now mortal enemies. More importantly, if Chu Feng were to uncover what the Qin family was secretly doing, once exposed, the Qin family would be doomed. Therefore, Chu Feng must die. Otherwise, he wouldn't even sleep peacefully. Elder Hao took a sip of red wine, his expression calm. Why panic? That kid's growth is indeed monstrous. If we let him continue to grow, it will be very troublesome. Those old guys want to protect him, so I can't act against him, but now there's an opportunity. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Qin Ran quickly asked, Elder Hao, do you already have a plan? Elder Hao nodded. This time, the sea beast tide at Demon Pass is an opportunity. Qin Ran was puzzled. The sea beast tide at Demon Pass was said online to have been repelled by Chu Feng, making him a hero. How could it be an opportunity to kill Chu Feng? Elder Hao did not explain but finished his red wine. This time, I will personally take action. Chu Feng? Blame yourself for offending the Hao family. Chu Feng was unaware of this. On his way back to the military training department, he suddenly sensed malicious intent approaching, furrowing his brows as he stopped mid-air. Activating extreme vision, he looked to the side, his gaze piercing through infinite space, seeing a group of martial artists flying toward him. Leading them was Elder Hao from the Martial Artist Alliance headquarters, followed by several stewards from the headquarters. Coming for me? Xu Feng's expression shifted slightly. In moments, Elder Hao and the others arrived before Chu Feng. As soon as they arrived, Elder Hao coldly announced, Chu Feng, you triggered the sea beast tide at Demon Sea, nearly driving humanity to extinction. You are guilty. We are here to arrest you. Hearing this, Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, then laughed. I triggered the sea beast tide? Elder Hao, your skill in framing and fabricating is quite impressive. He had just entered Demon Sea and discovered the sea beast tide. How could he have triggered it? It seemed Elder Hao had realized Chu Feng's growth was too terrifying and felt threatened, so he found an excuse to eliminate him. Elder Hao's gaze revealed a trace of venom. Whatever you have to say, save it for the martial artist court. Arrest him, take him away. As long as Chu Feng was captured and sent to the martial artist court, then imprisoned. In the martial artist prison, even if they couldn't kill him, they could ensure he would never come out. If Chu Feng dared to resist arrest, it would be the perfect excuse to execute him on the spot. As Elder Hao's words fell, the stewards behind him immediately moved to capture Chu Feng. Boom! Chu Feng instantly unleashed his aura, with 4 devouring gravity spheres hanging behind him, enveloping the area with over 800 times gravity. The stewards attempting to approach Chu Feng were directly crushed by the gravity, falling from mid-air. Seeing this, Elder Hao sneered, "Very well. Chu Feng, you dare resist arrest and severely injure the stewards of the Martial Artist Alliance headquarters. You are bold. Indeed. You deserve death." As he spoke, he unleashed the aura of a 9-star martial artist, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Boom! The aura of a 9-star martial artist erupted like a volcanic explosion, sweeping like a tsunami, instantly filling the entire sky and earth. The air became thick and heavy, as if solidified, and even the light seemed to distort under its pressure. Elder Hao's energy surged around him, his robes fluttering noiselessly, producing a sharp sound. Just by standing there, he exuded an unshakable, mountain-like oppressive aura. This was the first time Chu Feng directly experienced the full pressure of a 9-star warrior. Although he had previously encountered powerful figures like Commander Ding and Elder Hong, they had not directed hostility or their aura at him. At this moment, under Elder Hao's unrestrained killing intent and overwhelming presence, Chu Feng felt like a lone boat in a raging storm. His bones emitted faint creaking sounds, as if they could be crushed by this invisible force at any moment. The gravity field, amplified over 800 times, began to fluctuate violently under the impact of the 9-star warrior's aura. Its range was forcibly compressed, allowing several stewards who had been pinned to the ground to break free partially. They retreated to a distance in disarray, watching the confrontation between the two with lingering fear. "Boy, do you think you can challenge the might of a 9-star warrior with just this gravity ability?" Elder Hao's voice was icy, tinged with disdain. "Today, I'll show you what a true gap in power looks like." Before his words had fully fallen, Elder Hao's figure suddenly blurred. Chu Feng's intuition screamed warnings. Almost simultaneously with Elder Hao's movement, he instinctively activated gravity jump. Whoosh! Chu Feng's figure vanished from his original position in an instant. In the very next moment, the void where he had just stood was silently struck by a palm brimming with terrifying energy. The space shattered like a mirror, revealing a pitch-black void. If Chu Feng had been even a fraction of a second slower, he would have been gravely injured or even killed. A spatial jump ability? A flicker of surprise flashed in Elder Hao's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an even stronger killing intent. "Let's see how many times you can jump." He locked onto Chu Feng's reappearance point with his spiritual sense and moved again, his speed even faster than before, closing in like a teleportation. Chu Feng's heart sank. The speed of a 9-star warrior far exceeded his expectations. Even with gravity jump, it was extremely dangerous when the opponent was prepared. He dared not hold back any longer. The Black God Blade instantly appeared in his hand, and the power of his gourmet cells erupted fully. His muscles bulged, and his blood surged. Devouring gravity sphere, full release. Buzz! Behind him, 4 black spheres spun wildly, forcibly increasing the gravity multiplier to 850 times. At the same time, a terrifying devouring force, like countless invisible tendrils, reached out to entangle the rapidly approaching Elder Hao, attempting to slow him down. "Petty tricks. Break for me." Elder Hao snorted coldly. With a surge of energy, the devouring force and gravity field, which could render a 6-star warrior immobile, were forcibly torn open, only slightly affecting his speed. He was still astonishingly fast. Crustal cleave. Without hesitation, Chu Feng, guided by his intuition, slashed in the direction of the greatest perceived threat. This was his strongest strike to date. The Black God Blade, enhanced by 850 times gravity, unleashed a blade aura that transformed into a black line, silently tearing through the heavens and earth. It carried a terrifying, destructive power capable of annihilating everything, and it slashed directly at Elder Hao. Facing the blade that had once slain his 7th-tier beast, Elder Hao's expression grew slightly solemn, but he did not dodge. Instead, he clenched his right fist, which gathered a dazzling golden light, as if holding a miniature sun. Star-shattering fist. With a punch, the golden light burst forth, colliding fiercely with the black blade energy. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and an energy storm swept outward from the collision point. The ground below seemed to be plowed by an invisible giant, mountains collapsed, and trees turned to dust. The terrifying energy shockwave sent several distant stewards watching the battle flying. Chu Feng felt an indescribable force transmitted through the Black God Battleblade. His tiger's mouth instantly split open, blood gushing out, and his entire right arm throbbed with pain and numbness. The Black God Battleblade nearly slipped from his grasp. He was sent flying thousands of meters like being struck by a meteor. Before barely stabilizing himself, a sweetness rose in his throat, and a mouthful of blood surged up, which he forcibly swallowed back down. So strong. Is this the power of a 9-star warrior? With just one punch, it nearly broke his strongest attack and left him with internal injuries. In contrast, Elder Hao only swayed slightly before steadying himself. His gaze toward Chu Feng grew colder. To withstand one punch from me, you can be proud. But this is the end. He gave Chu Feng no chance to catch his breath, his figure shooting forward again, forming seals with both hands. Countless golden energy spears instantly materialized in the air, each radiating an aura capable of piercing through the void, descending upon Chu Feng like a torrential rain. Golden Spear Prison. Chu Feng's pupils contracted. His intuition told him these energy spears were extremely dangerous. Any one of them could severely injure or even kill him. He couldn't afford to take them head-on. Gravity Leap. He activated his ability again, his figure flickering through the gaps between the golden spears with difficulty. Whoosh! 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 Each time he appeared, dozens of golden spears precisely targeted his position, forcing him to continuously leap, consuming immense energy. Let's see how long you can dodge. Elder Hao sneered, controlling the golden spears to relentlessly pursue and block all of Chu Feng's escape routes. After more than 10 consecutive gravity leaps, Chu Feng felt his energy rapidly depleting, and waves of fatigue began to hit him. Mentally, at this rate, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. He had to find a way to counterattack. Just as he appeared again, preparing to endure a few golden spears and forcibly launch an attack, Elder Hao, bullying the young with your strength is rather unbecoming, isn't it? A calm yet authoritative voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a crimson flame barrier appeared out of thin air in front of Chu Feng, blocking all the dense golden spears. The intense heat instantly vaporized the spears. With red hair flowing, Elder Hong's figure had unknowingly appeared at the edge of the battlefield. He stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calm as he looked at Elder Hao. Old Hong, are you going to stop me? Elder Hao's face darkened as he withdrew the golden spears, glaring at Elder Hong. Elder Hong said indifferently, whether Chu Feng is guilty has yet to be determined. To execute a human genius based solely on your one-sided claim, Elder Hao, isn't that a bit hasty? He triggered the sea beast tide, resisted arrest, and injured others. The evidence is conclusive. Elder Hao said sharply. Evidence? Elder Hong's lips curled into a sneer. Neither you nor I have the final say. It must be decided by the martial court. Until then, no one can touch him. The aura of the two 9-star powerhouses collided in the air, creating an invisible pressure that almost solidified the atmosphere in the area. Chu Feng secretly let out a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to quickly devour the beast corpses in his personal space, restoring his depleted vitality and energy. Elder Hao's expression shifted unpredictably. He knew that with Elder Hong's intervention, killing Chu Feng today was no longer possible. He glared at Chu Feng with a venomous look. his hatred almost palpable. Fine. Old Hong, let's see how long you can protect him. We're leaving. With a cold snort, Elder Hong no longer lingered. He led a few stewards, who were still shaken, and transformed into streaks of light, swiftly departing. Only then did Elder Hong turn to look at Chu Feng, his gaze filled with appreciation and a hint of complexity. Kid, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Chu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. Thank you, Elder Hong, for stepping in to help. But I didn't cause any sea beast tide. Elder Hong waved his hand. I know. But the Hao family is powerful and deeply entrenched within the alliance. They've set their sights on you, and their overt and covert tactics won't be few. You must be even more cautious in the future. Chu Feng's eyes were resolute. I understand. Soldiers will block, water will cover. Elder Hong nodded and pondered for a moment. Before saying, you should return to the Martial Military University to lay low for now. That place is old Zhao's territory. And the Hao family won't dare to go too far. As for the sea beast tide and Elder Hao's false accusations against you, I'll handle it within the alliance. Thank you, Elder Hong. Chu Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely. Let's go. I'll escort you part of the way. With a wave of his sleeve, Elder Hong enveloped Chu Feng in a gentle force, and the two transformed into a streak of red light, speeding toward the Martial Military University. Chu Feng glanced back at the direction of the Demon Sea and thought of Elder Hao's murderous gaze. Instead of fear, an even stronger fighting spirit ignited within him. 9-star martial artists, just wait. It won't be long before I surpass you all. Elder Hong escorted Chu Feng to the outskirts of the military training department, patted his shoulder, and spoke with a hint of gravity in his tone. Kid, I'll handle the Hao family, but you must also be extra cautious. The Martial Military University is a good place. Train well there and focus on improving your strength as quickly as possible, that's the right path. Chu Feng nodded solemnly. Thank you, Elder Hong. I understand. Watching Elder Hong disappear into the horizon as a streak of light, Chu Feng took a deep breath and turned to walk toward the military training department. Though he had only been away for a few days, it felt like a long time had passed. The bloody storms of the Demon Pass and the brief clash with 9-star powerhouses had brought significant changes to his mindset. As soon as he stepped through the gates of the military training department, a lively atmosphere greeted him. The training grounds were bustling with activity, filled with cheers and the sounds of collisions. Chu Feng, you brat, you're finally back. Instructor Li, with sharp eyes, spotted him immediately and quickly approached with a face full of joy, giving his arm a hearty slap. Did you get everything done? No injuries, right? All done, everything went smoothly, Instructor Li, Chu Feng replied with a smile, his gaze shifting to the noisy training grounds. This is? Ha, you brat, have you forgotten already? The 1-month military training period officially ended today. This was the final assessment and evaluation, and a mock battle was taking place. Instructor Li explained with a smile, then, without giving him a chance to refuse, pulled him into the field. You came back just in time. Go up there and show them what you've got to give this month a perfect ending. Let these kids see what it means to always have someone better out there. Chu Feng initially wanted to decline, but seeing the heated competition among his classmates on the field and the expectant looks from Instructor Li and a few familiar classmates around him, he nodded slightly. All right. When Chu Feng's figure appeared at the edge of the arena, the previously noisy training ground instantly quieted down significantly. Countless gazes focused on him in unison. A person's reputation precedes them. Even though Chu Feng often took leave, every time he returned, the strength he displayed was enough to instill awe in all the freshmen of his cohort. His first opponent was an outstanding student from Class 3, who had awakened an A-level Gale talent. His speed was astonishing, his movements leaving afterimages across the field. And his attacks were sharp and fierce. Chu Feng, please guide me. The opponent's expression was serious, not daring. to show the slightest carelessness. Chu Feng smiled faintly, standing with his hands behind his back. Please. At the referee signal, the opponent's figure suddenly blurred, ghost-like as he circled to Chu Feng's flank. A hand chop imbued with wind energy slashed directly toward Chu Feng's neck, so fast that an ordinary 3-star martial artist wouldn't even have time to react. However, Chu Feng didn't even turn his head to look. He simply raised his right hand seemingly casually, bringing his index and middle fingers together. At the precise moment when the opponent's hand chop was about to land, he tapped accurately on the opponent's wrist. With a soft pop, it was as if a balloon had been punctured. The opponent felt a gentle yet irresistible force surge through, causing his entire arm to go numb instantly. The wind energy he had gathered dissipated in an instant, and his forward momentum was forcibly halted. He staggered back several steps before regaining his balance, his face filled with astonishment. The entire field fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Bare-handed, and with just 2 fingers, effortlessly neutralizing a full-force strike from an A-level Gale talent? What kind of terrifying vision, judgment, and precise control over physical strength was this? Thank you for going easy on me. Chu Feng retracted his fingers, his tone calm. The opponent snapped out of his shock, smiled wryly, and cupped his fists. Thank you, Chu Feng, for showing mercy. I admit defeat. He knew that if that finger had carried any killing intent, his wrist would likely have been shattered. In the following matches, whether it was one-on-one duels or 5-person team challenges, the results were no different. Faced with the encirclement of a 5-person team, with various talent abilities flashing brilliantly, Chu Feng still refrained from using his signature gravity or devouring abilities. He merely released an invisible aura, as if an intangible domain had been established around him. The 5 who charged into the domain immediately felt as though they had fallen into sticky glue. Their movements became incredibly sluggish, and even mobilizing the energy within their bodies became arduously difficult. Forget attacking, they could barely remain standing. Within just a few breaths, the 5 were flushed red, drenched in sweat, and had no choice but to concede defeat. What kind of ability is this? It seems like he didn't even use his talent, just his aura. He's too strong. We're not even on the same level as him. Exclamations and discussions rose one after another. On the high platform, Instructor Li nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of admiration. Meanwhile, Chief Instructor Shen, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, stood not far away with his arms crossed, watching Chu Feng's effortless performance on the field. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curved into a smile as he muttered under his breath, "This kid is truly a monster." Just as Chu Feng undisputedly claimed first place in the competition and was about to receive the symbolic reward from Chief Instructor Shen, an unexpected turn of events occurred on the training ground. Whoa! Check out the headline on the Martial Alliance website. Breaking news! A rare large-scale sea beast tide has struck Ma Guan. Oh my god. Is this Chu Feng? 1/ He took down a 7th-tier ferocious beast, the eyeball octopus? Fighting a million sea beasts alone, repelling the tide? Ma Guan hero? It was unclear which student first saw the news notification on their phone, but their exclamation was like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves of shock. Almost all the students instinctively pulled out their phones, and the training ground was soon filled with gasps and incredulous cries. Online, reports about the Ma Guan sea beast tide were everywhere. Although the information had been filtered and classified, Chu Feng's heroic act of stepping forward at a critical moment, slaying a 7th-tier ferocious beast with thunderous skill, and turning the tide had already spread uncontrollably. He was now being hailed as the Ma Guan hero, with his deeds circulating wildly within certain circles. Some blurry yet recognizable footage of Chu Feng's figure and the earth-shattering blade light during the battle had also begun to spread. Instructor Li snatched a student's phone nearby and quickly browsed through the information and images. His hands started to tremble slightly as he abruptly looked up at Chu Feng, who remained calm on the platform, his voice trembling. "Chu Feng. Is what's written here true? Did you kill a 7th-tier ferocious beast?" Chief Instructor Shin's pupils contracted sharply as well. He had more experience than Instructor Li and knew exactly what a 7th-tier ferocious beast represented. It was a terrifying existence that typically required an 8-star martial artist to confront head-on. His gaze at Chu Feng was filled with extreme shock and scrutiny. Faced with the dead silence of the crowd and the astonished inquiries from the two instructors, Chu Feng touched his nose, still maintaining his composed demeanor, as if he had done something trivial. "Well, I was just lucky." This humble explanation did not ease the crowd's astonishment. Instead, it stirred even greater waves in everyone's hearts, including Instructor Li and Chief Instructor Shin. At this moment, no one regarded him as just an ordinary talented freshman anymore. His image in their minds had grown incomparably grand, mysterious, and unfathomable. The military training concluded amidst this extreme shock and commotion. 3 days later, all the freshmen bid farewell to the military training department and officially moved into the main campus of the Military Martial University, located in the heart of the imperial capital. The ancient and majestic school gate, the dense energy particles in the air, and the powerful, hurried figures of senior students everywhere all signaled the heavy significance of this place, closely tied to the future of humanity. That evening, the university hosted a grand welcome party for this year's freshmen. In the brightly lit grand hall, the atmosphere was lively. As the undisputed center of attention among the freshmen, Chu Feng was inevitably pushed onto the podium to speak. His speech was brief and sincere, without excessive embellishments, merely sharing some insights on martial arts and his expectations for the future, yet it earned the most enthusiastic applause from the audience. After the speech, Chu Feng immediately became the center of attention. Many senior students, and even some young instructors, approached him proactively to converse, their words filled with curiosity and a desire to connect. "Junior Chu Feng, you truly live up to your reputation. Remarkable indeed," a voice, gentle yet carrying a subtle sense of detachment, sounded. Chu Feng turned around and saw Shin Xing walking over with a tall, handsome young man whose brows carried a hint of arrogance. The man wore a formulaic smile, but when his gaze met Chu Feng's, a fleeting trace of scrutiny and concealed hostility flashed in his eyes. "Senior, you're too kind," Chu Feng replied calmly. Shin Xing introduced, "Chu Feng, this is Senior Lin Hao, the class president of the elite third-year class and vice president of the student council." Lin Hao sized up Chu Feng, a faintly ambiguous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Junior Chu Feng is quite the sensation now, with an impressive performance during military training and even leaving a mark of glory at the Demon Pass. Truly, you make us seniors feel ashamed." He shifted his tone, still smiling but with a sharper edge. "However, as someone with experience, I must remind you. The Military Martial University is full of hidden talents, far different from the simplicity of the military training department. Sometimes, being too conspicuous may not be a good thing. Young people should focus on being low-key and grounded." As he spoke, he seemingly naturally moved closer to Shin Xing, his posture slightly intimate, yet his gaze remained fixed on Chu Feng, carrying a clear sense of provocation. The surrounding chatter gradually quieted down, and many people noticed the subtle tension in this corner. Lin Hao's pursuit of Shin Chang was no secret on campus, and Chu Feng's seemingly good relationship with Shin Chang had evidently sparked Lin Hao's jealousy. Shin Chang frowned slightly, about to speak, but Chu Feng had already responded calmly, "Thank you for the advice, senior. However, I act only in accordance with my conscience. As for being conspicuous or not, how others perceive me is not my concern." A flash of coldness appeared in Lin Hao's eyes, and the smile on his face faded slightly. "Well said, acting in accordance with your conscience. Junior, you certainly have high aspirations. Since you're so confident, and given the lively atmosphere of tonight's event, why don't we have a friendly sparring match? It would liven up the evening and allow me, as a senior, to personally guide you a bit, wouldn't it?" He deliberately emphasized the word guide, his provocative intent unmistakable. Shin Chang's face darkened. "Lin Hao, You, the class president of the elite third-year class, with peak 5-star strength. Challenging a freshman who just enrolled, don't you think that's beneath you? Ching ching, you're mistaken, Lin Hao replied with feigned magnanimity, waving his hand. It's just a friendly spar, an exchange of insights, nothing more. What? Does status have to do with it? Or perhaps, Junior Chu Feng doesn't dare? He deliberately elongated the last 3 words, his gaze filled with undisguised contempt, directed straight at Chu Feng. In an instant, the entire hall's attention seemed to converge on this corner. The freshmen looked indignant but dared not speak out. The senior students mostly watched with a mindset of enjoying the spectacle, curious to see how this rising star would handle the provocation of an established genius. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Feng slowly placed the drink in his hand on the table beside him, raised his eyes, and met Lin Hao's provocative gaze with a calm and unruffled expression. The corner of his mouth even curved into a faint smile. Since Senior Lin Hao is so interested, I, as a junior, will naturally accompany you. As Chu Feng's words fell, the entire hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted into an even louder commotion. He actually accepted the challenge? That's Lin Hao, the elite class president of the third year, at the peak of 5 stars. Chu Feng is strong, but he's just a freshman. Isn't this too reckless? I heard Lin Hao's family technique, Mystic Ice Force, has already reached the 7th level. Many senior students couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Chu Feng, while some freshmen watched with a sense of schadenfreude, though most were simply bewildered. After all, they all knew about Chu Feng's feat of slaying a 7th-tier sea beast with a single strike at Demon Pass. What level of strength did Lin Hao even have? And he dared to provoke Chu Feng? Was he courting death? Xin Shang wanted to say something, but was stopped by a calm glance from Chu Feng. A trace of triumphant cunning flashed in Lin Hao's eyes, though he maintained a facade of magnanimity. Good. Junior, you truly have courage. To avoid accusations of bullying, we'll only exchange one move. If you can withstand my move without retreating, you win. How about that? This proposal seemed like a concession but was actually insidious. He had already decided to use this single move to humiliate Chu Feng, or even inflict minor injuries, to assert his seniority and warn Chu Feng to stay away from Xinjiang. All right. Chu Feng remained concise, as if completely unaware of the trap. The event host quickly cleared a space in the center of the hall, moving the surrounding tables and chairs to create a circular area about 20 meters in diameter. Everyone gathered around, eagerly anticipating the showdown. Lin Hao stepped into the center of the area, took a deep breath, and suddenly unleashed the aura of a 5-star peak. A chilling cold spread outward from him as the center, instantly condensing the moisture in the air into tiny ice crystals that fell like snow. His hands glowed with a faint blue light, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. It's the Lin family's mystic ice force. What a powerful icy aura, it feels like my blood is freezing. This move probably has the power of an early 6-star level. Chu Feng is in danger. Feeling the overwhelming aura, many freshmen turned pale and retreated. Lin Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. He planned to use his strongest single-target combat technique, Mystic Ice Shattering Finger. By compressing all his ice energy into a single finger, the attack would be extremely concentrated, with immense penetrating power, capable of instantly breaking through the defenses of a warrior of the same level. He intended to use this finger to completely shatter Chu Feng's pride. Junior Chu Feng, be careful. Lin Hao shouted in a low voice, bringing his right index and middle fingers together. The blue light at his fingertips surged, as if condensing into a miniature icy star. In a flash, his figure moved like a ghost, closing in on Chu Feng, his finger thrusting straight toward Chu Feng's chest at the Tanzhong acupoint. Wherever the finger wind passed, the air emitted a crackling sound of freezing, leaving a visible white frost trail in its wake. This finger strike was fast, precise, and ruthless. The icy energy it contained was enough to instantly freeze internal organs and severely damage meridians. Everyone held their breath, and Xin Xing couldn't help but clench her fists. The light energy within her body faintly fluctuating, ready to intervene at any moment. Faced with this incredibly fierce strike, that would make an ordinary 5-star martial artist pale in fear, Chu Feng remained standing in place, not even changing his posture. It wasn't until the fingertip, imbued with terrifying icy energy, was about to touch the fabric of his chest that he finally moved. He didn't dodge, block, or use his signature gravity or devouring abilities. He simply raised his right hand and extended a single index finger. The movement appeared slow and deliberate, as if he was casually pointing forward. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no surging energy radiance, just an ordinary, unremarkable finger. Yet, the seemingly plain and simple finger, at the critical moment, struck first despite moving later, precisely touching the tip of Lin Hao's aggressive Frostbreaker finger. A faint, almost inaudible muffled sound. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The anticipated explosive clash of energies did not occur, nor did the expected scene of Chu Feng being sent flying and coughing up blood. Lin Hao's sneer froze instantly, replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. He felt as though his strongest finger strike, which had gathered all his strength, had hit an eternal, indestructible wall of chaos. All the icy energy and impact force vanished without a trace the moment they touched the opponent's fingertip, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. Not only that, but an incomprehensible, irresistible, overwhelming force surged through his fingertip, instantly tearing through his arm like a destructive storm. Crack, crack, the faint, yet teeth-gritting sound of bones fracturing came from within Lin Hao's right arm. Arg! Lin Hao let out a muffled cry of pain as his entire right arm went limp, hanging lifelessly. The intense pain caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead, and his face turned as pale as paper. He staggered backward, retreating 7 or 8 steps before finally stopping, when his back collided with the crowd of onlookers. His gaze toward Chu Feng was filled with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Chu Feng remained standing in place, not even a corner of his clothing swaying. He slowly withdrew that seemingly ordinary index finger, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were wide open, mouths agape, as if collectively frozen in place. One move? No, it couldn't even be considered a proper exchange. Just a single finger. A casual, effortless finger. Not only did it completely neutralize Lin Hao's full force attack, which was clearly at a 6-star level, but it also directly crippled Lin Hao's arm. What kind of terrifying power disparity was this? Could this really be something a freshman could achieve? Xin Cheng's beautiful eyes sparkled with amazement. Her tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. While she felt a sense of relief, she also gained a deeper understanding of Chu Feng's strength. Could it be true that he really killed a 7th-tier sea beast at Demon Pass? Principal Xiao and several mentors who had rushed over upon hearing the news stood on the outskirts of the crowd, their faces equally filled with shock. Principal Xiao murmured, "This kid, after going to the Demon Pass, his strength has surged so much again? What level is he at now?" A senior mentor, his gaze heavy, said in a low voice, "His control over power has reached a meticulous level. That finger just now, there wasn't a trace of energy leakage. All the force was precisely applied to Lin Hao's finger bones and arm bones. Such control, many 7-star warriors might not even achieve." However, what he didn't know was that it was merely the power of Chu Feng's gourmet selenate ability, far less mysterious than he described. For a long time, the dead silence was finally broken by suppressed exclamations and discussions. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Senior Lin Hao lost? And he lost with just one finger. Chu Feng didn't even move his feet. Too strong. This is a true genius. We were actually worried about him before. How ridiculous. Wait, isn't it normal for Chu Feng to defeat Lin Hao? He killed a 7th-tier sea beast, the eyeball octopus, with one slash. Exactly. Don't Lin Hao and the others watch the news? Listening to the discussions around him and feeling the intense pain and weakness in his Right arm, Lin Hao's face turned from pale to red, then from red to green. Shame, fear, disbelief, all kinds of emotions intertwined, ultimately transforming into a mouthful of blood that surged to his throat, which he forcibly swallowed back down. He stared at Chu Feng with an extremely complex expression. Chu Feng, however, didn't spare him another glance. His calm gaze swept across the crowd, and finally, he nodded slightly at the host before turning to the side, picking up the drink he hadn't finished, as if nothing had happened. Yet, after this incident, no one dared to underestimate this freshman anymore. Chu Feng's name, along with his terrifying strength that defeated an opponent with a single finger, was destined to spread throughout the entire military martial university tonight. The news of Chu Feng defeating Lin Hao with one finger swept through the entire military martial university like a hurricane overnight. The title of King of Freshmen was well deserved. No one dared to belittle him anymore because of his enrollment time. Instead, they were filled with deep respect and curiosity. The elegance of that single finger became a topic of fascination and a goal for countless freshmen and even lower-year students to strive toward. However, at the center of the storm, Chu Feng remained as calm as if nothing had happened. Lin Hao's insignificant resentment didn't even leave a ripple in his heart. What weighed heavily on his mind was a far greater burden: the ferocious beasts outside the pass and Elder Hao's venomous fangs, hidden in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. The crisis was imminent, and he had to race against time to improve his strength. Devouring ferocious beasts and absorbing their blood energy was, as far as he knew, the fastest and most direct method. That day, after finishing his classes, Chu Feng planned to head to the nearby ruins to continue devouring ferocious beasts. Although his previous devouring of many beasts in the ruins had caused dissatisfaction among other warriors and even led to complaints, so what? After all, devouring ferocious beasts wasn't a crime. Suddenly, three vast and overwhelming auras, as immense as deep abysses and completely unrestrained, descended like three invisible mountains, locking onto him firmly. The entire university was instantly shrouded in a terrifying aura. All the students felt their breath catch, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, and they rushed out of their rooms in shock. Above the square, three figures had appeared at some unknown time. They stood in mid-air, wearing black elder robes embroidered with golden star emblems, their expressions solemn, their gazes icy, and the energy fluctuations emanating from them distorted the surrounding air. They were unmistakably three 9-star powerhouses. Leading them was none other than Elder Hao from the Martial Alliance, who had a grudge against Chu Feng. Beside him were two others, whose auras were no weaker than his, one bald, the other with green hair. It's the elders of the Martial Alliance. 3 elders have arrived together. What's happening? Their target seems to be Chu Feng? The students exclaimed in shock, their faces filled with astonishment and confusion. Principal Xiao and several senior instructors from the Military Martial University were immediately alarmed and appeared on the scene as streaks of light. Principal Zhao's expression was grave as he stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Elder Hao, esteemed elders, may I ask the reason for your grand arrival at our university?" Elder Hao's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, directly bypassing Principal Xiao and landing on Chu Feng. His voice, like the clash of ice, echoed across the square. "Chu Feng, you are suspected of colluding with ferocious beasts, inciting a sea beast tide, and betraying humanity. The evidence is conclusive. By order of the Alliance Elder Council, you are to be immediately apprehended for interrogation. If you dare resist, you will be killed without mercy." What? Colluding with ferocious beasts? Betraying humanity? How is that possible? Chu Feng just made great contributions at Demon Pass. Conclusive evidence? The words caused an uproar across the square. All the students were stunned, almost unable to believe their ears. The accusation was too shocking, nearly the most unforgivable crime in the martial world. Principal Zhao's face darkened, and he shouted sternly, "Elder Hao, this matter is of utmost importance and cannot be spoken of lightly. Chu Feng is a top talent of our Military Martial University and a hero of Demon Pass. Where is the Evidence you speak of? The bald elder snorted coldly, his voice booming like thunder. Principal Shao, this matter was decided by the Elder Council. The evidence is conclusive and does not need to be presented to you one by one. Are you planning to shield a traitor and oppose the entire martial alliance? The green-haired elder spoke with a sinister tone. This boy's rise has been suspiciously rapid, and his abilities are unheard of, raising many doubts. Now the evidence is irrefutable, leaving no room for him to argue. Principal Shao, step aside, or don't blame us for enforcing alliance law and taking you down as well. The combined aura of the three elders surged like a stormy tide, pressing down on Principal Shao and Chu Feng. The air grew so heavy it seemed it might condense into water. Chu Feng stood there, facing the terrifying pressure of the three powerhouses and the horrifying accusations that could lead to his utter ruin. Yet, there was no trace of panic or fear on his face. Only a frozen coldness condensed deep in his eyes. He understood instantly. This was no trial based on conclusive evidence, it was a meticulously planned conspiracy. Elder Hao had used his influence to fabricate charges, intending to eliminate him with a deadly scheme. The so-called collusion with ferocious beasts was merely an excuse to remove him. What a kill without mercy! They didn't even plan to give him a chance to defend himself, aiming to execute him on the spot. However, Chu Feng couldn't understand why the other elders of the martial alliance had protected him before, but now two elders were cooperating with Elder Hao to deal with him. There must be a significant exchange of interests involved. Otherwise, the two elders wouldn't have gone back on their word. This matter was extremely unusual. Principal Shao was trembling with anger. How could he not see that there was something fishy about this? But with three elders joining forces, using the righteousness of the martial alliance as leverage, and even bringing out the Elder Council's resolution, even as the principal of the military martial university, he felt immense pressure, unable to resist head-on. Chu Feng. Principal Shao looked at Chu Feng with a complex expression, tinged with helplessness. Chu Feng slightly shook his head at him, signaling that he need not resist. He took a deep breath, facing the terrifying pressure that could crush an ordinary 7-star martial artist, and slowly raised his head. His gaze was eerily calm as he stared directly at Elder Hao in the sky. Elder Hao, what a clever move. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a cold mockery. To impose guilt, what need is there for excuses? If you want to kill me, why bother finding such a grandiose reason? A trace of sinister satisfaction and killing intent flashed in Elder Hao's eyes as he shouted sternly, at death's door, and still so stubborn. Take him down. The bald elder beside him, known for his fiery temper, immediately struck upon hearing this. A massive Buddha hand, covering the sky, reached out to grab Chu Feng, its terrifying power causing cracks to appear on the ground below. This strike had no intention of leaving him alive. Stop. Principal Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to intervene forcefully. At this critical moment, humph. What a so-called Elder Council of the Martial Alliance. Do you think the military has no one? A voice, more domineering and majestic, filled with the aura of iron-blooded slaughter, exploded like thunder from the heavens. Immediately after, a dazzling blade light, sharp enough to tear through everything, arrived from the horizon. In an instant, striking the Buddha hand with precision. Sizzle, like a hot knife slicing through butter, the imposing Buddha hand was split in two by the blade light, collapsing with a roar and dissipating into scattered flames. A figure, as towering as a mountain, appeared in front of Chu Feng, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Dressed in military uniform, with a resolute face and eyes as sharp as blades, it was none other than Commander Peng of the military. Commander Peng held an ancient battle knife, its blade still radiating residual energy. He coldly swept his gaze over the three elders in the sky, whose expressions had subtly changed, and spoke in a voice as chilling as ice. Want to touch someone from the military? Have you asked the knife in my hand first? Commander Peng stood proudly with his blade, his iron-blooded aura merging with the pressure of a 9-star expert, forming an insurmountable mountain that firmly shielded Chu Feng behind him. His words, "Want to touch someone from the military? Have you asked the knife in? My hand first," echoed like thunder in everyone's ears, carrying an undeniable determination. Pang Pajun. Elder Hao's face turned ashen, his eyes burning with rage that seemed ready to erupt, but there was also an unmistakable hint of apprehension. Is the military truly willing to tear apart its relationship with the martial alliance for this boy? Don't forget the rules jointly established by the alliance and the military. The rules are meant to ensure the survival of humanity, not for parasites like you to harm human geniuses. Commander Peng's voice was as loud as a bell, his battle blade pointing at Elder Hao from afar. "Stop putting big labels on me. Old Ghost Hao, do you really think no one knows about your filthy schemes? Just one baseless accusation of colluding with fierce beasts, and you want to convict him? Dream on." The bald elder angrily retorted, "General Pang, the evidence is conclusive, and this is the decision of the elder council. Your unreasonable obstruction, are you trying to shield him? Conclusive my ass." Commander Pang rudely interrupted. "Brimming with killing intent, I now suspect that you three are the spies sent by the fierce beasts, deliberately framing our human genius. You." The bald elder trembled with rage but dared not directly confront his words. The green-haired elder's gaze turned sinister, his voice icy. "Commander Pang, twisting words won't solve the problem. Today, we are here under the Elder Council's orders to take Chu Feng back for investigation. If you insist on blocking us, you will be opposing the entire martial alliance. Can you bear the consequences? Opposing the entire martial alliance?" Commander Peng burst into laughter, his tone full of disdain. "You three misfits think you can represent the martial alliance? Stop trying to scare people. I'm making it clear today, without solid evidence, no one is touching Chu Feng." The tension between the two sides escalated, the aura of 9-star powerhouses clashing fiercely in the air, causing the winds and clouds to change and space to tremble. Below, numerous students were forced to retreat repeatedly under the terrifying pressure, their faces pale, yet their eyes filled with excitement. Commander Peng's firm stance made them feel proud. Principal Xiao stood beside Chu Feng, silently gathering energy within his body, ready for the worst. Chu Feng, on the other hand, stared coldly at Elder Hao in the sky, his heart filled with murderous intent. This old dog, repeatedly trying to kill him, this grudge must be avenged. Elder Hao's expression shifted unpredictably. He knew Commander Peng was notorious for his protective nature and stubbornness. With him here today, forcibly taking Chu Feng was almost impossible. But he was unwilling to give up. Would his meticulously planned scheme be ruined just like this? Just as he was caught in a dilemma, almost unable to resist ordering a forceful move. Buzz from the distant sky, and even more overwhelming, purer energy wave, imbued with countless iron-blooded will and resolute determination, swept in like a tsunami. It was a crimson streak of light spanning the sky. Within the streak, a faintly visible, tattered yet unyielding, blood-colored battle flag fluttered fiercely. "That's the military flag signal from Demon Pass?" Principal Xiao exclaimed in shock, his eyes bursting with joy. Commander Pang also looked up, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The faces of Elder Hao and the other two turned instantly pale, a strong sense of unease surging in their hearts. The crimson streak of light arrived in an instant, unfolding directly in the air into a massive light screen. Within the light screen appeared the majestic walls of Demon Pass, scarred by war, and the densely packed, solemnly standing soldiers atop them. Standing at the forefront were Demon Pass's highest commander, Ding Juanshou, and the Pass Master. Ding Juanshou's face was stern, his gaze piercing through the light screen, landing on Elder Hao and the other two as if it were tangible. His voice came through the screen, hoarse yet resolute. "Elder Hao, Chu Feng suppressed millions of sea beasts in the Demon Sea, slew the 7th-tier sea beast eyeball octopus, turned the tide when all seemed lost, and upheld humanity in its time of peril. His merits are as vast as the heavens and earth. His loyalty is as clear as the sun and moon. The claim that he colluded with ferocious beasts is pure nonsense and malicious slander. Guan Chang stepped forward, his voice resonating like a great bell. I have guarded the Demon Pass for over 50 years, witnessing countless acts of life and loyalty. Chu Feng, this young man, is a hero I have personally seen and heard of. The million soldiers of the Demon Pass can all testify to this. This heart, this resolve, the military soul can attest. If there is any falsehood, I will be the first to have my soul annihilated, never to reincarnate. As Guan Chang's words fell, within the light screen, atop the walls of the Demon Pass, a million soldiers roared in unison, their voices converging into a visible crimson torrent that surged skyward. Testify for Chu Feng. The soldiers of the Demon Pass stand with the hero. Those who slander the hero are enemies of the Demon Pass. The roar of the million soldiers, mixed with their pure, iron-blooded will and unyielding belief, transformed into a vast and mighty force that, through the light screen, directly impacted the minds of Elder Hao and the other two. Pooh. Elder Hao, bearing the brunt of the impact, already unsettled, spat out a mouthful of blood under the assault of this righteous energy infused with the souls of a million soldiers. His figure swaying in mid-air. The bald elder and the green-haired elder also seemed to suffer heavy blows, their faces instantly pale, their breaths chaotic, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The oath made by a million soldiers, with their own beliefs and honor, was indisputable in its authenticity. In the history of humanity, this was the highest level of testimony, carrying more weight than any physical or human evidence. Before this overwhelming military soul, all their accusations appeared so feeble, so despicable, and laughable. Commander Peng coldly stared at the three. Now, do you have anything to say? Elder Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face ashen, his eyes filled with venomous hatred almost tangible, but he knew it was over. Completely over. With the military soul as testimony, not just the three of them, but even the entire martial alliance would not dare openly act against Chu Feng at this moment. We leave. Elder Hao squeezed out these three words from his throat, his voice hoarse and dry, filled with endless humiliation. He dared not look at the light screen, dared not look at Commander Peng, and dared not meet the contemptuous gazes below, fleeing in disgrace with the bald and green-haired elders. Within the light screen, General Ding and Guan Chang slightly nodded toward Commander Peng and Chu Feng, and the vast light screen slowly dissipated. The entire square was silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Brother Feng won. Chu Feng is innocent. Chu Feng is the nemesis of ferocious beasts. How could he collude with them? It must be because Chu Feng killed Hao Yukai last time, so Elder Hao. Shoo, don't say it out loud. Do you want to die? All the new students were ecstatic, sharing in the glory. They knew well how incredible Chu Feng was. Commander Peng sheathed his battle blade, nodded slightly at Chu Feng without saying much, and disappeared in a flash. As the commander-in-chief of the military, his personal intervention to protect Chu Feng and witness the testimony of the military soul was already sufficient. Principal Xiao let out a long sigh of relief, patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, and said, "It's over now." Chu Feng watched in the direction where Elder Hao disappeared, his eyes flashing with cold light. He knew this matter was far from over. Elder Hao would never let it rest. Elder Hao and the other two elders retreated in disgrace, while the lingering power of the military soul's testimony still hung over the skies of the military martial university. However, the suffocating sense of oppression had dissipated. The crowd in the square, after the initial shock and cheers, gradually calmed down. Yet, the gazes directed at Chu Feng had changed, filled with reverence and a complex emotion that was hard to describe. The transformation of his identity from hero to traitor happened in an instant. If not for the military's protection and the testimony of the Mogwan military soul, Chu Feng's fate today would have been unimaginable. This made them deeply aware that while strength is fundamental, the invisible struggles and dangers within the human race can sometimes be more lethal than the ferocious beasts outside the borders. Principal Xiao dispersed the students who had gathered and calmed the crowd's emotions. Then, he looked at Chu Feng with a solemn expression. "Chu Feng, although today's matter has temporarily subsided, Elder Hao's faction will not let this go. For them to dare to use the name of the Elder Council and unite two elders to target you, the interests and determination behind this are extraordinary. You must act with greater caution in the future. Chu Feng nodded, his gaze cold. I understand. Principal, thank you, and Commander Peng, as well as the soldiers of Mogwan, for today. Principal Xiao waved his hand and sighed. You earned it yourself. The testimony of the Mogwan military soul is the highest endorsement of the human race. For now, no one will dare to openly accuse you of this crime. But covert methods are hard to guard against. The Hao family has been entrenched in the martial alliance for years, with deeply rooted influence. You must take care of yourself. Chu Feng was silent for a moment and then asked, Principal, within the martial alliance, is Elder Hao allowed to distort the truth like this? Principal Xiao gave a bitter smile. The alliance is not a monolith. There are elders who support you and value your future potential, but Elder Hao must have paid a great price or persuaded certain individuals to make this happen. The alliance also has internal factional struggles, and balance and compromise are the norm. This military soul testimony has dealt them a heavy blow, temporarily disrupting their plans, but it may also push them to adopt more extreme measures. He paused, lowering his voice. Commander Peng's strong stance today signifies that the military has officially taken you under its wing. This is a protective talisman, but it is also a mark. In the future, your position within the alliance may become even more delicate. Some neutral factions might develop concerns about the military's excessive expansion and, as a result, view you differently. Chu Feng understood. Strength and position have always been two sides of the same coin. Gaining the military's strong support inevitably comes with other risks. I only need strength enough to crush all conspiracies. Chu Feng thought to himself, indifferent to the so-called factional struggles. His goal remained clear: devour, ascend to the pinnacle. Any obstacle in his path could be killed. In the following days, the surface of military martial university returned to calm, but undercurrents surged. Discussions about Chu Feng remained fervent. The story of him defeating Lin Hao with a single finger, provoking 3 elders, and ultimately forcing the testimony of 1,000,000 military souls was spread with legendary embellishment. Chu Feng's prestige among the freshmen and even the lower-grade students had reached an unprecedented height, faintly becoming a spiritual symbol. However, the upper-grade students, especially those who were close to Lin Hao or had interests tied to him, became more wary and distant from Chu Feng. Since that day, Lin Hao had disappeared without a trace. It was said that his family had sent someone to bring him back for treatment, adding a layer of gloom to the matter. Chu Feng, however, paid no attention to this. He spent most of his time in the deeper sections of the library, studying books on higher-level ferocious beasts, ancient ruins, and various special abilities and physiques. He aimed to systematically understand the world's power system and find more optimized ways to develop his 3 innate abilities. On this day, just as he finished reading and was preparing to head to the ruins to devour ferocious beasts and enhance his strength, a figure approached him. It was Xin Cheng. She was still as radiant as ever, but there was a trace of worry between her brows. Chu Feng, can we talk? Xin Cheng got straight to the point. Chu Feng nodded, and the two walked to a secluded lakeside. My family has some information channels within the alliance, Xin Cheng said in a low voice. Elder Hao suffered a heavy loss this time. Not only did he lose face, but it's said that to convince the other 2 elders, he paid a great price, possibly even involving some of his core interests within the alliance. He won't let this go easily. I know, Chu Feng responded calmly. My father asked me to warn you, Xin. Xing lowered her voice further. Elder Hao has been in frequent contact with people from the Shadow Cult recently. The Shadow Cult? Chu Feng frowned slightly. He seemed to have come across this name in the forbidden section of the library. It was a mysterious organization active in the shadows of human territories, worshipping some ancient evil god. Their actions were secretive and ruthless. Despite being hunted by various forces, they were like wildfire that could never be completely extinguished. Both the Alliance and the military classified them as an extremely dangerous organization. Additionally, he recalled Qin Yi's experiments on beggars, which might have some connection to the shadow cult. Yes, Xin Chang's expression grew serious. This organization specializes in assassination, curses, mind control, and other sinister methods. Moreover, they seem to have a particular interest in young geniuses with special talents. Elder Hao's collusion with them is self-explanatory. A cold glint flashed in Xu Feng's eyes. Open attacks were easy to guard against, but hidden schemes were harder to defend. Elder Hao was clearly preparing to use underhanded tactics. Thank you for letting me know, Xu Feng said to Xincheng. This information was crucial. Looking at Xu Feng's still calm face, Xincheng couldn't help but ask, "What do you plan to do?" "Does my family need to?" "No need," Xu Feng interrupted. "Horror. I can handle it." His tone carried absolute confidence, not born of blind arrogance but from his understanding of his own power and his rapidly growing strength. Xincheng looked into his deep, starry eyes, her heart stirring slightly. In the end, she nodded. Then be careful. She knew that the boy before her was no longer someone who needed her protection, but a true dragon about to soar into the heavens. After seeing Xincheng off, Xu Feng stood in place, gazing into the distant sky, his eyes sharp as blades. He opened the system interface. Host, Xu Feng Vitality, 1000068/3125000. Innate abilities, SSS-level Gourmet Cells, Super Sense of Smell, Gourmet Cell Demon Egg Hatching Progress 42%. SSS-level. Gravity, 1000x Gravity Field, Anti-Gravity Flight, Gravity 1000-pound Drop, Gravity Detection Wave, Gravity Leap. SSS-level Devour, Delicious Devour, Devour Space, Comprehensive Development Skills for Innate Abilities, Devouring Gravity. Ball, Absorption Palm, Devouring Gravity Transfer Combat Blade Techniques, Earth-level Crust Cutting, Proficient. Gravity Palm, Proficient, Special Abilities, Poison Immunity, Invincible Golden Body, Extreme Vision, Intuition Weapon. Black God Battle Blade Martial Artist Level, Mid 6-star Devour Mission, about to update. Closing the system interface, Xu Feng's figure moved, leaving Military Martial University and rushing toward ruins number 45. Meanwhile, deep outside the borders, 12 Beast Kings gathered together, and their actions targeting Xu Feng had already begun. Golden Mosquito King, is the information accurate? Golden Mosquito King, have you really found the human foretold to destroy our race? What is that human's current strength? What innate abilities? The Snake King, Dragon King, Tiger King, Pig King, and the other 11 Beast Kings all focused their gazes on the Golden Mosquito King, asking questions one after another. Golden Mosquito King said, "Is the information I collected fake? I'll recreate the scene from that time for you to see yourselves." As it spoke, its gaze flickered, and golden rays shot out from its eyes, forming a strange image in midair. The image then showed Xu Feng's old home. The scene shifted, and the golden mosquito flew in through the window, only to be instantly crushed to death by gravity and devoured by Xu Feng. Seeing this, the other 11 Beast Kings revealed looks of shock in their eyes. Instant kill. Devour. How about it? I wasn't lying to you, was I? The Golden Mosquito King said. At that moment, the demon poison Snake King's eyes widened, and it shrieked, "It's him! It's that hateful human brat!" It recognized Xu Feng as the human who was immune to its poison, injured it with a single blade strike, and even escaped from its grasp. Afterward, it recounted its experience, instantly shocking all the Beast Kings. However, even more shocking was the intelligence from the Demon Sea, reporting that Xu Feng had repelled 1,000,000 sea beasts, slain a 7th-tier eyeball octopus, and, even more terrifyingly, had been crazily devouring sea beasts to continuously enhance his cultivation. This human must be eliminated. Agreed. We can't let him grow any further. Kill. Kill. The 12 Beast Kings reached a unanimous decision. But, how to kill him? Golden Mosquito King said that human is currently hiding in a human settlement, making it impossible for us to act. Dragon King said, "Let's charge in directly and start a war with the humans." Tiger King said, "No way. Last time we all mobilized, we gained nothing. Those human old monsters are too troublesome. Pig King said, exactly. If we launch another large-scale attack, and that human seizes the opportunity to devour crazily, it would be disastrous. For a moment, the 12 beasts fell silent. How about waiting for the Beast Emperor to awaken and see its prophecy? Rabbit King suggested. The Beast Emperor still needs 2 months to wake up. By then, it'll be too late. Ape King retorted. At this moment, the Mosquito King received some intelligence and his eyes lit up. Everyone, good news. That human brat is being targeted by humans. Someone wants to deal with him. This is our chance. Upon hearing this, the other Beast Kings revealed strange smiles. Humans are adorably foolish, daring to frame someone so powerful. Humans are truly foolish. The Golden Mosquito King said, let's act together and force the humans to hand over Chu Feng. The humans dealing with Chu Feng will definitely agree. As long as Chu Feng falls into our hands, we'll kill him directly. This proposal was agreed upon by the other Beast Kings. Yes, this plan is feasible. Alright, let's do it this way. If there's no better option, let's try this. Action. The 12 Beast Kings mobilized. At the same time, Elder Hao, Qin Run, and a man completely wrapped in black clothing were sitting together. Qin Run gritted his teeth and said, I didn't expect that old guy from the military department to step in, and those soldiers from Demon Pass. Damn it! Elder Hao's expression was relatively calm. Why rush? Now those 2 old guys from the Alliance are on our side, we still have the advantage. But, is that plan really feasible? As he spoke, his gaze turned to the man in black. The man in black revealed only a pair of red eyes and said in a hoarse voice, the experiment has already succeeded, there's absolutely no problem. As long as we capture Chu Feng, we can definitely strip away his innate abilities. I heard he has 3 SSS-level innate abilities. Elder Hao said, don't even think about those 3 SSS-level innate abilities. The reason he agreed to cooperate with the other party was precisely because of their ability to strip innate abilities. Moreover, Chu Feng's 3 innate abilities, he had already promised to give 2 of them to those 2 old guys from the Alliance, otherwise, how could they cooperate? The remaining innate ability, he wanted for himself. SSS-level innate abilities, who wouldn't want them? From Chu Feng, he could already see the terror of SSS-level innate abilities. After all, Chu Feng was only a freshman in college and already had the power to kill 7th-tier ferocious beasts. The man in black let out a sinister laugh. Elder Hao said, since the straightforward approach won't work, we'll go for the covert one. Chu Feng won't escape. Now, he wasn't just seeking revenge, he was more focused on obtaining Chu Feng's innate abilities. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was in the 45th ruin, frantically devouring ferocious beasts. With the eruption of 1,000 times gravity, the ferocious beasts near him were directly crushed into pulp. Some martial artists training in the ruins saw Chu Feng and stayed far away. In less than an hour, Chu Feng had devoured all the ferocious beasts in the 45th ruin, leaving none behind. His figure moved, heading toward the next ruin. Afterward, the 48th ruin, the 62nd ruin, the 70th ruin. Chu Feng devoured all the ferocious beasts in 10 consecutive ruins. Countless martial artists witnessed this scene firsthand and took photos to upload online. Instantly, the martial artist forum exploded. Clicking in, there were over 1 million comments. All of them were messages like awesome, fierce, strong, 666, and so on. Chu Feng became famous once again, causing a global sensation. However, even after devouring so many ferocious beasts from the ruins, Chu Feng was still far from breaking through to the late 6-star stage. Just as Chu Feng devoured another 100 ferocious beasts in one go, the system's Devour Selection task arrived. Ding! Devour Selection task updated. Task Option 1, Devour 9-headed Gorilla, Reward, Heaven Tier Combat Skill, Starburst Fist. Task Option 2. Devour Hell Chameleon, Reward, Secret Technique, Invisibility. Please make your choice. Finally, another task. Chu Feng's expression lit up with joy. He immediately checked the task details. Both the 9-headed gorilla and Hell Chameleon were 6th-tier ferocious beasts, only found beyond the borders. Chu Feng could capture and devour them. Looking at the rewards, one was the Heaven-tier Starburst Fist, and the other was the Secret Technique, Invisibility, one focused on offense, the other on support. The Heaven-tier Starburst Fist could shatter stars with a single punch, its power unimaginably terrifying. If Chu Feng possessed it, combined with his gourmet selenate ability, the explosive power would be even more horrifying. However, Chu Feng's eyes were drawn to the glowing Secret Technique, Invisibility. Although this secret technique, invisibility, lacked offensive power, it was an extraordinary ability. Once activated, it would directly enter an invisible state, body, aura, everything would vanish, and even attacks couldn't hit. With it, Chu Feng would be invincible. Thus, Chu Feng made his choice. I choose option 2. Ding! You have made your choice. Please complete the task as soon as possible. As the system prompt sounded, Chu Feng took a deep breath and transformed into a flash of light, disappearing. First checkpoint. On this day, countless soldiers and martial artists were busy at their posts. As usual, everything seemed calm and peaceful. But suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended, enveloping the entire first checkpoint as if an invisible giant hand gripped it. Countless soldiers and martial artists inside turned pale, and some, with weaker strength, directly spat blood and fainted. The terrifying aura condensed, forming ferocious beast shadows above the first checkpoint. There were dragons, tigers, pigs, rabbits, snakes, mosquitoes. A total of 12 figures. The soldiers and martial artists at the first checkpoint were horrified. Many rushed to the city walls under the oppressive aura, their faces grim. Beast Kings? All 12 Beast Kings are here. What's going on? Are the ferocious beasts planning to break the pact? Damn it! Whoosh! A figure flashed and appeared above the first checkpoint, standing high in the air, carrying a large blade on his back. His sharp aura radiated. It was the military's commander-in-chief, Peng. At this moment, his expression was solemn as he looked ahead. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The next second, figures appeared beside Commander-in-Chief Peng. They were all military leaders, their faces equally grim. Meanwhile, the martial artist Alliance headquarters received intelligence about the 12 Beast Kings' movements and immediately dispatched forces to the first checkpoint. Additionally, military leaders from other checkpoints also rushed to the first checkpoint at the earliest moment. Chu Feng, who was hurrying to the second checkpoint to leave and devour the Hell Chameleon to complete the system task, suddenly felt the terrifying aura of ferocious beasts pressing in. His brows furrowed. Soon after, Chu Feng saw a group of soldiers and martial artists from the second checkpoint rushing toward the first checkpoint at high speed, led by the military leader guarding the second checkpoint. Something happened? Chu Feng's eyes flickered. After thinking for a moment, he turned and flew toward the first checkpoint as well. Along the way, Chu Feng saw figures rushing toward the first checkpoint at full speed, including the 5 elders from the Martial Alliance headquarters. Could it be that the fierce beasts are launching another full-scale attack? Chu Feng wondered. He hurried to the first checkpoint as fast as he could. In mid-air, countless martial artists gathered, each exuding an overwhelming aura. It seemed that humanity's strongest forces had converged here at this moment. Chu Feng also stood high in the air, his gaze fixed beyond the checkpoint. Activating super sense of smell, he detected the scent of numerous fierce beasts approaching from afar. Then, he activated extreme vision, his eyes emitting golden light as if piercing through the void. At the edge of his vision, terrifying energy masses rolled in, blotting out the sky and sun. Within them were horrifying, fierce beasts. The 12 Beast Kings? Chu Feng's heart stirred. A month ago, after graduating from high school and heading to the military training department, the fierce beasts had launched a full-scale attack. Now, a month later, as He officially entered the martial university. The fierce beasts were attacking again? Something about this felt strange. At that moment, Chu Feng's intuition told him that this was directed at him. He sensed a strong crisis. Boom, boom. Boom! Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds came from the edge of the buffer zone. Looking ahead, 12 energy masses roared toward them. A giant snake wrapped in black mist. A large mosquito surrounded by golden light. A ferocious tiger enveloped in red aura. A strange rabbit carried by white mist. An evil dragon shrouded in green light. It was the 12 Beast Kings. They had all mobilized. The last time the fierce beasts launched a full-scale attack, only 6 Beast Kings had appeared. This time, all 12 were here. On this side, the military martial artists saw the 12 Beast Kings charging forward. Even though they had witnessed many grand battles before, their faces changed at this moment. The 5 elders of the Martial Alliance headquarters, Commander Peng, and the leaders of various military divisions all looked solemn. In an instant, the 12 Beast Kings arrived before them. The aura they exuded was terrifying, violently enveloping the area as if the sky were collapsing. Many martial artists felt their blood churn, with fresh blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Chu Feng also felt a slight pressure, but as he raised his aura, the feeling disappeared. Boom, boom! The 5 elders of the Martial Alliance, Commander Peng, and the other military leaders unleashed their auras, forming invisible shockwaves that shattered the oppressive force from the Beast Kings. Even the fierce beast shadows were dispersed. Commander Peng fixed his gaze on the 12 Beast Kings, his expression stern, his voice booming like thunder. Beasts, are you trying to start a war again? Didn't we agree to fight again in 50 years? Why? Can't you hold back? Opposite him, the Dragon King raised its sharp claws slightly, its gaze fixed on Commander Peng. Old Peng, we've come today to renegotiate the agreement with you. Commander Peng narrowed his eyes. Renegotiate the agreement? That's right, the Dragon King replied. We want to sign a 500-year non-aggression pact with you. Commander Peng questioned suspiciously, 500 years of peace? Are you really that kind-hearted? You must have conditions, right? The Dragon King said, of course, there are conditions. As long as you hand over a human named Chu Feng to us, we will agree not to attack humanity for 500 years. Exchanging one human for 500 years of peace. What do you say? This deal is quite worthwhile, isn't it? Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly, and countless other warriors watching the live broadcast also had their expressions shift, followed by an uproar. Chu Feng's heart sank. Damn! They really are coming for me. The ferocious beasts, what a grand move. The 12 Beast Kings pressing forward, their sole purpose being to kill Chu Feng. That's utter nonsense. Commander Peng's gaze darkened, and his aura erupted. You want me to hand over a human? Dream on. If it's a fight you want, then a fight it shall be. He understood clearly that Chu Feng was undoubtedly humanity's hope, otherwise, the ferocious beasts wouldn't be forcing them like this. If Chu Feng were handed over, it would be falling into their trap. However, Elder Hao from the Warrior Alliance headquarters moved his gaze and flew forward, saying, Commander Peng, isn't your conclusion a bit too hasty? Your opinion doesn't represent all of humanity. I think handing over Chu Feng in exchange for 500 years of peace is a very worthwhile deal. Commander Peng cursed directly, worthwhile, my ass. Even if Chu Feng weren't a genius of the human race, even if he were a useless person, I still wouldn't hand him over. Elder Hao said, Commander Peng, think about the situation of others. How many people have tragically died at the hands of the ferocious beasts? How many live in constant fear? Now, by handing over just Chu Feng, we can secure 500 years of peace. I believe the majority of people would agree. For a moment, countless people were torn. Then, they split into 2 factions and began a heated debate. Some supported handing over Chu Feng for peace. Others opposed handing over Chu Feng, insisting on a decisive battle with the ferocious beasts. Essentially, the military was against handing over Chu Feng and wanted to fight the ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, the majority of society, including the Warrior Alliance headquarters and ordinary people, agreed to hand over Chu Feng in exchange for peace. The argument was deafening. At this moment, Elder Hao turned his gaze to Chu Feng, sneered, and said, "Chu Feng, exchanging your life for 500 years of peace for humanity, I believe you would be willing, right?" He placed Chu Feng on a moral high ground. If he agreed, he would surely die; if he refused, he would be scorned by countless people. This was an open conspiracy. An unsolvable dilemma. All eyes were on Chu Feng, waiting for his response. "Commander." Pang looked at Chu Feng and said, "Kid, don't you dare listen to that old doghouse nonsense. The military stands with you. I don't believe a single word about this so-called 500 years of peace from the ferocious beasts. Their goal is to kill you and destroy our human race." For hundreds, even thousands of years, countless battles had been fought between the ferocious beasts and humanity, with the beasts continuously shrinking humanity's living space. If it weren't for humans awakening innate abilities and gaining the power to resist the beasts, humanity would have long been exterminated. This so-called 500 years of peace is nothing but a sinister plot by the ferocious beasts. Once they succeed, they will never honor the agreement. This kind of situation has happened before. A fight to the death with the ferocious beasts is the only solution. Those who are not of our kind will always harbor different intentions. Chu Feng, we stand with you. Chu Feng, we stand with you. Chu Feng, Chu Feng. Countless soldiers and warriors shouted. Back then, Chu Feng had single-handedly defended the Demon Pass against 1,000,000 sea beasts, slashing a 7th-tier sea beast with one strike and instantly annihilating tens of thousands of sea beasts. These shocking scenes had already spread throughout the entire military. Chu Feng is the hero. Chu Feng is the hope of humanity. Elder Hao's face turned somewhat grim, but he then took out his phone, opened the Warrior Forum, and raised it up, saying, "Commander Pang, you cannot represent all of humanity. Look at the Warrior Forum." Thousands of people agreed to hand over Chu Feng. Upon hearing this, Commander Pang and countless military warriors took out their phones to check. Sure enough, the Warrior Forum was bustling with activity, all discussing this matter. It seemed someone was stirring the pot and initiating a vote. The number of people supporting handing over Chu Feng was increasing. Commander Pang and the others looked on with darkened expressions. At this moment, the Dragon King of the 12 Beast Kings spoke. "Humans, have you made up your minds? Hand over Chu Feng, and you will have 500 years of peace. If not, humanity will never know peace." Elder Hao said, "Chu Feng, if you have even a shred of conscience left, end yourself now and grant humanity 500 years of peace. We humans will remember your great contributions." Originally, they had planned to deal with Chu Feng covertly, but unexpectedly, the 12 Beast Kings had come pressing in, also for Chu Feng. Elder Hao saw this as an opportunity. After all, even if Chu Feng died, not only would his great vengeance be avenged, but his innate abilities could also be extracted in a short time. At this moment, all the pressure fell on Chu Feng, and everyone stared at him, waiting for his decision. Chu Feng swept his gaze over Elder Hao and the others, noticing their smug expressions. His aura sank, and then he burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha! If you want my life, whoever has the ability, come and take it." With that, he unleashed gravity exceeding 1,000 times, transforming into a figure that sped out of the first checkpoint and headed deep beyond the borders. To sit and wait for death, to end himself, impossible. My fate is mine to decide, not the heavens. Seeing Chu Feng rush out of the checkpoint and disappear beyond the borders, everyone was stunned. Then Elder Hao and the others snapped back to their senses and shouted, "Chase him! Don't let him escape!" Saying this, he immediately pursued. He had long coveted Chu Feng's innate abilities and had paid a significant price. He couldn't let Chu Feng escape. Commander Pang's aura sank, and the large blade behind him shot into the sky, humming. He gripped it with his right hand and slashed at Elder Hao. Elder Hao's face changed drastically, and he dodged immediately. Commander Peng's figure flickered, blocking Elder Hao and the others. His right hand gripped the large blade, his aura overwhelming, and the blade's momentum surged. It seemed that anyone who approached him would be killed by the blade's energy. Anyone who dares to chase Chu Feng. Ask my blade first, Commander Peng declared. Elder Hao and the others were stunned. Commander Peng turned his gaze to the 12 Beast Kings. Beasts, Chu Feng has already left the checkpoint. If you have the ability, go after him. Chu Feng's actions seemed reckless, but they were indeed a way to break the deadlock. After all, Chu Feng had left the checkpoint. Even if handed over to the beasts, whether they could capture Chu Feng was another matter entirely. The 12 Beast Kings hadn't expected Chu Feng to pull such a move. However, even though Chu Feng hadn't been handed over to them, he had left the checkpoint, which was their territory. Killing Chu Feng there would be easy, wouldn't it? Thus, the 12 Beast Kings roared and chased after him. Commander Peng watched Chu Feng's departing figure, feeling helpless and self-reproachful. Clearly a human genius, forced to this point. Ding Juanshou and Lei Juanshou said, Commander, should we help that kid Chu Feng? Commander Peng shook his head, we can only trust that kid Chu Feng now. If they intervened, what? If the Beast Kings turned to attack the checkpoint? Sending weaker forces would only be fodder for the beasts. Chu Feng charged into the beast territory in one breath. Instinct activated, gravity detection wave activated, extreme vision activated, gaining full control of everything around him. Along the way, there were many beasts, but Chu Feng didn't stop to devour them. Instead, he pushed anti-gravity flight to its limit, flying toward the second checkpoint at maximum speed. That's right. The priority was to quickly find the Hell Chameleon, devour it, complete the mission, and obtain Stealth Secret Technique. Once he acquired Stealth Secret Technique, Chu Feng would become invincible, and then it would be time for his counterattack. The 12 Beast Kings locked onto Chu Feng's figure, chasing him at astonishing speed, but each was inwardly shocked. Damn it, how is that kid so fast? Is he really only 6-star? Terrifying. We're chasing at full speed, yet we can't catch up for now. Hiss. If he continues to grow, he will indeed be our nightmare. We must kill him. Hey, Dragon King, use that move. The Dragon King nodded, opened its mouth, energy gathering within, and the sky and earth changed color. The next second, an energy beam flashed out, approaching the speed of light. Wherever the energy beam passed, the void twisted. This was the Dragon King's dimensional laser. While flying at extreme speed, Chu Feng sensed the incoming danger through instinct. At that moment, his body instinctively dodged the dimensional laser. Boom! The dimensional laser struck a mountain tens of thousands of meters high in the distance, causing a massive explosion that turned the entire mountain into ruins. Chu Feng was inwardly shocked. Fortunately, instinct allowed him to dodge in time, otherwise, even with the innate ability of gourmet cells, he would have been severely injured if not killed. The Dragon King and the other 12 Beast Kings were stunned. He dodged it? He actually dodged the dimensional laser? Hiss. How did he do that? Is he really human, really only 6-star? Damn it! Boom boom boom. Meanwhile, Chu Feng continued his extreme flight, the space around him emitting thunderous sonic booms. At the same time, he unleashed Delicious Devour. Along the way, countless beasts didn't even have time to react before their bodies were directly devoured by Chu Feng, terrifying beyond measure. As he devoured beasts along the way, his consumed stamina quickly recovered, and his vitality continuously increased. Chu Feng grew stronger the more he fought. The 12 Beast Kings trailing behind noticed Chu Feng's constant devouring of beasts and his rising vitality, their expressions turning extremely grim. Damn it, we can't let him keep devouring. We must kill him. Everyone, no holding back. Kill. The 12 Beast Kings unleashed all their killing intent, their bodies swelling several times larger. The killing intent seemed to materialize, distorting vast areas of space. In the first level, countless humans felt the terrifying killing intent, their blood surging within While devouring ferocious beasts and fleeing, Chu Feng naturally noticed the horrifying murderous aura descending, making his scalp tingle. Under the influence of intuition, Chu Feng instinctively reacted. With a flip of his right hand, the Black God Battle Blade appeared in his grip. He pushed his strength to the limit, activated crust cutting, and added 1,000 times gravity. Swish, a slash was unleashed. The ultimate blade energy flashed, tearing through space, as if splitting the entire world apart. Swish, another slash followed. It was the same ultimate blade energy. The two blade energies formed a cross, spanning hundreds of kilometers, and instantly appeared before the 12 Beast Kings. What is this? Quick, dodge! The 12 Beast Kings were shocked, each retreating to evade. A few of them, unable to dodge in time, were struck by the blade energy, and blood sprayed out on the spot. Arg! It hurts! Damn it, it actually broke through my defense. What terrifying blade energy! Several of the 12 Beast Kings looked horrified, with even a trace of fear flashing in their eyes. The killing intent they had just gathered was dispersed by Chu Feng's 2 slashes. The 12 Beast Kings had been preparing to attack Chu Feng, but under the influence of intuition, Chu Feng struck first. Although he didn't manage to kill a single Beast King, the power of those 2 slashes clearly intimidated them. Damn human, die! The Golden Mosquito King roared in fury. Its massive body erupted with terrifying golden light, and its long, sharp proboscis shot out of its mouth, carrying a terrifyingly sharp aura. In a flash, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already behind Chu Feng, capable of instant teleportation. With intuition enhancing him, Chu Feng sensed the danger immediately. In fact, even when the Golden Mosquito King was preparing to launch the attack, Chu Feng had already taken measures. The 1,000 times gravity directly affected the surrounding space, causing the proboscis to slow slightly. At the same time, Chu Feng's extreme vision clearly tracked the proboscis. Gripping the Black God Battle Blade tightly in his right hand, he slashed fiercely. Clang, the sound of metal colliding echoed through the sky. Sparks flew, like fireworks. The golden proboscis shattered instantly. Meanwhile, the Black God Battle Blade in Chu Feng's hand remained unscathed, though his hand holding the blade went numb. It must be noted that the Black God Battle Blade was issued by the system, an absolute top-tier weapon. Peerless in the world. How could the proboscis of a mere 8th-tier Golden Mosquito compare? How is this possible? Seeing Chu Feng shatter the proboscis with a single slash, the Golden Mosquito King was dumbfounded. The other 12 Beast Kings were also stunned. The Golden Mosquito King's proboscis, capable of instantaneous speed, traversing space, and striking unpredictably, had not only been seen by this human brat but was also shattered with a single slash. Roar! I refuse to believe I can't kill you. The Ape King roared, its voice shaking the space. Immediately, a terrifying gray aura erupted from its body. Its legs bent slightly, and in the next second, it unleashed its power. With a boom, the ground exploded, and the terrain within dozens of kilometers collapsed. The Ape King's figure disappeared in a single leap. This was its ultimate skill, Extreme Leap. It possessed the power of instant teleportation. In an instant, the Ape King appeared above Chu Feng's head. Chu Feng noticed it, a black ape over 100 meters tall, covered in black fur, with blood-red eyes flashing and a mouth full of fangs, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Even more horrifying, the Ape King clenched its fist and struck down with a punch. The power of the punch was like a planet falling, seemingly locking the entire space. For a moment, Chu Feng found it difficult to move. But under the effect of intuition, he instinctively reacted, activating the invincible golden body. A layer of golden light enveloped his body. Almost simultaneously, the Ape King's furious punch landed. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a meteorite had struck the ground, creating a massive sonic boom. A crater spanning hundreds of kilometers formed, with dust and debris filling the sky. Witnessing this scene, the other Beast Kings were overjoyed. Did it work? He's dead this time, right? Taking the Black Ape's meteor impact head-on, there's no way he could survive. The Ape King stood mid-air, a ferocious expression on its face, then burst into triumphant laughter. But at that moment, a figure flashed out from deep underground and disappeared at an incredible speed. It was none other than Chu Feng. Moments ago, Chu Feng had been blasted tens of thousands of meters underground. Fortunately, with the protection of the invincible golden body, he was unharmed, otherwise, he would have been gravely injured or killed. Seeing Chu Feng emerge unscathed and vanish before its eyes, the Ape King's laughter abruptly stopped, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. Even a 9-star warrior would be severely injured if they took its meteor impact head-on. How could Chu Feng, a mere 6-star warrior, come out completely unscathed? The Ape King couldn't accept this reality. The other 11 Beast Kings were equally stunned. Why isn't he dead yet? This is too bizarre. What kind of innate ability does he have? That damned human, such a disgusting innate ability. Why don't we beasts have such powerful innate abilities? There's no point in complaining. Now. We need to chase him down immediately. We can't let him escape, or we'll all be doomed. Exactly. We came down here from above to suppress the rise of the human race and eliminate their geniuses. If we fail, our fate will be miserable. Meanwhile, Chu Feng didn't dare to stop for a moment. He pushed his speed to the limit, even using gravity leap to teleport. In an instant, he crossed hundreds of kilometers, though at great physical cost. Fortunately, there were countless ferocious beasts along the way for him to devour, constantly replenishing his stamina. However, his intuition still sensed an intense danger that couldn't be shaken off. Hell Chameleon. I must devour the Hell Chameleon as soon as possible. Chu Feng roared internally. Only by devouring the Hell Chameleon could he turn the situation around. At the same time, inside the checkpoint, everyone, men, women, and children, was closely following Chu Feng's situation. The warrior forums were in an uproar. Being hunted by 12 Beast Kings, Chu Feng is doomed. The killing intent of the 12 Beast Kings just now was terrifying, and the commotion outside the checkpoint was massive. If Chu Feng dies at their hands, he would still be a hero. What a pity, a human genius forced to his death. Yeah, it's all those idiots' fault. You're the idiot. Shouldn't Chu Feng die? His death brings 500 years of peace, isn't that worth it? Damn. The one upstairs, did you get paid off? On the other side, Xin Sheng donned her battlesuit, grabbed her war blade, and shot out of the checkpoint like a streak of light. Junior Chu Feng, your senior is here to help you. Don't you dare die. Boom boom. Chu Feng pushed his speed to the limit, producing a sound like rolling thunder. His figure streaked across the vast and perilous territory of the ferocious beasts, leaving a trail of light too fast for the naked eye to catch. Intuition was in full effect, issuing frantic warnings. Behind him, 12 terrifying auras clung to him like maggots on rotting flesh, locking onto him and slowly but steadily closing the distance. The roars and attacks of the Beast Kings came from behind, energy beams tearing through the ground, massive claw shadows smashing mountains. Chu Feng relied entirely on the predictive power of intuition, the agility of anti-gravity flight, and the spatial mobility of gravity leap to narrowly evade danger time and again. His goal was crystal clear, to find the Hell Chameleon. Based on the previously gathered information about the distribution of ferocious beasts, the Hell Chameleon was usually active in the dark swamp area near the second checkpoint. That area was a complex environment shrouded in toxic miasma. A haven for beasts adept at stealth and poison. I must get there as quickly as possible. Chu Feng's eyes were sharp, his blood surging within him. As he fled, he expanded the range of delicious devour to its maximum. Wherever he passed, whether it was low-level beasts running on the ground or strange birds flying in the air, as long as they entered a certain range around him, they were instantly crushed and disintegrated by an invisible force, then devoured. Far from weakening during his escape, his aura suddenly grew stronger due to the continuous devouring. This terrifying ability to Plunder enemies and strengthen himself even in desperate situations made the 12 Beast Kings chasing him increasingly alarmed and furious. His blood energy has increased again? We can't let him devour anymore. Damn it, what kind of innate ability does he have? Gravity, devouring, absolute defense? So disgusting. At that moment, a glint of light flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. His extreme vision had already spotted the vast swamp area in the distance, shrouded in gray-green toxic miasma, the dark swamp. Gravity leap activated, and his figure flickered as he entered the dark swamp. The entire dark swamp was filled with a terrifying toxic gas. An ordinary person entering this place would feel dizzy after one breath, disoriented after two, and their heart would stop beating after three. Even a 4 or 5-star warrior would collapse and die within half a minute without any protective measures. Chu Feng, however, had poison immunity and naturally had nothing to fear. No poison could affect him. That damned human has entered the dark swamp. Kakik, that place is full of poison. He's dead for sure. Several Beast Kings were overjoyed. But in the next second, the Snake King poured cold water on their excitement. Don't forget that human brat wasn't even afraid of my poison. Why would he fear the miasma there? The Dragon King said, enough chatter. Surround the dark swamp. Don't let him escape. Snake King, this area is also under your jurisdiction. Notify the tribes within to evacuate immediately and interrupt his blood energy absorption. The Snake King nodded, and its massive body appeared above the dark swamp, emitting a hiss sound. Instantly, all the fierce beasts in the dark swamp received the order and began to act immediately. Chu Feng noticed that the 12 Beast Kings had also arrived at the dark swamp, surrounding the entire area. At the same time, he observed that all the fierce beasts within the area had become active. However, Chu Feng remained calm and composed, activating gravity detection wave and extreme vision to search for the Hell Chameleon. As Chu Feng did this, some fierce beasts noticed him but did not attack. Instead, they fled even faster. However, they could not escape Chu Feng's grasp. Under the coverage of 1,000 times gravity, they were all crushed into pieces. At the same time, the terrifying devouring force forcibly pulled in and consumed all the fierce beasts within a radius of over 10 kilometers. Found it. In the next second, Chu Feng was overjoyed. The gravity detection wave had scanned a fierce beast resembling the Hell Chameleon. Then, using extreme vision, he peered through the poisonous mist and saw a massive chameleon attempting to flee. The chameleon's body was covered with numerous grotesque dragon heads, and its skin color constantly shifted, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Without careful observation, it was nearly impossible to detect its presence. It was indeed the Hell Chameleon. Whoosh! Gravity leap activated, and Chu Feng's figure instantly appeared above the Hell Chameleon's head. The Hell Chameleon noticed him, and countless dragon heads roared in fury, spewing large amounts of toxic gas from their mouths. Chu Feng completely ignored the toxic gas, activating the devouring gravity sphere. 1,000 times gravity pressed down, pinning the Hell Chameleon to the ground and deforming its body. Bang! 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 Several dragon heads exploded instantly. The Hell Chameleon died on the spot. Chu Feng raised his right hand and activated Delicious Devour. In an instant, the Hell Chameleon was eaten. Ding! Devoured the Hell Chameleon. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, Stealth Secret Technique. Would you like to cultivate it? The system prompt sounded. Without hesitation, Chu Feng silently commanded, cultivate. Ding! Stealth Secret Technique successfully cultivated. As the system's voice faded, Chu Feng's mind was instantly filled with all the information about the stealth secret technique. In a moment, Chu Feng had mastered the technique. The 12 Beast Kings had already surrounded the Dark Swamp and locked onto Chu Feng, preparing to launch an attack to destroy the Dark Swamp along with Chu Feng and the countless fierce beasts within. Everyone, get ready to attack. This time, we must kill him. Die! Die! In the next second, the 12 Beast Kings' bodies expanded countless times, unleashing their most powerful attacks. Dimensional Laser, Golden Needle Massacre, Meteor Impact, Destructive Tail Sweep, Demonic Roar, Sky-Splitting Claw. 12 terrifyingly powerful attacks all landed on the Dark Swamp. In an instant, an incomparably violent explosion erupted, obliterating the entire Dark Swamp. Countless fierce beasts within were crushed to pieces and died on the spot. Chu Feng's aura also completely disappeared in front of the 12 Beast Kings. The massive sonic boom from the explosion had already reached the nearest second checkpoint and even farther regions. Countless warriors even saw a terrifying mushroom cloud rising into the sky, covering the heavens and blocking out the sun. What happened there? What else could it be? The 12 Beast Kings are attacking Chu Feng. Too terrifying. Do you think Chu Feng is still alive? Stop joking, the entire Dark Swamp has been destroyed. Chu Feng was inside, how could he survive? Sigh, what a pity. Countless soldiers and warriors shook their heads helplessly. Commander Pang, Military Chief Ding, Military Chief Lei, and others looked grim. The sonic boom from the Dark Swamp had dissipated, but the smoke and dust still rolled across the sky and earth. After a long time, the smoke gradually cleared, and the entire Dark Swamp was gone, replaced by a massive crater. Finally killed him. Great, the human genius is dead. Mission accomplished. At last, we can rest easy. The 12 Beast Kings did not sense Chu Feng's presence and concluded that he had been obliterated in the explosion. The destructive energy storm from the Dark Swamp gradually subsided, leaving behind a colossal charred pit, over 100 kilometers in diameter, with the edges of the soil still emitting scorching blue smoke. The enormous bodies of the 12 Beast Kings hovered above the pit, their scarlet or eerie green eyes scanning below, their perception like invisible tendrils combing every inch of the land repeatedly. His presence has completely vanished. In my perception, not even a fragment of life remains. Under the combined strike of the 12 of us, even a peak 9-star would have no chance of survival. He's been obliterated completely. 11 Beast Kings spoke one after another, convinced that Chu Feng was undoubtedly dead. But the Dragon King's majestic dragon had slowly turned, and a faint trace of doubt flickered in its golden vertical pupils. It couldn't shake the feeling that the human brat had died too cleanly. Based on the strange abilities Chu Feng had displayed earlier, even if he couldn't withstand the attack, there should have been signs of a desperate struggle or an attempt to escape. We must not be careless, the Dragon King said in a deep voice. Let's search thoroughly again. Even if it's just a fragment of bone or a drop of blood, we must find it. Although the other Beast Kings felt the Dragon King was being overly cautious, they did not object. Only by completely confirming Chu Feng's death could they truly feel at ease. Meanwhile, at the edge of the pit, under the shadow of a massive boulder overturned by the shockwave, Chu Feng leaned against the scorching rock, his body seemingly merged entirely with the shadow, not only invisible to the naked eye but with his life force and energy fluctuations completely erased. It was the stealth secret technique. At the very moment the 12 Beast Kings' attack descended, he had activated the stealth secret technique. It wasn't just optical invisibility but a complete concealment of presence, energy, body temperature, and even his sense of existence. No attack could harm him. It was equivalent to becoming intangible. However, this stealth secret technique, though heaven-defying, had one flaw: once he used powerful energy, the stealth state would automatically be cancelled. As for the threshold of this energy, Chu Feng had yet to test it. At this moment, he coldly observed the 12 mountain-like figures in the sky. His gaze held no fear, no anger, only an icy, killing intent and extreme calmness. However, he did not act immediately because he knew that even if he made a move with his current strength, he would not be able to kill the Beast King. Instead, it would only alert the Beast King. Chu Feng planned to wait until he had devoured enough ferocious beasts and his strength had grown strong enough before killing the 12 Beast Kings one by one. This wouldn't take too long. After all, during his previous escape, he had devoured countless ferocious beasts along the way, some at the 4th tier, some at the 5th, and even some at the 6th. Apart from half of the energy being absorbed by the gourmet cell demon egg, Chu Feng had also gained a large amount of vitality. Checking the system interface, he could see that his vitality had exceeded 1,500,000, reaching 1,520,000, making him a late-stage 6-star warrior. Above the 2nd checkpoint. It seems he's really dead. Elder Hao had somehow arrived at a distant spot outside the checkpoint. Looking at the massive crater, a trace of regret appeared on his face. And he felt a pang of heartache. What a pity for his innate talent and abilities. But, to bring 500 years of peace to humanity, his death was not in vain. He had been planning to wait for the 12 Beast Kings to kill Chu Feng and then go collect the body, but he hadn't expected Chu Feng to be obliterated. Some of the warriors behind him nodded in agreement. Shut the hell up. Commander Peng's roar was like a thunderclap. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Elder Hao. Chu Feng was forced to his death by you. What peace? You believe the words of ferocious beasts? Just wait, it won't be long before they tear up the agreement. Elder Hao's face darkened. Commander Peng, watch your words. Think of the bigger picture. Screw your bigger picture. General Ding couldn't hold back and cursed as well. Behind him, countless soldiers and warriors glared angrily, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Beast Kings, who had found nothing in their search, finally began to lower their guard. It seems it's been resolved. We can return and report to the higher-ups. This time, the consumption was significant. I need to devour a large amount of blood food to replenish myself. Let's go. The 12 Beast Kings were not a united front. With the crisis resolved, their individual thoughts began to stir. In that case, let's each return to our territories, the Dragon King finally said. When the Beast Emperor awakens, we'll see what its prophecy says. The 12 Beast Kings departed one after another. Only after their figures completely disappeared did Chu Feng take action. The most urgent task was to understand the limitations of stealth secret technique. Thus, he slightly released his aura, roughly equivalent to that of a 1-star warrior. The stealth secret technique did not deactivate, releasing the aura of a 2-star warrior. The stealth secret technique still did not deactivate. When he released the aura of a 5-star warrior, his entire body suddenly became visible, and the stealth secret technique deactivated on its own. Releasing the aura of a 5-star warrior is what triggers the deactivation. Not bad, Chu Feng thought, feeling quite satisfied. With this, he could use the stealth secret technique while performing anti-gravity flight, as long as he flew slowly. As for using the stealth secret technique to approach enemies for a sneak attack, that was also feasible. Although revealing his full strength would make him visible, by the time he appeared, Chu Feng's blade would already have struck. After fully understanding the capabilities of the stealth secret technique, Chu Feng's next step was to devour ferocious beasts to enhance his strength. Once he broke through to 7 stars, he would have a chance to slay the Beast Kings. Apart from the ferocious beast, Elder Hao, Qin Ran, and the others, none could escape. Just as Chu Feng was about to take action, a flash of light appeared in the distance and then stopped mid-air. Senior Sister Xin Chang. Chu Feng saw the newcomer, his expression slightly shifting. Xin Chang looked at the dark swamp below, now turned into a massive pit, unable to sense Chu Feng's presence. Her expression dimmed. Junior brother Chu Feng, have you truly fallen? Sigh. But rest assured, I will avenge you sooner or later for those who caused your death. Roar. At that moment, an angry roar echoed. Following the sound, a terrifying ferocious beast appeared. A lion's head. A tiger's body. Over 200 meters in length, standing 160 meters tall. Massive beyond measure. Chu Feng recognized it. It was a lion-tiger beast, a 7th-tier ferocious beast. In midair, Xin Chang's face changed upon seeing the lion-tiger beast. she immediately transformed into a streak of light and sped away. Roar the lion-tiger beast's eyes shot out fierce light, its massive mouth opening to unleash a terrifying roar. Buzz buzz, the sound waves, like thunder, shook the space. Xin Shang, who was fleeing, was directly struck by the terrifying sonic boom, her blood churning as she spat out a mouthful of blood, her body falling from mid-air. Roar the lion-tiger beast roared and pounced forward, its giant claws descending toward Xin Shang. Without hesitation, Xin Shang unleashed her full aura, activating her light-based innate ability. Her body radiated light, and with a flash, she mysteriously appeared above the lion-tiger beast's head, gripping her battle blade in her right hand and slashing down. Swish swish swish, endless blade light roared. This was her cultivated profound-level combat technique, light beam. Slash. Puff puff puff, blood splattered from the lion-tiger beast's body as it let out a miserable cry. But it did not die, nor did it suffer a fatal injury. At most, it was lightly wounded. Xin Shang's face changed. Her strongest strike had only managed to break through the lion-tiger beast's defense? At that moment, a massive black palm descended from above the lion-tiger beast. The black palm carried a terrifying gravitational pressure. Before it even landed on the lion-tiger beast, the immense gravity had already crushed the beast to the ground. Then, the black palm struck the lion-tiger beast. Boom! A massive sonic boom erupted. The lion-tiger beast let out a miserable cry, its bones shattered, blood gushing from its mouth. Its enormous body lay sprawled on the collapsed ground, not dead but unable to rise for the moment. Nearby, Xin Shang's expression was filled with shock. A single palm had severely injured a 7th-tier lion-tiger beast? Senior sister Xin Shang, are you alright? Just as she was stunned, a familiar voice rang out. Shen Chang quickly turned her head and saw a sunny and cheerful young man walking over leisurely. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Junior. Brother Chu Feng, you're alive? It was unimaginable. Attacked by the 12 beast kings together, even the entire dark swamp had been destroyed, yet Chu Feng, who was inside, was not only alive but appeared completely unharmed. How was this possible? Moreover, she had clearly been unable to sense Chu Feng's presence earlier. How had he suddenly appeared? Yes. Chu Feng nodded at Xin Shang, then walked to the severely injured lion-tiger beast. Raising his hand, he activated Delicious Devour, directly consuming the lion-tiger beast. The lion-tiger beast's vitality was decent. Even after enduring the gravity palm with 1,000 times gravity, it still hadn't completely died. Watching the lion-tiger beast being instantly devoured by Chu Feng, leaving not even a trace of fur, Xin Shang was utterly shocked. How could she not know that the lion-tiger beast had been severely injured by Chu Feng with just one slap? Thinking of this, Xin Shang's heart was in turmoil. Just over a month ago, when she first met Chu Feng, he was still a high school graduate. Likely not even a 1-star martial artist, while she was already a 6-star martial artist. Now, a month later, Chu Feng had also become a 6-star martial artist, and in the later stages at that, capable of killing a 7th-tier beast with a single slap, whereas she had almost been killed by one. Comparing the two, Xin Shang was unsettled. Looking at Chu Feng was like looking at a monster. Previously, she had heard about Chu Feng slaying a 7th-tier beast at Demon Pass and found it hard to believe. Now, witnessing him effortlessly kill a 7th-tier beast, she still found it incredible. After devouring the 7th-tier lion-tiger beast, Chu Feng's gourmet cell demon absorbed part of the energy, and his vitality increased by about 500 points. Following this, Chu Feng briefly explained to Xin Shang how he escaped the attacks of the 12 beast kings and shared information about the secret technique of invisibility. I see. Xin Shang nodded. The secret technique of invisibility is truly a heaven-defying ability. Senior Xin Shang, Chu Feng said, please don't reveal anything about my secret technique of invisibility. Also, many people probably think I'm dead. Could you help me keep the fact that I'm still alive a secret? Xin Shang solemnly replied, Junior Chu Feng, I understand. I will keep your secret. Senior Xin Shang, thank you. Chu Feng said gratefully. He truly needed to thank her properly. If it weren't for her help earlier, he wouldn't have progressed so quickly. Moreover, just now, Xinxing had thought he was dead and had vowed to avenge him. For that alone, Chu Feng felt he owed her his gratitude. When did you become so sentimental? Xinxing's face darkened. Don't make me slap you. Chu Feng felt touched. He then took out a pen and paper from his portable devouring space, wrote something down, and handed it to Xinxing. Senior, this is the secret technique of invisibility. You can try learning it. Perhaps you won't be able to achieve complete virtualization like me, immune to all attacks, but it should allow you to enter an invisible state. The secret technique of invisibility was extremely difficult to cultivate, with many levels: invisibility, life concealment, stealth, virtualization. Even if Chu Feng were to learn it, he wouldn't be able to reach the final level. But he had a cheat system, and with its help, he instantly cultivated it to the maximum level. Xinxing's eyes lit up. All right. Then I won't hold back. She quickly took the secret technique of invisibility, her heart brimming with joy. With such an amazing ability, who wouldn't want to cultivate it? After chatting with Xinxing for a while, she left. Chu Feng had no intention of returning. He planned to continue devouring beasts and growing stronger. Hao family's luxurious villa. Elder Hao, is this your plan? Chu Feng is dead, not even a trace left. I didn't expect this to happen. It was my mistake. I'm also heartbroken over those 3 gifted abilities. What's the use of saying this now? To cooperate with you, Baldy and I paid a significant price and even caused friction with the military. Exactly. Elder Hao, how do you plan to explain this to us? Don't worry, you too. Chu Feng's SSS-level innate ability was gone, but we still have other innate abilities. Within half a year, we will definitely provide you two with a satisfactory innate ability. If we fail, I will hand over 2 sets of Earth-level combat techniques as compensation. It better be so. The bald elder and the green-haired elder left. Not long after, several more figures appeared in Elder Hao's villa. Chu Feng is already dead. We need to change our plans. Patriarch Qin, how is the progress of those experiments? Elder Hao, the shadow cult has already found a breakthrough. Everything is going smoothly. Within a month, it will be done. Good, very good. In the future, this planet will be ours. Inform the shadow cult that no matter how many test subjects they need, just send them over. Understood. In a certain hospital. Good. Excellent. Chu Feng, you're finally dead. So what if you're a monstrous genius? You're still dead. And as for that bitch Xinxing, once I recover, I'll make sure to have my way with you. Lin Hao burst into maniacal laughter, his expression deranged. At the Military Martial University, Principal Xiao Zhengan, Huangting, Mi Ziming, and others found it hard to accept Chu Feng's death. Is that kid really dead? No. Brother Feng definitely isn't dead. Right, Brother Feng is so abnormal, how could he die so easily? Chu Feng, are you really dead? I haven't even given you the love letter I wrote. In society, countless martial artists felt regret over Chu Feng's death. Sai, a genius with SSS-level innate ability, just gone like that. It was so rare to have a genius with a 3S-level innate ability, only to be forced to death. What a tragedy. If Chu Feng had been given more time to cultivate, things would have been different. What a pity. However, aside from Xinxing, no one knew that not only was Chu Feng still alive, but he was also doing just fine. At this very moment, he was wreaking havoc beyond the borders. The news of Chu Feng's fall swept through the human territories like a hurricane, triggering various reactions. Regret, anger, conspiracy, ecstasy. All kinds of emotions surged in the undercurrents. But for Chu Feng himself, all of this was temporarily irrelevant. He was like a true ghost, embarking on a frenzied hunt deep beyond the borders. Secret technique, invisibility had become his most powerful shield. In his invisible state, he was like a non-existent observer, freely traversing through jungles, mountains, and swamps. Even high-level ferocious beasts with keen senses could not detect his presence. His goal was very clear: devour ferocious beasts. These beasts, which were nightmares for ordinary martial artist teams, were the most perfect nutrients for Chu Feng. In a valley ablaze with eerie purple flames, a group of amethyst scorpions over 30 meters long was sleeping. The aura they emitted had reached the peak of the 5th tier. They were the absolute overlords of this purple flame valley, their hard shells comparable to alloy, and the venom in their stingers deadly enough to kill a 6-star martial artist. However, today, an invisible Grim Reaper quietly descended. Chu Feng hovered invisibly above the amethyst scorpions, his gaze icy cold. The next second, a 1000x gravity field was activated, and simultaneously, the gravity palm erupted. An invisible, terrifying force instantly enveloped the area. The slumbering amethyst scorpions didn't even have time to wake up before their massive bodies were firmly pressed to the ground, their exoskeletons emitting cracking sounds under the unbearable pressure. They struggled in terror, their stingers flailing wildly, spraying purple venom that corroded the surrounding rocks into deep pits. But all of this was in vain. Chu Feng's figure appeared the moment the attack was launched, but the palm imbued with terrifying gravity had already struck down solidly. Boom, the ground trembled violently, and the area where the group of amethyst scorpions resided caved in deeply. Their once sturdy exoskeletons shattered completely, their bodies nearly flattened, and their life force rapidly dissipated. Delicious devour. Chu Feng raised his hand, and an invisible devouring field enveloped the area. The bodies of the amethyst scorpions quickly disintegrated and vanished, transforming into pure energy that surged into Chu Feng's body. His vitality soared. Feeling the significant increase in his vitality, Chu Feng squinted in satisfaction. This kind of high-efficiency hunting was far superior to hunting low-tier beasts within the checkpoints. He activated stealth secret technique again, completely concealing his presence, and left the valley, leaving behind only a massive palm-shaped crater that told the story of the brief yet terrifying battle that had just occurred. Time passed, second by second. Chu Feng, like a tireless harvester, roamed the dangerous regions of the beast territories. Blackwater mystic serpent, three-headed demon wolf, earth-splitting violent bear. One after another, these tier 6 beasts, infamous among human warriors, became Chu Feng's food. His vitality climbed at an astonishing rate. 1.8 million. 1.9 million. 2 million. But it was still not enough, far from enough. The devouring continued. A group of tier 5 charging violent rhinos was sleeping when suddenly, an invisible, terrifying gravity field descended upon them. They were instantly crushed to the ground, their armor-like hides shattered miserably. The next second, they all disappeared. A pack of sawtooth wolves fled as if they had seen a ghost, but as they ran, they were all crushed to the ground, their bones shattered. Then, they, too, disappeared. Roar! A tier 7 beast, the ghost-headed giant crocodile, roared, wildly sweeping its tail and blasting apart mountain peaks one after another. But suddenly, a figure appeared above its head. The ghost-headed giant crocodile noticed it, but it was already dead. Because a blade aura flashed down, splitting its body in two, blood spraying everywhere. While Chu Feng silently accumulated power outside the checkpoints, within human society, the shadow cults activities grew increasingly rampant. Reports of missing persons surfaced in multiple locations, especially in some remote towns where the number of disappearances had significantly increased. Although the authorities tried their best to suppress the news, rumors still spread among lower-tier warriors and civilians, causing considerable panic. At Military Martial University, inside Qing's private training room, she sat cross-legged, with the piece of paper Chu Feng had given her, detailing the stealth secret technique training method, placed in front of her. She attempted to circulate her vitality and mental energy according to the method described, but the process was extremely obscure and challenging, nearly causing her vitality to reverse flow several times. She let out a long breath of turbid air, sweat visible on her forehead. No wonder it's the ability mastered by that monster Chu Feng. The difficulty of cultivation is simply exaggerated. Invisibility is already so hard, let alone the later stages of life draining in stealth. The level of virtualization is simply unimaginable. Although progress was slow, Xinxing could feel that just attempting to cultivate had brought a faint improvement in her control over her mental power. This strengthened her resolve to continue cultivating. A secret underground base. The place was brightly lit, filled with a pungent mixture of chemical agents and the stench of blood. Rows of massive transparent cultivation tanks were neatly arranged, containing various human or feral beast tissues, some even faintly pulsating, a scene straight out of hell. Elder Hao, the head of the Qin family, and several figures dressed in the signature black robes of the shadow cult stood before the largest cultivation tank in the center. Inside the tank was a grotesque half-human, half-beast monster. It had a human-like torso, but its limbs were sharp beast claws. Its back bore incomplete flesh wings, its skin sparsely covered with scales, and its eyes were tightly shut, though its chest rose and fell. "How's the progress?" Elder Hao asked in a deep voice, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. A black-robed bishop replied hoarsely, very smoothly, "Elder Hao. By combining humans and feral beasts to enhance physical strength, then activating potential with elixirs, we are developing innate abilities. We have successfully researched human-beast hybrids with powerful innate abilities and are in the process of extracting their abilities. Once the extraction of innate abilities is successful, we will have a large supply of abilities, ready for fusion." "Excellent." Elder Hao's face lit up with a smile. "Accelerate the progress. Once successful, we can create dual ability, triple ability, and multi-ability warriors. Then, we will cultivate an army of multi-ability warriors. Our world is about to arrive." His gaze swept over the twisted monster in the tank, as if admiring a perfect piece of art. Outside the borders, at marked location 2-01, feral beasts were fleeing in panic. An endless terror gripped their hearts. They had witnessed their kind being crushed to death for no apparent reason, then devoured completely. No matter what they did, it was futile. Even several 7th-tier feral beasts were killed in an instant. Run! Run fast! They must escape. At this moment, Chu Feng stood atop a mountain, activating extreme vision to see countless feral beasts fleeing in panic, his gaze icy cold. But he did not go to devour them, instead, he entered the system interface. Entered the system interface. Host, Chu Feng Vitality, 2800-000/3 125-000 Innate Abilities, SSS-level Gourmet Cells, Enhanced Sense of Smell, Gourmet Cell Demon Egg. Incubation Progress, 58%. SSS-level Gravity, 1 300x Gravity Field, Anti-Gravity Flight, Gravity 1000-pound Drop, Gravity Detection Wave, Gravity Leap, SSS Level. Devour, Delicious Devour, Devour Space, Comprehensive Development Skills for Innate Abilities, Devouring Gravity Sphere, Absorption Palm, Devouring Gravity Transfer. Combat Blade Techniques, Earth Level Crust Cutting, Proficient, Gravity Palm, Proficient, Special Abilities, Poison Immunity, Invincible Golden Body, Extreme Vision, Intuition, Secret Stealth Technique Weapon, Black God Battle Blade Martial Artist Level, 6-star Peak Devour Mission, updated as the later stages progress. The vitality required to cross each realm becomes immense. Although he hasn't broken through to 7-star, his strength has greatly improved. The most direct manifestation is gravity reaching 1 300x, instantly crushing any beast below the 7th tier. Additionally, his physical strength has increased hundreds of times under the influence of the Gourmet Cell's innate ability. His attention shifted to the Devour mission. Mission Option 1, Devour the Molten Mountain Giant Turtle, Reward. Earth-level Blade Technique, Demon King Minced Meat Slash. Mission Option 2, Devour the Silent Thunder Condor, Reward, Earth-level Combat Skill, Thunder Strike. The Molten Mountain Giant Turtle is an early-stage 7th-tier beast. Its body is as massive as a hill, its shell resembling cooled lava, covered in cracks with scorching magma flowing through them. Its defense is extremely strong. The Silent Thunder Condor is also an early-stage 7th-tier beast. Its wingspan exceeds 500 meters, its body surrounded by black lightning, and its flight speed is incredibly fast. These two 7th-tier beasts might be invincible to other martial artists, but they are no match for Chu Feng. For Chu Feng, killing them is as easy as slaughtering dogs. After all, Chu Feng has previously slain 7th-tier sea beasts like the eyeball octopus and 7th-tier beasts like the lion-tiger beast. So, the choice of mission depends on which reward is better. One is the Earth level blade technique, Demon King minced meat slash, and the other is the Earth level combat skill, Thunderstrike. Both reward skills are Earth level and terrifyingly powerful. After a brief consideration, Chu Feng decided to choose Earth level blade technique, Demon King minced meat slash. Although Earth level combat skill, Thunderstrike, under the enhancement of the gourmet cell's innate ability and combined with gravity energy, can unleash devastating thunder, Earth level blade technique, Demon King minced meat slash, can achieve the same, and when paired with the Black God Battle Blade, its power would be even more terrifying. It can be said that because Chu Feng possesses the Black God Battle Blade, he can significantly enhance the destructive power of blade techniques in blade skills. Ding! You have chosen mission option 1. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. System prompt. Without hesitation, Chu Feng immediately maintained secret stealth technique and flew at extreme speed toward the fiber volcano outside the border. Along the way, he crushed and devoured every beast he encountered. Large numbers of beasts died tragically and disappeared without a trace. The entire area was thrown into chaos. Countless beasts fled frantically. This shocking commotion had already caught the attention of the Beast King, the demon poison snake, in this region. Is that gravity power? Damn it, could that human brat named Chu Feng still be alive? But, how is this possible? The devil serpent was horrified. It had not acted, remaining hidden in the shadows, wanting to see if it was really Chu Feng who was taking action. However, it could neither see Chu Feng's figure nor sense any human presence. Yet, bizarrely, countless ferocious beasts were dying one after another, disappearing. The devil serpent was panicking. Puff, 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 it opened its mouth and frantically spewed poisonous mist, covering an area of thousands of kilometers. Countless ferocious beasts within the mist quickly fled, while those who couldn't escape in time were poisoned to death, their bodies rotting. Other beasts outside the mist, wanting to seek refuge near the devil serpent, dared not approach upon discovering the poisonous fog. Panic and death engulfed the entire devil region, spanning tens of millions of square kilometers. By the third day, the commotion finally ceased. The eerie deaths stopped. Countless ferocious beasts were mentally and physically exhausted, with many trembling on the ground. Even the Beast King Devil Serpent secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of thing is this? Invisible, odorless, tasteless, yet it crazily devours ferocious beasts. Too terrifying. Could it be those beings from above? But that shouldn't be the case. If those beings descended, it would cause a huge commotion, but there was no sign of that beforehand. Or is there some terrifying existence hidden in the ancestral land of the human race that we don't know about? No, I must share this information with the other Beast Kings. Meanwhile, Chu Feng had already left the Devil region and entered the Golden Mosquito region. This area was even larger than the Devil region. However, the variety of ferocious beasts within was not as diverse. Low-level beasts could not survive in this region at all because the Beast King Golden Mosquito, being hermaphroditic, laid eggs frantically. While the variety of other beasts was limited, the number of golden mosquitoes exceeded 5 billion. Any other beasts entering this region were typically killed by the golden mosquitoes. Only those with extreme defensive capabilities could survive here. For example, the molten mountain giant turtle. As long as the Beast King Golden Mosquito did not act, the other golden mosquitoes could not break through its defense and thus could not devour its flesh and blood. The Beast King Golden Mosquito, on the other hand, constantly devoured weaker golden mosquitoes to replenish its vitality while continuously laying eggs to produce more golden mosquitoes. It could be said that the Beast King Golden Mosquito was a complete aberration. On this day, Chu Feng, maintaining his secret art of invisibility, stood on a tall rock. Looking around, he saw the sky filled with golden mosquitoes of various sizes. The larger ones were bigger than water buffaloes. while the smaller ones were the size of puppies. The level of the golden mosquitoes was related to their size. The larger they were, the higher their level, the smaller, the lower. Chu Feng did not attack the countless golden mosquitoes in front of him but instead activated super olfactory sense, allowing him to detect scents within hundreds of kilometers. He might not immediately find the molten mountain giant turtle, but he might catch the unique scent of volcanic emissions. Instantly, countless smells flooded his nose, most of them the fishy odor of golden mosquitoes. He found no suspicious scents. Under the guidance of his intuition, Chu Feng flew in one direction. Half a day later, he hovered in midair. Below lies an incredibly vast and terrifying forest, filled with countless golden mosquitoes. Even more bizarre is that many of the plants inside are not normal. Some have grown eyes, noses, and mouths, resembling tree demons. In fact, these are all carnivorous plants. They prey on the golden mosquitoes, while the golden mosquitoes devour their energy. Mutual destruction. Large numbers of golden mosquitoes die, yet even more swarm in. The carnivorous plants are consumed by the golden mosquitoes, but before long, new carnivorous plants grow again. The entire massive forest is even expanding outward at a speed of 10 meters per second. Chu Feng sighed inwardly, without thinking much, and activated super olfactory sense once. Again. A flood of scents surged into his nose. Suddenly, a particular scent caused his gourmet cells to tremble all over, followed by excitement. What is this? A gourmet cell activation ingredient. Chu Feng was inwardly delighted. This situation had occurred twice before, and there was no mistake. Once the gourmet cells are activated, the innate abilities of the gourmet cells will be greatly enhanced, and his strength will skyrocket directly. Additionally, the hatching of the gourmet cell demon egg will also accelerate. Without hesitation, he immediately used super olfactory sense to lock onto the source of the scent, then activated extreme vision to look ahead. His vision shot forward like an arrow, and at the end of his sight appeared a massive vine-like plant. The vine was coiled like a snake, forming a nest-like structure. At the center of the nest was a glowing sphere. No, it should be called a kind of fruit. The scent that excited the gourmet cells was coming from that fruit. What is that? Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly. His figure moved, maintaining secret technique invisibility, and activated anti-gravity flight to fly forward. Along the way, golden mosquitoes were everywhere, countless of them colliding head-on with Chu Feng, yet they passed directly through his transparent body. Approaching the fruit, he discovered that although there were countless golden mosquitoes around, none of them attacked the fruit. They didn't even dare to approach it easily. This was strange. Buzz buzz at this moment, a golden mosquito the size of a sheep flashed a resolute look in its eyes. Its long proboscis slightly lifted, glinting coldly. The next second, it charged toward the fruit at an extremely fast speed. When it was still 500 meters away from the fruit, a giant snake suddenly shot out from the vine, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the golden mosquito in one bite. Buzz buzz buzz. Several more golden mosquitoes charged toward the fruit from another direction. Several giant snakes shot out from the vine again, devouring all the approaching golden mosquitoes. Once no golden mosquitoes were near, the snakes merged back into the vine, becoming one with it. Chu Feng recognized those snakes as the evil bean trees parasitizing the vine, a type of carnivorous plant. Without paying much attention to them, Chu Feng, under the effect of secret technique invisibility, continued to approach. As usual, even entering the attack range of the evil bean trees without them noticing. The next second, Chu Feng stood above the nest, observing the fruit up close. Its surface displayed several golden patterns, constantly flickering with light, while an extremely faint fragrance wafted out. Normal sense of smell wouldn't detect it at all. However, Chu Feng, with his super sense of smell, easily caught a trace of that faint fragrance. But what kind of fruit was this? Chu Feng had no idea, he had never seen it before. Even the Martial Alliance Forum had no relevant information. In fact, this was the fruit of life, an A-grade exotic treasure. Its primary effect was to extend lifespan. Depending on the quality of the fruit of life, a good one could increase lifespan by 50 years, while a slightly inferior one could still add 10 years. Judging by the few golden patterns on the surface of this fruit of life, its quality seemed average. Without hesitation, Chu Feng plucked the basketball-sized fruit of life and stored it in his personal devouring space. At the moment the fruit of life disappeared, numerous hidden evil bean trees on the vines reacted, rushing out one after another. Their red eyes glared, mouths roaring as if they had gone mad. Their furious roars echoed throughout the entire forest. Many golden mosquitoes were struck with fear. Although the frenzied evil bean trees roared and launched violent attacks in all directions, many golden mosquitoes were tragically devoured. Chu Feng, however, paid no attention to this. His figure moved, flying out of the forest and standing high in the sky. Looking down, the central area of the forest was already in chaos. Many trees collapsed with a loud crash, and golden mosquitoes flew wildly everywhere. Chu Feng retrieved strangely, the devouring force in the void had not completely disappeared, it had only weakened in intensity and range. Countless golden mosquitoes noticed the opportunity for survival and quickly turned to flee. Chu Feng did not pursue them. Instead, he flew in another direction, completing the task first. And returning to devour later would not be too late. While flying, he activated super sense of smell. It was unclear how long he had been flying when suddenly a faint scent of scorching magma wafted into his nose. He stopped, scanned the surroundings with extreme vision, and his eyes lit up before continuing to fly in one direction. An hour later, towering peaks over tens of thousands of meters high appeared at the edge of his vision. Some mountain tops were still emitting smoke, forming a range of mountains. On the ground, countless rivers of magma crisscrossed, filling the air with a scorching atmosphere. Many golden mosquitoes were flying chaotically. This was the fiber volcano. According to what was known, the molten mountain giant turtle resided in this area. His figure moved, activating anti-gravity flight, heading toward the central region of fiber volcano. The temperature in the central region of fiber volcano was terrifyingly high, with the air twisting and steaming in the heat waves. Ordinary warriors would likely have their lungs scorched just by breathing here. However, for Chu Feng, whose physical strength had increased hundreds of times, such high temperatures felt no more than a gentle spring breeze. Moreover, he was still maintaining the secret technique, invisibility state, rendering all forms of energy attacks ineffective. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the rolling lava rivers and jagged volcanic rocks below. Super sense of smell operated at full capacity, trying to capture the unique scent of the molten mountain giant turtle amidst the pungent sulfur and magma odors. Nothing. Chu Feng was not impatient. His figure moved like a shadow, searching the central lava region for a while longer, but still found no trace. Suddenly, he landed on a protruding giant rock in the lava river. His calm gaze fixed on the surging crimson magma below, then he bent down and pressed his right hand onto the scorching rock surface. Gravity detection wave. Invisible ripples spread silently from his palm, instantly covering countless kilometers. Within his perception, there were indeed some lifeforms lurking deep in the magma, but their sizes were far from the target. It wasn't the one. Chu Feng leapt again, landing on another rock and repeated the detection. This size, it should be the molten mountain giant turtle. The next moment, his heart surged with joy, and his figure shot like an arrow toward a broader magma lake. Maintaining his invisibility, he silently submerged into the magma, approaching the massive figure resembling a small mountain. At the bottom of the lake, a colossal creature lay quietly, its shell undulating like mountain ridges. The dark brown shell was crisscrossed with ravines, and golden molten magma slowly flowed through the cracks, as if its very bloodline was connected to the fire of the Earth's core. It was the molten mountain giant turtle. Confirming the target, Chu Feng did not hesitate. He burst out of the magma, suspended in mid-air, and actively lifted the secret technique, invisibility, releasing his aura without reservation. His right hand gripped the Black God battle blade tightly. Crust cutting was already activated, stacking 1,300 times gravity. Slash! With a low shout, the blade struck like a dragon. The pitch-black, dense blade aura tore through the scorching air. Wherever it passed, space twisted, and the surface of the molten lava lake was split apart by an invisible force, revealing the enormous turtle below, startled and raising its head. The molten mountain turtle abruptly opened its molten gold-like eyes, its pupils reflecting the devastating blade light. It didn't even have time to let out a roar, nor to raise its lava shield. The blade aura, imbued with ultimate destructive power, descended upon its thick neck like a guillotine. SSS-level. The defensive layer, as thick as a city wall, was as fragile as paper before the blade aura, instantly sliced apart. In the next moment, the colossal turtle's head separated from its body, and scalding blood surged out like a waterfall, staining the surrounding lava a shocking dark red. Until its death, it had no chance to unleash its powerful abilities, Molten Roar, Lava Meteor, or Lava Shield. Chu Feng sheathed his blade, his form vanishing once more as he dove into the still-churning molten lake, activating Delicious Devour, absorbing every ounce of essence from this 7th-tier ferocious beast. Ding! Devoured the molten mountain turtle. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, Demon King's Minced Slash. Would you like to cultivate it? The system's notification chimed in right on time. Cultivate, Chu Feng silently commanded in his heart. Ding! Demon King's Minced Slash successfully cultivated. As the system's voice faded, a torrent of profound information about the Demon King's Minced Slash surged into Chu Feng's mind. The essence of the blade technique, the method of channeling power, and the intent of slaughter were instantly etched into his memory. So this is a heaven-tier blade technique, Demon King's Minced Slash. Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing within them. Both Crust Cutter and Demon King's Minced Slash were heaven-tier blade techniques, yet vastly different. Crust Cutter condensed an extremely sharp blade aura, capable of spanning countless spaces for long-range assassinations. On the other hand, Demon King's Minced Slash erupted with terrifying, boundless blade aura within a limited range, shredding everything into mincemeat. Each had its strengths. If Chu Feng could adapt them flexibly and combine them skillfully in battle, they would undoubtedly produce extraordinary, unexpected results. Just as he was immersed in comprehending the blade techniques, the distant molten lake suddenly churned violently. The once calm surface of the lake surged with towering waves, and from its depths came a heart-palpitating tremor, as if some colossal entity was awakening. A far more terrifying aura than the molten mountain giant turtle spread from the depths of the earth. The scorching magma began to reverse its rotation, forming a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex, a shadow spanning countless kilometers could faintly be seen slowly rising. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened. A colossal serpent emerged from the magma lake, raising its head high. Its entire body was covered in a thick layer of rock, with lava flowing through the cracked patterns, resembling an armor of molten fire that could shatter at any moment. It was none other than the mid-7th tier ferocious beast, the magma python. Clearly disturbed by the aura Chu Feng had released earlier, the python now raised its head, flicking its tongue, its fierce eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Its forked tongue darted out repeatedly, attempting to detect the presence of an intruder. Perfect, I'll use you to test the power of this Demon King Minced Meat Slash. Chu Feng's gaze turned cold as he maintained his secret technique, invisibility state, and activated anti-gravity flight, silently drifting like a leaf to the space above the python's head. The magma python remained oblivious to the danger overhead, still agitatedly twisting its massive body, causing the magma to churn violently. Suspended mid-air, Chu Feng slowly raised the Black God Battle Blade. This time, he did not use Crustal Cleave but instead focused all his energy on the newly comprehended Demon King Minced Meat Slash. At the moment the blade's intent condensed, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and even the roiling magma paused momentarily. Just as the magma python sensed something amiss and began to raise its head, the blade struck. There was no earth-shattering blade energy nor any space-tearing force. Instead, the space within, a radius of several dozen meters around the python's head, suddenly twisted and compressed. Countless fine black blade lights appeared out of thin air, forming a rapidly contracting domain of death. Squelch, the magma python didn't even have time to let out a wail. Its tough rocky scales disintegrated into dust under the black blade lights, and its massive head, along with a significant portion of its body, was instantly shredded into the finest mist of blood and flesh, dissipating into the scorching air. This strike was overwhelmingly domineering. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng was inwardly shocked. The Demon King Minced Meat Slash was indeed TE, however. All struggles proved futile in the face of the absolute power of the suction palm. They were mercilessly dragged back and swallowed into the bottomless vortex. Following closely, Chu Feng's mind stirred slightly, and he activated Delicious Devour. The golden mosquitoes sucked into the vortex had no idea what had happened before they were turned into the purest blood energy and completely devoured by him. The levels of these golden mosquitoes were generally low, mostly at the third tier. The energy they provided, aside from a portion being absorbed by the restless gourmet cell devil egg inside his body, ultimately converted into Chu Feng's blood energy at an average of less than 2.5 points per mosquito. Individually, the gain was negligible. But the number of golden mosquitoes in this area numbered in the tens of millions. Bit by bit, the accumulated total blood energy reached an absolutely terrifying figure. Blood energy plus 2,500. Blood energy plus 5,000. Blood energy plus 10,000. System-like notifications flashed rapidly through Chu Feng's mind, and his total blood energy skyrocketed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Streams of newfound power surged and roared through his limbs and bones, like creeks merging into a mighty river. He could clearly feel the solid barrier that separated the 6-star and 7-star levels within his body becoming thinner and shakier under the constant assault of this vast ocean of blood energy. Boom! No one knew how much time had passed, but it was as if a volcano that had been dormant for 10,000 years finally erupted. A muffled roar erupted within Chu Feng's body. His blood energy boiled instantly, and a terrifying force, far more majestic and purer than before, surged crazily from the depths of his being. It washed through every meridian, refining every bone and piece of flesh. I've broken through. 7-star warrior. Chu Feng's heart was filled with immense joy. He immediately ceased his devouring, focused his mind inward, and carefully sensed the earth-shattering changes within himself. Under the stealth secret art, the outside world couldn't perceive him in the slightest, but he could clearly observe everything about himself. He could see a layer of soft yet restrained pale golden radiance flowing across his skin. When he lightly tapped it, it emitted a crisp sound akin to metal clashing. This was a manifestation of his physical body's strength taking another leap under the influence of the gourmet cell. With a slight thought, the surrounding space suddenly became heavier. Gravity ability, over 1,500 times. A sharp glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. His control had improved significantly. He activated his devouring ability again, and his perception range easily covered a radius of 50 kilometers. The efficiency and power of his devouring were now worlds apart from before. At this moment, Chu Feng felt as though his body was brimming with power capable of destroying the heavens and earth. He was absolutely confident that even in the face of an 8-star warrior, with his mastery of thousandfold gravity and his enigmatic devouring ability, slaying the opponent would be as easy as reaching into a bag and retrieving something effortless. Good. It's time to return and settle those old scores. Chu Feng lingered no longer. His figure flickered and transformed into an invisible gale, roaring toward the direction of the human territories, his killing intent piercing cold. Meanwhile, the demon venom serpent king had already hurriedly arrived at the strange, enormous structure where the beast emperor resided. The other beast kings, having received the urgent summons, also began arriving one after another, most of them wearing expressions of displeasure for being disturbed. King Snake, why did you summon us in such haste? Humph, if you can't give a proper explanation, you'll regret it. I just returned to my territory, and I haven't even warmed my seat yet. Faced with the complaints of the other kings, the demon venom snake king spoke in a low and sullen voice, "Everyone, something major has happened. If it weren't urgent, I would never disturb you." The Dragon King swung its massive head and said gravely, "Enough with the suspense. Just tell us, what is it?" The demon venom snake king took a deep breath, a trace of fear flashing in its compound eyes. "Something strange has occurred in my territory. Countless members of my clan have mysteriously disappeared. It's as if something devoured them out of thin air. I suspect that human boy named Chu Feng isn't dead at all. His innate ability is devouring." As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted into chaos, with the beast kings showing varied expressions. Not dead? Impossible. We completely leveled the dark swamp, how could he survive? Exactly. If he were alive, why can't we sense even the slightest trace of him? Snake King, Are you being overly paranoid? Instead of wasting time, why not focus on your cultivation? Silence. The Dragon King roared, suppressing the noise. Its sharp gaze turned to the Snake King. Snake King, did you see that human with your own eyes? The Snake King shook its head, its tone tinged with helplessness and fear. No. I saw nothing. But I witnessed my clan members disappearing in large numbers, and it was definitely not a natural phenomenon. As the kings continued their heated debate, boom. The massive, peculiar building suddenly shook violently. On its surface, countless eerie lights that had been dim lit up abruptly, outlining intricate and ancient patterns, as if some dormant formation had been instantly activated. Buzz! A thick black beam of light shot up from the top of the building, piercing the sky. In an instant, the heavens were shrouded in endless black clouds, with serpentine lightning dancing and thunder roaring. At the end of the black beam, the void was forcibly torn open, creating a massive rift. A pair of giant hands covered in dark red scales reached out from the rift, gripping its edges and pulling it apart forcefully. Following this, a terrifying figure with 3 heads, each engulfed in eerie red flames, slowly emerged from the widened rift, its cold gaze sweeping downward. The faces of the 12 Beast Kings changed drastically. Not daring to show the slightest disrespect, they flew out of the building, hovering in midair with postures of utmost reverence, even tinged with undisguised fear, and said in unison, "Welcome, envoy." The 3-headed monster's 6 eyes scanned the Beast Kings, its voice like the grinding of metal, filled with suppressed fury. "You have messed everything up." With one sentence, the hearts of the 12 Beast Kings sank to the bottom, their bodies turning cold. The Dragon King, barely suppressing its fear, stammered in defense, "Envoy, we have always strictly followed the instructions of the upper realm." "Rubbish!" the 3-headed monster roared, its voice shaking the very space. "The upper realm sent you down to annihilate the human genius and completely sever humanity's destiny. And what did you do? You allowed humanity to give birth to a nemesis of our kind. This is your so-called good work? What?" The Beast Kings were horrified, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The 3-headed monster continued to roar, "Fallen? Isn't it claimed to be able to glimpse a corner of the future? Why wasn't that human nemesis eliminated in advance? Instead, he was allowed to grow stronger?" The Dragon King hurriedly replied, reporting to the envoy, after the Beast Emperor made the last prophecy, he fell into a deep slumber. Following the Beast Emperor's instructions before his sleep, we carried out multiple assassinations of human geniuses. To date, over 100 human prodigies have died at our hands. Fools! A bunch of fools! The 3-headed monster was furious. The true human nemesis, the most critical target, is still alive. Not only is he alive, but he has grown stronger right under your noses. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of the 12 Beast Kings. Almost simultaneously, they thought of the name of the human known for devouring, who had seemingly escaped their joint siege, Chu Feng. The Snake King cried out in shock, "Chu Feng! It must be Chu Feng! I knew he wasn't dead." The Dragon King, pale as death, looked at the envoy in the rift, his voice carrying a final glimmer of hope. "Lord Envoy, what should we do to remedy this now?" "Remedy?" The 3-headed monster let out a cold sneer, "It's too late. Your incompetence has led the higher realm to decide to abandon you. Soon, the higher realm will forcibly seal off the entire planet and find a way to completely obliterate it, along with all living beings on it." After speaking, without waiting for the Beast Kings to react, the 3-headed monster retreated into the rift. The massive rift in the sky quickly closed, and the swirling black clouds dissipated, as if nothing had ever happened. Only the 12 Beast Kings remained, standing motionless in midair, their faces ashen, a bone-chilling cold spreading from the depths of their souls. "It's over. Everything is over." The Dragon King suddenly snapped back to reality, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes as he hissed, "We can't wait any longer. We must forcibly awaken the Beast Emperor immediately." Chu Feng had returned, from beyond the borders. His purpose was singular, to kill. Under the concealment of secret technique, invisibility, he swaggered through the First checkpoint without anyone noticing his presence. He arrived in the capital. Super sense of smell activated. Moments later, a cold glint flashed in Xu Feng's eyes. Oh. Everyone's gathered together? Good. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. In the next second, Xu Feng shot forward like a whirlwind. Elder Hao's luxurious villa. Elder Hao, Xin, Run, and several others, including a man in black, were sitting together, chatting and sipping red wine. Are there enough test subjects? Elder Hao asked. The man in black replied, enough. Elder Hao said, that's good. Recently, the number of missing persons has been too high, causing panic among others. The Martial Alliance must take action, or things will get difficult to handle. The entire Martial Alliance wasn't under his sole control. Although there were 2 other elders on the same side as him, there were also 2 opposing elders, and the military would intervene as well. If the missing persons were traced back to him, it would be hard to deal with. At that moment, Elder Hao's body suddenly trembled, his powerful senses alerting him to the arrival of danger. He suddenly stood up, his gaze bursting with sharp brilliance, his consciousness wildly unleashed. Xin Run's expression changed. Elder Hao, what's wrong? Elder Hao's face darkened. I suddenly felt a murderous intent. But I couldn't detect anything unusual nearby. The man in black said, Elder Hao, are you too tense? Elder Hao nodded. Restraining his aura, maybe. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Elder Hao, unleashing a terrifying aura, accompanied by an overwhelming gravitational force. Xin Run and the man in black were instantly crushed to the ground. Following 2 loud bangs, their bodies exploded on the spot, dying instantly. Elder Hao was also forced to his knees under the crushing gravity, his expression grave. Xu Feng? The next second, Elder Hao saw Xu Feng's figure and was utterly shocked. Xu Feng was still alive. He had survived the attack of the 12 Beast Kings and appeared silently behind him. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. But the worst was yet to come. Xu Feng gripped the Black God War blade in his right hand and slashed out. In an instant, the entire space was sealed by an endless, razor-sharp blade light, as if even the space itself was being torn apart. It was Xu Feng's Demon King minced slash. At the critical moment, Elder Hao's aura erupted, activating his metal ability, enveloping himself in a layer of golden light as a defense. As expected of a 9-star warrior, his reaction was incredibly fast. However, anyway, Elder Hao can't escape. Somewhere underground. This is the headquarters of the Dark Order. What? The leader is dead? How is that possible? The leader was at the peak of 7 stars. And he was with Elder Hao. What on earth happened? What should we do now? The Dark Order was in chaos. At this moment, and extremely terrifying. Gravity suddenly descended, enveloping the entire order. Bang! 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 The bodies of all the members within exploded, dying on the spot. The Qin family. The family head is dead? Impossible. Who killed him? I don't know. It said even Elder Hao fled. The Qin family also fell into panic. At the headquarters of the Martial Alliance, top floor. Elder Hao. What did you say? Xu Feng isn't dead? Your hand was cut off by him? The bald elder and the green-haired elder looked horrified. Yes. Elder Hao's face was pale. That kid Xu Feng is terrifying. He suddenly appeared behind me, broke through my defense with 1 slash, and shattered one of my arms. We must join forces. We must kill Xu Feng. Otherwise, we will all die. Thinking back to that slash, Elder Hao still felt lingering fear. To think that even when he faced the ferocious beasts of the 8 realms back then, he hadn't felt such pressure. The bald elder's expression was grave. How could he not be dead? Surviving an attack from the 12 Beast Kings is indeed terrifying. Even he couldn't achieve that. The green-haired elder said, after he goes invisible, you can't even detect his aura? Does he really have such a powerful innate ability? Even now, he was still thinking about Xu Feng's innate ability, wanting to seize it for himself. The bald elder said, Old Hao, don't panic. As long as the three of us are together, even if Chu Feng comes, we won't fear him. Could he possibly kill all three of us? On this planet, the combat strength of the three of them was already at the pinnacle of humanity. At this moment, the three suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Instinctively, they reacted and immediately rushed out. Swoosh! The moment they rushed out, a black blade aura flashed by, slicing off the top floor of the Martial Alliance headquarters. Elder Hao stood in mid-air, his expression panicked. He's here, he's here. The severed top floor of the Martial Alliance headquarters was as smooth as a mirror, silently testifying to the terror of that slash. Elder Hao, the bald elder, and the green-haired elder hovered in mid-air, forming a triangular formation. Their auras erupted like three burning volcanoes, enveloping the entire capital city. The oppressive force of three 9-star martial artists was unleashed without restraint, causing countless strong individuals below to feel immense pressure. They looked toward this direction in shock and fear. Chu Feng, come out. The bald elder's voice was like a great bell, imbued with the secret power of the Buddhist lion's roar technique. The sound waves rolled, causing ripples in the air. Hiding in the shadows, what kind of skill is that? Around him, a dark golden light flowed, and behind him, a black Buddha figure with a blurred face but exuding a sinister demonic aura faintly appeared. This was his SS-level innate ability, Demon Buddha. This Buddha figure was a mix of solemn majesty and eerie malevolence, radiating an oppressive force that shook the soul. The green-haired elder remained silent, raising his hands slightly. Two clusters of eerie green ghostly flames ignited in his palms with a whoosh, flickering erratically without any warmth, instead exuding a soul-freezing chill. This was his infamous SS-level innate ability, Ghostfire, which could not only burn flesh but also destroy the spirit, exceptionally sinister. Although Elder Hao had lost an arm and his face was pale, he forcibly suppressed his fear with the support of his two companions. His remaining right hand clenched into a fist, a metallic sheen flowing over his body, transforming into an indestructible suit of armor. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, frantically scanned every inch of the surroundings, trying to locate Chu Feng's whereabouts. However, the area was deathly silent. Chu Feng seemed to have completely merged into the void, leaving not even a trace of his presence. This unknown threat, capable of launching a lethal strike from any angle at any moment, brought unprecedented pressure to the three 9-star martial artists standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Watch out for his gravity. Elder Hao warned hoarsely, but before his words had fully left his mouth, buzz! A terrifying gravitational field, far more intense than before, suddenly descended. This time, it wasn't a blanket suppression but condensed into three invisible shackles, precisely locking onto the three elders. Ugh! The trio's bodies sank. Simultaneously, as if burdened by a mountain, their movements instantly slowed. Especially the already injured Elder Hao, who groaned as a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Found you! The bald elder roared, the demonic Buddha phantom behind him suddenly opening its eyes. With its palms pressed together, a shockwave mixed with chanting and demonic sounds erupted from him, spreading outward in a circular wave. This was an indiscriminate area-wide mental attack, attempting to force the hidden Chu Feng out of hiding. Almost simultaneously, the green-haired elder pushed his hands forward, and countless ghostly green flames, as if imbued with life, transformed into wailing ghostly faces, surging toward the general direction of the gravitational source. Boom! The ghost fire and the demonic Buddha's soundwave wreaked havoc, completely engulfing that section of space, distorting the very fabric of the area. However, the attack missed. Chu Feng's figure quietly emerged on the other side, the black god blade in his hand pointing diagonally to the ground, his gaze cold as eternal ice. Quick reaction, but useless. Devil King's minced flesh slash. He swung his blade again, slashing furiously. The blade's light filled the entire space, sealing it off completely, descending upon the three elders like a torrential downpour, even denser than a rainstorm. Not good. The three elders' pupils contracted sharply, sensing the deadly threat. This blade energy was condensed to the extreme, its destructive power far surpassing the strike that had severed the building earlier. Indestructible Vajra! The bald elder shouted, and the demonic Buddha phantom instantly shrank, merging with his body, turning him into a figure seemingly forged from dark gold, ready to withstand the blade energy head-on. Ghostfire's shield. The green-haired elder was enveloped in a thick layer of ghostly green flames, which twisted and writhed, attempting to corrode and neutralize the black blade energy. Absolute defense. Elder How pushed his metallic ability to the limit, instantly forming dozens of thick metal shields in front of him, layered one upon another. Sizzle! Sizzle! Splatter! 3 faint sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The demonic Buddha golden body, which condensed the lifelong power of the bald elder, was cut half an inch deep by the blade aura, and dark golden blood flowed out. He groaned and staggered back, his face full of shock. The Ghostfire shield of the green-haired elder was directly pierced by the blade aura. Although he tilted his head in time, the blade aura still grazed his cheek, taking away a small piece of flesh. No fresh blood flowed from the wound, instead, it was charred black, as if burned by a branding iron, with a strange devouring force preventing the wound from healing. As for Elder How, who had the strongest defense, his dozens of metal shields were pierced by the black blade aura as if they were made of paper. Finally, the blade aura precisely struck the hastily reformed metal heart-protecting mirror on his chest. Clang! A deafening explosion erupted as the heart-protecting mirror shattered. Elder How was struck as if by a falling meteor, his chest caving in. He spat out blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, his entire body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. His aura instantly plummeted to its lowest point. With one strike, one was severely injured, and 2 were lightly wounded. Chu Feng frowned slightly, not entirely satisfied with the result. Dealing with 3 9-star martial artists who were highly coordinated and each had unique skills was indeed not so easy to kill instantly. Especially the bald elder's demonic Buddha golden body and the green-haired elder's Ghostfire, both of which had unique attributes that partially neutralized his attacks. He's expended a lot of energy, now's our chance. The green-haired elder, enduring the intense pain on his face, shouted sharply. More Ghostfire surged from his body, transforming into a massive ghostly fire python that lunged at Chu Feng. The bald elder also forced himself to take a deep breath, and the demonic Buddha's shadow expanded once more. A massive dark golden palm descended like a sky-covering shadow. Chu Feng snorted coldly, activated a secret stealth technique, and his figure blurred again, disappearing at the last possible moment. The Ghostfire python and the demonic Buddha's giant palm collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The energy storm swept in all directions. He's disappeared again. The bald elder's face darkened. The green-haired elder warily scanned his surroundings, forming an impenetrable defensive layer of Ghostfire around his body. At that moment, Chu Feng's voice, as cold as the winds of the underworld, simultaneously echoed in their ears. Today, I'll collect some interest first. Your lives are noted for now. The next time we meet, I will shatter the 3 of you into pieces. The voice was ethereal and elusive, gradually fading into the distance. The 3 elders dared not relax in the slightest, maintaining full vigilance for a full quarter of an hour. Only after confirming that the suffocating gravitational field and killing intent had completely disappeared did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the severely injured and unconscious Elder How, whose aura was barely hanging on, and then at the wounds on their own bodies, the bald elder and the green-haired elder no longer had their previous composure and arrogance. All that remained was deep fear and lingering dread. Chu Feng was not dead. On the contrary, he had become stronger and more enigmatic. He had acquired some kind of undetectable stealth ability, combined with that terrifying gravity and unparalleled blade technique. He had become a sword hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. The capital was about to change. No, the entire world was about to be thrown into chaos. Because of the return of this young man, stirring up a storm of epic proportions. The news of Chu Feng's return spread like a devastating mental storm, sweeping across the entire human domain with the capital as its center. At first, people simply couldn't believe it. Chu Feng isn't dead? What kind of joke is this? The 12 Beast Kings joined forces to besiege him, and the Dark Swamp was turned into a dead zone. How could he possibly survive? Absolutely a rumor. Someone just wants to stir up chaos. However, when photos of the flattened top floor of the Warrior Alliance headquarters began circulating, when the news of Elder Hao being severely injured and unconscious, Qin family patriarch Qin Run and the Dark Order leader confirmed dead, was verified by multiple sources, when the intelligence about the bald elder and green-haired elder shutting themselves away and their forces trembling in fear gradually leaked out, all doubts were forcibly silenced, replaced by unparalleled shock and horror. He really didn't die. Not only did he escape the sure death situation orchestrated by the 12 Beast Kings, but upon his return, he stormed into the core of the capital with overwhelming force, severely injuring Elder Hao in front of 2 other 9-star elders, killing Qin Run and the Dark Order leader, and then left unscathed, with no one able to stop him. This level of strength, this audacity, this decisive ruthlessness made everyone who heard the news feel their scalp tingle and their spine chill. My God, how did he manage to do this? The 12 Beast Kings couldn't kill him, and instead, he came back stronger? To return and severely injure a 9-star elder, what level of power has he reached now? Terrifying. How old is he? This growth rate is simply monstrous. The skies of the capital are truly changing. Elder Hao's faction is finished. Principal Shao gasped, hiss, even the elders of the Warrior Alliance were severely injured. This kid Chu Feng is terrifying. Zheng Yan and Huang Ting admired him. Feng Bro really didn't die. Feng Bro is awesome. Mi Ziming breathed a sigh of relief and tightened the love letter in her hand. That's great, Chu Feng didn't die. Ha ha ha. Commander Pang laughed heartily. Well done. Chu Feng truly didn't disappoint. The military was in an uproar. The red-haired elder of the Warrior Alliance laughed heartily. Ha, Chu Feng is indeed extraordinary. Now, Elder Hao and those old guys have shot themselves in the foot. Hiss. Lin Yashing's expression was horrified. Chu Feng is this strong now? Thank goodness I didn't seek revenge on him back then. I was so wise. Lin Hao's face twisted in rage. Not dead? Why isn't he dead yet? Damn it. On the streets, in online forums, within various major forces, everyone was frantically discussing this name, Chu Feng. His return was like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves upon waves and completely shattering the existing balance of power. Compared to the external uproar, the Qin family estate was shrouded in gloom and plunged into extreme panic. Patriarch Qin Run was dead, their greatest pillar. Elder Hao was severely injured and on the brink of death. This meant the backbone of the Qin family had collapsed. Quick! Pack up all resources that can be taken and leave the capital. Immediately. Scatter and go. Whoever can escape, escape. That calamity Chu Feng, he definitely won't spare our Qin family. The remaining high-ranking members of the Qin family were in a panic, like ants on a hot pan, trying to organize the clan's escape. They regretted it deeply. Why did they provoke Chu Feng back then? Why did they side with Elder Hao and become his enemy? But alas, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Just as the core members of the Qin family gathered in the family's secret vault, scrambling for resources and preparing to flee for their lives, an invisible yet mountain-like pressure suddenly descended. Buzz! A terrifying gravitational field enveloped the entire Qin family estate. Thud! Thud! Those weaker members of the Qin family were crushed to the ground without even a chance to scream, their bones shattered, internal organs ruptured, and they died instantly. The few high-ranking members gathered in front of the secret vault, including a supreme elder with 7-star strength, managed to hold on for less than half a breath longer. No! Chu Feng, spare me! The supreme elder's eyes were bloodshot as he felt the familiar and terrifying killing intent, letting out a desperate plea for mercy. However, what responded to him was a gravitational force that appeared out of thin air, twisting space. In the next moment, all their struggles, fear, and regret, along with their flesh, energy, and even souls, were crushed into dust by the horrifying gravity. In just a few breaths, the once prominent Qin family, deeply rooted in the capital, had its core strength uprooted and completely annihilated, leaving behind only a deathly silent estate and a scene of utter devastation. Chu Feng's figure slowly emerged from the void, his gaze devoid of any emotion, as if he had merely done something trivial. To cut the weeds, one must remove the roots. This was his principle. Suddenly roar. Indescribable, ancient, and terrifying roar erupted from the distant frontier, sweeping across the heavens and earth in an instant. Within this roar was an unparalleled majesty, violent fury, and an extreme frenzy. As if something that had slumbered for countless ages had been forcibly awakened. The sound pierced through space, ignoring distance, and exploded directly in the depths of every living being's soul. In the capital, countless ordinary people fainted instantly. Even low-level martial artists felt their blood churn and their minds nearly collapse. Chu Feng's expression changed slightly as he abruptly looked toward the frontier. His gaze pierced through the void, as if seeing that faraway place, where an unimaginably vast and sinister aura was slowly awakening, expanding, and reviving at a terrifying speed. This aura far surpasses a beast king. Chu Feng's eyes were filled with unprecedented gravity. It's a beast emperor? Almost simultaneously, in the depths of that strange structure beyond the frontier, 12 beast kings prostrated themselves on the ground. With reverence, even trembling with fear. Before them, on a massive throne constructed of countless twisted flesh, eerie runes, and flickering crystals, a shadow of indescribable form, vast and terrifying, was violently pulsating. Within the shadow, 2 eyes slowly lit up. Those eyes were like 2 bottomless, blood-red vortexes, reflecting the collapse of stars and the withering of all things, a horrifying scene. They were filled with endless ancient coldness and an overwhelming fury from being forcibly awakened. The Dragon King and the other 12 Beast Kings trembled as they spoke in the most humble tone, "Welcome, Your Majesty the Beast Emperor, to your awakening." The blood-red vortex-like eyes slowly swept over the 12 prostrating Beast Kings below. A cold, hoarse voice, as if formed by the wails of billions of souls, rumbled through the space. "Who has disturbed my slumber? Do you know the price of forcibly awakening me?" As the voice fell, the entire structure, no, the endless mountains and earth beyond the frontier, began to tremble slightly. The Beast Emperor had awakened. Above the capital, the terrifying roar from beyond the frontier still echoed, its residual sound like a tangible shockwave, shaking everyone's hearts. Chu Feng hovered above the now lifeless Qin family estate, his brows furrowed, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through space, fixed on the direction from which the aura emanated. A 9th-tier ferocious beasts aura? It's the Beast Emperor. Could it be preparing to act? Chu Feng's gaze shifted slightly. However, he felt no pressure. After all, with the stealth secret technique, no attack could harm him. But devour. I need more blood and energy, more power. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Ignoring the chaos within the capital, his figure flickered as he activated the stealth secret technique. Transforming into an invisible streak of light, speeding once again toward the frontier. This time, his target was the endless ferocious beast tribes of the Forbidden Zone beyond the frontier. He was about to embark on an unprecedented, frenzied hunt. At the same time, in the military headquarters, Commander Pang and countless military leaders stood high in the air, their gazes fixed on the frontier, each with a grave expression. That's a 9th-tier ferocious beast. It's that creature again. Every time it awakens, it brings disaster. Send the order, everyone, prepare for battle. Beyond the frontier. Deep within the eerie structure. The massive shadow of the Beast Emperor, the fallen angel frog, slowly writhed on its throne, its blood-red vortex-like eyes sweeping over the trembling 12 beast kings below. Why have you forcibly awakened me? Its voice seemed to carry a soul-corroding power, instilling a primal fear in every beast king. The Dragon King suppressed the trembling of its soul and succinctly reported the arrival of the envoy, the decision of the higher realm, and the news that Chu Feng was suspected to be alive and had become the nemesis of the alien race. The envoy said that the higher realm intends to abandon us and erase the entire planet. We had no choice but to disturb your slumber, begging for your guidance. The Dragon King's voice carried a tone of pleading. Chu Feng. The Beast Emperor repeated the name in a low voice, a strange light flashing in its blood-red eyes, as if tracing some cause and effect, peering into fragments of fate. After a moment, it let out a low growl with an indiscernible meaning. I see chaos and variables. This child must die. Why have you not killed him yet? It's over. Everything is over. Its voice suddenly turned sharp, and the terrifying pressure caused the entire structure to wail in agony. The Dragon King's body trembled. Beast Emperor, is there no way to salvage this? The fallen angel frog's gaze flickered with an eerie light. Relay my command. Assemble, all tribes. Unleash the beast tide. Target human territory. The capital. At all costs, find Chu Feng and kill him. Even if Chu Feng cannot be killed, annihilate all other humans in hopes of gaining forgiveness from the higher realm. Understood. The 12 Beast Kings, as if granted amnesty, yet feeling immense pressure, responded in unison, quickly retreating to execute the Beast Emperor's orders. An unprecedented ultimate beast tide, personally ordered by the Beast Emperor, began brewing and gathering across this vast land beyond the borders. Meanwhile, Chu Feng had once again ventured deep beyond the borders. He no longer concealed himself, even actively releasing his overwhelming vitality and killing intent, like a beacon in the night, attracting ferocious beasts from all directions. Roar! A ferocious beast resembling a mammoth but covered in thick bone armor, the early-stage 7th-tier wasteland bone elephant, was the first to be alarmed. Like a moving mountain, it trampled the earth, charging toward Chu Feng. Its two massive curved bone tusks glowed with a ghastly white light, capable of shattering mountains. Chu Feng's gaze was icy cold, neither dodging nor retreating. Absorption palm. His right hand lifted slightly, unleashing a terrifying devouring force. The charging momentum of the wasteland bone elephant abruptly halted, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. Its massive body was forcibly pulled, its forehooves lifted off the ground, letting out after several days of sleepless and relentless hunting and devouring. He felt the energy and blood within his body had reached an unprecedented saturation point. The barrier of the 7-star peak was clearly visible and on the verge of collapse. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng Energy and Blood, 10-00000/15-625-000 Innate abilities, SSS-level Gourmet Cells, Super Sense of Smell, Gourmet Cell Demon Egg Incubation Progress 90%. SSS-level Gravity, 2000x Gravity Field, Anti-Gravity Flight, Gravity 1000-pound Drop, Gravity Detection Wave, Gravity Leap, SSS-level Devouring, Delicious Devouring, Devouring Space, Comprehensive Development Skills of Innate Abilities, Devouring Gravity Ball. Absorption Palm, Devouring Gravity Transfer Combat Knife Techniques, Earth-level Crust Cutting, Proficient, Gravity Palm, Proficient, Special Abilities, Poison Immunity, Invincible Golden Body, Extreme Vision. Intuition, Secret Stealth Weapon, Black God Battle Knife Martial Artist Level, Late 7-star Devouring Task, updated. The reason he stopped was because the Devouring Task had just arrived. Chu Feng's gaze fell on the Devouring Task. Ding! Devouring Task updated. Task 1, Devour the Demon Venomous Snake, Reward, Secret Purification Technique. Task 2, Devour the Octopus Gorilla, Reward, Sky Level Knife. Technique Air/. Choose one, please make your decision. The Demon Venomous Snake, also known as the Snake King, is an 8th-tier ferocious beast and the overlord of the demon region outside the borders. Chu Feng had fought it before. Its venom was terrifying, and its tail sweep was equally fearsome. He couldn't defeat it before, but now it might be a different story. With poison immunity, he could ignore the Snake King's venom. With secret stealth, he could evade the Snake King's tail sweep. As long as he found an opportunity to strike, crust cutting and Demon King minced meat slash could injure it. Perhaps one strike wouldn't kill it, but what about 2 strikes, or 3? There was definitely a chance to kill it. Even if he couldn't kill it, Chu Feng could devour another wave of ferocious beasts to enhance his energy and blood, break through the 7-star peak, and definitely slay it. The reward's Secret Purification Technique is an auxiliary ability that, when activated, can eliminate all negative effects such as illusions, control, and so on. Task 2's Octopus Gorilla is a hybrid of an octopus and a black gorilla. Its lower body is an octopus, moving with 8 tentacles, while its upper body is a black gorilla. It is a 7th-tier peak ferocious beast. Such a beast could now be killed by Chu Feng with a single strike. As for the reward's Sky-level Knife Technique Air/, when activated, it releases a terrifying blade aura, with power comparable to crust cutting. Thus, Chu Feng quickly made his decision, silently thinking, choose task 1. Ding! You have made your choice. Please complete the task as soon as possible. System prompt. Without delay, Chu Feng immediately headed toward the demon region. Along the way, he did not deliberately hide his aura. Whenever he encountered ferocious beasts, he devoured them directly. By the time Chu Feng arrived at the demon region, his energy and blood were approaching the 7-star peak. Super sense of smell activated. In an instant, the sense within 1,000 kilometers gathered, but he did not detect the demon venomous Snake King. Laughed? Chu Feng frowned slightly. He continued flying toward the demon venomous Snake King's territory but still did not find it. Just as Chu Feng was planning to use intuition to locate the demon venomous Snake King, his superior sense of smell finally caught its scent. The demon venomous Snake King flew in from the deeper regions outside the boundary at a terrifying speed. It didn't take long for the demon venomous Snake King to enter the demon zone. Chu Feng used extreme vision to look over and saw the demon venomous Snake King roaring in with a sky full of poisonous mist. Then, the demon venomous Snake King raised its terrifying body high in the air, its eyes blood-red, and let out a furious roar. Ah, the roar echoed throughout the entire region. In an instant, all the ferocious beasts within the area, regardless of what they were doing or where they were, seemed to be controlled, madly converging toward the demon venomous Snake King. Is it summoning all the ferocious beasts? Chu Feng frowned slightly. Forget it. Doesn't matter. I'll go over and cut it down first. Immediately, Chu Feng activated stealth technique, and his entire figure disappeared. Before long, Chu Feng followed countless ferocious beasts to the demon venomous Snake King's side. The demon venomous Snake King did not notice anything unusual. Under the effect of stealth technique, Chu Feng stood above the demon venomous Snake King's head. The next second, his blood surged within, his aura fully erupted, and over 2,000 times gravity enveloped the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless the pupils of the demon venomous Serpent King dilated. Puff puff puff. In the next second, endless flashes of blades shattered the demon venomous Serpent King's already tattered head, filling the entire space with a thick stench of blood as countless fragments of flesh and blood scattered. The massive body of the demon venomous Serpent King began to fall. It wasn't completely dead yet, but it was close. Chu Feng didn't waste any time. He raised his right hand and activated Delicious Devour. The demon venomous Serpent King's body disintegrated, transforming into surging energy that poured into Chu Feng's body. His vitality surged, instantly breaking through to the peak of 7 stars. Ding! You have devoured the demon venomous Serpent King. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward: Secret Technique Purification. Would you like to cultivate it? The system prompt sounded. Chu Feng took a deep breath. Cultivate. Ding! Secret Technique Purification successfully cultivated. At the same time, all the knowledge about this ability appeared in Chu Feng's mind, as if it had been innate. In the distance, countless ferocious beasts, witnessing the demon venomous Serpent King being slain and devoured by Chu Feng, panicked and roared as they fled in all directions. Chu Feng's aura erupted with a thunderous force, forming a visible energy vortex that dispersed the surrounding blood-colored poisonous mist entirely. He felt his strength, speed, perception, and even his control over gravity and devouring abilities ascend to a whole new level. Sweeping his gaze over the countless terrified beasts scattering due to the Serpent King's demise, Chu Feng's eyes showed no trace of mercy. Devouring Palm. With a slight lift of his right hand, a terrifying devouring force seemed to transform into countless invisible tendrils, enveloping the fleeing figures. Roar! Howl! Miserable beastly cries echoed one after another. One by one, the ferocious beasts were involuntarily dragged back, and before they could even approach Chu Feng, they were crushed and disintegrated by the vortex of Delicious Devour, turning into the purest vitality energy that continuously flowed into his body. The efficiency of slaughter and devouring was now several times faster than before. His vitality surged at an unprecedented speed, steadily advancing toward 8 stars. The demon egg of the gourmet cells within his body also progressed toward its final hatching. However, just as he was immersed in the ecstasy of this rapid growth roar, howl. 11 distinct yet equally majestic and ferocious roars erupted from the depths of the forbidden zone beyond the pass, rolling like thunder and shaking the heavens and earth. Immediately after, the ground began to tremble violently, as if billions of warhorses were galloping simultaneously. On the horizon at the edge of his vision, a boundless black line suddenly appeared, expanding and spreading at a suffocating speed. It was a beast tide. Led personally by the remaining 11 beast kings, it was an unprecedented destructive flood, gathering nearly all the ferocious beast tribes from the forbidden zone beyond the pass. The sky was obscured by flying predatory birds, resembling rolling dark clouds. The ground was covered by countless monstrous beasts, forming a terrifying moving carpet. The aura of rage, bloodlust, and destruction intertwined, creating a despair-inducing mental storm that surged toward the human territories, crushing everything in its path. Their primary target was unmistakably Checkpoint 1. Chu Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Under the extreme vision, he could clearly see the 11 massive beast kings, whose energy reactions were as blazing as the sun, positioned at several critical nodes of the beast tide, commanding this army of destruction. The warning beacons at the human border ignited instantly, and piercing alarms echoed through every military fortress, yet they seemed so feeble and powerless in the face of this overwhelming beast tide. One man stands guard, shadow slaughter. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng's gaze turned sharp. Secret technique, stealth. His figure vanished instantly, his presence completely concealed. He transformed into an invisible reaper, charging against the overwhelming beast tide, moving upstream. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded within the vanguard of the beast tide. Puff, 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 one after another, 6th and 7th tier ferocious beasts, sprinting wildly, suddenly exploded without warning, turning into a mist of blood that instantly disappeared, as if swallowed by an invisible giant maw. They didn't even have time to scream before being annihilated in extreme terror. Chu Feng moved like a phantom, flickering through the dense beast horde. Absorption Palm and Delicious Devour worked in perfect harmony, forming an efficient cycle of death. The Black God Battle Blade didn't even need to be unsheathed, the sheer force of gravity and devouring power was enough to reap life after life. Wherever he passed, the beast tide seemed to be plowed by an invisible giant blade, leaving blank spaces that were quickly filled by the surging beasts behind. However, this strange, large-scale instant death immediately caught the attention of the beast kings commanding from the rear. It's Chu Feng. The Dragon King's massive vertical pupils burned with anger and a trace of fear. He's mixed in with the beast horde. Find him. 11 immense divine senses swept through the chaotic beast tide like scanners, frantically searching. Chu Feng's secret technique, stealth, was incredibly powerful, as long as he didn't unleash an aura exceeding 5 stars, the 11 beast kings couldn't locate him no matter how hard they searched. Ignoring their efforts, Chu Feng directly activated Delicious Devour, swallowing groups of weaker, ferocious beasts. In an instant, large swaths of beasts vanished amidst their screams. There he is. Suddenly, the Dragon King roared, unleashing a terrifying light wave that tore through the earth, aimed at Chu Feng's location. Almost simultaneously, the Eagle King summoned countless wind blades, the Spider King spewed a web of laws that blotted out the sky, and the Golden Mosquito King fired golden needles. The 11 Beast Kings, enraged, attacked together, unleashing their innate divine abilities and destructive energies, completely engulfing that area. But they couldn't harm Chu Feng in the slightest. At the direction of the first checkpoint, inside the military's highest command room, Commander Pang, through aerial reconnaissance footage, saw the blank spaces continuously appearing within the beast tide in the astonishing scene of the 11 Beast Kings joining forces to attack. He instantly understood Chu Feng's intent to use himself as bait, infiltrate the beast tide, wreak havoc, and delay their advance. Good lad. Commander Peng's tiger-like eyes widened as he slammed the control panel, his voice echoing throughout the military headquarters. Chu Feng is fighting ferociously against the beasts. We cannot fall behind. All units, hear my command. Target the beast tide outside the checkpoint. Follow me, attack. Kill. Kill. The long-suppressed fighting spirit erupted completely. Immediately, the gate to the first level opened. Led by Commander Pang, countless human warriors surged forward like a flood breaking its dam, shouting as they charged out. Meanwhile, at the core of the Beast Tide, in the area engulfed by the attacks of the 11 Beast Kings, boom! The chaotic energy gradually dissipated, revealing a massive crater. Yet, at the center of the crater, there was no sign of Chu Feng, only endless scorched beast remains. Chu Feng paid no attention to anything else and continued to unleash Delicious Devour, frantically consuming beasts below the 5th tier. Although these beasts had less vitality, their sheer numbers made up for it. Chu Feng could feel his vitality skyrocketing at an astonishing rate, drawing closer and closer to the 8-star level. The demon egg of the gourmet cells within his body was also nearing full incubation. Boom! 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 The Dragon King and the other 11 Beast Kings launched frenzied attacks. Explosions roared, creating crater after crater, killing countless beasts. Yet Chu Feng remained unscathed, continuing his relentless devouring as always. We can't hit him, we just can't hit him. Our attacks have no effect on him. Damn it, what kind of innate ability is that? It's disgusting. If we let him keep devouring like this, half of the beast horde will be gone before they even reach the gate. The 11 Beast Kings were on the verge of collapse. From afar, the Beast Emperor, Fallen Angel Frog, watched the scene unfold, its heart sinking into icy despair. Despair. An unprecedented sense of hopelessness spread like a deadly plague, consuming the hearts of the 11 Beast Kings and the Beast Emperor, Fallen Angel Frog, who observed from behind the scenes. Their power, capable of destroying cities, toppling nations, and overturning mountains and rivers, was utterly useless against a single human wreaking havoc in the Beast Tide. Chu Feng was like a true ghost, an invisible Grim Reaper. His stealth secret technique defied logic, no matter how the 11 Beast Kings scanned. With divine senses or bombarded with energy, they couldn't pinpoint his true form. Every attack only futilely obliterated swaths of their own beasts, adding a few more shades of desolation to the land of death. Under the cover of this chaos, Chu Feng pushed Absorption Palm and Delicious Devour to their limits. Devour. 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 This was the only thought in Chu Feng's mind. His body seemed to transform into a bottomless pit, as an ocean of vitality energy surged into him like rivers converging into the sea. On the system interface, his vitality value was skyrocketing at a jaw-dropping pace. The barrier of 7-star peak had long been shattered, and he was now launching the fiercest assault toward the higher realm 8-star warrior. The gourmet cells within his body were jubilant, greedily absorbing the seemingly infinite energy. The demon egg of the gourmet cells was pulsating more violently, with faint cracks appearing on its shell, as if containing the profound truths of the universe. An ancient, majestic, and ferocious aura began to faintly emerge. Stop him. We must stop him. The Dragon King roared thunderously, though its voice carried a trace of tremor it hadn't even noticed. It spewed scorching lasers, turning yet another area into a molten hell, but still to no avail. The Eagle King circled high in the sky, its sharp eyes almost bleeding, as wind blades poured down like torrential rain, slicing through the earth. The Spider King's web of laws covered several kilometers, yet it could not ensnare that invisible shadow. The Golden Mosquito King vibrated its thin wings, emitting an irritable buzz. It could absorb the life essence of creatures, but at this moment, it felt its prey was being plundered by an even more terrifying existence. They could only watch helplessly as the vanguard of the beast Tide, a torrent composed of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts, was like a cookie being devoured piece by an invisible giant mouth, disappearing one fragment at a time. There were no corpses left behind after death, instead, flesh, bones, and energy were completely obliterated, reduced to nothingness. This unknown, incomprehensible terror was far more devastating to the mind than direct violence. Outside the first checkpoint, the human army, under the command of General Pang, was already fiercely engaged with the edge forces of the Beast Tide. The sounds of battle cries, beast roars, and energy explosions were deafening. General Pang decapitated a 7th-tier ferocious beast with a single slash, taking a moment to glance toward the eerie blank zones continuously appearing deep within the Beast Tide, as well as the scene of the 11 Beast Kings unleashing their impotent fury. His heart surged with pride. Chu Feng. Well done. Devour them all for me, he roared with laughter, his voice echoing in all directions. Soldiers, Chu Feng is clearing the obstacles for us. Follow me and charge. Charge! The morale of the human warriors soared. The fear of the boundless beast tide was largely dispelled by the miraculous scene before them, and their offensive grew even fiercer. And at the very core of this chaotic vortex on the battlefield, buzzed an indescribable, overwhelming aura. Suddenly erupted from the void. It was not an energy shockwave but a leap in the level of life itself, a sublimation originating from the essence of the soul. Chu Feng's figure remained hidden, but the space he occupied seemed to instantly become the center of the universe. The energy particles in the air grew agitated, and the space groaned under unbearable strain. It was done. 8-star warrior. At this moment, Chu Feng felt his body, soul, and abilities undergo a complete transformation and ascension. The terrifying potential of his gourmet cell's innate ability was fully unleashed. Every one of his cells seemed to transform into a miniature glutton, brimming with boundless vitality and power. The strength, power, speed, and recovery of his physical body had increased not just 100-fold compared to when he was a 7-star warrior, but nearly 10,000-fold. He felt as though he could tear the sky apart with his bare hands and shatter the earth beneath his feet. His gravity innate ability also surged dramatically. The controllable gravity multiplier had astonishingly broken through to 2,300 times. Moreover, his control had become even more precise and meticulous. With a single thought, he could freely shift gravity between the microscopic and macroscopic scales. He even felt that, if he exerted his full power, he could distort space within a small range. The devouring innate ability also underwent a qualitative transformation. The range and efficiency of delicious devouring increased geometrically. When the devouring force field was fully unleashed, it could extend across hundreds of kilometers. Within this range, all life and matter below a certain energy level would be forcibly plundered, disassembled, and absorbed by him. Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with sharp light as he no longer suppressed his aura. Boom! Like the big bang of a cosmic singularity, 5 pitch-black spheres with diameters exceeding 1 meter, distorting space, appeared behind Chu Feng. The devouring gravity spheres were activated. The terrifying gravitational field magnified 2,300 times and the devouring force field spanning hundreds of kilometers merged perfectly. At this moment, Chu Feng was no longer a phantom, it was as if he had transformed into a walking black hole. Roar! Howl! Piercing, blood-curdling screams instantly echoed through the skies. Centered on Chu Feng, an irresistible, horrifying suction force erupted outward. From all directions, countless ferocious beasts, whether charging forward or attempting to flee, regardless of rank or size, were all as if seized by an invisible giant hand, wailing, struggling, and helplessly being pulled backward toward Chu Feng. 5th and 6th tier beasts were crushed and disintegrated by the intertwined gravitational and devouring force fields during their flight. 7th tier beasts barely held on for 1 or 2 seconds, letting out desperate roars, but ultimately could not escape their fate of being reduced to pure blood essence. Visibly, the torrent of the beast tide was forcibly torn open, creating a massive gap that continued to expand at an astonishing speed. Countless beasts, like moths drawn to a flame, rushed forward only to be swallowed and annihilated by the black hole. Blood essence. Unimaginably vast amount of blood essence, like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, surged madly into Chu Feng's body. His power continued to climb, his aura kept skyrocketing. No! The dragon King's eyes were bloodshot, it felt the aura that made even its soul tremble. 8 stars! He's broken through to 8 stars! The Eagle King let out a sharp cry, filled with disbelief and terror. What? What kind of monster is this? The Spider King's massive body trembled uncontrollably. The psychological defenses of the 11 Beast Kings completely collapsed at this moment. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, as he felt his own power surging wildly, turned his cold gaze toward the 11 energy sources that shone like blazing suns, the Beast Kings. Starting with the one he hated most, the mosquito. In his secret technique, stealth state, Chu Feng moved like a teleporting shadow, crossing the chaotic battlefield silently and appearing above the golden Mosquito King, whose wings were vibrating rapidly in fear as it tried to escape the deathly black hole. The Golden Mosquito King reacted swiftly. The moment Chu Feng appeared, its razor-sharp proboscis, capable of piercing the defenses of a 9-star powerhouse, shot toward Chu Feng like lightning. Simultaneously, its massive body unleashed a monstrous blood-absorbing force field, attempting to disrupt Chu Feng. However, having broken through to 8 stars and with his physical body strengthened 10,000-fold, Chu Feng didn't even bother to dodge. Buzz! 2,300 times gravity instantly condensed onto the Black God battle blade. The air around the blade twisted and collapsed completely. Chu Feng gripped the blade with both hands, and the boundless blood essence within him, along with the power of 3 SSS-level abilities, surged into it. Demon King Flesh Shredder. With one slash, there was no earth-shattering momentum, only an ultimate sense of destruction and disintegration. Where the blade light passed, space seemed to be sliced like fabric, leaving behind a faint, yet chilling black fissure. The Golden Mosquito King's indestructible, prideful proboscis shattered inch by inch like fragile glass upon contact with the blade light. The blade light cut through its head, compound, eyes, and torso in one swift motion. The Golden Mosquito King's massive body froze abruptly, its compound eyes still reflecting extreme terror and disbelief. The next moment, splurt! A faint sound emerged. The massive body of the Golden Mosquito King, starting from the middle, dissolved and shattered in an instant as if thrown into a grinder. It broke apart into countless tiny, uniform fragments of flesh resembling grains of sand, mixed with golden shell fragments and the stench of blood, exploding with a thunderous roar. One strike. The 8-star Beast King, the Golden Mosquito King, had fallen. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the remaining 10 Beast Kings. Even the distant battlefield, where humans and the beast tide were locked in fierce combat, unconsciously slowed to a halt, their horrified gazes turning in this direction. A Beast King had been killed in an instant? Commander-in-Chief Peng's pupils constricted, his breath quickened. Although he had faith in Chu Feng, witnessing him so casually slay a Beast King with his own eyes brought a shock beyond compare. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Well done! After a brief silence, the human camp erupted into an earth-shattering cheer. On the Beast King's side, however, there was only bone-chilling cold and terror. Run! Quick, run! No one knew which Beast King first let out a panicked scream of collapse. The 10 Beast Kings could no longer care about the Beast Emperor's orders or any punishment from the higher realms. The instinct to survive overpowered everything, and they all turned into streaks of light, fleeing madly in different directions. Trying to leave now? Too late. Chu Feng's gaze was icy as he prepared to pursue. Roar! At that moment, the Beast Emperor, the fallen angel frog, who had been hiding behind the scenes with its aura surging violently, finally let out a soul-shaking cry of despair and fury. That sound was filled with utter hopelessness from a plan's complete failure, the terror of its race's impending extinction, and a madness driven by being cornered. We can't let him devour anymore. Kill him. He must be killed. At all costs. The terrifying sight of the Golden Mosquito King being reduced to fragments with a single strike was like the coldest current, instantly freezing the hearts of the remaining 10 Beast Kings. Fear, unprecedented fear, entwined their souls like vines, leaving them nearly breathless. Run! Quick, run! No one knew which Beast King first let out a shrill cry of collapse, shattering the last vestiges of the Beast King's will to fight. The Dragon King twisted its massive dragon body violently, whipping up a gale as it tried to tear through space to escape. The Eagle King flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of cyan lightning shooting toward the sky. The Ape King beat its chest in a roar of unwillingness as the ground beneath it cracked, attempting to leap away with brute force. The Spider King, the Corrosive Beast King, the Giant Lizard King, the remaining Beast Kings all displayed their unique abilities, turning into 10 streaks of light, fleeing frantically in different directions into the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Commands from the Beast Emperor, punishments from the higher realms, none of it mattered anymore. In the face of Chu Feng, this walking black hole of death, it all became a joke. Survival was their only thought at this moment. Think you can leave now? Have you asked my blade? Chu Feng's eyes were as cold as eternal ice, his killing intent resolute. Gravity leap. His figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear directly in front of the fastest fleeing Beast King, his most familiar old friend, the Dragon King. Chu Feng. The Dragon King's massive vertical pupils reflected Chu Feng's icy silhouette. They were filled with despair and madness. "I'll fight you to the death." It opened its massive mouth, all the energy within its body gathered without reservation, and a dark laser, several times thicker than before and containing destructive ripples, burst forth. Wherever it passed, the space rippled, directly targeting Chu Feng. Facing this desperate strike, Chu Feng merely raised his left hand indifferently. Absorption palm. The terrifying devouring gravity did not act on the Dragon King itself but on the destructive laser. A bizarre scene unfolded. The dark laser, capable of destroying mountains, was seemingly captured, twisted, and pulled by an invisible vortex as it approached Chu Feng's palm. Ultimately, it was forcibly diverted, transformed into a distorted energy stream, and completely devoured by the tiny black hole that appeared in Chu Feng's palm. What? The Dragon King was utterly horrified. Its strongest attack had been so effortlessly neutralized? Meanwhile, Chu Feng's right arm had already risen, and on the Black God battle blade, 2,300 times gravity was compressed to the extreme. The space at the blade's edge visibly twisted and darkened. Crust cleave. A single horizontal slash. There was no grand spectacle, only a faint, pitch-black, crescent-shaped blade aura that seemed to swallow light itself, flashing by in an instant. The Dragon King's massive body suddenly froze in midair. Its indestructible dragon scales, in the face of that faint black blade aura, were silently and effortlessly split apart like a hot knife through butter. The cut was smooth as a mirror. Roar! The Dragon King let out a mournful cry of unclear meaning. Its upper and lower halves, accompanied by a sky full of dragon blood, crashed heavily to the ground. The second Beast King, the Dragon King, had fallen. Chu Feng didn't even glance at the Dragon King's corpse. Activating Delicious Devour, the two halves of the dragon's body and the vast energy scattered around were instantly consumed, becoming part of the surging vitality within him. His gaze instantly locked onto the Ape King, which was frantically leaping and fleeing across the ground. Next, it's you. Chu Feng's figure disappeared once again. Sensing the fatal danger, the Ape King let out a thunderous roar, its arms bursting with dazzling golden light as it turned and punched toward the void behind it. The force of the punch tore the earth and exploded the air. However, this punch, capable of shattering mountains, hit nothing but empty space. Chu Feng appeared like a phantom at its side. Demon King minced meat slash. Endless blade aura sealed off the entire space, directly enveloping the Ape King's head. Splatter! Splatter! The Ape King's massive head was instantly pulverized, and scalding beast blood gushed out like a fountain. The third Beast King, the Ape King, was dead. Without pausing, Chu Feng unleashed his devouring force field, consuming the Ape King's corpse along with a large number of nearby fleeing beasts. 3 Beast Kings had been consecutively annihilated, their remains completely obliterated. The remaining 7 Beast Kings were utterly terrified, lacking even the courage to look back. They burned their life essence desperately, fleeing for their lives. With the Beast Kings in retreat, the billions of beasts, now without command or intimidation, instantly descended into utter chaos. The beasts trampled over one another, wailing everywhere. The once destructive flood had now turned into a disorganized mob fleeing in panic. Devour! Chu Feng stood in the void, like a demon god descending upon the world. 5 devouring gravity spheres slowly rotated behind him, unleashing a terrifying force field that spanned hundreds of kilometers. Roar! Howl! Countless ferocious beasts were swept back like stars caught in a galaxy, helplessly flying backward, crushed and disintegrated amidst their piercing wails, transforming into the purest energy torrent that surged madly into Chu Feng's body. His vitality and blood were skyrocketing at a speed incomprehensible to any martial artist. 8-star early stage, 8-star mid-stage, 8-star late stage. The cracks on the demon egg of the gourmet cell within him grew increasingly numerous, and the ancient, savage aura was almost ready to break free from its shell. He must not be allowed to devour anymore. Kill him. He must be killed. The Beast Emperor, fallen angel frog, who had been hiding in the shadows, could no longer sit idly by. It let out a soul-shaking wail and roar, its voice filled with despair from the complete failure of its plan and the madness of being cornered. Boom! A terrifying pressure, far surpassing that of a beast king, descended from the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield. A monstrous frog, larger than a mountain, appeared in the air. Its back bore tattered black flesh wings resembling a fallen angel, and its body was covered in viscous, foul-smelling, corrosive dark green slime. The beast emperor, fallen angel frog, had finally taken action personally. Its enormous frog eyes locked onto Chu Feng, and its terrifying tongue, covered in barbs, shot out like blood-red lightning, transcending time and space, carrying the power of laws that could tear and corrode everything, instantly striking toward Chu Feng. Before the tongue even reached him, the dripping slime had already adhered to hundreds of ferocious beasts along its path, instantly corroding and absorbing them, turning them into part of its own energy. This strike contained the full power of the Beast Emperor, far surpassing that of a Beast King. Outside the first checkpoint, Commander Peng and others, who were pursuing the scattered beast tide, saw this scene and felt their hearts leap to their throats. "Chu Feng, watch out!" Commander Peng cried out in alarm. However, facing this terrifying strike, a sharp glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Purification secret. Technique. A gentle white light instantly swept across his body, clearing away the spiritual lock and corrosive law power attached to the tongue. At the same time, he gripped his blade with both hands, pouring the boundless vitality of his 8-star late stage and the power of 3 SSS-level abilities without reservation into the Black God Battle Blade. 2,300 times gravity compressed into the blade's edge, and crust cutting erupted. Break 4. Me! Chu Feng roared furiously, neither dodging nor retreating, and slashed upward against the terrifying tongue that descended like a heavenly blade. Rip-la! The ear-piercing sound of fabric tearing echoed across the battlefield. The terrifying tongue, capable of easily piercing and corroding a 9-star Beast Emperor, was forcibly sliced apart the moment it came into contact with the Black God Battle Blade, which was infused with extreme gravity and the will of destruction. Dark green, foul-smelling blood sprayed out like a waterfall, corroding countless pits into the ground below. Croak, ugh! The fallen angel frog let out a heart-wrenching wail, its massive body trembling violently in pain, its tattered flesh wings flapping frantically. It stared at its severed, blood-spewing tongue, then at Chu Feng standing in the void, blade in hand, his aura climbing like a demonic god. Its eyes were finally consumed by boundless fear. Unbeatable death. It would truly die. The fallen angel frog had no will to fight left. Using its remaining tongue to wrap around its severed wound, it let out a piercing, unwilling wail. Its massive body transformed into a dark green streak of light, fleeing desperately toward the deepest part of the forbidden zone outside the pass, faster than when it had arrived. The Beast Emperor, defeated and fled. This scene was deeply imprinted in the eyes of all who witnessed it. The human camp fell into a deathly silence, followed by an earth-shattering cheer. "We won! We won! Chu Feng! Chu Feng! Chu Feng! The God of Humanity! The God of Humanity!" Commander Peng's tiger-like eyes brimmed with tears, his body trembling with excitement. Looking at the figure in the void, standing like a stabilizing pillar of the seas, he murmured, "Heaven bless our people. This young man has become the backbone of humanity." At the edge of the cheering crowd, Elder Hao, the bald elder, and the green-headed elder were pale as paper, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, watching Chu Feng's invincible stance as he devoured countless beasts with a wave of his hand, slayed the Beast King with his blade, and even severely injured and forced the retreat of the Beast Emperor. They felt a chill rise from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. "It's over, all over." Elder Hao's voice trembled. "With such power, how could he tolerate us? Staying means certain death. Run! We must escape." The bald elder's eyes were filled with fear and determination. "To the demon sea. Only by seeking refuge with the sea beasts do we have a sliver of hope." The three exchanged glances, seeing the ruthlessness and despair in each other's eyes. taking advantage of the moment when everyone was cheering for Chu Feng and celebrating the victory. They silently slipped away from the group. Like three ghostly shadows, they fled in panic toward the Demon Sea, a perilous place in the opposite direction of the Forbidden Zone. The overwhelming beast tide, capable of toppling human civilization, was utterly crushed under Chu Feng's blade alone. The news spread like a hurricane back to the human territories. In every city, every survivor base, disbelief was followed by complete madness and jubilation. One man stopped a tide of millions of beasts. Slayed the Beast King, forced back the Beast Emperor. Chu Feng. He is the guardian god of humanity. The god of humanity. Unmatched in this era. Chu Feng's name resounded in every corner of the human race. His image was etched into the hearts of countless people, worshipped and revered. He became the faith of humanity, humanity's god. At this moment, the newly crowned god of humanity was hovering above a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, continuing his devouring. His aura was steadily rising, taking firm steps toward the legendary 9-star realm. Within his body, the gourmet cell demon egg was covered in cracks, just one step away from complete hatching. On the battlefield, outside the pass, corpses were strewn everywhere, and the sky was stained with blood. The once sky-darkening beast tide had collapsed, leaving only scattered low-level beasts fleeing in terror in the distance, along with the wreckage and craters that bore witness to the ferocity and miracle of the battle. Chu Feng hovered in the air, like an eternal demonic god statue. Behind him, 5 devouring gravity spheres rotated slowly, emanating a heart-palpitating energy. The terrifying force field, spanning hundreds of kilometers, had not yet fully dissipated. It remained like an invisible millstone, relentlessly plundering and devouring the residual blood energy, scattered power, and even the essence left behind by the fallen beast kings on the battlefield. An unimaginable surge of energy poured madly into his body, every cell greedily breathing, transforming, and sublimating. The barrier of the late 8-star stage, in the face of this torrent, was like a paper window, easily pierced through. 8-star peak. His blood surged like dragons, his strength brimming like the sea. Yet, this was far from the end. Having devoured countless fierce beasts, 3 beast kings, and part of the energy contained in the severed tongue of the Beast Emperor, Chu Feng's accumulated foundation was terrifyingly deep. He felt as if his body had transformed into a nascent universe, with each acupoint resembling a star in gestation, containing infinite power. The 3 SSS-level abilities resonated and fused deeply under the nourishment of this energy. The combination of gravity ability and devouring ability became increasingly tight, forming a unique devouring gravity field. Meanwhile, the innate ability of gourmet cells strengthened his physical body countless times over. Not enough. Breakthrough 4. Me. Chu Feng roared inwardly, fully activating Delicious Devour, annihilating and absorbing the last batch of high-level fierce beasts resisting stubbornly, along with the land beneath their feet. Boom! A sound like the creation of heaven and earth erupted from within him. It was not an actual sound but the Tao resonance produced by the leap in the level of life, the harmony of soul and rules. 9-star. A majestic aura surpassing 8-star. Truly touching the pinnacle of power in this world, erupted like a volcano dormant for billions of years, soaring straight into the sky. The clouds in the sky were stirred by this aura, forming a massive vortex. On the ground, all remaining fierce beasts, regardless of rank or distance, instinctively prostrated themselves at this moment, trembling and expressing submission and fear toward the source of the aura. Inside and outside the first checkpoint, every human warrior witnessing this scene was shaken to their core, unable to contain their excitement. 9-star. Chu Feng has broken through to 9-star. Commander Peng's voice trembled, filled with immense relief and shock. He had spent his entire life reaching 9-star, knowing how difficult this realm was, a legend among humanity. And now, a young man under 20 had stepped into this realm before his very eyes. Even more terrifying was that Chu Feng's 9-star was fundamentally different from theirs, with a thicker aura and a more overwhelming presence. Humanity shall rise. Heaven bless humanity. Countless soldiers were moved to tears, cheering loudly. Xu Feng felt the earth-shattering changes within his body. Strength, speed, perception, recovery, all attributes had once again undergone a qualitative leap, becoming more than 10 times stronger than at 8-star. If 8-star was the peak of the mortal realm, then 9-star had already placed half a foot into the domain of gods. With a mere thought, the range and precision of his gravity control skyrocketed, allowing him to faintly sense the gravitational veins of the star beneath his feet. The range of the devouring field expanded once more, capable of enveloping over 1,000 kilometers, with devouring efficiency reaching an unparalleled level. However, at this moment of reaching the summit, Xu Feng's brows furrowed slightly. The gourmet cell demon egg within his body, after absorbing a massive amount of energy, was covered in cracks and reached a hatching progress of 99%, but then suddenly stalled. That final 1% seemed to require some special opportunity or a higher, purer energy to finally break through. The longing and restless emotions emanating from inside the eggshell grew increasingly intense, and the ancient, violent aura was almost ready to burst out, yet it was blocked by an invisible barrier. Just one last step. Xu Feng suppressed a trace of urgency in his heart and temporarily shifted his focus away from his body. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the jubilant human camp and finally landed in the direction of the military high command. His eyes instantly turned icy cold. Elder Hao, Elder Greenhead, Elder Baldhead, those 3 dogs, it's time to settle accounts. In a flash, Xu Feng appeared before Commander Peng and the others as if teleporting. Xu Feng. Commander Peng greeted him excitedly, looking at the young man before him, whose aura was now unfathomable and majestic. For a moment, he didn't know how to express his inner excitement and gratitude. Commander Peng, everyone. Xu Feng nodded slightly as a greeting, then directly got to the point, his voice icy cold. Elder Hao, Elder Greenhead, Elder Baldhead, those 3 old dogs, where are they now? The undisguised killing intent caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. He had just activated superior sense of smell but hadn't found them nearby. Upon hearing this, the joy on everyone's faces slightly faded, and they all turned to look at Elder Redhead. Elder Redhead showed a trace of shame and resentment on his face, stepped forward, and said in a deep voice, Xu Feng. While you were battling the Beast Emperor and everyone was focused on the battlefield, those 3 took advantage of the chaos and escaped. Escaped? Xu Feng's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing. Where did they escape? To? Elder Redhead's tone grew heavy. They most likely fled to the Demon Sea. Demon Sea. Xu Feng repeated the name softly. The Demon Sea, along with the area beyond the borders, was vast and boundless, filled with countless sea beasts and possibly hiding beings akin to the Beast Emperor. Elder Hao and the other 2 chose to flee to the Demon Sea, clearly knowing their crimes were unforgivable and that staying among humans meant certain death. They would rather gamble for survival in the Demon Sea or, perhaps, seek refuge with the sea beast forces. There? Quite the choice of location. Xu Feng sneered, no matter where they flee, even to the ends of the earth, they won't escape death. He turned and looked in the direction of the Demon Sea, his killing intent resolute. Xu Feng, Commander Peng spoke with some concern, the Demon Sea is extremely dangerous. In truth, humanity knows very little about it. There's a possibility that a sea beast emperor resides deep within the Demon Sea. No problem. Xu Feng interrupted, his tone carrying absolute confidence, the mere Demon Sea won't stop me. Those 3 old dogs, every moment they live is a waste of air. I'll go take their heads right now. With that, he didn't linger any longer. His figure blurred and transformed into a streak of light, speeding toward the distant horizon, the direction of the Demon Sea. Everyone watched his departing figure, their hearts filled with emotion. With Xu Feng around, how could humanity not thrive? Commander Peng took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and ordered in a deep voice, clear the battlefield, strengthen the defenses. Assess the damage and provide relief to the wounded. From today onwards, the borders of the human race will usher in an unprecedented era of peace. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, their morale high. under Chu Feng's overwhelming victory over the Beast Tide and his retreat of the Beast Emperor, the threats to the human borders were completely eradicated. The surviving ferocious beasts had long fled deep into the Forbidden Lands, with no chance of returning in the short term. The human race had entered its safest and most hopeful period since the Great Cataclysm. The entire tribe was immersed in the ecstasy of surviving the disaster and in boundless admiration for Chu Feng. However, just as everything seemed to have settled, and dawn was breaking, crack, a sound like shattering glass, yet resonating deep within everyone's soul, suddenly erupted without warning. In the highest reaches of the sky, the void fissure that had been gradually healing was abruptly torn open again by an indescribable, brute force. The fissure was larger than ever before, its edges flickering with ominous chaotic light. Immediately following, a presence far more terrifying, profound, and seemingly originating from a higher dimension than the Beast Emperor, fallen angel frog, descended like an invisible mountain. Through the massive fissure, 3 pairs of cold, indifferent eyes filled with a desire for destruction could faintly be seen, gazing down at this world that had just endured the baptism of war. It was the 3-headed monster from the upper realm whose will had previously descended. But this time, it was no longer a projection of its will, it was its true form, about to arrive. The human world, which had just welcomed the dawn, was once again shrouded in an even deeper and more desperate shadow. Commander Pang and the others' smiles froze instantly. They looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with unprecedented shock and despair. The upper realm, they have come after all. At this moment, far from the border and crossing the vast wilderness toward the Demon Sea, Chu Feng seemed to sense something. He suddenly turned back, looking in the direction of the human territory, his brows furrowing tightly. At the instant the fissure tore open above the human territory and the terrifying presence descended. Chu Feng, who was already thousands of miles away, felt his heart jolt sharply. He turned abruptly to look in the direction he had come from. An extremely powerful, destructive force carrying a certain higher dimensional aura rippled across the entire world. Even at such a great distance, he could clearly sense it. Chu Feng's brows furrowed. That presence was far stronger than any beast king he had slain before, even surpassing the defeated fallen angel frog beast emperor. After a brief pause, his gaze regained its coldness and determination. His speed surged again, transforming into a streak of light tearing through the sky, rushing toward the Demon Sea. Moments later, the boundless Demon Sea was already in sight. The black Demon Sea appeared calm, but beneath this tranquility lay countless ferocious presences. Chu Feng hovered above the edge of the Demon Sea, activating his extraordinary sense of smell to its fullest. His invisible perception spread out like a web, carefully searching for traces left by Elder Hao and the other two. Hiding quite deep, Chu Feng sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with icy light. Do you think hiding in the sea means I can't find you? Transforming into a fleeting shadow, he disappeared. In an instant, reappearing in the central region of the Demon Sea. Gravity detection wave activated. An invisible, an intangible wave, yet containing intricate gravitational changes, spread rapidly from Chu Feng as its center, rippling like water towards the depths of the demonic sea below. This was not a direct energy impact but rather a method of utilizing gravity's sensitivity to differences in material density to construct a topographical map of the seabed and detect abnormal energy sources or life sources within. The wave swiftly swept through the seawater, passed through the mid-layer waters, and extended into the pitch-black deep sea where sunlight could not reach. Countless hidden sea beasts were disturbed by this peculiar wave, either becoming restless or retreating deeper into hiding. As the detection deepened, Chu Feng's brows gradually furrowed. The depths of the demonic sea were beyond imagination. At 20,000 meters below, the pressure was already terrifyingly extreme, making it difficult for ordinary 9-star martial artists to endure for long. And just as his detection wave swept over a massive trench, nearly 30,000 meters below the sea surface, an astonishing scene was fed back into his mind. In that ultimate darkness and high pressure, instead of the imagined jagged rocks or flat seabed, there was the outline of an enormous, ancient, and majestic structure exuding a timeless aura. The architectural style was completely different from any known human civilization, seemingly constructed entirely from some kind of pitch-black giant stone. Its surface was covered with thick layers of seabed sediment, glowing moss, and corals, yet its grand scale and unique design were still discernible. It stood silently in the deep-sea trench, as if it had been asleep for countless ages. Within that ancient structure, Chu Feng clearly detected the life signals of the three people he was searching for: Elder Hao and the other two. In addition, there was an immensely powerful, cold, and slimy life source characteristic of octopus-like creatures, whose energy level had astonishingly reached the 9th tier. Indeed. It's here. Chu Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. There's even a 9th tier sea beast? Perfect, I'll deal with it as well. Without hesitation, he maintained his secret technique, stealth, and, like an invisible fish, silently dove into the icy seawater, rapidly descending toward the ancient deep-sea structure. At a depth of 30,000 meters, the terrifying water pressure was enough to crush steel. But for Chu Feng, whose physical strength had reached an unimaginable level, this pressure was almost negligible. Moreover, in his secret technique stealth state, he perfectly blended into the dark seawater, ignoring all negative effects. Along the way, some powerful sea beasts, including several 8th tier deep-sea giants, failed to detect him in the slightest. Soon, the ancient structure submerged beneath the deep sea clearly appeared before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, its vastness and mystery became even more palpable. The entrance to the structure was a massive arched portal, now sealed by a soft, energy-like light membrane. The membrane emitted faint glimmers, isolating the seawater from intrusion. Above the portal, strange symbols and patterns were carved, incomprehensible yet filled with the marks of time. Chu Feng could sense that the light membrane contained considerable energy, but for him now, it was as good as non-existent. He silently passed through the light membrane and entered the structure's interior. Inside was an extremely vast space, resembling a colossal temple. The dome towered high, supported by countless massive stone pillars. The air was damp and chilly, filled with a faint fishy smell and the scent of ancient dust. Embedded in the walls were some peculiar self-luminous gemstones, providing a dim light that illuminated the intricate patterns on the ground and a massive altar-like structure at the center. Chu Feng's gaze instantly locked onto the scene in front of the altar. Elder Hao, Elder Greenhead, and Elder Baldhead were kneeling on the ground in a disheveled state. Their faces filled with terror and flattery, trembling before a colossal presence above the altar. What a terrifying creature it was! Its main body was an enormous golden head covered in twisted suckers and bizarre patterns. Resembling an octopus but without eyes, only a horrifying giant mouth filled with spiraling sharp teeth that opened and closed continuously. From beneath its head extended dozens of golden tentacles, thicker than ancient 1,000-year-old trees. These tentacles moved with incredible flexibility, some supporting its body while others swayed slowly in the air, exuding a suffocating 9th-tier pressure. The golden octopus beast. At this moment, 3 of its thickest golden tentacles, like living golden shackles, tightly coiled around the waists and abdomens of the 3 elders, firmly restraining them. The suckers on the tentacles squirmed incessantly, seemingly extracting energy from their bodies, leaving the 3 pale-faced and weak. Respected Emperor Octopus, Elder Hao forced himself to speak despite his fear, his voice trembling. We are willing to offer all the intelligence of the human race, as long as you protect us and grant us power. Yes, Emperor Octopus, the human race has no place for us anymore. We can only seek refuge with you. Elder Baldhead quickly echoed. Elder Greenhead kowtowed repeatedly, his head hitting the ground like a drum. Please take us in, Emperor Octopus. We are willing to serve you like loyal dogs. The golden octopus beast, referred to as Emperor Octopus, opened and closed its giant mouth, emitting a low and chaotic spiritual wave that directly affected the soul. Weak and filthy humans, your souls are filled with betrayal and greed. But your information has some value. Become my slaves or my food. It seemed to be weighing its Options, as the tentacles binding the three elders alternated between tightening and loosening, causing their hearts to rise and fall in terror. Amid this tense atmosphere, Chu Feng, concealed by a secret stealth technique, had silently approached like a reaper in the night. His cold gaze swept over the three kneeling and begging for mercy, finally fixing on Elder Hao, who was still babbling his loyalty. This old dog had repeatedly targeted him. He must die. Without any unnecessary words, Chu Feng unleashed the aura of a 9-star warrior. The Black God Battle Blade in his hand glimmered faintly in the dim light. His gravity talent instantly compressed onto the blade's edge, 3,000 times gravity, focused into a single line. The next moment, shoo! A barely audible slicing sound rang out. Elder Hao, consumed by extreme fear, abruptly fell silent. The expression on his face froze instantly, his pupils dilated, as if he wanted to lower his head to see what had happened, but he could no longer do so. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck. Suddenly, under the horrified gaze of the elder with the green head and the elder with the bald head, Elder Hao's head, filled with an expression of shock and disbelief, slowly slid off his neck. Splurt! Warm blood gushed out from the severed neck like a fountain, spraying onto the faces and bodies of the two nearby elders, staining the ancient stone floor. Below, a deep red. Even as the severed head rolled to the ground with a thud, its lifeless eyes remained wide open, as if questioning why this had happened. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the ancient temple. The elder with the green head and the elder with the bald head were utterly petrified. The warm and sticky blood on their faces felt like ice, sending chills down their spines. Their minds went completely blank. Even the mighty 9th-rank golden octopus beast, Emperor Zhang, abruptly halted its writhing tentacles. Its eyeless head turned toward Elder Hao's lifeless body, emanating waves of rage and disbelief. It had not even sensed that someone had intruded. Chu Feng. The elder with the green head and the elder with the bald head let out piercing screams as if they had seen a ghost, their souls seemingly scattering in terror. The golden octopus beast, Emperor Zhang, was even more furious. Dozens of golden tentacles, like massive serpents thrashing wildly, surged with the terrifying power to tear and crush everything, sweeping toward Chu Feng in an instant. The entire temple trembled under its wrath, courting death. Facing this earth-shattering attack, Chu Feng's eyes remained utterly calm. Without even looking at the incoming tentacles, his figure disappeared once again, like a phantom. Slash! Slash! Two flashes of blade light streaked through the air almost simultaneously. The elder with the green head and the elder with the bald head, who had been preparing to flee, suddenly froze in place. Then, they followed in Elder Hao's footsteps, two heads shot skyward, their faces still frozen in expressions of extreme terror and regret. Three headless corpses gushed blood as they slowly collapsed to the ground. Roar! The golden octopus beast, Emperor Zhang, watched helplessly as the servants who had just pledged their loyalty to it were instantly slaughtered before its eyes. It descended into utter madness. Its immense mental power erupted like a tsunami, causing the entire ancient temple to hum and tremble. Dozens of golden tentacles, imbued with the overwhelming power of a 9th-rank beast, blotted out the sky, sealing off all of Chu Feng's escape routes, and came crashing down with devastating force. Human! How dare you desecrate this emperor's temple? I will tear you to pieces. Within the temple, murderous intent surged like a tidal wave. The golden octopus beast, Emperor Zhang, lashed out with its dozens of tentacles, thrashing like golden lightning in a storm. Each tentacle carried the weight of mountains and an icy killing intent, leaving Chu Feng with no room to evade as they descended fiercely upon him. Even before the tentacles reached him, the terrifying gusts they generated had already swept up all the dust on the ground, and the air itself seemed to crackle under the immense pressure. Defiler! Die! Emperor Zhang's chaotic and furious mental roar exploded directly in Chu Feng's mind, attempting to shatter his will. However, Chu Feng's gaze remained as cold as ever. Faced with a siege that could annihilate an ordinary 9th-rank warrior in an instant, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. Boom! The boundless vitality of a 9th-rank warrior and the imposing power of 3 SSS-level abilities erupted without reservation, like a nuclear bomb detonating in the depths of the ocean. The violent airwaves spread out from him as the center, forcefully causing the few golden tentacles that first attacked to momentarily pause. Your soul belongs to me. The Emperor Squid's massive mouth opened and closed, unleashing an intangible yet far more sinister and dangerous force than physical attacks. S-level innate ability, soul manipulation. An invisible spiritual thread, containing extreme seduction and enslavement rules, pierced through Chu Feng's blood defense like a venomous snake, ignoring spatial distance and instantly entering his brow and sea of consciousness. This was the Emperor Squid's most powerful talent. With this move, it had enslaved countless powerful sea beasts, including the ferocious 8th-tier sea monkey, turning them into obedient puppets. In its view, although this human had a strong physical body, his soul could never resist its soul manipulation, honed over hundreds of years. The spiritual thread invaded Chu Feng's sea of consciousness, immediately transforming into countless twisted runes, wrapping around Chu Feng's soul core like chains, attempting to completely corrupt and control it. At this critical moment, secret art, purification. Chu Feng coldly shouted in his heart, instantly activating the secret art he had long prepared. Buzz. A gentle white light, cool and pure, containing supreme purification power, rippled out from the depths of his soul. Like sunlight melting ice and snow, wherever it passed, the twisted soul rune chains emitted mournful hissing sounds, instantly disintegrating and vanishing into nothingness. What? The Emperor Squid's massive body trembled violently, its writhing tentacles momentarily stiffened. And the spiritual waves it emitted were filled with incredulous shock. Impossible. How could you break free from my soul enslavement? What kind of ability is this? Its soul manipulation was always effective. Even beings of the same tier, 9th-tier entities, would suffer severe soul damage if caught, leaving them at its mercy. Yet this human, before it had effortlessly neutralized it? Without even a moment of disorientation? This completely exceeded its understanding. Such a trivial mind-bewitching technique, and you dare show off? Chu Feng's tone was indifferent, carrying a hint of disdain. With secret art, purification, he was practically the nemesis of all control type, spiritual type, and curse type abilities. Seizing the moment of its shocked state, Chu Feng moved. Gravity leap. His figure vanished. Like a phantom, perfectly evading the encirclement and strangling of the tentacles. When he reappeared, he was already positioned above the side of the Emperor Squid's massive head. Crustal cleave. 3,000 times gravity. The Black God battle blade emitted an excited hum, its blade compressed to the extreme with gravity, causing the surrounding space to distort into darkness. A single slash fell, silent yet faster than thought. Roar. Though startled, the Emperor Squid did not panic. As a late 9th-tier sea beast, its combat experience was incredibly rich. Several of its thickest golden tentacles, covered in a hard keratin layer, instantly intertwined above its head like a shield. While over a dozen other tentacles stabbed at Chu Feng from all directions, combining offense and defense. Shoo! The Black God battle blade struck the intertwined tentacle shield, emitting a teeth-gritting slicing sound. The crustal cleave, capable of easily cutting through a Dragon King's body, now encountered immense resistance. Zhang Huang's tentacles were not only incredibly powerful but also far tougher than the Dragon King's scales. Dark green blood splattered out as 3 tentacles were forcibly severed halfway, almost completely cut off. Yet, they were ultimately blocked. Meanwhile, the attacks from the other tentacles were already upon him. Devouring gravity field. Chu Feng's mind moved, and 5 rapidly spinning pitch-black gravity spheres instantly appeared around him. The terrifying devouring force combined with twisted gravity formed an absolute defensive domain. Bang! 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 The tentacles, imbued with terrifying piercing power, entered the range of the gravity field, their speed suddenly plummeting as if trapped in an invisible swamp. The golden light and energy on their surface were frantically devoured and stripped away, greatly reducing their power. Ultimately, when they struck Chu Feng's body, they only produced dull thuds without breaking through his defense. What? Zhang Huan was shocked once again. This human's methods were endless. Powerful attacks, bizarre defenses, and even immunity to soul manipulation. Was this really a human? It finally felt true fear. This human was far more terrifying than it had imagined. Sea beasts, hear my command. At all costs, kill this man. Zhang Huang let out a sharp mental scream, its voice piercing through the ancient temple and spreading across the vast surrounding sea. In an instant, the entire demon sea seemed to boil. Outside the temple, countless pairs of scarlet, frenzied eyes lit up in the dark waters, densely packed like a reversed galaxy. The army of sea beasts enslaved by Zhang Huang's soul received their master's highest order and surged toward the temple from all directions. Among them were powerful 8th tier and 7th tier sea beasts. Leading the charge was a ferocious-looking 8th tier sea monkey. Its body was covered in black iron scales, its limbs were long with sharp claws, its fangs protruded, and its eyes glowed with a completely controlled red light. Screaming, it rushed into the temple like a torpedo, its trident aimed directly at Chu Feng's back. Following closely behind, a massive devil ray spread its wing-like pectoral fins, slicing through the seawater. Packs of sharp-toothed sword-spine demon sharks formed an assault formation, and even a deep-sea giant eel, whose size was not much smaller than Zhang Huang's, surrounded by dazzling electric currents. Countless sea beasts, like a frenzied tide, instantly overwhelmed the not-so-spacious temple entrance, fearlessly charging at the lone enemy in the center, Chu Feng. Good timing. Chu Feng's eyes showed no trace of fear, instead, a hint of fervor flashed through them. These sea beasts, which others would see as deadly threats, were nothing more than blood and energy gift packs delivered to him. Maintaining the devouring gravity field, the 5 devouring gravity spheres unleashed endless power like 5 black holes. Splatter! 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 Like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, the low-tier and mid-tier sea beasts at the forefront couldn't even get close to Chu Feng. Once they entered the gravity field's range, they were instantly crushed by the terrifying gravity or torn into pieces by the devouring force. Then, Delicious Devour activated, and the vast amounts of shattered flesh and blood were consumed by him. His blood and energy steadily increased again. Although he was still some distance away from breaking through to the mid-stage of 9 stars, he was growing stronger every second. The 8th tier sea monkey, relying on its formidable physical body, braved the weakened gravity field and charged straight at Chu Feng. Its trident gleamed with a cold light. Humph! Chu Feng didn't even glance at it. With a backhanded swing of his blade, he shattered the trident into fragments. Empowered by his intuition, he followed up with another swing, severing the sea monkey's head clean off. Blood spurted into the air. In the next second, Chu Feng dashed into the sea beast horde like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, or perhaps more like an efficient killing machine. Every swing of the black god blade claimed the life of a powerful sea beast. Each pulse of the gravity field cleared out a massive area. He moved through the beast tide as if taking a leisurely stroll, leaving behind a trail of flying flesh and blood, which was instantly devoured and vanished without a trace. Not even remnants were left behind. Zhang Huang attempted to control its tentacles for a ranged attack, but Chu Feng, with his intuition and masterful use of gravity leaps, evaded them effortlessly. Instead, Zhang Huang's attacks ended up injuring many of its own charging sea beasts. As it watched its army of minions shrink at an alarming rate, and as it watched this human, untouched by the bloody energy raining down on him and growing ever more terrifying, fear spread in Zhang Huang's heart like rampant wild grass. This human, he's using its subordinates to grow stronger. This cannot go on. Get back! Zhang Huang roared mentally, commanding the remaining sea beasts to retreat. It had to personally deal with this human once and for all. All its tentacles gathered dazzling golden light, and a destructive energy began to converge and compress in front of its massive maw, forming a dark golden energy sphere over 10 meters in diameter. The sheer power contained within it made the entire temple tremble violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. This was its ultimate attack, fueled by all the energy in its body. Obliteration Abyssal Water Blast. Zhang Huan's maw opened wide, launching the dark golden energy sphere like a cannonball. Wherever the energy sphere passed, space-warped, seawater instantly vaporized into nothingness, leaving a vacuum tunnel in its wake. It shot toward Chu Feng at a speed surpassing sound. Facing this attack, containing the full power of a 9th tier sea beast's lifetime cultivation, Chu Feng's eyes remained calm. Without a hint of panic, he activated secret art, invisibility, and his entire figure disappeared. Zhang Huang's terrifying attack hit nothing but air. The entire demon sea quaked. Zhang Huang was dumbfounded. But Chu Feng reappeared mysteriously, his surging blood energy and the powers of his 3 unique abilities pouring unreservedly into the Black God Blade. The blade turned pitch black, as if it could absorb even light itself. Gravity powers compressed wildly, 3,200 times. 3,300 times. All the way to 3,500 times, concentrated along the blade's edge. Devouring powers were no longer used defensively but were instead infused into the blade's aura, enhancing its destructive and annihilative properties. His gourmet cells provided endless physical strength and explosive power. With this strike, I'll send you on your way. Chu Feng gripped the blade with both hands, unleashing the Demon King's minced slash, bringing it down toward Zhang Huang's head. Swoosh! 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 Endless, razor-sharp blade aura filled the entire space, transforming it into a terrifying slaughter field, as though the very fabric of space was about to be torn apart. Zhang Huang's pupils constricted. First came a faint sound. Then, its massive body split abruptly along a black line. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Immediately afterward, countless fine black blade auras erupted from within its split body. CHCHCHCHCH. Like being thrown into a meat grinder, resilient body of the golden octopus beast was instantly sliced and pulverized by the blade energy of the internal Demon King minced meat slash, turning into golden flesh fragments and dark green blood mist scattered across the sky. 9th tier sea beast, golden octopus beast octopus emperor, dead. Raising his hand, he activated Delicious Devour to consume the shattered flesh and blood of the octopus emperor. Stowing away the Black God battle blade, he did not linger. With a swift movement, his figure pierced through the temple's light membrane and sped toward the sea surface. The journey to the Demon Sea had achieved its purpose. However, the torn sky above the border and the terrifying shadow descending from the upper realm were the true challenges to face, concerning the survival of the entire race, the ultimate challenge. As Chu Feng flew away from the Demon Sea, he entered the system. Interface. Host, Chu Feng Vitality, 78, 130/100/0000000 Innate Abilities, SSS-level Gourmet Cells, Superior Sense of Smell, Gourmet Cell Demon Egg. Incubation Progress 99.5%. SSS-level Gravity, 3500x Gravity Field, Anti-Gravity Flight, Gravity 1000-pound Drop, Gravity Detection Wave, Gravity Leap. SSS-level Devour, Delicious Devour, Devour Space, Comprehensive Development Skills for Innate Abilities, Devour Gravity Ball, Absorption Palm, Devour. Gravity Transfer Combat Blade Techniques, Earth-level Crust Cutting, Proficient, Gravity Palm, Proficient, Demon King Minced Meat slash Special. Abilities, Poison Immunity, Invincible Golden Body, Extreme Vision, Intuition, Secret Technique Stealth, Secret Technique Purification Weapon, Black God. Battle Blade Martial Artist Level, 9-star Initial Stage Devour Mission, updating soon. Just as Chu Feng closed the system interface, the system issued a notification. Ding! Devour Mission updated. Mission 1, Devour the Fallen Angel Frog, Reward, Stasis Domain. Mission 2, Devour the Demon Pig King, Reward, SSS Level Innate Ability Lightning. Choose one of the 2 options. Hearing the system prompt, Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly. The fallen angel frog was the beast emperor whose tongue had been severed by Chu Feng in a single strike before it fled. Unexpectedly, it now appeared in the mission. However, with Chu Feng's current strength, killing and devouring it would not be difficult. After all, he had already slain the sea beast. Emperor. The Demon Pig King, also known as the Pig King, was a late-stage 8th realm ferocious beast. Now, killing it was as easy as slaughtering a dog for Chu Feng. Looking at the rewards, one was Stasis Domain, and the other was the SSS level Innate Ability Lightning. Stasis Domain, when activated, causes everything within a certain range to freeze, including time itself, lasting for 2 seconds. This is an incredibly powerful ability. If Chu Feng possessed this ability, his combat strength would undoubtedly rise to another level. Facing an enemy, he could directly throw out a stasis. Domain, use gravity leap to appear before the enemy, and strike with a blade. Who could withstand that? Meanwhile, the SSS-level lightning innate ability was also terrifying. With it, Chu Feng could unleash devastating lightning and control fearsome thunderbolts, even integrating lightning abilities into his skills to enhance destructive power. So, which reward should he choose? Chu Feng was a bit torn. Finally, after pondering for a moment, he decided to choose Stasis Domain. Chu Feng already had 3 SSS-level innate abilities, which were sufficient for now. Moreover, the Static Domain can also be considered a type of time-related innate ability. After all, it can stop time. Ding! You have made your choice. Please complete the task as soon as possible. The system prompt sounded. Chu Feng took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the area beyond the pass, then transformed into a flash of light and disappeared beyond the pass. Inside an ancient building. ENV. Envoy, sir. The fallen angel frog and several other beast kings who had escaped knelt before the monstrous creature with 3 heads. The creature's body resembled a lizard, but it had 3 demon-like heads, exuding a terrifying aura. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the 3-headed monster. You were sent down to destroy the human race and eliminate their geniuses, but instead, you allowed their geniuses to grow stronger. The fallen angel frog trembled and said, Envoy, sir, we have been trying our best to eliminate the human geniuses, but I don't want to hear your excuses, the 3-headed monster snapped angrily. Now, activate the formation. Immediately. Open the passage. Stronger beings will descend from above to seal off the entire planet and destroy it completely. Hearing this, the fallen angel frog's face changed. If we activate that formation, we and the rest of our kin will also. Your words are meaningless, the 3-headed monster roared in fury. Do you think you're the only ones who will die? Damn it, I'll die too. If you had done your job properly, I wouldn't have been forced to come down here and die with you. Stop whining and get moving. The fallen angel frog let out a sigh, its heart filled with despair. It's never expected things to come to this. Activating that formation required the sacrificial blood essence of countless ferocious beasts. To sacrifice their blood essence meant death. The other beast kings also looked ashen. Croak, croak. The fallen angel frog, filled with hopelessness, let out a strange cry. An invisible energy quickly spread throughout the area beyond the pass. Countless ferocious beasts within seemed to be controlled, letting out low growls as they rushed toward the depths. Chu Feng, on his way to the area beyond the pass, activated his super sense of smell and noticed countless ferocious beasts converging in one direction. What's going on? Why are so many ferocious beasts gathering? Perfect. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he unleashed the devouring gravity spheres, and 5 black spheres appeared behind him. Terrifying gravity and devouring forces enveloped the area. Boom! 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 In an instant, countless ferocious beasts were crushed into pulp, dying on the spot. At the same time, Chu Feng maintained delicious devour with his right hand, absorbing the endless essence of blood and flesh. His internal blood energy surged. His strength grew stronger. The sensation was exhilarating. As he flew forward, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts had no idea what was happening before their bodies were crushed into pieces. Chu Feng flew rapidly, leaving behind an endless river of pulverized flesh and blood that followed him, being devoured madly. The fallen angel frog's eyes flickered as if it realized something. Its face turned pale, and fear gripped its heart. No, that human is coming. He's here. The other beast kings also looked terrified. They had witnessed Chu Feng's terrifying power firsthand. The 3-headed monster frowned, clearly annoyed. The fallen angel frog trembled and said, Envoy, sir, he's here. He's coming to kill us. The 3-headed monster narrowed its eyes. I know. Continue with the mission, I'll go meet that human. As it spoke, its figure flickered and disappeared on the spot. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was still frantically devouring blood and energy, his realm steadily approaching the mid-stage of 9 stars. Suddenly, Chu Feng's intuition sensed a dangerous presence approaching. Just as Chu Feng was recklessly devouring amidst the beast tide, his blood energy surging wildly, an extremely sharp, icy, high-dimensional oppressive sense of crisis suddenly pierced his intuition like a venomous needle. This sense of crisis was of the same origin as the fissure aura he had perceived earlier, but it was more concentrated, more aggressive, and right at his doorstep. Chu Feng abruptly looked up, only to see the surging beast tide ahead forcibly split apart by an invisible, immense force. A figure, like a phantom, pierced through space and appeared 100 meters in front of him in an instant. It was a monster with 3 ferocious heads. Its body resembled a lizard, covered in dark, metallic-like scales, while its 3 heads seemed like demons from different hells. One spewed flames with a sulfuric aura, another was surrounded by bone-chilling icy mist, and the last had blood-red eyes emitting chaotic and maddening mental waves. Just by standing there, the oppressive aura it exuded caused the surrounding frenzied beasts to freeze instantly, then tremble and lower their bodies in fear, not daring to approach even a step. This aura far surpassed that of the golden octopus beast Emperor Octopus, and even exceeded the peak strength of the fallen angel frog beast king by a margin, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier, with 1 foot already stepping into an even higher level. Human. Chu Feng? The flame-spewing head in the middle spoke, its voice hoarse and piercing, carrying a condescending scrutiny. You do have some skill. I didn't expect you to grow to this extent. The icy head on the left followed up, its tone cold. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have been born here. Your existence itself is a mistake. The frenzied head on the right let out a sinister laugh. Devour him. His soul must be delicious. The 3-headed monster was a trinity, with each head possessing independent consciousness and abilities, yet perfectly unified. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, but showed no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. He stopped devouring, and the 5 devouring gravity spheres around him slowly rotated, emitting unsettling waves. His gaze locked onto the 3-headed monster, clearly sensing that it was different from the other beasts. Chu Feng speculated that this creature must have descended from above. As for why terrifying beings from beyond the planet were arriving, Chu Feng had no idea. But he didn't care to know either. If it was an enemy, he would kill and devour it. At that moment, the 3-headed monster moved. Its speed was so fast that it exceeded the limits of visual capture, appearing almost as if teleporting to Chu Feng's left side. Its claw, covered in scales, tore through the air, carrying corrosive dark red energy, aiming straight for Chu Feng's heart. Simultaneously, the icy head spewed a torrent of pale freezing mist, freezing even the space it passed through. The frenzied head's blood-red eyes flared intensely, unleashing a twisted, chaotic mental shockwave like an invisible giant hammer, smashing fiercely into Chu Feng's sea of consciousness. Physical, elemental, and mental attacks, 3 layers of assault, perfectly coordinated, instantly sealing off all of Chu Feng's escape routes. An ordinary person would have no chance of evading. But was Chu Feng an ordinary person? Of course not. Intuition had already told him the opponent was making a move. At the same time, he activated extreme vision, clearly seeing the opponent's movement trajectory. Simultaneously, gravity leap was also triggered. His figure blurred in place, narrowly avoiding the claw aimed at his heart. However, the freezing torrent and mental shock had a wide coverage, making it difficult to completely evade. Thus, Chu Feng activated secret technique, stealth. The energy attacks instantly lost their target. Even the mental shock was easily neutralized by secret technique, purification. What? The flame head exclaimed in surprise, and the other 2 heads showed expressions of astonishment. This human not only dodged all its attacks but also disappeared right in front of it, leaving no trace of his presence, as if he had never been there. Yet, a sense of crisis emerged from the depths of its heart, making its scalp tingle. At this moment, Chu Feng appeared eerily behind the 3-headed monster, his blood energy fully unleashed. He resembled a demon god, exuding a terrifying aura. Behind him, 5 black spheres spun wildly. His right hand gripped the black god battle blade tightly, launching the Demon King minced slash with 3,500 times gravity stacked, slashing down in one strike. In an instant, endless blade energy roared, filling the entire space. What? The three-headed monster was horrified but reacted extremely quickly. At the critical moment, its figure flashed, retreating just as the blade energy descended. Swish! Swish, swish, the entire space was slashed into countless cracks. Chu Feng frowned slightly, not expecting the three-headed monster to dodge even under such circumstances. Truly formidable. At this moment, the three-headed monster was already drenched in cold sweat, a trace of fear arising in its heart. Just now, if it hadn't had strong mental power to detect and evade in time, its body would have been shattered by that strike. Now, it finally understood why this human was defined as its nemesis, someone it must eliminate at all costs. While the three-headed monster was still in shock, Chu Feng withdrew his aura and once again activated secret technique, stealth, disappearing without a trace. The three-headed monster's heart sank, goosebumps rising. Gone again? Damn it. What kind of freakish innate ability is this? Why can't it detect even the slightest trace? One of its heads possessed incredibly powerful mental strength, capable of locking onto any movement, yet Chu Feng's disappearance left it with no clues at all. Too terrifying. Roar, 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 the three-headed monster roared furiously, its three heads unleashing attacks wildly. Endless freezing energy roared, freezing the space, while terrifying mental energy surged like a tsunami, impacting the entire area. 100-kilometer radius turned into hell. All beasts, all trees within were obliterated, and even some mountain peaks collapsed. The extreme cold dissipated, and the mental shockwave receded. Within the 100-kilometer radius, apart from the three-headed monster, there was no sign of life. Dead this time, right? The three-headed monster's 6 eyes frantically scanned the surroundings. However, at that moment, Chu Feng suddenly appeared behind it again, unleashing the same terrifying aura and delivering another ultimate slash. The three-headed monster sensed it in advance once more, its figure moving swiftly to dodge. However, Chu Feng's right hand activated the absorbing palm, forcibly pulling back the three-headed monster that had just dodged away. What? The three-headed monster felt a chill in its heart. Swish, 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 the endless blade energy of the Demon King's mincemeat slash descended upon the three-headed monster. The three-headed monster was utterly terrified. It never expected that Chu Feng not only possessed the secret art of invisibility but also controlled such a bizarre pulling force. The terrifying suction erupted from Chu Feng's palm, like an invisible giant hand, forcibly dragging back its already evading figure, directly into the destructive storm of blade energy from the Demon King's minced meat slash. No! All three heads let out a desperate and piercing roar. Flames, frost, and psychic shock erupted wildly under its survival instinct, attempting a final struggle, forming a chaotic shield of intertwined red, white, and black in front of it. However, in the face of the blade energy storm that contained Chu Feng's full power, compressed with 3,500 times gravity and the properties of devouring and annihilation, this hastily formed defense was as fragile as paper. Shoo! The sound of dense slicing, like rain hitting banana leaves, echoed. The tricolored shield shattered instantly without holding for even a moment. Immediately after, the endless black blade energy, like living deathworms, drilled into, pierced through, and tore apart the three-headed monster's tough scales and muscular body. Its struggle froze in an instant. The massive body was penetrated and segmented by countless fine black lines. The next moment, boom! Like a blood bag stretched to its limit suddenly bursting, the three-headed monster's body exploded into countless tiny fragments of flesh amidst the storm of blade energy, mixed with dim energy glimmers, scattering in all directions. A peak 9th-tier emissary from the upper realm was forcefully slain by Chu Feng using a combination of invisibility, absorbing palm, and a finishing move. Chu Feng's expression remained cold. With a wave of his hand, he activated Delicious Devour. The fragments of flesh and the vast energy contained within them, scattered across the sky, were absorbed by him like rivers, converging into the sea. This energy was far purer and more powerful than that of Zhang Huang. As it surged into his body, his vitality boiled and surged like boiling water, rapidly increasing. He was now even closer to the mid-9 star level. Without any hesitation, Xu Feng's gaze, sharp as lightning, instantly locked onto the direction of the ancient structures deep beyond the pass. His intuition told him that an unusual energy was converging there, and the aura of the fallen angel frog was there as well. Gravity leap. His figure flickered continuously, crossing mountains and lands, as if teleporting. Within a few breaths, he had already arrived above the cluster of ancient and ominous buildings. Below, a massive altar constructed from black megaliths was emitting a faint glow. Countless twisted and eerie runes were carved around the altar, flickering rhythmically like breathing. At the center of the altar, the fallen angel frog, several beast kings, and countless ferocious beasts were prostrating on the ground. Their bodies were visibly withering, as their vast vitality was being frantically extracted by the altar and infused into the runes. Above the altar, a previously tiny spatial crack was being forcibly expanded and widened at a slow but steady pace by the sacrificial power. Faintly, one could sense an even more terrifying and chaotic aura emanating from the other end of the crack. As expected, there's a problem. Xu Feng's eyes turned cold. The fallen angel frog, sensing Xu Feng's arrival, struggled to lift its head. In its once ferocious frog eyes, only despair and fear remained at this moment. Stop, stop. Human Xu Feng. The fallen angel frog emitted a weak mental wave. We can talk. I know everything. About this world, about the upper realm, about the truth behind why your human race is being targeted. Xu Feng descended, standing at the edge of the altar. The devouring gravity sphere around him slowly rotated, isolating the strange extracting force while crushing countless ferocious beasts around him to death, leaving only the fallen angel frog. The sacrificial ritual was interrupted. The corners of the fallen angel frog's mouth twitched. It wanted to say something but ultimately said nothing. Xu Feng coldly stared at the fallen angel frog. Speak. The fallen angel frog panted heavily, its body still shriveled, but it knew it had temporarily escaped death. Not daring to hesitate, it quickly spilled everything it knew. The world we are in is referred to by those beings in the upper realm as the land of exile or the prison of sinful blood. In ancient times, the ancestors of your human race were an extremely powerful, even hegemonic, group in the upper realm. However, for some reason, they angered the rules jointly established by many powerful races in the upper realm, and were deemed the sinful blood clan, subjected to the most brutal suppression and purging. Most of the human race's powerful individuals were slaughtered. The remaining clansmen, whose bloodlines had their potential sealed, were exiled along with this fragment of a shattered world to this void. Far from the core star regions of the upper realm, with a powerful barrier seal set in place. This seal not only limits the energy level of this world, making it extremely difficult for beings here to break through beyond the 9th tier, but it also left a curse in the human bloodline, making your cultivation path far more arduous than that of other races. As for us so-called ferocious beasts and sea beasts, many of us are the remnants or wardens left behind by those upper realm races that participated in the suppression of the human race. Our mission is to monitor this world and periodically eliminate any human geniuses showing signs of atavism or extraordinary potential, preventing the human race from rising again and breaking free from the cage. That crack is a weak point formed over the long years due to the natural loosening of the seal, combined with the deliberate actions of certain beings in the upper realm. Through the crack, they can send in emissaries like that three-headed monster from earlier or transmit certain commands and powers. This time, because your growth rate has far exceeded expectations, you have been classified as an extremely dangerous sinful blood atavist. The upper realm has issued the highest directive: if you cannot be eliminated, then activate this final purification array. The fallen angel frog bitterly looked at the altar. Once this array is fully activated, it will sacrifice the blood and souls of all marked warden ferocious beasts in the outer regions and beyond, forcibly expanding the crack and summoning the destructive energy of the upper realm to descend. At that time, not only the human race but all living beings in this land of exile will likely be reduced to ashes. After hearing all this, Xu Feng fell silent. Although he had already suspected it in his heart, hearing this cruel truth firsthand still caused an indescribable icy anger to surge within him. Sinful blood? Prison? Jailers? Purification? Just because of the ancestors' strength and the so-called sin, generations must be imprisoned, suppressed, and cleansed? How absurd! How pitiful! How hateful! He gripped the black god battle blade tightly, an unyielding will burning and boiling in his chest. I know the truth now. Chu Feng's voice was eerily calm, yet carried an overwhelming killing intent. Now, it's time to send you on your way. The glimmer of hope that had just risen in the fallen angel frog's eyes instantly shattered, replaced by utter despair and madness. No! You can't kill me. If you kill me, the upper realm will immediately sense it, and they will. Before the words were finished, Chu Feng had already moved. Gravity. Leap. In a flash, his figure appeared before the fallen angel frog. The frog used its last ounce of strength, its long tongue shooting out like a blood-red lightning bolt in a desperate counterattack. However, Chu Feng casually waved his hand, and the black god battle blade, carrying 3,500 times gravity, slashed through. Slash! The resilient tongue broke instantly. Immediately after, the blade flashed again. Thud! The massive head of the fallen angel frog, with an expression of disbelief, soared into the sky. Dark green blood gushed from its neck. The beast king, the fallen angel frog, was slain. Without hesitation, Chu Feng activated Delicious Devour, consuming its blood, flesh essence, and remaining power entirely. His vitality surged once more, just one step away from a breakthrough. At the same time, the system's notification sounded promptly. Ding! Devoured fallen angel frog. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, stasis domain. Would you like to cultivate it? Cultivate. Chu Feng murmured. Ding. Stasis. Domain cultivation successful. As the system notification ended, a profound stream of law information instantly flowed into Chu Feng's mind. The details of the stasis domain, including its execution methods, range, and consumption, were fully understood and mastered by him. A hint of joy flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. He could clearly sense that he now possessed another powerful trump card. He surveyed his surroundings. Although the beasts near the altar had been cleared, there were still low-level beasts wandering in the distance, disturbed by the earlier commotion. Perfect for testing its effects. Chu Feng's gaze locked onto a sixth-tier shadow wolf several hundred meters away, preparing to flee. Stasis domain. With a thought, an invisible, intangible wave that seemed capable of freezing time and space spread out from Chu Feng as the center, instantly covering a range of 1,000 meters. The shadow wolf, which was sprinting with all its might, suddenly froze, as if transformed into a lifelike sculpture. Even the dust it had kicked up while running was suspended in mid-air. Its eyes still held traces of fear and confusion, its thoughts seemingly still active, but its body was completely immobilized. Truly miraculous. Chu Feng marveled inwardly. He could feel that within this domain, time was nearly stagnant. Although with his current strength and mastery of the domain, he can only maintain it for a mere 2 seconds, and the consumption was significant. In a battle between experts, those 2 seconds were enough to determine life and death. A figure moved and appeared in front of Shadow Wolf, casually waved, killing and devouring. It's with this stasis field, combined with my gravity leap and Demon King minced meat slash, unless someone is far stronger than me or has special means, who can resist? Chu Feng's confidence soared, extremely satisfied with this new ability. His gaze turned to the altar, which had become dim and cracked due to the interruption of the sacrificial ritual and the backlash of energy, as well as the spatial rift above that was slowly contracting due to the loss of energy support, and he felt slightly relieved. At least the worst-case scenario had been temporarily prevented. Now, the Beast Emperor. Fallen Angel Frog outside the border was dead, the 12 Beast Kings had been wiped out in the previous Sea Beast Tide and the recent conflict. And the remaining ferocious beasts were leaderless, no longer a threat. The upper realm will never let this go. I must seize this moment to quickly enhance my strength. Chu Feng's eyes were resolute as he made his decision. Over the next week, Chu Feng transformed into the Reaper of the Outer Border. Using super sense of smell and gravity detection wave, he efficiently searched for the remaining ferocious beast gathering spots across the outer border. Devouring Gravity Ball paved the way, followed closely by Delicious Devour. Wherever he went, whether it was a 7th-tier ferocious beast dominating an area or groups of lower-tier beast packs, all were turned into resources to boost his vitality. This was a one-sided, crushing sweep. His vitality surged at an unprecedented speed, 89 million. 90 million, 92 million. Finally, when he had cleared out most of the outer border, the vitality within his body had broken through the 100 million mark, reaching an unprecedented height. Entering the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Vitality, 100 million/150 million innate abilities, SSS-level gourmet cells, super sense of smell, gourmet cell demon egg incubation progress 99.9%. SSS-level gravity, 5000x gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity 1000-pound drop, gravity detection wave, gravity leap, SSS-level devour. Delicious Devour, devouring space, comprehensive development skills for innate abilities, devouring gravity ball, absorption palm, devouring gravity. Transfer combat blade techniques, heaven-level crust cutting, proficient, gravity palm, proficient, demon king minced meat / special abilities. Poison immunity, invincible golden body, extreme vision, intuition, secret technique stealth, secret technique purification, stasis field weapon, black. God Battle Blade Martial Artist level, extraordinary first tier devouring task, to be updated extraordinary first tier? Seeing these 4 words, Chu Feng's expression changed. Indeed, there is something stronger beyond 9 stars. At the same time, upon stepping into the extraordinary realm, Chu Feng felt as if his body had undergone a complete transformation. His internal organs were further refined, his bones glowed faintly, and his meridians expanded several times over, allowing for a massive increase in the capacity and circulation of vitality energy. What surprised him even more was that he keenly noticed that the color of his blood seemed to have a faint trace of gold, extremely subtle yet undeniably present. This pale golden blood flowed through his veins, containing an even more immense life force and an indescribable aura of nobility and power. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, far surpassing the peak of the 9-star level by an unimaginable margin. A sense of rebirth welled up within him. Now, facing those 3 monsters from before, he probably wouldn't even need to use the stasis field to easily crush them. At the same time, across the human territories, the Demon Sea Base City, and other checkpoints, the news of Chu Feng venturing alone beyond the borders and nearly wiping out the ferocious beasts outside within a week spread through various channels, such as remote observation, accounts from surviving warriors, energy monitoring, etc., plunging the entire human society into immense shock. My God! Chu Feng, he single-handedly slaughtered the Beast Emperor and the 12 Beast Kings? Not just that. I heard the area beyond the borders has almost become a forbidden zone for beasts now. Any slightly powerful beast has been wiped out by him. Is this really something a human can achieve? How old is he even? He could slay the Sea Beast Emperor at the early 9-star stage. What level has his strength reached now? Terrifying. Thankfully, we didn't offend him back then. Unbelievable. I heard Elder Hao and several other elders were also killed by him. Cheers, worship, disbelief, ecstasy, all kinds of emotions spread among the people. Chu Feng's reputation reached an unprecedented peak. He was regarded as the savior of humanity, a hero of an era. Meanwhile, in a luxurious residence in the imperial capital, Lin Hao, who had long harbored enmity against Chu Feng and had repeatedly schemed against him in secret, watched the official news broadcast, confirming that the threat beyond the borders had been largely eliminated. Hearing the host repeatedly and excitedly mention Chu Feng's achievements, the color drained from Lin Hao's face in an instant. No, impossible, how could he be this strong? Lin Hao collapsed onto the sofa, drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. He recalled all his past schemes against Chu Feng, and an endless fear coiled around his heart like a cold, venomous snake. Chu Feng was now a hero of humanity, his strength unparalleled, and crushing Lin Hao would be easier than squashing an ant. With Chu Feng's decisive and ruthless nature, how could he possibly let him go? Overwhelmed by extreme terror and regret, Lin Hao suddenly clutched his chest. His face turned from pale to a purplish blue, his eyes widened, and strange choking sounds escaped his throat. He had been scared to death, literally, his heart giving out. The rest of the Lin family fled overnight, going into hiding under assumed identities. Beyond the borders, having just completed his breakthrough and familiarizing himself with his surging power, Chu Feng seemed to sense something and glanced in the direction of the human territories. Before paying it no further mind. To him, the likes of Lin Hao were already insignificant specks of dust. His gaze turned once more to the heavens, as if piercing through space to see the so-called upper realm. The Sin-Blood Prison, the upper realm. Chu Feng murmured to himself, the pale golden blood in his veins faintly heating up. An unyielding battle intent surged skyward. Wait for me. I'll come for you soon to settle the score. The news of Chu Feng almost single-handedly wiping out the ferocious beasts beyond the borders spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the human territories. After a brief moment of stunned silence, it was followed by a tidal wave of ecstasy and jubilation. Peace. We've won. The threat beyond the borders is gone. It's Chu Feng. It's Chu Feng. Human guardian. He is the protector of our race. Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Chu Feng. In every checkpoint, the streets were deserted as people poured out, cheering, jumping for joy, and crying tears of happiness. The oppression of the beast tide that lasted for thousands of years, the sacrifices of countless loved ones and comrades, all seemed to find an outlet for release at this moment. Chu Feng's name was shouted countless times, his portrait hung in streets and alleys, and he became a living legend, the stabilizing force of humanity. In the Demon Sea-based city, imperial capital, all human settlements were immersed in the immense joy of surviving the catastrophe. Commander Pang and the remaining elders of the Martial Alliance, though shocked by Chu Feng's strength, felt more relief and genuine admiration at this moment. They quickly organized personnel to cautiously explore outward, reclaiming the vast lands beyond the checkpoints and planning future development. However, this hard-earned peace lasted less than 3 days. On the 4th day, at noon, the sky was originally clear, bathed in sunlight. But suddenly, an extremely piercing sound, like fabric being forcibly torn apart, came from the high heavens. Crack! Everyone looked up in terror. The azure sky, like fragile glass, was forcibly torn open by an invisible giant hand, creating a massive crack spanning thousands of kilometers from east to west. Inside the crack was not the starry sky, but a deep, dark void filled with chaotic and destructive energy. Cold, terrifying, and carrying the oppressive force of higher dimensions, it poured down like a tangible tsunami, instantly enveloping the entire planet. The sunlight was obscured, the world plunged into darkness, with only the destructive energy emanating from the crack casting a despairing glow. Roar! Howl! Hiss! Next, under countless horrified gazes, monstrous beasts of various forms, all massive as mountains and exuding the aura of peak 9th tier power, roared as they emerged from the crack like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Some resembled winged demon tigers with bone spurs on their backs, some were like decaying giant whales, emitting clouds of poisonous plague, others were pure elemental entities, flashing with lightning or surging with magma. 10 beasts. A total of 10 peak 9th tier monstrous beasts. Their targets were unmistakably clear, carrying pure destructive intent. As soon as they appeared, they dispersed and charged toward humanity's most critical checkpoints below. Energy breaths, destructive beams, massive physical bodies, various attacks. Brewed instantly, vowing to wipe human civilization off the planet completely. Enemy attack. Maximum alert. Commander Peng's furious roar echoed through all communication channels, his voice tinged with a trace of trembling and resolve. Engage the enemy. The 2 remaining elders of the Martial Alliance, their hair and beards bristling, forcibly summoned their strength and, along with Commander Peng and several other 9-star military experts, soared into the sky, attempting to intercept. However, the gap was too vast. Even the strongest among them was only at mid-9-star level. Facing 10 beasts from the upper realm, whose strength far exceeded ordinary peak 9th tier beasts, their resistance was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Boom! An energy shield supported by a military powerhouse shattered instantly under the claws of the demon tiger, sending the person flying backward, coughing up blood, their life or death uncertain. A renowned sword technique from a checkpoint commander struck the decaying giant whale, leaving only a shallow mark, while the poisonous cloud it spewed forced the commander to retreat in disarray, their protective energy and blood rapidly depleting. In just one encounter, the defensive line formed by humanity's strongest forces was on the verge of collapse. Despair, like the deepest, coldest ice, instantly froze everyone's hearts. The flame of hope that had just been ignited seemed so small and laughable in the face of this world-destroying power. It's over. Is this the punishment from the higher realms? Who will save us? Run, run quickly. The entire planet will be destroyed. How can we escape? Just as the destructive breath of the first demon tiger beast was about to descend upon the imperial capital, countless people closed their eyes, awaiting death. Buzz. An indescribable, heavy gravitational field descended at a speed beyond comprehension. The massive body of the demon tiger beast suddenly sank, its terrifying breath forcibly pushed back into its throat. It let out an enraged roar, struggling to break free, only to find the surrounding space seemingly solidified, its movements slowed by several times. The next moment, a black figure appeared atop the demon tiger's head, as if teleporting. A flash of blade light. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only an extreme black line slicing through. The demon tiger beast's ferocious head separated from its body in an instant, the cut smooth as a mirror. Under the crushing force of 5,000 times gravity, its massive body exploded into a mist of blood across the sky. Chu Feng had arrived. Suspended in mid-air, he held the Black God Warblade. With 5 devouring gravity spheres spinning wildly around him, exuding a chilling devouring force. His gaze, cold as eternal ice, swept across the 9 ninth-tier beasts in the sky, their expressions filled with shock and uncertainty. Hiss! So strong, he killed a 9th-tier beast with one strike. It's Chu Feng. The Guardian is here. We're saved. Below, the survivors erupted into thunderous cheers, tears of hope streaming down their faces. Once more. Attack together, kill him. A thunder elemental giant beast roared mentally. The 9 beasts instantly reached a consensus, abandoning their individual targets and launching the fiercest attack on Chu Feng from all directions. Thunder, poisonous fire, frost, bone spikes, mental shock. 9 completely different yet equally destructive energy torrents instantly engulfed and tore apart the space where Chu Feng stood. The energies' brilliance was blinding, impossible to look at directly. However, as the light faded, Chu Feng's figure had already vanished. Stasis field. A cold voice came from another direction. In an instant, centered on the 3 closest beasts, the space within several kilometers seemed to be frozen in time. The 3 beasts remained in their attacking postures, their energy frozen outside their bodies, their eyes filled with terror, yet even their thoughts were nearly halted. Devil's minced meat slash. Chu Feng's figure appeared like a phantom, the Black God Warblade slashing with an intent to tear everything apart. Swish, swish, swish. Endless blade energy raged like a storm of death within the frozen space. 2 seconds later, the field dissipated. The 3 peak 9th-tier ferocious beasts, along with their frozen attacks, were reduced to flying fragments of flesh and blood. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The remaining 6 beasts were utterly terrified. This human was countless times more terrifying than the intelligence had described. Chu Feng did not pause for a moment. Using gravity leap in combination with absorption palm, his figure flickered unpredictably in the air. Each appearance was inevitably accompanied by a black blade light tearing through the sky and the fall of a 9th-tier ferocious beast. The devouring gravity sphere acted like a loyal guardian, absorbing and converting the aftermath of his attacks and any energy attempting to ambush him. In less than a minute, the number of beasts in the sky plummeted rapidly. 10, 7, 5, 3, 1. When the last beast, resembling an octopus with countless writhing tentacles, was pierced through its core by Chu Feng's blade in despair, and the devouring gravity sphere completely drained it into a dried husk. The sky cleared completely. The 10-peak 9th-tier ferocious beasts from the upper realm were annihilated. We won. Chu Feng won. So powerful. Invincible. The entire human territory erupted into an unprecedented wave of cheers, the deafening roar seemingly breaking through the gloomy sky. Suspended in midair, Chu Feng continuously activated Delicious Devour, frantically absorbing the vast blood energy and essence scattered in the air from the 10 9th-tier beasts. His blood energy surged like a volcanic eruption. At that moment, buzz. Deep within his body, the gourmet cell. Demon egg, originating from SSS-grade gourmet cells and with a hatching progress of 99.9%, suddenly trembled. After accumulating countless high-level energies, especially the essence of the 10 upper realm beasts, it finally reached the critical point. The surface of the egg was covered with countless intricate dark golden patterns, which now lit up with a dazzling brilliance as if coming to life. Crack! A faint sound, as if originating from the depths of the soul, echoed. The eggshell broke. A terrifying aura of primal savagery, brutality, and an overwhelming desire to devour erupted from Chu Feng's body like an ancient demon god awakening from eternal slumber. Roar! A roar, not from Chu Feng himself but from the depths of his bloodline, shook the heavens and earth. Dark red, almost tangible flames of energy surged skyward from Chu Feng's body, enveloping him entirely. His physique began to transform dramatically, muscles bulged and swelled, his height soared to nearly 3 meters, and his skin turned dark red, covered with a dense layer of keratin imbued with immense defensive power. On his forehead, 2 curved, metallic demon horns broke through the skin and slowly grew out. Behind him, a pair of massive demon wings, composed of dark red energy and bone, unfurled with a resounding whoosh, blotting out the sky. His eyes, now pure golden vertical pupils, were cold, merciless, and filled with indifference toward all living beings, and hunger. The Black God Blade in his hand seemed to resonate with this newfound power, emitting an excited hum as dark red demonic energy coiled around its blade. Half human, half demon. At this moment, Chu Feng had transformed into an abyssal demon god, wielding the powers of gravity and devouring. However, the attacks from the upper realm did not cease. After the massive rift in the firmament, it seemed that some entity had been completely enraged by the demonic aura emanating from Chu Feng. Boom! 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 From within the rift, light surged, and meteors with diameters exceeding 500 meters, their surfaces ablaze with ominous black flames and cores compressed with destructive energy, rained down like a torrential storm upon the planet's surface. The sheer number of these meteors, numbering in the thousands, and their vast coverage were enough to obliterate all life and civilization on the surface, reverting the entire planet to a primordial era. The hope that had just risen was once again crushed, and endless despair enveloped everyone anew. Faced with this apocalyptic attack, individual strength seemed utterly insignificant. It's over, this time it's really over. Is the planet going to be destroyed? At this moment of universal extinction, Chu Feng, now half demon, raised his golden vertical pupils to gaze at the sky filled with falling meteors of destruction. He felt the terrifying power surging within him, more than 10 times stronger than before, along with the primal impulse from the gourmet cell demon that seemed capable of devouring all things in heaven and earth. He grinned, revealing a smile that blended Chu Feng's coldness with the demon's brutality. Without using his battle blade or employing complex techniques, he simply raised his fist, covered in a dark red keratinous layer, and punched through the air at the first massive meteor falling toward him. Boom! A dark red fist force, condensed to the extreme and imbued with terrifying gravitational compression and devouring annihilation power, shot upward like a reverse meteor. Wherever the fist force passed, space twisted and collapsed. The meteor, capable of destroying a large city, was instantly pierced, shattered, and completely annihilated by the devouring power of the fist force, reduced to its most basic energy particles and dissipated into the air. One punch, meteor shattered. Immediately after, Chu Feng moved. The demon wings on his back suddenly flapped, and his figure transformed into a streak of dark red lightning tearing through the sky, charging directly into the dense meteor shower. Boom! 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 No longer punching through the air, he directly plunged his demon body into the meteor cluster. Fists, elbows, knees, feet, even the wings on his back became the most terrifying weapons. Each strike was simple, brutal, and direct, yet carried the power to shatter stars. One meteor after another exploded in midair like fragile fireworks before him. The black flames of destruction could not harm him in the slightest, and the shockwaves from the explosions were effortlessly absorbed and neutralized by the dark red aura and devouring power surrounding him. Thus, he traversed the apocalyptic meteor shower, unstoppable, with dozens to hundreds of meteors reduced to dust under his fists every second. The dark red figure, against the backdrop of the dim sky, painted a stunningly violent and destructive masterpiece, deeply etched into the eyes of all survivors and into the memory of this era. Hiss! Hiss hiss! Hiss hiss hiss! Terrifying, too terrifying. Is this Chu Feng's power? Everyone was dumbfounded. After shattering all the meteors, Chu Feng stood in the sky, his golden vertical pupils gazing at the massive fissure, his eyes narrowing. His intuition told him that within that fissure, pairs of terrifying eyes were watching him. With a swift movement, Chu Feng transformed into a streak of light and charged toward the fissure. But just as he approached it, a massive thunderbolt transformed into a lightning spear, flashing down at near light speed, unleashing overwhelming power. Chu Feng's gaze shifted, and the stasis field activated, halting the lightning spear right in front of him. Clenching his fist, he struck the spear with a punch, shattering it. Chu Feng shattered the stationary lightning spear with a single punch, the scattered lightning dancing across his dark red demonic body, unable to leave a single mark. His golden vertical pupils coldly stared at the massive fissure in the sky, beyond which malicious and scrutinizing gazes were unabashedly directed at him. Trying to stop me? Chu Feng murmured, his voice carrying a metallic rasp and boundless killing intent. Then come down yourself. The demon wings suddenly trembled, stirring up violent air currents. His entire being transformed into a dark red blood arrow tearing through the void, charging toward the fissure. Spanning the sky at a terrifying speed, several times faster than the speed of sound. He was going to break in, to actively invade the so-called upper realm and confront those self-proclaimed gods who viewed this world as a prison. However, just as he was about to reach the edge of the fissure, buzz! A sound far deeper, more majestic, and seemingly originating from the rules of the universe suddenly resonated. The massive spatial fissure, as if wiped away by an invisible giant hand, began to rapidly contract and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within just a thousandth of a second, the fissure spanning thousands of kilometers vanished without a trace, leaving behind a perfectly intact, yet even more unsettling, azure sky. No, it wasn't perfectly intact. At the very moment the fissure disappeared completely, the entire sky, or rather, the atmosphere surrounding the entire planet suddenly lit up with countless dense, incomparably complex, massive runes. Each of these runes was as large as a mountain, composed of some dark, iron-like energy that shimmered with the light of laws. They interconnected, instantly forming enormous rune chains that spanned continents and encircled the planet. The chains crisscrossed, forming an endless, gigantic net that tightly enveloped and trapped the entire planet. An indescribable force, one that made even souls tremble, emanated from those rune chains, spreading through the atmosphere and enveloping every corner of the world. It was a power of sealing, suppression, and stripping away vitality, like a tide. At this moment, it felt as though the entire planet had violated some supreme heavenly law and was now subjected to the harshest shackles and divine punishment. Is this the power of the sealing barrier fully activated? Chu Feng hovered in the sky, feeling the omnipresent oppression, his golden vertical pupils slightly contracting. The fallen angel frog had once mentioned that this world was bound by a powerful sealing barrier. Now it seemed, this was the true face of that seal. Before he could ponder the mysteries of the runic iron chains, the temperature of the world began to plummet at an irrational, almost linear speed. 1 second it was normal, the next it dropped to freezing, then to tens of degrees below zero, 100 below, 200. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. But these were No ordinary snowflakes, they were azure ice crystals imbued with extreme cold and sealing power. Each snowflake was incredibly heavy, freezing patches of land upon contact, as if even the air itself was solidifying. Snowing? So cold. What's going on? The thermometers. Broken. No. Even the energy shield can't block this cold. Below, people who had just escaped the meteor crisis had no time to celebrate before being struck by this sudden, even more bizarre transformation of the world. The bone-chilling cold ignored most defenses, seeping into every corner like an invisible breath of death. Rivers, lakes, and oceans froze at a speed visible to the naked eye, with the ice layers thickening continuously. Dense forests turned into ice sculptures within breaths, then shattered into powder with a light breeze. On city streets, those who couldn't make it indoors in time were quickly covered in thick frost, frozen into statues mid-run or in expressions of terror, their life extinguished in an instant. Even those hiding in reinforced shelters with the highest-grade heating systems were horrified to find that the cold seemed to directly affect their souls and vitality. Heat drained rapidly, steel became brittle, and martial artists with lower cultivation found their blood energy sluggish and difficult to circulate. Ah! Help, Mom, I'm so cold, screams, cries, and desperate wails echoed sporadically in the rapidly freezing, silent world, only to be quickly silenced. It wasn't just humans, even the remaining beasts outside the borders, hiding deep underground, were not spared. They howled as they rushed out of their lairs, only to be frozen solid within a few steps, their life flames extinguished completely. This was an indiscriminate purification targeting all life on the planet. The beings from the higher realms, having failed to destroy it directly, now sought to use the power of the sealing barrier to freeze the entire cage of sinful blood, turning it into a lifeless Death Star. Chu Feng hovered high in the sky, surrounded by dark red demonic flames that burned fiercely, evaporating the approaching azure ice crystals. He could feel the cold constantly eroding his flames, trying to freeze his blood and soul, but the immense vitality and devouring power of the gourmet cell demon forcefully resisted and neutralized it. He looked down. Cities that humanity had spent millennia building were being rapidly covered in azure frost, transforming into a silent, frozen kingdom. The breath of life, like candles in the wind, was extinguishing in large swathes. He saw the massive energy shield raised by Commander Pang and the Strong Ones flickering under the ice crystal's erosion, its range shrinking continuously. He saw countless ordinary people turning into ice sculptures in the severe cold, their faces frozen in their final expressions of despair. Rage. Like magma's searing heat and an abyss's icy cold, an overwhelming fury erupted within Chu Feng's chest. He roared towards the heavens, the demonic sound reverberating in all directions, even causing the falling ice crystals in the sky to momentarily pause. The demonic wings on his back spread wide with full force, blotting out the sun and sky. Around him, 5 devouring gravity spheres spun madly at an unprecedented speed, their size swelling as if transforming into 5 miniature black holes. The pale golden blood within his body surged and roared like mercury, completely merging with the power of the gourmet cell's demon. He poured all his strength, gourmet cells, gravity, devouring demonic power, and the unyielding will of the human race, without reservation into the Black God Warblade in his hands. Buzz, clang. The Black God Warblade emitted a hum of unbearable strain yet boundless excitement. Its blade instantly turned pitch black like ink, as if absorbing all light. The dark red demonic aura and the power of devouring annihilation intertwined across its surface, while at the blade's edge, space continuously collapsed and repaired itself. Chu Feng's arms bulged with knotted muscles, veins protruding on his forehead, as he wielded the Black God Warblade, infused with all his power, and slashed fiercely at the thickest, most rune-dense core chain in the sky above. This slash had no name. Yet it carried his defiance against fate, his indignation at injustice, and his resolve to protect. Break for me. A blade light, indescribable in color, shot skyward from the Black God Warblade. Initially only about 10 feet long, it began to devour all surrounding energy, light, and even the extreme cold the moment it left the blade. Its size expanded rapidly with the wind, transforming into a massive torrent of energy that tore through the heavens and earth. Wherever the blade light passed, it carved a black fissure in space that refused to heal for a long time. The falling ice crystals, clouds, and even the laws of nature were forcibly pushed aside and severed. Time seemed to slow at this moment. Under the desperate yet hopeful gazes of countless survivors. Below, and under the watchful eyes of the higher existence in the unseen heavens, the terrifying blade light, carrying all of Chu Feng's might, struck fiercely at the thick, rune-covered chain. Clang! It was not the sharp sound of metal clashing but a deafening roar, as if two worlds collided. And stars shattered. A blinding light erupted instantly, illuminating the entire frozen world, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. What followed was a global energy storm. When the light subsided slightly, people, enduring the stinging pain, barely managed to look up. They saw that the massive rune-covered chain spanning the sky had a clear, spreading crack at the point where the blade light struck. Crack, crack, crack. The crack spread rapidly like a spider web, instantly covering that section of the chain. The next moment, boom! That core rune chain, under countless shocked gazes, shattered and broke apart. It disintegrated into countless dark fragments of laws, falling from the sky like a meteor shower, only to dissipate continuously during their descent. Like a chain reaction, the moment this core chain broke, the entire rune chain network encircling the planet dimmed abruptly, its operation momentarily stalled and thrown into chaos. Although it had not completely collapsed, the omnipresent sealing force had clearly weakened significantly. As the chain shattered, the frenzied drop in temperature abruptly ceased. The azure ice crystals that had been falling from the sky reverted to the appearance of ordinary snow. Though still cold, it was no longer the soul-freezing, destructive chill. Sunlight struggled to pierce through the still-present but much dimmer rune network, once again shining upon this land that had endured so much hardship. A silence of survival after catastrophe enveloped the world. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, at the dark red figure standing like a demon god, the one who had severed the chain of divine punishment with a single strike. Chu Feng panted lightly, feeling the waves of weakness surging through his body. That strike had nearly drained most of his strength. Yet, in his golden vertical pupils, an even fiercer flame burned. He had succeeded in temporarily halting the planet's complete freezing. But he knew this was far from over. The rune chains were only damaged, not entirely destroyed. The threat from the higher realms still loomed overhead. Moreover, the sudden global freeze, though curbed, had caused catastrophic damage to the world's ecosystem and human civilization. He slowly descended, his gaze sweeping over the devastated cities and fields below, covered in thick ice and snow. Survival had now become a more urgent issue than resisting the higher realm. When Chu Feng poured all his strength into the Black God battle blade, carrying the will to devour everything and shatter laws, and completely obliterated the final rune chain in the sky, the entire planet seemed to let out a relieved hum. The oppressive feeling that had enveloped the globe receded like a tide, the dim rune network crumbled inch by inch, dissolving into a rain of light. The long-lost, unobstructed sunlight once again bathed the earth, and the frozen snow and ice began to melt rapidly, revealing the weathered land beneath. The survivors emerged from their shelters, feeling the warmth of the sunlight, erupting into earth-shaking cheers. The millennia-long threat of beast tides, along with this sudden apocalyptic freeze, seemed to have become a thing of the past with the breaking of the seal. But Chu Feng felt no relief in his heart. Suspended high in the air, his golden vertical pupils were fixed on the spot where the seal had shattered, his intuition screaming warnings, this was too smooth. The higher realm's forces could not possibly be limited to such means. Sure enough, just as Chu Feng flew out of the planet, a strange sensation of spatial displacement suddenly descended. It was not a powerful attack but more like a teleportation. Chu Feng's vision blurred, and the surrounding scenery twisted and transformed in an instant. The boundless starry sky and the blue planet below vanished, replaced by an unimaginably vast underground cavern. He should have been flying out of the planet, yet now he found himself inexplicably within a subterranean cave. The cavern's extent was unknown, its ceiling unreachable, with only faint, phosphorescent-like light sources flickering at great heights, providing dim illumination. Surrounding him were endless rough rock walls, riddled with massive tunnels and holes, resembling the nest of some colossal creature. The air was thick with a pungent stench, the smell of sulfur, and an ancient, primal energy aura. What made Chu Feng's pupils contract the most was the sight of countless ferocious beasts scattered throughout the vast underground cavern. These beasts, each with a unique form, were far more terrifying and ancient than any he had encountered on the planet. The aura emanating from them had all reached the 9th tier, and among them were individuals whose terrifying presence faintly touched the transcendent realm. They seemed to have been in a state of slumber or standby, but now, due to the intrusion of Chu Feng, the uninvited guest, they were all alarmed. Pairs of beastly eyes, scarlet, ghastly green, or chaotic, locked onto him, the intruder exuding an unusual aura. Roar! After a brief silence, deafening roars erupted from all directions, shaking the entire cavern with their terrifying sound. Waves. The nearest 9th tier beasts, resembling giant scorpion lions with bone spines on their backs, transformed into streaks of shadows, shrieking through the air as they charged at Chu Feng. There was no time to ponder why flying off the planet had led him into this cavern, nor to investigate the strangeness of this place. Battle was the only language at this moment. Good timing. Instead of fear, Chu Feng's eyes burned with intense battle intent. Having just broken the seal, he needed a fierce battle to test his strength and a massive amount of vitality to replenish his energy and push toward higher realms. These 9th tier beasts were the perfect offering delivered to his doorstep. Demonic form, activate. Buzz. Dark red energy. Flames erupted from Chu Feng's body like a volcanic explosion. His height surged to 3 meters, his entire body covered in a dark red keratin layer. And the demon horns on his forehead gleamed coldly. With a loud whoosh, his massive demon wings unfurled, stirring the air in the cavern. In his icy, golden vertical pupils, only the purest desire for slaughter and devouring remained. The black god battle blade in his hand resonated with his battle intent, emitting an excited hum. The dark red demonic energy and devouring power entwined around the blade almost solidified. Die. Facing the 3 scorpion lion beasts charging at him, Chu Feng neither dodged nor retreated. Activating gravity leap, his figure instantly vanished, reappearing above the head of one of the beasts the next moment. Demon King's minced slash. Blade light cascaded like a waterfall, erupting instantly. Countless blade energies imbued with extreme tearing will, and the ferocious beast's movements suddenly froze, its eyes filled with terror. Chu Feng appeared before the immobilized scorpion lion, wielding the black god battle blade in a simple and direct vertical slash. Rip! The blade sliced through from head to tail, splitting it in two. The devouring force followed closely, consuming its vitality completely. That head was also slain by Chu Feng in one strike. In the blink of an eye, 3 9th tier ferocious beasts were killed. But this was only the beginning. Chu Feng's ferocious display completely enraged more beasts within the cavern. Hundreds, even thousands of 9th tier ferocious beasts surged like a raging tide, swarming out from various passages and dark corners, launching a frenzied assault on Chu Feng. Lightning, flames, venom, frost, mental shock, destructive energies of various attributes poured down like a torrential storm, completely engulfing the area where Chu Feng stood. Ha ha ha. Good timing. Chu Feng laughed wildly, his demonic body standing firm amidst the energy storm, the dark red aura deflecting and devouring most of the attacks. He was like an unrelenting killing machine, unleashing his abilities to the fullest. Layer upon layer of gravitational fields made the beast struggle to move. Gravitational leaps rendered his movements ghostly, allowing him to weave effortlessly through the beast horde. The stasis domain lit up intermittently, freezing a group of beasts. Followed by a bloody massacre, the devouring gravity sphere hovered and danced like a loyal guardian, continuously absorbing the aftermath of attacks and weaker beasts. The Demon King's flesh shred became a clearing weapon, its blade leaving blood and flesh flying wherever it passed. He completely abandoned defense, relying solely on offense, sustaining himself through battle. With every swing of his blade, one or even several 9th tier beasts fell. With every act of devouring, his vitality skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. His vitality values on the system interface jumped and soared at an unprecedented speed. The slaughter continued, the devouring persisted. Chu Feng seemed to transform into a storm of destruction within the cavern, leaving corpses strewn everywhere and no life in his wake. The black god battle blade drank its fill of blood, the dark red patterns on its blade becoming increasingly vivid, as if coming to life. His demonic body, infused with endless vitality, seemed to undergo a subtle yet profound transformation. The keratin layer grew thicker, the patterns on his demon horns became more intricate, and his golden vertical pupils turned as cold as an eternal abyss. No one knew how much time had passed. When Xu Feng decapitated a two-headed demon dragon with an aura nearing transcendence and devoured its immense vitality, his internal vitality finally broke through a massive threshold. Boom! A surge of power far stronger than when he first stepped into transcendence erupted from deep within, sweeping through his entire body. His bones emitted thunderous cracks, his pale golden blood surged like mighty rivers. His internal organs glowed with a treasure-like brilliance, and his understanding of gravity and devouring laws suddenly became much clearer. Transcendence. Second tier. A woo at that moment, a terrifyingly furious roar echoed, shaking the soul. Chu Feng's expression changed, his internal vitality seemed on the verge of collapse, and he almost spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. What is this? Without hesitation, Chu Feng immediately activated the secret technique of invisibility. The energy of the secret technique flowed like the deepest currents, perfectly merging Chu Feng's figure, aura, and even life fluctuations into the surrounding environment. Just as his figure completely vanished in the next second, a terrifying pressure that made his very soul tremble descended with a roar. In the middle of the cavern, a massive and unimaginable shadow slowly began to take shape. It was a giant dragon, but it had 9 ferocious and uniquely shaped dragon heads. Some heads spewed dark netherfire, some had eyes flashing with violent lightning, and others dripped venom from their fangs that corroded the very space around them. 18 dragon eyes, like 18 cold blood moons, scanned the entire cavern with supreme majesty and fury. The mere presence of the shadow caused the surrounding space to emit faint sounds of distortion under unbearable strain. The pressure, stemming from the sheer level of life and absolute power, weighed down on the heart of every living being like a tangible mountain. In the cavern, countless remaining 9th-tier ferocious beasts, which had been incredibly savage moments ago, now cowered like ants before their king. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground, burying their heads deeply, their massive bodies trembling uncontrollably, not daring to let out even the faintest whimper. Chu Feng held his breath, hiding in the shadows, though his heart pounded uncontrollably. His golden vertical pupils were fixed on the shadow of the 9-headed dragon beast, his mind in turmoil. Transcendent 5th tier, no, possibly even higher. He instantly made a judgment. The oppressive feeling brought by this 9-headed dragon beast far exceeded that of any enemy he had slain before, to the point where he couldn't muster even the slightest thought of direct confrontation. If not for the extraordinary stealth technique he had obtained from the system, he might have been detected the moment the creature appeared. The 18 dragon eyes slowly rotated, carrying scrutiny and doubt, carefully scanning every corner of the cavern, lingering the longest in the area where Chu Feng had just carried out his slaughter. The mental power emanating from the dragon's gaze was like liquid mercury, penetrating every crevice, repeatedly probing. Chu Feng fully restrained himself, his thoughts nearly frozen, reducing his presence to the absolute minimum. Moments later, the shadow of the 9-headed dragon beast seemed to find nothing, and a trace of impatience and anger flashed simultaneously in its 18 dragon eyes. It let out a low roar, not loud, but imbued with a terrifying soul impact that nearly caused the beasts below to faint. Finally, the shadow slowly dissipated, and the world-destroying pressure retreated along with it. The beasts in the cavern took a long time before cautiously raising their heads, their eyes still filled with lingering fear. They exchanged low growls with one another before gradually dispersing, retreating back into the dark tunnels and nests. Chu Feng did not immediately lift his stealth. He remained in absolute concealment, his heart heavy. This cavern was far more dangerous than he had imagined, containing such terrifying creatures. It seemed that the previous seals and attacks might only be the tip of the iceberg of the upper realm's methods. This cavern was likely a frontier base or a stepping stone for the upper realm to either breed ferocious beasts or punish his planet. He had to be even more cautious. Using his stealth state, Chu Feng began to move cautiously through the cavern, searching for possible exits or clues. The cavern was vast and boundless, with intricate and maze-like passages. Moreover, the chaotic energy permeating the air interfered with perception, making it easy to lose one's way. As he passed through an area filled with massive beast bones, a seemingly ordinary rough stone wall ahead suddenly emitted a faint ripple of energy. Chu Feng immediately stopped and focused his gaze. The energy ripple spread out like water waves, and then, a figure stepped out from it. It was a woman, dressed in a tight-fitting cyan outfit, made of an unknown material, accentuating her agile figure. Her face was cold, with a hint of vigilance between her brows, and she held a long sword, emitting a faint chill. After appearing, she scanned her surroundings sharply. Confirming there was no anomaly, she frowned, then turned and disappeared back into the stone wall. After she vanished, the energy ripple on the stone wall gradually calmed. Formation passage? Chu Feng's eyes lit up, excitement surging in his heart. This woman was clearly human, and her ability to emerge from and return into the stone wall indicated that it likely connected to the human world behind it. This might be the exit to leave this cursed place. Without hesitation, Chu Feng immediately activated his movement technique and, at the moment the energy ripple was about to completely disappear, silently merged into it like a phantom. A faint sensation of spatial displacement followed, much gentler than when he was previously teleported into the underground cavern. Moments later, his view suddenly opened up. The oppressive and dim cavern scene vanished, replaced by a brutal battlefield. He was standing on a high platform resembling a city gate tower, facing a towering, majestic city that was now covered in cracks and claw marks. The city was surrounded by high walls, and atop them, countless warriors clad in various armors and wielding weapons were fighting desperately. Beyond the city walls surged a tide of ferocious beasts, black as ink. These beasts might not be as massive as the peak 9th tier ones in the cavern, but their numbers were far greater, their aura more violent, and even the weakest among them had reached the ordinary 9th tier level. Among them were several particularly powerful beast leaders, whose aura had reached the extraordinary 1st tier. Each of their assaults left massive damage on the city walls and claimed the lives of many warriors. The shouts of battle, beastly roars, explosions from energy collisions, the rumble of collapsing walls, and the wails of the wounded intertwined into a tragic and fierce symphony of war. The sky was gray, filled with the stench of smoke and blood. The city's energy shield was shattered and flickering, clearly unable to provide effective protection. Chu Feng's appearance went unnoticed as he remained in stealth. He overlooked the brutal siege battle, his brows furrowed. The human warriors here were generally strong, mostly at the 8-star and 9-star levels, with many at the peak of 9-star. Occasionally, he could spot one or two powerful individuals comparable to those newly entering the extraordinary realm, fighting valiantly. However, faced with the larger numbers and stronger average strength of the beast tide, they were clearly at a disadvantage. The defensive line was precarious, relying solely on the terrain of the city walls and fearless sacrifices to barely hold on. What is this place? Why is there such a massive beast tide? Chu Feng was filled with questions. His gaze swept across the battlefield and quickly locked onto a familiar figure, the green-clad woman who had just emerged from the stone wall formation. At this moment, she was wielding a frost-covered longsword, fiercely battling several peak 9th tier ferocious beasts at a breach in the city wall. The sword light was sharp, and every swing carried the power of ice, temporarily halting the beast's offensive. However, her face grew increasingly pale, clearly showing the immense energy she was expending. Judging by the situation, this city seemed to be at the brink of life and death. Chu Feng concealed himself in the air, but he could feel the surging power within his body. Having just broken through to Transcendent Tier 2, his blood and energy burned like a furnace. Should he continue to observe in hiding, or? His gaze fell on the tide of ferocious beasts roaring and exuding overwhelming vitality, especially the few particularly conspicuous Transcendent Tier 1 beast leaders. These were prime resources. Just as a transcendent beast resembling a mammoth, with tusks like curved blades, shattered a section of the city wall and was about to charge into the city for a massacre, Chu Feng moved He lifted his invisibility, his figure appearing as if teleporting at the collapsed breach in the city wall, standing directly in front of the thick-skinned, heavily armored transcendent mammoth beast. He did not use the Black God battle blade but simply raised his right hand, spreading his fingers, aiming at the mammoth beast charging with unstoppable momentum. Gravity crush. The words were spoken lightly. In the next moment, the space within 100-meter radius around the mammoth beast suddenly sank. The air emitted explosive sounds under unbearable pressure. The forward momentum of the transcendent mammoth beast came to an abrupt halt. It let out a terrified and desperate screech as its four pillar-like legs instantly buckled, and its massive body was slammed onto the ground by an irresistible force. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and dust soared into the sky. When the dust settled, the transcendent Tier 1 mammoth beast was seen crushed into a twisted meat pancake, deeply embedded into the ground, with blood seeping out in all directions. It was dead beyond any doubt. Silence. A deathly silence. Both the ferocious beasts attacking frantically and the human warriors fighting desperately were stunned by this sudden, near-miraculous scene. All eyes focused on the black-clad figure who had suddenly appeared at the breach, standing tall and cold-faced, with a pair of inhuman golden vertical pupils. His black hair fluttered, and he exuded an aura of terrifying intensity. He stood there like an insurmountable mountain, radiating a chilling presence that made hearts tremble. Dead silence. On and around the city wall, whether it was the roaring beasts or the blood-soaked human warriors, all movements and sounds froze in that instant. All eyes were fixed on the black figure standing at the breach, and the twisted, deformed mammoth beast pancake embedded in the ground beneath his feet. The transcendent Tier 1 mammoth beast, with its thick skin and tough flesh, was akin to a collapsing mountain when charging, serving as one of the absolute main forces in this siege. Moments ago, it had shattered this sturdy section of the city wall with overwhelming momentum, its aura unstoppable. Yet, just as it was about to charge into the city for a massacre, it was casually crushed to death by this man who had suddenly appeared, with just one hand? It was like casually swatting a fly. The visual impact was so horrifying that many people doubted whether they were hallucinating due to exhaustion. What just happened? A warrior with a severed arm, leaning against a parapet and gasping for breath, muttered to himself, his face covered in blood and confusion. Was it him? What did he do? That mountain-shaking mammoth, someone nearby spoke with a trembling voice, unable to comprehend the scene before them. What terrifying power is that? Gravity? He can actually control such a horrifying force of gravity? A slightly more knowledgeable 9-star peak general's pupils contracted sharply as he exclaimed in shock. Even the beast tide experienced a brief disturbance. The beasts in the front instinctively felt the suffocating threat, their charge momentarily halted, and for the first time, hesitation and fear appeared in their scarlet eyes. Standing near the breach, the woman in green slightly lowered her long sword, which was surrounded by cold air, her icy gaze fixed on Xu Feng's back, filled with disbelief and shock. She had just fought against that mammoth beast and deeply understood its terrifying strength. Even her full-powered strike could only leave a deep, bone-revealing wound on its thick hide, unable to stop its charge. But this man... Xu Feng seemed oblivious to the shocked, confused, and fearful gazes behind him. His golden vertical pupils coldly swept over the beast horde ahead, resembling a black tide, pausing briefly on the few beast leaders whose aura had reached the transcendent first rank. In his perception, this wasn't a crisis but a moving treasure trove of flesh and blood. Having just broken through to the transcendent second rank, he urgently needed a massive amount of blood and energy to consolidate his realm and even push for higher levels. These beasts had arrived at the perfect time. Buzz. Without any warning, dark red demonic flames erupted from Xu Feng's body like a long-suppressed volcano. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, his body grew to 3 meters tall, and a dark red keratin layer rapidly covered him, forming a sinister and powerful armor. A pair of curved demon horns pierced the air from his forehead, and massive demon wings suddenly unfolded behind him, casting a large shadow. The icy, golden vertical pupils contained not a trace of human emotion, only the most primal desire for slaughter and devouring. Half human, half demon. killing in 10. Those ferocious beasts at the ordinary 9th tier didn't even have time to let out a wail before their massive bodies were instantly deformed, crushed, and exploded under the terrifying pressure. They turned into dense clouds of blood mist and shattered flesh. Even the several transcendent first-tier beast leaders let out painful howls, their movements becoming incomparably sluggish, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. Their bones emitted unbearable creaking sounds, and blood oozed from all 7 orifices. But it wasn't over. Delicious devour. Chu Feng murmured, his voice like the proclamation of a demon. 5 massive, rotating devouring gravity spheres appeared around him, like 5 greedy giant mouths, erupting with terrifying suction power. This was the integration of delicious devour into the devouring gravity spheres. The exploded blood mist, shattered flesh, and even the energy dissipated as the beasts struggled to escape were all drawn and devoured into the gravity spheres like rivers, converging into the sea. Then, after purification, they transformed into the purest, most majestic torrents of vitality and blood, continuously surging into Chu Feng's body. His vitality and blood began to soar wildly at an unprecedented speed. The numerical values on the system interface jumped crazily as if they had gone mad. Roar! A transcendent beast resembling a saber-toothed tiger, unwilling to be subdued, resisted the terrifying gravity. Its entire body erupted with sharp golden light, transforming into countless golden swords that shot toward Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't even look. The demon wings on his back merely fluttered gently. Whoosh! His figure vanished like a phantom from its original position. In the next moment, he appeared directly above the saber-toothed tiger beast. In his hand, the black god blade had already materialized at some point, its blade entwined with dark red demonic energy and devouring black light. Die! A simple, direct vertical slash. The blade's light flashed, and it seemed as though a faint crack had been torn into space itself. The protective golden glow on the saber-toothed tiger's body shattered like paper, and then its incredibly tough skull split apart. Its massive body was cleaved in 2. Blood sprayed like a waterfall, only to be instantly drained by the devouring force. A clean kill. Elsewhere, a shadow leopard, a transcendent beast adept at speed, noticed the dire situation and transformed into a shadow to escape the gravity field. Trying to flee? Chu Feng's cold gaze swept over it, and his right hand made a grasping motion in the air toward the escaping shadow. Come back! The powerful devouring force instantly acted on the shadow leopard. Its prideful speed became useless in an instant as its body was uncontrollably pulled back. No matter how it struggled or roared, it couldn't break free from the invisible force dragging it back. Ultimately, it was forcibly dragged back to the core of the gravity field. Under the terrifying pressure exceeding 5,500 times, it was crushed into a pulp along with its despair, then devoured completely. Slaughter! Devour! Slaughter again! Devour again! Chu Feng was like a tiger among sheep, transforming into the most efficient killing machine, unleashing a storm of blood and carnage amidst the beast tide. Wherever the gravity field passed, everything disintegrated into dust. Within the devouring force's range, all vitality and energy were absorbed into his body. Ordinary 9th-tier beasts fell in droves, and even transcendent 1st-tier beast leaders couldn't withstand more than a few moves. Alone, he slaughtered the tide of 1,000,000 beasts, leaving them in complete disarray. The once surging black tide, at this moment, began to collapse and roll backward with him at its center. The ferocious beasts let out terrified wails, abandoning their assault on the city walls, desperate to flee from the figure that loomed like a demon god. Roar! Finally, from the rear of the beast tide, a thunderous roar filled with fury and command echoed, seemingly from the true leader of this onslaught. The remaining beasts, as if granted amnesty, no longer cared about anything else and fled in panic toward the distant wilderness, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with corpses and a suffocating stench of blood. The city walls fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the figure hovering mid-air, surrounded by dark red flames, with demonic wings slowly flapping, standing atop a mountain of beast corpses. Sunlight pierced through the smoke, falling on his dark red carapace and golden vertical pupils, reflecting a cold and majestic light. One man, halting a tide of 1,000,000 beasts. What kind of terrifying power was this? What a shocking sight! The survivors were overwhelmed by a mix of relief at having escaped death and fear of such inhuman strength. At that moment, a powerful aura rose From within the city, rapidly approaching. In a flash of light, a middle-aged man clad in black armor, with a stern face and a commanding presence, clearly at the peak of the first transcendent tier, appeared in the air not far from Chu Feng. He looked at Chu Feng with a complex expression, especially at the inhuman demonic features. Taking a deep breath to suppress his shock, he cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "I am Zhao Laikong, Lord of Qingshu City. Thank you for your assistance in saving Qingshu City from destruction. May I ask your esteemed name and where you hail from?" Qingshu City, City Lord's Mansion. In stark contrast to the devastation of the battlefield outside, the mansion, though marked by the somber simplicity of having endured war, was filled with the joy of survival and the utmost respect for the strong. A grand banquet had been prepared. Every notable figure in the city who could still stand was present. Without exception, all eyes were fixed on the figure seated at the head of the table, Chu Feng. Chu Feng had reverted from his demonic form to his normal state. However, the occasional golden glint in his vertical pupils and the faint, chilling aura surrounding him served as a constant reminder to everyone present of the earth-shattering power this seemingly delicate young man possessed. City Lord Zhao Laikong personally filled Chu Feng's cup with amber-colored spirit wine, its rich aroma indicating its extraordinary quality. Raising his cup, his voice was loud and filled with genuine gratitude and a trace of barely perceptible reverence. "Lord Chu Feng, words cannot express our gratitude. If not for your divine intervention today, saving us from the brink of disaster, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in Qingshu City would have been devoured by the beasts, and the first human defensive line in the abyss would have completely collapsed. This kindness and virtue, Qingshu City, and all surviving humans in the first layer of the abyss will never forget. A toast to you. A toast to Lord Chu Feng." The entire hall raised their cups in unison, their voices shaking the rafters, their eyes filled with fervent admiration and worship. One man defeating a tide of 1,000,000 beasts, slaying transcendent beasts as if they were nothing. Such achievements were nothing short of legendary. Chu Feng remained calm, raised his cup in acknowledgement, and drank it all in one go. The spirit wine turned into a gentle warmth as it entered his body, nourishing his meridians. However, to his current transcendent second-tier vitality, its effects were negligible. What he cared more about was the information here. "City Lord Zhao, everyone, no need for formalities." Chu Feng put down his wine cup and looked at Zhao Laikong. "I have just arrived here and know nothing about this place. What exactly is this place? You call it first layer of the abyss? And those ferocious beasts?" Upon hearing Chu Feng's question, the entire banquet hall instantly fell silent. The excitement on Zhao Liakong's face gradually faded, replaced by a deep, profound solemnity and sorrow. He took a deep breath, waved his hand to dismiss unrelated attendants, leaving only the most senior and core members of the city. "Lord Chu Feng, could it be that you come from the main world?" Zhao Liakong's voice carried a barely noticeable tremor as he asked the question that lingered in everyone's hearts. Chu Feng nodded. "Indeed. I broke through the seal enveloping the planet, thinking I had entered the starry sky, but I was transported by a spatial force into a massive underground cavern. Then, through a stone wall formation, I arrived here." "Broke through the seal? You truly broke through the seal of the main world?" Elderly general with white hair suddenly stood up, his beard trembling with excitement, his eyes shining with disbelief. 1,000 years. A full 1,000 years. Has the seal finally loosened? Another elder, dressed as a scholar, was also moved to tears. Zhao Laikong suppressed his inner shock and gestured for everyone to calm down. He looked at Chu Feng with an incredibly complex expression. "Lord Chu Feng, you may not yet understand. Breaking the seal is liberation for the main world. But for us, for this abyss, your arrival is a miracle unseen in 1,000 years." He composed his thoughts and began to recount the buried history, his voice low and filled with age. "This place is called the Azure Ruins Realm, but we are more accustomed to calling it the Abyss. According to ancient records, the Abyss is divided into 9 layers. The deeper you go, the more vast the space and the richer the resources, but likewise, the more terrifying the ferocious beasts that dwell there. About 1,000 years ago, our human race was at its peak, with countless strong individuals. To expand our territory, acquire resources, and suppress the increasingly rampant beasts in the abyss to prevent them from threatening the main world, countless human pioneers entered the abyss through stable spatial channels. Initially, we achieved victory after victory, establishing solid strongholds in the first, second, and even third layers of the abyss, mining resources and transporting them back to the main world. At that time, the connection between the main world and the abyss was close, with strong individuals traveling back and forth frequently. However, the good times did not last. Zhao Liakon's voice grew heavy. One day, 1,000 years ago, a catastrophe occurred. The terrifying entities. Deep within the abyss, we suspect it was the nine-headed dragon beast you sensed earlier, along with its subordinate beast kings, conspired to launch a shocking plot. By unknown means, they forcibly sealed or even destroyed most of the stable channels connecting the main world and the abyss. At the same time, they mobilized endless beast tides, coordinating from within and without, launching devastating attacks on the human strongholds scattered across the layers of the abyss. Regarding the main world, they laid down that massive seal which you have broken. This seal not only isolated the inside and outside, causing the spiritual energy of the main world to gradually dry up, the cultivation civilization to collapse, but also cut off the possibility of the main world sending new forces and resources to the catacombs. Zhao Liakon clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. The beasts' plan is very clear and extremely malicious. They want to close the door and beat the dog. Seal the main world, prevent new reinforcements from entering. Then, within the catacombs, concentrate their superior forces to completely annihilate us human warriors who entered 1,000 years ago and have now become a lone army, eradicating the threat once and for all. For this past 1,000 years? Zhao Liakon's voice choked with emotion, our human compatriots in the various layers of the catacombs have endured unimaginably brutal battles. Countless cities have been breached, countless comrades have died on the battlefield. Resources depleted, reinforcements hopeless, we could only rely on the city formations left by our ancestors and the flesh and blood of generations to barely hold on. The first layer of the catacombs originally had 36 major human cities, but now, only my Qingshu city and 2 other struggling lone cities remain. And today's battle, if not for you, Qingshu city, would no longer exist. Another old general interjected, tears streaming down his face. It's not that we haven't thought of going back, not that we haven't tried to break the seal. For 1,000 years, generations of our predecessors have tried every method to open a path back to the main world, even just to send out a single message, but all have failed. That seal contains the power of the laws of the upper realm, incredibly strong, beyond human capability to break. We have long despaired, holding only the thought of fighting the beasts to the death, until the last soldier falls. A mournful silence enveloped the banquet. Every high-ranking official present had eyes filled with unshakable sorrow and determination. Chu Feng listened quietly, his heart already surging with waves of shock. He had originally thought that the planet he was on was merely a testing ground or prison sealed by the upper realm and filled with beasts as punishment. But he never expected the truth to be far grander and more cruel. 1,000 years ago, humanity was once so powerful that they took the initiative to invade this catacombs world. 1,000 years of resistance, countless predecessors shedding blood in a foreign land, fighting as a lone army, all to protect the sealed main world behind them, which had gradually forgotten them. And his breaking of the seal, in some sense, had disrupted the beasts, closed the door and beat the dog a strategy, bringing a glimmer of hope unseen for 1,000 years to this desperate lone army. 9 layers of the catacombs. Upper realm beasts, 1,000-year lone army. Chu Feng softly repeated these key phrases, the cold light in his golden vertical pupils growing ever stronger. He had originally sought only to grow stronger, to break the shackles of his own planet. But now, he seemed to have touched upon a grand battlefield spanning 1,000 years, involving 2 worlds and the fate of countless living beings. His arrival might not have been a coincidence. Zhao Liakon looked at the contemplative Chu Feng, a spark of hope reigniting in his eyes. He solemnly cupped his fists, his voice Filled with utmost sincerity and expectation, Lord Chu Feng. You have the power to break the seal, your strength is unparalleled. You are the first person we have seen in 1,000 years to come from the main world. Your arrival is a miracle, a sign of destiny. I, Zhao Laikong, on behalf of all the remaining humans on the first level of the abyss, earnestly implore you to lend us your aid. Please, Lord Chu Feng, lend us your strength. The high-ranking officials in the hall echoed in unison, bowing deeply. Chu Feng raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the faces filled with hope, catching a glimmer of light amidst their despair. The blood in his veins surged, and the desire to devour stirred restlessly within him. To him, this abyss was not only a peril but also an endless treasure trove of resources. As for those so-called ferocious beasts of the upper realm, the Beast Kings, and even the nine-headed dragon beast, in his eyes, they were merely stronger prey. Helping these people was not only a way to understand cause and effect but also a means to pave his own path, aligning perfectly with his instinct to devour, evolve, and conquer stronger foes. All right. Chu Feng slowly uttered a single word, his voice not loud but carrying an undeniable force. The celebratory atmosphere of Qingshu City's banquet had barely faded when Chu Feng made his decision. In the quiet chamber of the city lord's mansion, he declined Zhao Liekong's proposal to send troops for assistance. Too many people would only get in the way. Chu Feng's tone was calm but carried absolute confidence. I alone am enough. Recalling Chu Feng's godlike power and his mysterious and unpredictable stealth ability, Zhao Liekong ultimately did not insist. Instead, he solemnly handed over an ancient jade slip. Lord Chu Feng. This is a map of the known major gathering areas of ferocious beasts on the first level of the abyss. It might be of some help to you. Please be cautious. Although there are no beings beyond the third transcendent tier on the first level, the sole second-tier transcendent beast, the Earth Fiend, Rhino Dragon, resides deep within the Black Swamp. Its strength is formidable, and it commands a vast number of beasts. Chu Feng took the jade slip, memorized the information within, and nodded. Wait for my news. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure flickered slightly and disappeared into the air as if merging with flowing water, leaving no trace behind, as though he had never existed. The stealth technique was activated once again. Zhao Liekong stared at the now empty chamber, sensing the completely vanished aura. His heart was filled with both shock and hope. 1,000 years of waiting, perhaps, a turning point has truly arrived? Leaving Qingshu City, Chu Feng soared beneath the dim sky of the first level of the abyss. In his invisible state, he was like an unseen ghost, overlooking the vast and desolate land below. Occasionally, packs of ferocious beasts could be seen roaming the wilderness, their roars echoing one after another. Among them were leaders of the first transcendent tier, commanding large groups of ninth-tier beasts. Following the map on the jade slip, Chu Feng headed toward the nearest large gathering of ferocious beasts, the Bone-Cracking Plains. On the Bone-Cracking Plains, tens of thousands of skeletal wolves were feasting on the remains of an unknown giant beast. At the center of the wolf pack, 3 particularly massive wolf kings, exuding the aura of the first transcendent tier, were resting. Hovering above the wolf pack, Chu Feng's gaze was icy. Gravity domain, activate. Without a sound, a terrifying force field suddenly descended. Boom, 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 boom. The wolf pack below didn't even have time to react before they were instantly crushed and obliterated by the invisible force. The sound of bones shattering echoed like a dense rain of beans, and a thick mist of blood surged into the sky, dyeing a vast expanse of the heavens a faint red. The 3 extraordinary wolf kings were utterly terrified, raising their heads fiercely in an attempt to struggle, but they felt their movements slow down several times over. Chu Feng's figure flashed, and the black god battle blade swept through like black lightning. The blade gleamed, and 3 massive wolf heads soared into the sky, their eyes still filled with extreme fear. Delicious devour. The devouring gravity sphere appeared, resembling 5 miniature black holes, frantically absorbing the vast energy of blood and chi formed from the explosion of the wolf pack below. Pure energy surged into Chu Feng's body like a torrent, consolidating his extraordinary second-tier cultivation and slowly advancing the growth of his chi and blood. Efficient. Shu Feng's lips curled into a smile. After clearing the fractured bone plains, Shu Feng did not pause, moving like the most elite hunter toward the next marked beast lair on the map. Black Wind Valley, Poisonous Miasma Forest, Lava River. One beast-gathering site after another was cleared by Shu Feng with thunderous methods. Wherever he passed, only a scene of slaughter and a lingering, dense scent of blood remained. The beast forces on the first layer of the underground cavern were being massacred and devoured at an astonishing speed by an invisible enemy. Next location. Simultaneously, super sense of smell was activated. Countless scent molecules surged into his perception like a tide. The earthy stench, the moldy smell of decaying plants, the foul odor of beasts, the dampness of distant water sources, all mixed together. However, amidst this myriad of scents, an extremely unique, faint yet incredibly distinct aroma, like a beacon in the night, instantly captured all his attention. This scent was indescribable. It carried a primal fragrance, a temptation akin to the essence of life, a yearning so intense it made the soul tremble. Buzz. The gourmet cells within his body boiled violently at an unprecedented intensity at this moment. Every cell was cheering, shouting, transmitting signals of extreme hunger and desire. This intense activation reaction even surpassed the total from devouring the vast blood and chi of numerous beasts before. This is an ingredient favored by the gourmet cells. Shu Feng's golden vertical pupils burst with dazzling light, his breathing slightly rapid. It had been a while since he encountered an ingredient that could excite the gourmet cells so much. He clearly remembered that every time he devoured such special ingredients, not only would his strength surge dramatically, but the gourmet cell demon would also experience tremendous growth. Compared to hunting beasts that could only provide basic blood and chi, this sudden discovery was undoubtedly fatally attractive. Without any hesitation, Shu Feng immediately changed direction. The map, the clearing plan, all were temporarily cast aside. At this moment, he had only one goal: to find the source of the scent. Maintaining his invisibility, he pushed his super sense of smell to the limit, like the most precise hunting dog, tracing an invisible trajectory in the air, speeding toward the direction of the scent. The scent guided him away from the relatively open plains and into a terrifying forest of undulating terrain and towering ancient trees. This forest was filled with a dense, primal aura, with trees so tall they seemed to touch the sky, their branches and leaves blocking out the sun. In the forest, powerful, ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere, including some at the extraordinary first tier. They each claimed their own territory, remaining vigilant of one another, yet together forming the dangerous ecosystem of this mountain forest. Shu Feng did not alarm any of the beasts. He concealed all his aura. Gliding like a phantom through the shadows of the trees, his entire focus locked on the increasingly distinct alluring scent. Finally, he reached the deepest part of the forest. Ahead, the ground seemed to have been split open by a giant axe, revealing a massive, bottomless abyss. The abyss spanned over 1 kilometer in width, with steep, sheer rock walls on both sides. Looking down, there was only an unsettling darkness, as if it led straight to hell. The enticing aroma that made his gourmet cells boil to the extreme was continuously emanating from the depths of the abyss like a spring. Down there. Shu Feng felt no fear, only the thrill of finding his target in his eyes. His figure moved, drifting silently like a falling leaf toward the bottom of the abyss. The light quickly dimmed. The surrounding temperature began to drop, and the air grew damp and cold, carrying an ancient and dangerous scent. After descending nearly 30,000 meters, the surroundings were pitch black, like ink. Only Shu Feng's golden vertical pupils could see clearly. Suddenly, he halted his descent, suspending himself mid-air, his sharp gaze fixed downward. On one side of the abyss's bottom rock wall, there was a massive, inwardly recessed nest. The nest was constructed from some unknown dark golden withered grass and enormous beast bones, exuding faint energy fluctuations. Inside the nest lay a giant egg, quietly resting. The egg stood 3 meters tall, its shell possessing a smooth, jade-like texture, covered with naturally formed, intricate, and mysterious purple-gold patterns. These patterns seemed alive, flowing slowly and emitting a faint glow. A vast and pure life energy, along with the enticing aroma that drove his gourmet cells wild, continuously radiated from this giant egg. It's this. Chu Feng's heart steadied, a strong desire surging within him. However, he did not act immediately. Because around the nest, on the banks of the dark river at the bottom of the abyss, several massive shadows were lurking. They were three giant beasts resembling crocodiles but even more ferocious and terrifying. Each was over 50 meters long, covered in heavy, obsidian-like scales, with a row of sharp bone spines along their backs. Their elongated snouts were filled with interlocking fangs that gleamed coldly. Their auras had all reached the peak of the extraordinary first tier, seemingly just a step away from the extraordinary second tier. At this moment, the three abyssal crocodile dragons were resting with their eyes closed, but their massive bodies faintly encircled the giant egg at the center, clearly acting as its guardians. At the bottom of the abyss, the light was dim, the air stagnant, with only the gentle sound of the dark river flowing and the heavy breathing of the abyssal crocodile dragons. Echoing. Chu Feng hovered in the darkness like the most patient hunter, his golden vertical pupils locked onto the alluring purple-patterned giant egg and the three colossal creatures guarding it. His target was the egg. The simplest and most direct approach would be to use a stealth technique to silently take it. Without delay, he maintained the secret technique of invisibility and flew over immediately. Soon, he landed beside the giant egg. The flowing purple-gold patterns on the smooth, jade-like eggshell were clearly visible, exuding life energy and an enticing aroma that almost made Chu Feng's gourmet cells cheer with excitement. He could even sense the vast and pure vitality within the egg. This was no ordinary beast egg. It must be the offspring of some powerful existence or a rare treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. Now was the moment. A flash of determination appeared in Chu Feng's eyes, and he hesitated no longer. Maintaining his invisibility, his right hand darted out like lightning, his palm touching the cool eggshell. Delicious devour. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor dazzling phenomenon. At the instant Chu Feng's palm made contact with the eggshell, a miniature vortex containing an extreme devouring force suddenly formed. The giant egg trembled violently, and the purple-gold patterns on the shell erupted with blinding light, seemingly making a final resistance. Around the nest, the three abyssal crocodile dragons, which had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened their crimson eyes wide. They had sensed the abnormal energy fluctuations of the object they were guarding. However, it was all too late. How domineering was Chu Feng's devouring ability, especially when targeting such unclaimed high-energy matter? Crack! A faint cracking sound echoed as the light on the eggshell rapidly dimmed. The vast life energy and pure essence within, like a breached river, surged madly into Chu Feng's palm, roaring through his meridians, flooding into his limbs and bones, and ultimately being greedily absorbed by every ravenous gourmet cell. Boom! An indescribable sensation of pleasure and power instantly overwhelmed Chu Feng's consciousness. The blood and energy within his body surged at an unprecedented speed, his muscles uncontrollably bulging and swelling, his bones emitting crackling sounds, and his physique faintly expanding by a whole circle. A terrifying aura, like an unstoppable volcano, erupted from within him, displacing the surrounding air and forming a visible shockwave. The secret technique of invisibility was instantly dispelled under the violent energy leakage. Chu Feng's 3-meter-tall demonic true form, now carrying an even more terrifying pressure after devouring the giant egg, appeared prominently in the nest. Dark red flames shot skyward, illuminating in his pair of golden vertical pupils. The coldness remained, even tinged with a hint of satisfaction after devouring a gourmet meal. He had just consumed that mysterious giant egg, activating his gourmet cells to a peak, further enhancing his strength, and elevating his physical body to a new level. Bang! 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 Dark breath swept across Chu Feng's demon armor, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound, yet it couldn't leave even a trace. The massive tail struck solidly against his back, but it was like hitting ancient, unyielding divine iron, instead causing the crocodile dragon's tail scales to shatter and blood to gush. The savage charge was even more laughable. Chu Feng stood motionless in place, while the crocodile dragon felt as if it had collided with a mountain, its skull experiencing bone-cracking pain, stars dancing before its eyes. The full-force attack of the three-headed abyss crocodile dragon couldn't even make Chu Feng take a single step back. Ant-like power. Chu Feng's cold voice echoed in the abyss. carrying a hint of disdain. He didn't even bother to use the Black God Battle Blade, nearly releasing 5,800 times gravity. Boom! A gravity far more terrifying than what he unleashed. Outside Qingshu City descended fiercely. The range precisely enveloped the three-headed abyss crocodile dragon. Thud! 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 The three colossal creatures couldn't even let out a complete scream before being mercilessly crushed to the ground by this irresistible force of heaven and earth. Their proud obsidian scales shattered instantly, their flesh compressed and deformed, their bones emitting a teeth-grinding sound of breaking. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the 3 extraordinary first-tier peak abyss crocodile dragons, which had been exuding overwhelming ferocity moments ago, had turned into 3 pools of flesh deeply embedded into the ground, mixed with soil and rubble. Gourmet Devour. The devouring gravity sphere reappeared, completely absorbing the vast blood energy of the 3 crocodile dragons along with the residual essence of the giant egg, leaving not a single drop behind. Chu Feng felt the renewed surge of blood energy within him and the satisfaction from his gourmet cells, preparing to leave this abyss. At that moment, a long-awaited system notification sounded. In his mind, ding! Devour mission updated. Mission 1, Devour the Evil Dragon Snake. Reward, Stellar Explosion. Mission 2, Devour the Demon Hippopotamus. Reward, Billion Spiral Wind. Chu Feng's gaze shifted slightly as he quickly analyzed the 2 missions. The evil dragon snake and demon hippopotamus were both extraordinary first-tier beasts, essentially no different to him. The key lay in the rewards. Stellar Explosion. Chu Feng pondered, its power must be immense, but it's a one-time skill, leaning more towards energy bursts. His gaze fell on the reward for Mission 2, Billion Spiral Wind / a wind attribute combat technique that complements my Black God Battle Blade perfectly. He was already inclined to use the Battle Blade, and a powerful, reusable blade combat technique was undoubtedly more appealing than a one-time ultimate move. Choose Mission 2, Chu Feng silently decided. Ding! You have made your choice. Please complete the mission promptly. As the system notification sound faded, Chu Feng no longer lingered. The demon wings behind him suddenly flapped, transforming into a dark red streak of light that shot skyward, leaving the now desolate abyss behind. The undercurrents at the bottom of the abyss had yet to fully settle, but Chu Feng had already ascended like a dark red lightning bolt tearing through the netherworld. He did not return directly to Qingshu City but instead hovered high in the sky, overlooking the vast and perilous land below. The system task had been updated, with a clear objective: hunt the demon hippo and obtain the billion spiral wind / demon hippo. Chu Feng recalled the jade slip map provided by Zhao Likong, which indeed marked several large bodies of water as territories of powerful aquatic beasts. With a thought, he activated his super sense of smell at full capacity. This time, he no longer tried to distinguish the chaotic scents of various fierce beasts but focused on locating a unique smell, a mix of swampy stench and the violent demonic essence. At the same time, his sharp golden vertical pupils scanned the lakes and swamps below like the most precise scanner. Moments later, he locked onto his target. In the southeastern direction of the first layer of the underground world, there was a vast area known as the Corrupted Poison Swamp. The area was filled with marshes and toxic miasma, a place ordinary human warriors dared not venture into. Through his super sense of smell, Chu Feng detected a powerful life force deep within the swamp, exuding the described mix of aquatic and demonic aura. Its energy level had reached the peak of transcendent Tier 1, even faintly touching the threshold of Tier 2. That's the place. The demon wings behind. Chu Feng flapped violently, producing a sonic boom as his figure vanished from the spot, hurtling toward the corrupted poison swamp at a terrifying speed beyond the sound barrier. The corrupted poison swamp lived up to its name. The dark green swamp water was dotted with murky bubbles that released nauseating toxic gas upon bursting. Twisted dead trees stretched toward the gray sky like ghostly claws, and pale beast bones occasionally peeked out from the clusters of water plants. The entire area was shrouded in an aura of death and decay. Chu Feng concealed his presence and hovered above the edge of the swamp. His gaze pierced through the thin toxic miasma, locking onto a relatively open water area at the swamp's center. There, a massive creature lay sprawled. Its appearance bore some resemblance to a hippopotamus from the main world, but its size was magnified dozens of times, resembling a moving hill. Its skin was dark brown, rough like a layer of rocky armor, covered with eerie dark red patterns resembling molten lava cracks, faintly radiating heat. Its enormous head featured not ordinary tusks but two curved, metallically gleaming horns resembling demonic fangs. Its half-closed scarlet eyes exuded cruelty and savagery. This was the mission target, the demon hippo. It seemed to have just feasted and was lazily soaking in the muddy water, enjoying the warmth of the swamp. Within a radius of several kilometers around it, no other fierce beasts dared to approach, forming an absolute territory. Peak of Transcendent Tier 1, thick-skinned and tough, just perfect to test my newly enhanced physical strength. A glint of battle. Intent flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. He did not choose to attack stealthily while hidden but instead directly dispelled all traces of concealment. Boom! The terrifying aura of a second tier. Transcendent, further enhanced by the mysterious giant egg, erupted like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire poisonous swamp. Roar! The previously lazy demon hippo was abruptly awakened, its massive body rising upright, churning the murky mud. It sensed the aura filled with provocation and deadly threat, its scarlet beastly eyes locking onto the figure. In the air radiating a dark red aura. Its territory had been invaded, its dominance challenged. The demon hippo instantly entered a berserk state. Its skin, covered in dark red patterns, suddenly lit up like red-hot iron, and a dense mist of high-temperature steam mixed with toxic miasma rose around it. It opened its massive maw and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves, tangible in their impact, pressed the swamp's water surface downward into a concave shape. Immediately after, its pillar-like limbs stomped fiercely on the swamp. Rumble! The entire poisonous swamp seemed to boil over. Countless black water tornadoes, mixed with toxic sludge, decayed matter, and immense demonic energy, shot up from the swamp like ferocious serpents, surging toward Chu Feng from all directions. Each water tornado carried the terrifying power to corrode metal and tear through steel, sealing off all of Chu Feng's escape routes. Faced with an attack capable of annihilating an entire army in an instant, Chu Feng's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even draw the Black God battle blade. He merely raised his right fist slowly. The boundless energy and blood within his body surged like countless rivers converging at his fist. The muscles of his entire right arm bulged suddenly, the veins beneath the demon armor protruding like coiled dragons, and the surface of his fist emitted a dazzling light due to the extreme concentration of energy. No fancy techniques, no elemental enhancements, just the purest, most primal, most domineering power. Break! With a low shout, Chu Feng threw a simple and direct punch at the countless venomous water and mud dragons surging toward him. Boom! Where the fist struck, the air was compressed and shattered by the extreme force, forming a visible, expanding white shockwave ring. The force of the punch, like a meteor crashing to the ground, collided head-on with the countless water tornadoes. There was no stalemate, no neutralization. In the face of absolute power, all sorcery seemed pale and powerless. Crack, crack, crack. The venomous water and mud dragons, imbued with terrifying demonic energy, shattered and disintegrated like fragile glass the moment they came into contact with the punch's force. They exploded into a rain of murky water droplets, splashing back into the swamp. The punch's momentum did not wane, like the hammer of divine judgment, slamming into the central waters where the demon hippo stood. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the heavens and earth. The swamp's center seemed to collapse under the impact, forming a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter. The surrounding sludge was displaced by the terrifying force, creating a towering ring-shaped mud wave, surging outward in all directions. The demon hippo let out a painful wail as its massive body was smashed deep into the swamp by a single punch. The rock-like armor on its surface cracked inch by inch, and dark red blood gushed out from the fissures, dyeing the surrounding muddy water black and red. Just one punch. A peak-level Tier 1 extraordinary demon hippo, known for its defense and strength, was severely injured. Chu Feng looked down at the demon hippo struggling in the mud pit, its aura rapidly weakening, with no trace of pity in his eyes. The demon Wings on his back gently flapped, and his figure appeared above the demon hippo's massive head as if teleporting. The demon hippo sensed the arrival of death, its eyes filled with extreme fear, struggling to launch another attack. But Chu Feng gave it no chance. He brought his fingers together like a blade, and the dark red energy of blood condensed into a tangible edge at his fingertips. With a gentle slash at the relatively vulnerable neck of the demon hippo, if wielded with a battle blade, its power could likely tear through the defenses of beings of the same level or even higher with ease. A bountiful harvest. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Almost suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. The terrifying howl, like a tangible wave of sound, instantly swept across the entire first layer of the underground cavern, causing even the dim sky to tremble as if quaking under its force. Ahoo! The oppressive force contained within this roar far surpassed any ferocious beast Chu Feng had encountered before, filled with savagery, slaughter, and a domineering will that seemed to tear through the heavens. Within Qingshu City, whether it was the warriors recovering from injuries, the soldiers on guard, or the ordinary citizens, all turned pale at this moment, their hearts shaken to the core, gripped by a primal fear stemming from the depths of their being. It's the sky-splitting wolf. The overlord that resides in the Bone Burial Mountain. An experienced old warrior's voice trembled, his eyes filled with despair. Transcendent Tier 2 pinnacle. Why would it leave its territory and appear here? We're doomed. How can we possibly resist such a being? Panic spread through the city like a plague. Zhao Lietian rushed out of the city lord's mansion, gazing into the distant horizon, his expression extremely grave. He could feel it, the aura of the sky-splitting wolf had locked onto a specific direction outside the city, and that direction. Lord Chu Feng. His heart tightened. At the edge of the poison swamp, Chu Feng slowly turned around, his golden vertical pupils calmly gazing toward the distant horizon. A silver-gray figure was hurtling through the air at a speed beyond the limits of visual perception. Wherever it passed, the air was forcibly displaced, forming a long white airwave, and even the clouds were torn apart. In almost the blink of an eye, the figure appeared in the sky 1,000 meters in front of Chu Feng and came to a halt. It was a giant wolf. Its entire body was covered in silver-gray fur, as if forged from cold metal, with sleek and powerful lines. Its body length exceeded 200 meters, its limbs were long and robust, and its claws and fangs gleamed with a chilling sharpness. The most striking feature was its eyes, blood-red like crimson, devoid of any chaotic beastly nature, containing only pure, extreme coldness, cruelty, and intelligence. On its forehead was a silver vertical mark, resembling a crack in the sky. The sky-splitting wolf. The undisputed king of the first layer of the underground cavern, a transcendent Tier 2 pinnacle. Its blood-red beastly eyes locked firmly onto Chu Feng, especially on the lingering demonic aura of the devil hippo on Chu Feng's body, which made the killing intent in its gaze almost tangible. Human, it's you. So, you've indeed come here. Damn you. A cold mental wave directly transmitted into Chu Feng's mind, carrying an air of supreme judgment. I, the Emperor, will end you here. Hearing the sky-splitting wolf's words, Chu Feng's heart stirred, but the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smirk. He did not respond, merely silently sensing the vast and boundless vitality of his opponent. This was undoubtedly the strongest creature he had encountered since descending into this world. Seeing Chu Feng disregard its will, the sky-splitting wolf's eyes flared with ferocity. Die. It wasted no more words, and its figure subtly blurred. This was not just extreme speed, it was true teleportation. Chu Feng felt a barely perceptible ripple in the space behind him. The massive figure of sky-splitting wolf had already appeared out of thin air, one front claw extended, its sharp talons wrapped in a chilling silver-gray light that seemed capable of tearing through space itself. Sky-splitting claw. One of sky-splitting wolf's most lethal moves, combined with its ghostly teleportation, had caused countless powerful beings to meet their end. This claw strike was fast, ruthless, and precise to the extreme. Before the claw wind even arrived, the sheer intensity of its aura had already caused the demon armor on Chu Feng's back to emit the sound of tearing under unbearable pressure. In the direction of Qingshu City, every strong individual who could barely see the scene felt their hearts leap to their throats. Zhao Likon almost let out a startled cry. Too fast. Too eerie. Completely impossible to react to. However, just as sky-splitting wolf's claw was about to touch Chu Feng's back, the terrifying sharpness capable of tearing through everything had already sliced through a few strands of Chu Feng's hair. At that instant, Chu Feng's extraordinary intuition came into play once again. Stasis field, activate. A cold voice, like the pronouncement of a law, centered on Chu Feng, within a 100-meter radius. The concepts of time and space seemed forcibly stripped away at that moment. The wind stopped, drifting dust froze in mid-air, splashed mud remained suspended in its scattered state, and even the light seemed to thicken. Sky-splitting wolf's claw, filled with terrifying tearing power and aimed for a sure kill, stopped less than an inch behind Chu Feng, unable to advance even a fraction further. For the first time, its scarlet beast eyes revealed an expression of incredulous shock and confusion. It felt as though it had been frozen within an invisible block of eternal ice, even its thoughts becoming sluggish. Its two strongest techniques, teleportation for close-range attacks and the sky-splitting claw for absolute kills, had been effortlessly and completely neutralized in a way it could not comprehend. Impossible. This mental wave failed to even fully transmit. Chu Feng slowly turned around to face the sky-splitting wolf, now frozen mere inches away. Inside him, his gourmet cells boiled with unprecedented intensity, unleashing an aura that was older, fiercer, and more domineering, mixed with the vitality of his transcendent second-tier blood, erupting with a roar. Roar! His body expanded once more, muscles bulging to the point of tearing, the dark red demon armor revealing even more intricate and sinister patterns, while the curved horns on his forehead glowed faintly. Half of his face remained cold and stern, while the other half had completely transformed into a demonic visage, ferocious and terrifying, his golden vertical pupils now a pure, burning crimson filled with the desire for destruction. Half human, half demon. Full power unleashed. Million spiral wind slash. Chu Feng coldly uttered these words, and the black god battle blade suddenly appeared in his hand. There was no earth-shattering blade light, nor any piercing wind howls. Only a faint gray airflow, refined to the extreme, as thin as a strand of hair, yet spinning at high speed with countless spiral energies, coiled around the blade's edge. With this, he gently slashed at the sky-splitting wolf, frozen within the stasis field. The blade passed through the sky-splitting wolf's body like a hot knife through butter, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Time resumed its flow. The stasis field was lifted. The terror in the sky-splitting wolf's eyes had not yet faded. When it felt an indescribable, nightmarish sensation of tearing, originating from every minute corner of its body. In an instant, this unbearable agony drowned out its consciousness. Poof! A subtle sound came from within its body. Immediately after, under countless gazes of horror, shock, and utter disbelief in Azure Void City, the massive figure of the sky-splitting wolf, which had dominated the first layer of the underground cave for countless years, its ferocity striking fear and all, began to collapse. Its colossal body seemed as if it was being simultaneously shredded by a trillion invisible blades from within, disintegrating at the most microscopic level. Silvery gray fur, resilient hide, unyielding bones, and its surging vitality, everything disassembled in an instant, transforming into an endless, exquisitely fine mist of blood and flesh, drifting softly to the ground. There were no screams, no struggle. One strike, just one strike. The pinnacle of the transcendent second tier, the sky-splitting wolf, was obliterated without leaving a single bone behind. The entire first layer of the underground cave sank into deathly silence. Even the wind seemed to halt its howling, as though mourning the fall of a king. In Azure Void City, one could hear a pin drop. Everyone appeared as if frozen in place, mouths agape, eyes wide in shock, staring blankly at the distant sky. There, a terrifying figure stood proudly, half human, half demon, while scarlet dust drifted down like snow all around. Zhao Liacon's body trembled slightly, not out of fear, but from extreme excitement and fervent passion. A miracle. This is a miracle. Chu Feng hovered in midair, gazing at the falling mist of flesh and blood. The devouring gravity sphere emerged automatically, consuming every ounce of the sky-splitting wolf's pure, unparalleled energy, far surpassing that of ordinary fierce beasts. The boundless energy surged into his body like a raging torrent, causing his vitality to soar once more. The Aura emanating from him was so overwhelming that even the distant walls of Azure Void City quivered faintly. Feeling the surging power within him, Zhu Feng's golden vertical pupils turned toward the deeper layers of the underground cave.